Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, 9:30 we can start, sir.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, please start.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries online. Each day, each moment is great and memorable when lived in the presence of great minds. We are about to begin the first session of the second day of the two-day national seminar on defining, designing, and developing learning outcome-based curriculum framework in arts and science colleges. May I now request Dr. A. Gokilavani, Head, Department of Computer Science, KG College of Arts and Science, to welcome and introduce Professor N.J. Rao, Retired Professor of Computer Science and Automation from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for accepting our invitation and being with us, sir. I'm Vanita, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you. You go ahead with your program, Kana?
Ma'am, Vani, ma'am, have some network issue, ma'am. She joined now, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. 2 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, no issues.
Dear dignitaries, sorry for the inconvenience due to technical glitch. Dr. Gokilavani will join us in a couple of minutes. Please do wait. Thank you so much.
I'll just take a few minutes to just talk to sir. Sir, for first time we are meeting.
Yes, please.
I'm happy to share with you, sir, this two-day seminar has actually received a very good response from people from, teachers from across the country. We have participants, of course, mostly from Tamil Nadu. We do have participants from Kerala, Maharashtra, and there's one participant from Dubai also.
Okay.
Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir and West Bengal.
Okay.
And, the best part, even I was so much surprised to see maybe people like you might have invited so many teachers from even engineering colleges have joined. So I should give the real credit to you because they themselves called me and said that the topics are well arranged, but equally the resource persons are also very good. So we would like to join. I was so happy. Anyway, the purpose, though we say that it is for Arts and Science College, LOCF is actually meant for both engineering and arts and science college.
Okay.
So I this is a very happy moment to share this information with you.
Thank you.
Your presence
Nice to hear
actually
that.
means a lot to us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ajita?
Ma'am?
சாரோட பயோடேட்டா இருந்தா நீங்களே கூட வாசிச்சிருங்களேன்.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Actually, I can introduce myself. Okay. Okay. Why not do that?
Just a moment, sir. That let our teachers have that pleasure, sir. Of course, your introduction also is really required, but let them take a chance. Vidya?
Ma'am, they started, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Yeah, ஆரம்பிச்சு.
Good morning to one and all present here. I would like to welcome our Dr. Professor N. Rao, Professor Computer Science and Automation, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to this program. He he was he was in ISC during the year 1981 to 1996 and chairperson from the Department of Management Studies at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore during 1998 to 2006, and he was retired in the year 2006. He was a member of core committee that defined that present NBA aggregation process and the new aggregation process of the NAAC. He was associated for the several years with the International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, and Kerala Higher Education Council. He conducts faculty development program in both engineering institution and degree colleges in curriculum design, OBE, NBA, NAAC aggregation, ADDIE based course design, assessment, and quality of learning. His present research interests include higher education, pedagogy, assessment, and metacognition. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation.
The entire purpose of your education is to turn mirrors into windows. May I now request Professor N.J. Rao, retired Professor of Computer Science and Automation, Indian Institute of Science, to carry the session on COPO attainment. So, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure, sir.
Let me take a minute to slightly correct my present position. I joined Indian Institute of Science in 1972 as an assistant professor in the department of, then it was called School of Automation, subsequently renamed as Computer Science and Automation. But I was there for 8 years. Then I moved over to Center for Electronics Design and Technology as its chairman. And then after 15 years stint there, I went as chairman of the management department at Indian Institute of Science. And post-retirement, have been working full-time in the area of higher education. So last 15 years, I'm actively engaged in various capacities, because now I'm not formally, I didn't have any formal position anywhere. But I was working informally or in a project mode with several institutes and faculty development programs. And I learned quite a lot through very large national level projects that were conducted at the International Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Bangalore. And that gave me the opportunity to learn from faculty of a large number of colleges. First of all, what is it? Actually, I didn't know many things as a teacher until I retired. Because I think as a teacher, we have somehow very strong convictions. What is good learning and how people learn and so on, though we are not formally trained in teaching at a higher education level. But every one of us, all teachers, because that is the very nature of the profession, we know this is the way, this is what the student should do, this is what should happen, and so on. And it took several years of working with a large number of faculty, that I really didn't know anything about teaching and learning until after I retired. Okay, I hope you don't follow that kind of track. And as teachers, you need to spend some time in understanding how people learn. There is a lot of knowledge, but unfortunately, none of the teachers at any institute, at all institutes that I observe, while we have very strong opinions about teaching and learning, but we don't make much attempt to understand what is already known. There is a huge body of knowledge on teaching and learning through educational psychology, or sociology, or now these days educational neuroscience, and there are all aspects of pedagogy. Lots of things are known, but we don't know, and neither, surprisingly, uh, there are very small number of books on education in higher education institutions, unless you have a department of education. But otherwise, if you go to the library, you don't find books on, at least current books on education. So my strong plea to all the teachers is to spend some time there is no particular route, and the only mistake that all of us do is that we have our personal experiences in the classrooms, in our institutes, okay? And these personal experiences are with certain type of students, certain groups of students, certain context, certain management, and certain subjects. So it is so narrow in our understanding and understanding of teaching and learning, but we readily generalize. We generalize our personal experiences. So we say this is what it is. Actually, if you put two teachers, they can have very conflicting opinions about teaching and learning. And that is because our experiences are are in very specific contexts. And once we realize that, we can possibly learn much better. But very rarely, this is true of all institutes, because I'm familiar with faculty of IITs and IISc. We all have very what I shouldn't call it narrow view of teaching and learning, but we generalize our personal experiences. Please, if you can not fall into the trap, possibly one can learn a lot more. Okay? Yes, please.
Sir, in teaching, we always used to say that though we say we are teaching, it's actually reaching is more important than teaching.
Okay. Yes.
When we try to reach people, probably, as you say, we'll customize our efforts towards the needs of the student, then probably that becomes a proper teaching.
And coming to this, what do you call, I would say until 2015 or so, at a national level, we didn't have many things properly organized. Okay? We had NAAC accreditation prior to 2017, but that's completely different. Nothing is formally defined. Nothing is only some kind of broad variables like how many people have passed, where are they employed, are they going for a higher education, do you have the right kind of infrastructure, and so on like that. But the focus was really not on focus on learning and what constitutes good learning. The focus has never been on that. But post 2015, in the area of engineering, something has been defined. Still,
Dr.
things
Vidya?
are getting modified around
Yes,
at
ma'am.
national level, and
I'm
NAAC
ready.
has
Yes, ma'am, we are ready, ma'am. Shall we
done
start,
so in
அங்க அவர்கிட்ட
2017.
பேசிட்டீங்களா
Officially,
டாக்டர் விஷ்ணு கிட்ட?
the new mechanisms have come into the picture.
மேம் நீங்க கால் பண்ணிருங்க மேம் நம்பர்
Now,
உங்ககிட்ட தான் மேம்.
my
நீங்க எங்கிட்ட
strong plea
வாங்கி
to all the
இருக்கீங்க.
people is that instead of resisting something that has been presented to you, look at the focus on teaching and learning as
அவர் ஜாயின்
presented in
பண்ணலையா
NAAC.
இன்னும்?
Everyone will have some reservations about anything that is presented at a national level, right? You can't capture every conceivable context and every conceivable requirement through a set of through few pages and say you should do this and so on. But treat it as a starting point. Don't object to, don't say mentally kind of push it away. No, this is not what happens in my institute. But take it as a starting point and build from there. Build your own specific way of doing things from there, not violating that. That way, we possibly will be able to learn more. It doesn't mean that we have learned all things, because learning takes place between the 2 years. That is where everything happens, and we hardly know anything about that.
With your phone,
We don't even know whether we know 10%, 5% about how the brain functions. And that is the reason why we have, if there are 1 million teachers, there are 1 million opinions about teaching and learning. So if once you say that is a kind of situation, possibly we can all work together to move forward. Okay. Today's the topic that I am going to talk about is about, in the context of NAAC, you have to present to what extent you have attained the course outcomes and program outcomes, and actually you have to add program specific outcomes, POs and PSOs. Let me share my slides. Can you see my slides, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Okay. Now, we'll start with the NAAC requirements. NAAC expects that the institutions demonstrate the attainment of program outcomes, program-specific outcomes, and course outcomes. You have to demonstrate to what extent you have attained these outcomes. And the POs, in the case of NAAC, they have to be identified by the institution. But in an institution, they are common to all the general UG programs. When I say general undergraduate programs, we generally mean 3-year, now maybe more recently 4-year undergraduate programs in the areas of humanities, social sciences, and so on. The why we call them general programs is we do not guarantee that if somebody was done a BA in psychology, necessarily picks up a job in the area of psychology. Generally, these degrees they serve the purpose of to enter, and they may go in any direction, anywhere from service type of jobs to administration, all kinds of things that they would go. Whereas in the case of professional programs like engineering, doctor, and so on, it is likely that all of them do pick up those professions. Okay, and that's why we are calling it general UG programs. And these POs, in the case of professional programs, they are defined by that professional agency. Like in the case of engineering, National Board of Accreditation, NBA for engineering. Whereas in the case of general programs, it is an institute that has to identify these POs. And sometimes people use the word graduate attributes, but that is, while it is equivalent to that, but that word is not currently officially in use. Okay, the word graduate attributes as used by various international agencies, we somehow in 2015, we replaced it by program outcomes. There is nothing wrong with it, they're equivalent. Okay, and here, through these POs, the college can define for itself any particular character, where do they want to focus, where do they want to situate themselves, what kinds of people, graduates are you planning to train. So we cannot say these are the POs that you need to use. I will present quickly a set of generic POs, and you can take a subset of them or modify the sentences the way they have been written, but you have to make the POs your own. But this cannot be done by individual faculty. at the
gathered.
college level, you
KJ
have to
College of
have
Arts and
some
Science
way
is
of
highly elated to welcome
brainstorming
you all for
and
the NAAC
trying
sponsored
to put together, and
two-day
then all departments,
national
all
seminar on
faculty
defining,
should own that.
designing, and
It
developing
is not merely
learning
for a
outcome-based
simple
curriculum framework
exercise
in
of
arts and
writing
science
something in a
colleges.
report.
When
They
you
have to
start
believe in
each
that,
day
believe
with
in
a
them,
grateful heart,
and
light
work towards
illuminates from
attaining
within.
those outcomes. Whereas program-specific outcomes, they are generally identified by the department, and in affiliated colleges, sometimes the university may define for each program. But even if the university defines, you can reword at the college level. That kind of freedom does exist. Whereas POs are completely have to be identified by the institution itself.
Arise
Even
within
if
the mind of
university
one prayer.
defines, but
Lighting the lamp
that
within.
is strictly not, in my opinion,
Let
is
us
not
invoke the
appropriate.
blessings of
University
God.
cannot define the same set of POs for all colleges, because each college can identify its own characteristics. And then course outcomes are written for each course at the department. Sometimes the university or the board of studies may. Yes, please. Sometimes university writes the course outcomes, but the college still, without changing the syllabus, can write its own the COs in the way the department understands. Okay? So the NAAC requirement particularly, institute must demonstrate that it is continuously improving the quality of learning of its students besides other requirements. Anyway, there
We
are
learn
large number of
something from everyone
NAAC
to pass us
requirements.
through
As
our
far
life.
as teaching and
All
learning is
are present.
concerned, you
May
have
now
to
request
demonstrate
Dr. Sri
from
Ratinamala,
batch to
Principal of
batch,
KG
year
College
to
of
year,
Arts and Science,
you are
to welcome
improving the
the
quality
enlightened
of
guest.
learning.
I welcome you, ma'am.
And you have to
Thank you,
demonstrate that.
A
That is
warm
where
good morning
the
to
issue
all.
comes. As I
On
said,
behalf of
unless
the
you
management,
believe
IQAC,
or
members
these
of
are
faculty,
important,
and my own behalf,
one will not be
I
able
welcome
to
you all
do so.
for the next sponsored seminar,
Okay, now
two-day
let me
national
quickly,
seminar
I will not
on
spend too much of time on
defining,
this.
designing,
The program
developing
outcomes,
learning
I'm
outcomes
putting it as
based
suggested.
curriculum framework in arts and
If
science
you want,
colleges.
we have a document on this.
It is a
I
moment
can
of
share it with you
extreme
if you are
pleasure to
interested.
welcome our founder and managing director,
The one is
KG
critical
Information
thinking.
Systems
You need to
Limited,
understand,
KG
because
ISL,
everybody uses
Dr.
the word
Ashok
critical
Bhaktavachalam
thinking very
sir,
liberally.
for joining with us and
But
preside over
in
the
implementation,
function
you
with the
hardly see
constant
anything.
support. I welcome you, sir,
And the
in
problem
absentia.
solving. That means
And
just
it
not
is
merely
extremely
you're
delighted to
using,
welcome the chief
you're
guest of the
acquiring
day,
knowledge, but
Dr. K.R. Vishnu
you're
Mahesh,
solving
Assistant
problems in
Advisor,
whatever area
NAAC,
that you're
Bangalore.
working.
We are
That means
grateful to you, sir,
there is an
for
attitude
accepting
that is
our
required
invitation
that you,
to be the chief
you
guest
try
of this
to
2 days
solve
seminar.
problems.
Welcome you, sir.
And then communication is everyone
I have a
understands.
great
It is
pleasure
important
to welcome our
irrespective of the
CEO,
discipline that you
Mr.
are, the
Arvind
kind of
Rajendran,
job
for his
that
constant
you
support
that
for
you,
all the
or
events
rather the
happening
kind of
in
employment
KG
that you
Cares.
get wherever it is, you
Indeed,
require
I
effective
convey
communication.
our regards to our
And then
beloved Secretary Madam,
anywhere in our
Dr. P.
life, we always
Vanitha,
work with
who
our
is
team
instrumental to
in a little
conduct
more
this 2 day
either
national
formal or
seminar.
informal way.
We are very
So
happy
one
to
should
welcome
be
you, ma'am. I'm happy to
teamwork.
welcome Dr.
One should be a
Rajkumar
good team
Nallaya,
member.
Secretary Kite, for his support.
And
Welcome you,
then
sir.
ethics.
I welcome all the
First of
eminent
all, one
speakers
must
and
understand
delegates
there are
who have
multiple
joined
value
us today.
systems, including
I
our own,
guarantee
the
that the
moral
seminar will
dimensions of
really
your
be
decisions,
a productive
and
and
mainly
worth
accept
your precious
responsibility for
time.
them. That's
welcome
what
the
ethics
principal
is.
of Kite
Our
and the vice
professional and
principals,
individual behavior
deans,
should be ethical.
directors, and all the members of
And
faculty from our sister
environment
concern
and sustainability,
and other
I don't think we
institutions
need to
who took out their
keep
valuable time and
emphasizing this,
joined
particularly
us
at this
today
point of
to
time.
be the
In
part
Tamil
of
Nadu
this 2 day
and even in
seminar.
Bangalore,
We are
have
honored to have you all
very, very
with us
heavy
for 2
rains,
days.
which are obviously the
Welcome you all.
consequence of more of
I feel
environmental
great
damage
proud
all
to
of us
say
are together
that
doing,
this seminar
and
has
sustainably.
been
The
organized
life,
by our
the way we
internal
are
quality
working
assurance cell.
is not
I
sustainable
welcome
anymore.
the IQAC
So, but how
director,
do you do
Dr.
sustainable
S. Vidya,
development? Everyone
IQAC
has
Coordinator,
their own
Dr.
opinion,
B. Ajita,
but there
Dean
is
of
at least
Science, and
internationally
Mr.
we have
T.S.
talked
Prabhu,
about SDGs,
the member IQAC,
Sustainable
and all the
Development
members
Goals.
of IQAC KG
And
Camps.
now, how do you how do you train our graduates so that they are sensitive to these issues?
All and
How do you
provide
do it?
us a
That
good
is,
information
that
about
is what
learning
each
outcomes
department
based
will have
curriculum
to
framework.
work towards.
Once again,
And
I
then
welcome you all
lifelong learning.
for joining with us.
Because
Thank
now
you.
the way the rate at which knowledge is growing, we need to
Thank you,
continuously
ma'am.
learn, and we need to
A leader is
acquire
the
that
one
habit
who
of
knows the way,
continuously
goes the
learning
way, and shows the way.
right
May I
during
now
the
request Dr. V. Vanitha,
undergraduate
Secretary,
program
KG
days.
College of Arts and
Design
Science, to
mindset,
deliver the presidential address.
I will not elaborate. Computational thinking, that we know for anything
Thank you,
and
Dr.
everything
Ajita.
these
Very
days
warm
we
good
are
morning to
dependent
one and
on
all present here.
doing some computation.
At the outset, I would
Effective
like to
citizenship,
thank,
global perspective,
express
and
my
aesthetic engagement.
presence here.
Now, anyway, let me
Actually,
not
Dr.
spend too much
Ashok
time on that.
Bhaktavachalam, our managing director, has expressed his
issue
inability
is,
to be with us for
do you
giving
want
presidential
to
address.
address all the 12
So I am taking
or a
the honor
subset
of
of
doing
them, or
the
what
job.
is possible at
Along
this
with my
stage,
presidential
what is
address, I
viable,
think I can set the
and
platform for
you decide.
the 2-day
And you
bonanza
don't have to use
that
the
is
same word,
organized
same
by
sentences
IQAC
either.
in
Here is
with
the
support
starting
of
point.
National
We say
Assessment
call
and
it
Accreditation
version
Council,
0,
NAAC.
and build your own version from
Very,
there.
very warm good morning, my dear academic fraternity who have
And
gathered here
program-specific
for a
outcomes
very
are
serious
outcomes
discussion
that are
about an
specific to a
important
program.
topic that is going
And
around in terms of
PSOs
learning
characterize the
course outcome,
specificity of the
learning
core of a
outcome-based
program.
curriculum framework.
That not
At
the
the outset, I
electives.
would like to
You
thank
identify
the
the
National Assessment and Accreditation Council
the
who
characteristic
has
of the
accepted
core. What
our
exactly the
proposal
student
to
should be able
conduct a
to
national
do
level seminar
at the
on
end
this
of the program,
very
and
important
end of
topic,
your
and
specific
not
program.
only gave their acceptance, but also they've
And
come
these
out with
can only
generous
be 2
funding.
to 4
So
in
thank you
number,
very much. As a
per the
representative of
requirement
NAAC,
You
I
cannot
take
write
this
large
opportunity to
number.
thank Vishnu Magesh sir.
Let's say this
And
is
another,
written by a group of faculty.
my
I
due
can't
respect and
endorse this,
regards
not
as well as
object to them,
greatness is
because
to Dr.
that is not
K.R.
my
Vishnu Magesh,
specialization.
who has
This is
very
a group
readily
of
agreed our
faculty who have
invitation to
written
be here
the
to
PSOs
inaugurate the
of
session
BSc
amidst his busy
Zoology
schedule.
program.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presence here. It makes a lot of
Okay.
sense to us.
And for example,
And
by
as already
reading
expressed
through
by Dr.
these
Ratnamala,
statements,
this is
you
actually a
should be
very
able to
big
practically
teamwork.
see
We
all the
derive
courses that come,
energy and support
and
from
also all the
all
things
the academic
the
fraternity. I don't
graduating
want to name
student should be
the
able to
fraternity,
do
but
in the
everybody
BSc
in all
Zoology.
capacities, including my
Okay.
own sister concerned, their secretaries,
Let me not
principals, vice
elaborate
principals,
the
deans,
specifics of
and
this.
the team of IQAC
And
have
then coming to the
toiled
course
for
outcomes,
quite some
their
time to make this
statements in
happen.
what the
So my
student will be
congratulations
expected
as
to
well
attain
as
at the end of
thanks
the
to them, my
course.
heartfelt thanks to all of them.
The number of
And
course
I can't
outcomes is
leave
about
my dear
6.
participants who are
The
from
number
far
is
and near.
not
I'm
determined,
so happy to
predetermined. For
note
example,
here that we have
2 credit
overwhelming
course has about
support from
28
outside.
to
We
32
are
classroom
totally
sessions, depending on
302
the
participants
number of teaching
from,
weeks that you have.
of course, within our institutions
A
and
3
from
credit
outside.
course has about
The
40 to
participants are
48
from
classroom sessions.
beyond
While a 4
Tamil Nadu.
credit
They are
course
from
has
Kerala,
56
West
to
Bengal,
64
Andhra
classroom
Pradesh,
sessions.
Haryana, Maharashtra, and there is one participant even from Saudi.
And with each
So
course
what
outcome,
we
how do you
intend to
plan
do as a
after all?
national
The
seminar now
lecture
has
plan
become
also, if
truly
you look at
international
it,
too because
you
of
have
his
to
presence. So
decide,
my
if I'm
thanks to
writing 6
everybody who have
outcomes,
willingly taken
there are
the
certain
interest in
number of
participating
classroom
such an
sessions that
interesting
I
topic.
use
So leaving this, I
to
just would like to
address that
move, as I
particular
already said, that
topic.
since
So one need to
I'm happy to
associate
preside over
an
this function,
approximate
but
number
at
of
the same
classroom
time, I'll make
sessions
use of
with
this
each course.
chance to set a platform
Now,
for the 2 days academic
I'm also
bonanza.
assuming
Friends,
that all of
you
you
would
are
agree with
familiar
me
with
that
the
India
Bloom's
is said to
taxonomy,
have a very,
and
very
that to revise the Bloom's
unique position of
taxonomy,
enjoying a
which has
demographic
about
dividend.
which is 2-dimensional
And
in
this
nature,
demographic
and you
dividend
have
is
6
nothing but
cognitive
most of the
processes
people are at the
and
working
4
age, and the percentage of
categories of
population
knowledge.
in the
So you
as
make
a
use of
dependent are
this
comparatively
in
less,
writing
and this
course
can happen
outcomes.
just once in a life
How
of a
to write
nation.
course outcomes,
So
I am
it's
not
going to have a
addressing.
largest
I
working
hope you are
population in
familiar
the
with
world by
that, but
2030.
you must follow
And this
don't
dividend
write it
has to be
intuitively.
materialized, and I would say that
Because
India should become
first
rich
thing
before
is
it
you
gets
need to
old. So what is there
internalize
from the education side to support
all
is India's
aspects
vision of becoming rich and
revised
enjoying the
Bloom's
demographic
taxonomy. While it looks
dividend
somewhat
is to be looked at.
But
It's
I
very,
see
very essential to
continuously
improve
any
the
number
quality
of
of education if
errors
you
that
really
are
want
done
to
in
enjoy the
writing
benefits
codes.
of this
Because
highest
some of
number
the
of
words
working
that
age
are
population.
used
This
in
is
the
in making
taxonomy,
the
like
education to
words
respond
like
to
analyze,
and relevant to the
evaluate,
situation
they are
in terms
completely
of the demands
misunderstood.
of industry, demands of the
Because
society,
analyze
demands
and
of all the
evaluate are two
stakeholders.
words that we
In
commonly
fact,
use
over
every
these
day
years,
in our
higher
classroom,
education
sometimes
institutions,
interchangeably.
with the help of
But in
NAAC,
the context
GC,
of
and all
revised
the
Bloom's
apex body,
taxonomy, they have
they've been
very
initiating
definitive meaning.
several steps
And when you
to
are
enable the
writing in
youth
the
to
context
fully
of this
participate in the
taxonomy,
job market and
you
gain
have
access
to
to employment
follow
services. But the truth
what
is,
it
in
says
spite
it
of all
is,
these things,
rather than
gainful
intuitively.
employment is
For
still
example,
a
we use the
challenge for
word
most of the
analyze
graduating
very
students,
liberally, in
particularly
a
in arts
somewhat
and
vague
science
way,
colleges.
until somebody pins you
At
down and
this
say
juncture,
exactly
I would like to
what do you mean by this,
place on
then it
record
comes
that
out.
KG College of Arts
So
and
please
Science,
do spend some
though
time
it's
with
it's
your
still in its
colleagues
infant stage,
brainstorming
could achieve
in trying to
85% of
properly
placements.
internalize
A
the
graduate
revised
leaving
Bloom's
out of the
taxonomy.
campus
Okay,
go
I
sometimes even
see now
multiple
these
job
days on the
offers,
websites of
and
various
85% of
colleges,
the
they
graduates
do
get placed
write
in very
the
reputed
course
companies.
outcomes,
And my due
and
thanks to the
there
management
are, from
and the
my
academic
perspective, I
fraternity
would
who have
say there
really
are
helped
any
this to
number of
happen.
errors in that.
So,
And there are
but the
some words you
scenario
should not be
across the country
using,
may not be the same. So,
and
limited
they are
employment
used because
opportunities
that
for
is what we are
graduating
used
student
to
is a
for a
big
long time.
major challenge.
I'm not
The
blaming
primary
anyone,
factor
but
responsible for this
that's
phenomenon
the way we have
is
been
being
working. But the same thing
non-employable.
cannot be continued
Therefore, there is a
in
need to bridge
once you
the
start
disconnect
adopting
between
revised Bloom's
what is
taxonomy.
taught in the class
Okay, this
and
is
what is
how.
needed by the
This is again a
society.
sample
I would say the
of
world of skillful
a
learning
course
is
on
with us.
developmental biology.
World of
Again, not
competent
written by
learning is
me.
there with us, but world
These
of
were written by
skillful
a group of
doing is
faculty
outside. So
in a
unless until
workshop,
these two get
in a 3-day
connected, we
workshop.
may not be able to
So
achieve
course
what we really
outcomes at
intend
the
to
end of the
achieve.
course, the
The
student should be
competencies
able
demanded by
to,
the
if you
industry
say,
and the society need to be
understand
embedded
the
in our curriculum
structural
so
and
that
functional features of human
employment and
reproductive system.
employability gap
And
can
here
be
you tag them,
reduced.
because
The
this
education
tagging
system has
becomes
to be tailor
necessary
made,
for you
at the
to
same
really
time flexible
compute
enough
the
to suit the
attainment, because
requirements of the society at large
target is
and
to
the economy in particular.
uh,
Further, with a large number of students
compute the
enrolled in
attainment
general
of
degree program in
COs,
India every
POs,
year,
and PSOs.
there is a
So
consensus
unless we
even
have
among the
some means,
stakeholders
some way of
that
measurement,
we
then
have
it
to
will
come
never
out
be
of
exact.
shift
But you
from
still have to have
I
an
quote
approximate way
academic
of
only
measuring
approach,
the attainment.
and we need to
Now,
get
first
connected
thing
to
is, this is
with
the
industry.
cognitive level.
A very minimal
U
linkage
means
between general
understanding,
degree curriculum and
and KC
employers'
means knowledge
requirement
category,
really calls
C
for
is
an effective
conceptual,
remodeling of the
and
degree programs.
approximately the number of
This should be
classroom
driven by
sessions for that
changes
is about 5.
that
Now
is
what
needed by the
happens, I
industry and service
look
sector
at the
as well as the society.
CO1
This
as
remodeling in
one,
turn needs
call it
improvement in
unit,
the quality
but
of higher
not the units
education
that the
to
university
enable an
forces on
effective
you.
participation of
It's
young
a
people in the knowledge
it's a kind
production
of
as
unit
well
for
as
planning your
participation in the
instruction.
knowledge economy.
That means I
Improving
don't go
national
lecture by
competitiveness in the
lecture,
globalized
but
economy is one
I go
agenda.
by this particular
Equipping the young
CO.
people with skills which are
During 5
relevant to
classroom sessions,
global,
I need
national,
to
as
attain
well
this
as
particular.
local needs
How
is
do
the
I do
second
it?
agenda, and
Is your choice,
giving
but
them a
that is
kind of
also
a
a
social
different topic
mobility
altogether.
to
We are
choose
not looking
the
at
firms, the
And then
industry,
what we
and
are
the
saying
sector
is
on their own
POs
is the
and
third agenda,
PSOs also
which
you have
lies
tagged.
on the shoulder of the higher education
Here we are
institutions.
saying
Sustained
PO1 and
initiatives are
PSO
required for
3.
institutionalizing an outcome-oriented
Similarly,
higher
another
education
one,
system
CO2,
and
it's a
enhancing
different
employability of graduates
thing.
through curriculum
But
reforms
here we are
based
addressing
on
PO1,
learning,
PO5,
that's the
and
title,
PSO3, like
learning
that.
outcome-based curriculum
And in
framework.
this particular
My dear
case, they
friends,
have written
learning outcome-based curriculum framework is
9
nothing but where an
outcomes.
undergraduate
9 is
education
slightly
framework
higher.
is
Maybe
totally
up to
based
8
on an
if it
expected
can
learning
be
outcomes
limited, it would
and
be
academic
convenient.
standards
Because one
that
can
are
write many
expected to be
more.
attained by the
But the thing
graduates
is, if you write
when they
too many
complete
course
any program of their
outcomes,
study.
then all your
A fundamental
computations
premise
and your
underlying the learning
planning
outcome-based
goes
curriculum
really
planning
somewhat difficult.
is that
So
the
try
bachelor's
to
degree awarded to these
keep within
graduates
for a 3
on
credit course.
it can be
About 8
the degrees
outcomes
can
is
be
about the
awarded
best.
on a
Again,
demonstration of
nobody has
certain
put any
outcomes which are
formula for
set by the
this.
institution.
Okay?
Learning
You have
outcomes
to use your
specify
judgment.
knowledge, understanding, skills,
Now, how do you
attitudes,
measure the
values,
attainment of
along with
course
regular
outcomes?
academic standards that are expected
Now,
from the
course
graduates. The expected learning
is
outcomes are
defined in
used
terms
as
of course
reference
outcomes that we
points
all know.
that would help to
But then
formulate further
there
in
is a
developing
quality
graduate
loop,
attributes,
quality
qualification
as
descriptors, program
dimension
learning
to
outcomes,
teaching
course
and
learning
learning. How is
outcomes,
it done?
which in turn
You
will
set a
help in
target
curriculum planning and development
and you
in
try
design
to
and
you
delivery
perform
of
something.
the
And
educational
did you achieve the
materials.
target?
It may be noted
If I have
here,
not
and
achieved the
it's
target,
a word
what
of
is the
caution for
gap
all the
in
participants,
attaining the
that
target?
LOCF
And
never
what do I do
intends to bring about
if
a
there
kind
is
of
a
a
gap?
common syllabus
I need
across
to do
the
some
states,
corrections,
across the
some
institutions,
modifications
across
to
the
the way I
programs.
am doing
In
when
fact,
I offer
it
the
intends
course
to
next
bring
time.
a kind of
Okay,
flexibility
that's the kind of
and
quality
innovation
loop that we are
in terms
talking
of
about.
program
So what
designing,
we do
syllabus
is
content
course
preparation,
has
innovation in
you
terms of
set a
teaching learning
target
processes, innovation in terms of assessment and student
okay
learning levels, and
and
finally
you
it
have
intends
course
also to make
is defined
periodic
in terms
review
of
to
course
see whether
outcomes.
what is intended
The
is
course
achieved.
outcomes
The
are
overall objective of
as
learning
per
outcome based
one
framework are
assessment
very,
plan
very
or
simple.
a pattern,
One,
whatever
it
you want
helps
to
to
call it.
formulate graduate attributes,
We have a
qualification
plan.
descriptors,
What is our
program
assessment
learning
plan?
outcomes, course
We
learning
say
outcomes
there is a
that are
semester
expected
exam
to be demonstrated
which
by
is
the
conducted
holder
by
of
the
any
university
qualification.
for affiliated
Enable a
colleges.
prospective
If it is
student,
autonomous
parent,
college, they
employers,
themselves
and the
can
society.
plan.
In
They do
general, you
plan
can
for
put
it.
it as stakeholders,
And then you have
to
continuous
understand the
internal
nature and level of
evaluation.
learning
And you have
outcomes
a series
in
of
terms of knowledge, skills, attitudes
assessments
that student is
in the
capable of
CIE.
demonstrating
So when
on a successful
and you
completion of
combine,
any
you
program.
give different weightages
And the
to
third
different
objective is to
activities.
maintain national standards,
And
which are
preparing that is the
comparable to
assessment
any
plan.
international levels,
And
so
now,
that
as
the
per
global
that
competitiveness
plan,
can
you
be
create your
inculcated
assessment
with our
instruments.
students, which in turn
For
will
example, if you say
facilitate
test one,
high rate of
uh,
mobility among students.
somebody
It
has to
also
design the
intends to
test
provide
paper.
higher
Test
education
paper, we
institution
call
and
it
a very, very
assessment
important
instrument.
point of reference
So,
for designing
the assessment
not only
plan
the
will
curriculum,
determine the
designing
assessment
the teaching learning
instruments
strategies,
and
and
assessment
assessing the student
instruments.
levels, and to
Now,
make periodic review of the
performance or
programs
response
in
to
terms of
those
testing the academic
assessment
standards.
items
So
in the
this is
assessment
the
instrument
context under which we intend to
is the
conduct this
student's
two-day seminar.
attainment.
And I'm actually
I'm
grateful
using
to all the
intentionally
resource
this
persons who have
terminology because
agreed to be the
education
part
is a
of this
peculiar
great event.
field.
Of course,
While all of
November
us,
is a very, very tricky
millions
month
of us are
for
involved
the
in that,
entire academic
we
scenario.
don't have any
But still,
standardized language.
people are finding time to be
Each
with
one
us.
of us
That
use
actually makes us to feel
one
more
word to
gratitude,
mean several things,
and we express our
several words
with
to
a
mean the
gratitude.
same thing.
I thank the
I
management
don't
for
think
giving
any
me
of
such
us
an
are
opportunity,
trained. You
and
have to use
I
this word to
just
mean
request
this. Whereas in
Dr.
our
Vishnu Mahesh
subject,
to
we
share
are
his
very, very
views on
specific with regard to
the kind of
every
venture that
word
we
that
have
we
taken.
use.
And
Not
as I
with
already
respect
said,
to
that
teaching and
people
learning,
in the helm of
unfortunately.
affairs, especially as
So there
NAAC,
is some attempt
who
that is
is
being made
instrumental
internationally. I
in
will not
bringing
get into the
quality and
detail.
improvement in
And I'm
the
trying to
standards
use
of
those
higher
words:
education.
assessment,
When we hear from
assessment
you,
instrument,
as I said,
assessment
it means a lot
item,
to us.
or
Thank
test
you,
item.
and thanks
These kind of
again to
words are being
my dear
made. So
participants,
the students
as well as all my
perform
colleagues
in the
who have
assessment with
rather
respect to
cooperated
assessment
all along to
instruments.
make this
And
event.
they do
It's early
there
to
are
say
some
a
marking
successful
that
one,
is
but
done.
it event to go on.
And
Thank you very much.
that is the attainment.
A warm
Now I
good morning to
compare
all
that
also.
attainment with the
Thank you.
course outcome target. And
Thank you,
sometimes I
ma'am.
exceed the target.
The superior man
Many times
acts
I
before
fall
he
short
speaks,
of the target.
and afterwards
Now,
speaks
based on the
according to his
gaps,
actions.
I have to do
May
something
I
next time
request
that I work with.
Dr. Rajita Kumari, Head
And
Department of
so
English, to
this
introduce the
gap
Chief Guest of the day.
should lead to a plan for closing
Thank you, Ms.
the
Gayatri.
CO gaps.
I
Or
deem it an honor
if
to
I have
introduce Dr.
exceeded the
K.R.
target,
Vishnu Mahesh,
next time
Assistant
I raise
Advisor,
the target.
National Assessment and Accreditation
Okay.
Council. He
And that is the
completed his
concept
master's
of
and doctorate degree
quality
in
loop.
industrial chemistry
And
from
one
Kuvempu
has to
University,
demonstrate
Shimoga.
that
Working
from
as assistant
batch to
professor
batch,
for more
I'm
than 8
improving
years,
the
he
attainment
joined
of
NAAC Bengaluru as
outcomes.
assistant advisor.
And
To
also
add to his
the
credit,
performance of the
he has
students
more than 70
will
research
determine,
papers published in
because
various
most of
reputed
the PPs
international
and
journals.
PSOs are
His
mainly
expertise in the
dominantly
field of polymer
are
nanocomposites
attained through
has procured
courses.
him Best Paper
So the
awards
performance
from
in the
countries like
courses
Thailand and
only
Malaysia.
from which we can
His remarkable
determine to
achievement
what
of
extent
authoring
our
several
POs and
books, in
PSOs are
spite of his fully engaged
attained.
docket,
That
serve
part
as an
we'll see in the
inspiration to
later
all
part
of
of
us.
it. We'll
To
first
add
focus on
feathers
this
to his cap,
particular
he was
loop.
awarded a Niketana gold medal, and best NSS volunteer
Actually,
at
this
the
loop,
university level,
you just
leaving
have
no
to again
stone
go
unturned
back And
He is a lifetime member of many
the
professional
loop can be
bodies,
closed
both
here,
in India and
loop
abroad,
can be
and
closed
also an
here,
editor in
loop can be closed
prestigious
here,
journals
anyway.
like Elsevier.
For
His
example, I can go
untiring
back
work
and
has
based
led
on
him
the
figurehead
gaps
many
that I
assistant
find,
training programs
maybe I have to
to
tweak the
train
course a little
eminent
bit, at least
professors
if
and
you are
also
a
fine-tune
autonomous college.
the ICT-enabled
Okay,
assessment
or
and
otherwise you have to
accreditation
give
process
feedback to the
of NAAC.
Board of Studies
As a
of the
man of
university
action,
and
he
request
has
them
guided
to
and
consider
coordinated
modifying.
more than 200
Okay.
institutions
Now,
in the NAAC.
from
Sir,
here
it's
onwards,
our privilege to have you amidst us
there is
today.
no
Over to
unique
you, sir. Thank you.
solution to this.
Thank you very much, madam,
How do
for
you
your
set
introduction.
targets? How do I
Good morning to all the
measure the
participants.
gap, and what do I do
First,
to
I would
close
like
the
to
gap?
thank
All that
the
is
management
a
of
complete
KG College of
the
Arts and
choice,
Science
but at
to
the
take a
faculty
very good
level, at the
initiative
department
to
level, at
conduct
the
this
institute
such a
level.
wonderful
So, but
seminar.
internally,
So
otherwise,
especially
you
the
have to
topic
follow
is very
some
interesting.
well-stated process.
Defining, designing,
While the
developing
process is
the
not
learning
unique,
outcome based
but
curriculum
for example, set the
especially the
target. How do I
framework for
set the
arts
target
and
for
science
my
college. So this
COs?
is a very need of the our subject, because
Nobody has
our
legislated
NEP
anything.
also suggesting the
So I can set my
outcome based
target in several
education, the
ways.
most
We'll
of the part
presently
of
see
the
that.
NEP.
But you
First,
have
I would
one
like
type
to
of setting,
give a small
one way of setting the
brief
targets
introduction about our
for the
education
entire
system. I think
institute.
you are all aware
Otherwise, you will have internal
India is the
issues,
third largest
especially with
education system in the world,
IQAC,
next
trying
to
to
USA and
coordinate so
China.
many things.
So we are
Nothing
the
can
very,
be
very high
absolutely right.
reputed
You have to
institutions
look
in the
at the
country. But
convenience. After a
still,
lot of
we are
debate,
not
you
meeting the
must
education
decide
standards of
how
the
you
international.
can
Because when
set
the
the target.
international
For example,
rankings
very
are
simple
coming,
one.
so India, most of the colleges or
The
universities are
target
not
can
coming
be
under 200.
the class
So because
average
of the
mark should be
quality
greater
culture,
than or
what we are
equal to
adopting,
60.
so that is only set to the
What does
nation,
it mean?
but
I
not an
compute the
international
average because
standard.
I can't go by
So
student by
coming to the
student.
economy,
I compute the class
see,
average mark
India has the
and say
third
my
largest
target
education
is
system. More than
it
50,
should cross
55,000
60
higher
because we
education
have
institutions
students
are there,
performing at the
1,000
entire
universities
over the
are there.
entire spectrum.
But still, compared to the
But my
GDP of the
class
other
average
countries,
mark should be
see,
60,
GDP of the
which
other
is a
countries,
very
we are in the
simple
20th,
target.
30th, 40th position.
But the only
So why,
limitation
what is
is
the
it doesn't give you
big
much
lacuna
detail. What do I
between the
do? Let's
economy
say
and the
I'm
education?
55,
Because
class average
the
mark is
education will
55.
place a
What do I
very
do?
important role of the
It
economy of
is
the country.
the way the target
See,
is
the
set, it
developed
doesn't
countries
immediately
are
tell
having
you
a very
anything.
high standard of
Let's take another way
education,
of
also
doing
a
it.
high standard
Because
of
we know the
economy,
students
especially compared to other and our country.
they
So
perform over
GDP
a
wise.
wide range.
See, education and
Then I
economy
will
is a
focus on students and
very
say,
important tool to develop and construct a country.
I'll
See,
say
for example,
the
I will take an example
percentage
of
of
America
students
and
getting
China.
greater than or
See,
equal
their
to
education,
80
especially they are
should be
focusing
at
on the
least 10%.
outcome-based education. See,
10% of the
after the
class.
education, what they are going to do? So
And
this education,
percentage of
it will
students
be helpful
who
to which
get between
industry, which
65 and
company,
80
which part the
should be
education
30.
will be
I'm
helpful.
setting the target.
So based on
Okay.
that, so they are
So like
defining
that,
their
I can
curriculum.
set
See,
several
they are
targets.
consulting the
And
companies,
whether I want to put 10
the
here, 15
placement
here,
cells and
45
placement
here, that
officers,
is
and
your
also with the
choice.
industry
Okay.
people.
That is your
Automatically,
choice.
the
Possibly you
curriculum
can
will
set
be
it up
designed to
based on
such
the
a way that
subject.
it will be
But
immediately application
methodology
oriented.
should be common across the
Automatically, what
institute,
happens? The
but the
students
specific
who are all
targets can be
completing the graduate or
different,
postgraduate,
but
so they
subject
will
to
join to a
some
company.
kind of
So they are making
understanding
an
at the
outcome-based
department level.
education, which is very helpful,
Okay,
and also they
everybody
are
presents. This is the way I'm
like
doing
a
it. Is it
income-oriented
okay?
education. It
If
will be
something is significantly
taken a
deviating
shape.
from
So for
normal
that, automatically
practice,
what happens?
then we can
Research
have
will
a
go,
debate and
patents will be there. Automatically using that
proper
patent and research, so they are
setting way
building
of setting targets.
like a
Now, another one is this
what
is
we I don't
very
know like
elaborate. Not
startups.
only
They
I
are doing
classify the
startups, so they are
students,
doing a
I
new
set
businesses.
different
So they are
targets for
developing a
different
new
COs.
products. Automatically they are selling to other country.
Okay, here
Automatically
I'm looking
the
at
revenue
6,
per
not
capita
9.
income of the country
But
will be increased.
what happens, I
So
can
such a
see
way
the
that all the
CO3
countries who are all developing very fast, so they are
is more difficult. Let's
mainly
say
they're in the research and
CO3 because
output, especially the
conceptually or
product-based
procedurally it's more
education.
complex
So here in our
in the
country,
perception of the teacher.
in
So I
1986,
can put
in
a
the first
different target
education
for
policy in
that particular
1886,
CO
so they are also
compared to the
focusing on
other
the
one.
quality of the education,
And
because
I'm
our
also
history of the education is
setting targets for different groups of
we
students.
should only
But
gain the
computing
knowledge
this
from the
kind of
education.
thing
So
can
that is
be
a old scenario. But
little
nowadays,
involved if you do it manually.
With the knowledge,
Especially.
the
If you are
application
doing
should
any
be done.
if you are using any
then only
software tool,
after
there
the
is no
graduate,
particular
the
issue.
student's livelihood they
Software
can
readily
survive
does
with the
whatever
education.
type
So
of
that is the
target
main
that you
motto.
set up.
So nowadays,
But
so in 1986,
it is not
the
merely
NEP
setting the target.
given the same
Whatever
recommendation
data that
to
you get
improve the quality culture,
after
to see the
completing
quality
the
culture,
CO
one separate body
attainment
should be there.
and
So
finding
the
the
program of
gaps,
action came in
you must be
1994.
able to
Automatically,
effectively
the
use that
NAAC came to
information
exist,
to
National Assessment
plan
Accreditation Council.
subsequently.
So our job
Another
is
way of
to
doing it
check
is,
the quality, to
I will
assess the
not go by
quality of the
I
higher
will go
education
by
institution. Automatically,
CO wise. I
slowly,
will not
nowadays,
classify
all
the
the higher
students.
education institutions
Based
moving
on my
forward,
understanding
moving in
of
the
their
direction of
CO,
quality
I
education.
set different.
So
For
again, in
example, for CO4, I set only 50
20,
here.
again another
Whereas
NEP means a
CO3,
new
I
NEP
set
given
that by
another
65.
shaping to the
Why
higher
do I do
education
that? I
institution.
consider
So now in NEP,
most
the
of the
specific
students are
recommendation
likely to
given to
find
the
this,
higher education institution,
this
especially on the
topic
outcome-based
associated with the
education,
CO4
interdisciplinary
conceptually a little more
programs,
difficult.
courses,
So they are likely to
research-oriented, and also
underperform
output
with
and
respect to that. So
outcome-based
I set a
education.
lower
So
target.
these are the things
But this
covering in the
particular
NEP.
decision,
So
what are
adopting
the
this
targets
NEP,
that I
so
set
in
for
most
each
of the
one
states
is
already
completely
in
that of the
the
teacher.
way of starting the NEP means implementing the NEP. So
Now,
Karnataka
another
government
one,
already announced
some
the
people
NEP
follow
implementation
this
from this
quantization
year
agreement.
onwards only. So
Targets are
probably coming
quantized
another
into
6 months
certain
or 1 year,
levels.
the
They
central
say
government means
generally
the
only 3
UGC
levels are
will be
used.
announcing
Level
the
3
NEP
means
throughout the country,
class
because already
average
the recommendation
is
part is there.
70,
So just
greater than
another
70%.
few months are left.
Level 2
So we have to
is
ready with
50
the
to
new NEP
70.
implementation. So
Level
because of that,
1
in
less than
NEP,
50.
so most of the
For
part they are
example,
covering the
I can set my
interdisciplinary
target to
courses.
level 2.
The student can choose their
If you
subjects,
can
so they
justify.
can choose
Otherwise,
elective
people
courses,
say
outcome-based
level
education.
3
So means
and then
4
find
years
the
degree will be
gaps.
there, PG will be 1 year. So there are a lot
So what
of new
you
things
can
are
even
coming
invent
in
many
the
more
NEP.
methods of
So here,
setting the
so
targets.
this seminar will give a very good direction
Okay.
to the NEP
Here, for
implementing
our
higher education institution,
competition
especially
here,
while
we
developing our
use
curriculum,
the method 4.
our learning
That means
outcomes.
I set
We have to
different
more
targets
focus on
for
the outcome based.
different
So after
COs,
this completion of this course,
which we have already,
student will
as
get
example
what
4
knowledge.
that we have shown.
After completing this
I'll do
program,
that.
the
Okay,
student will get
that's
what
the
knowledge.
one.
So that where it is applicable. So that is
Now,
especially
how do you do that?
today's afternoon, KJ Rao,
The
NJ Rao
attainment
from
of
Professor
COs can be measured
former professor
directly
from
and
Indian Institute of
indirectly.
Science. So he is going to cover CO attainment. So in that,
Direct
so
attainment of
after the
COs
completion
can
of the
be
program, so
determined from the
what student will get
performances
the
of
knowledge.
students in all
So where it is
relevant
applicable.
assessment
So these things have to
instruments.
learn. So
Because we are not
especially
going to
in this
conduct any
2 day
additional
seminar,
tests. No
wonderfully
student will write those
you are
tests.
planned about the sessions,
And
especially
so
in one
from
session,
the
revised assessment
existing
accreditation
practices, whatever
framework.
you have,
So in
existing
2017,
practices
first we launched the
are
revised
existing
accreditation
methods
framework.
of assessing.
So before
You
that,
only
there
use
are
that
different
and take that data.
strategy of assessment accreditation.
Okay,
From
direct
2017
attainment
onwards, we adopted a
is
system-based
measured
assessing.
mainly from the
So most of the
students'
metrics are
performances in all
reduced.
the relevant
So
assessment
transparency we
instruments.
maintained
Indirect
maximum of
attainment of
100%.
COs can be
So like that,
determined from
we
the
reduced
course
the
exit
metrics,
surveys.
and also
Because
peer
all
team visit is
information cannot be
restricted to
captured
30%
necessarily
of
through this
marks. So like
performance,
that, in the
because
revised
it also
accreditation framework,
depends on
we changed
actually
the
what is
nomenclature
your
of
assessment
several things.
instrument.
See,
But
especially in
students
2017,
can have their own perception
we
overall.
implemented a new type of metrics,
They may say,
especially
no, no, I'm
seventh
not
criteria,
satisfactorily,
and also in fifth
what do you
criteria.
call, the
So
purpose of
we
the
are
course is
focusing on
not
the
served
institutional
or
best
whatever.
practices.
But
So
you
likewise,
do,
so in
to
next
find out
coming
that,
years,
you
means
conduct a
every
survey
five
at
in a
the end of
year,
the course,
our NAAC assessment
what we call
accreditation
course exit
methodology is also
survey.
going to change.
But
So 2017 we
exit
changed.
survey
So next
is
5 year
kind
view is
of
2022. So in
is a kind of based on the
2022, so while
perception of the
changing our
students.
methodology or
So there can
fine-tuning
be
our
some issue
methodology,
with that.
we are
So
planning
you
to
don't,
implement most of the
while it
recommendation of the
gives you
NEP.
some feedback to the
So
teacher, but
today
you
onwards, the
cannot
higher
give too much
education
weightage to
institutions
that. So we say
focus
give
on the
weightage of
NEP
10%.
recommendation.
So
So
90% by
automatically the quality
direct
culture will
and
also
10%
grow
by
in a
indirect.
such way that. So coming years, NAAC assessment accreditation
Now,
may
direct CO
compulsory for the
attainment, we
all
divide it
institution.
into,
Already it
as
is
you
there,
all
but still the
already
institutions are
doing,
not
CIE
volunteering
and
to come for
SCE.
the assessment accreditation. But in the
And the
new
percentage weightage
NEP
to
recommendation,
CIE and
all the
SCE are
institutions should
determined
come
by
for
the
the assessment
university,
accreditation.
or
So
it is an
automatically what
autonomous
happens,
college
we
at the
can build
college
the
level,
quality culture infrastructure in the institution,
And
automatically
people have
our
been using
country
anywhere
will
from
also
2018
compete with other countries in the
to 50,
world. So
50 is to
in a
50.
education sector
People
also,
are slowly slowly
also
moving
in
towards
an economy sector also.
40, 60 now.
Finally, coming to
There are
my
some
conclusion
private
of my
universities that go beyond.
just
They even
speech,
go for
I
70 for
request all the higher
70 for
education
internal,
institutions
30 for
not only
that. But
do a
that's a
normal
different
conventional
issue.
teaching. So
Now,
previously
that
we are only
decision will
teaching
have to be
the
done
blackboard
at
teaching,
the
but
college.
nowadays
And in fact, people
tools are
will
coming,
say if you have
learning
confidence in your
management
own
system,
activities,
LMS type of
your
teaching,
own
so
management,
PowerPoint
if you
teaching,
do,
and also
you can even
ICT
go up
based
to
learning.
70-30. Why
So
not?
you can adapt these
Because
things. So automatically the
the
students
assessment is
can
done throughout
learn
the
the
semester,
international
not
level
at the only
standard
final
in the
exam.
colleges,
And the
especially
problem of
in
final
engineering
exam comes
colleges. The
mainly
culture
because
is
of
different.
this
So they're more
affiliated
focusing on the
system, which is
application
a
oriented,
stupid thing that
techno
happened in
oriented.
India
But in
for a
arts and
long,
science
long
colleges,
period.
still we are
And
very lag
through
behind
new education policy, the
technology
government wants to get rid of it
utilization.
at least
So I
by
request all the arts and science
2035.
colleges, so kindly adopt that
But we're all
technical
so much
way of
seethed in
teaching
that.
methodologies, and
Even the
also in the
faculty don't
curriculum
want.
also application
They don't
oriented,
want
especially when we are
that kind
calling
of
to
thing
commerce,
where
arts.
you are
So this
responsible for
subject where it will be
doing all the
useful. So
activities.
that type of
Anyway, that's a
curriculum you
different
can
issue.
adapt.
So
So for
one can
example,
have anywhere
affiliated
from
colleges,
here.
nothing
I'll
is
just
there in
pick
your hand
one
because all the
25,
syllabus will be framed
75
from the
for my
university. Give a recommendation to the university. So you can take a
competitions
feedback from the
for sample
stakeholders. You can take a
competitions.
feedback from the student and also from the parent, from the alumni,
Now
from
to
the, any industry
compute,
people.
what is
So
it that I
that
have to
feedback
do?
you can
I have to now
make a
determine
one analysis. So
to
that
what
analysis you
extent
can
I have
send to your
attained
university,
each
and
CO.
also you can send to NAAC. So we
And
are also
the
very happy
attainment of
to
CO
recommend
is
your
determined
university
by
to
the kind
implement
of
a new
assessment
curriculum
items that I use.
into the
For
syllabus.
example, same
Automatically what
CO,
happens,
I may
student
address
will
through class
learn new
test
things
1,
because
test 2,
every
and
day,
final test,
once in a 6
and an
months, 1 year,
assignment.
so new technologies are coming. The market
Okay,
is demanding
so
in a
I have to
different shape.
somehow
See, in the last
aggregate
2 years in the
the
pandemic situation,
performance of
entirely
the
the market is
students
taken a new
wherever
shape. So
CO is
everything is
addressed,
now online based
whichever
market.
assessment
See, in
instrument
banking sector, in hotel
addresses that
sector. So
particular
previously
CO.
all are going to
So to
hotels,
that
but now
extent, what
the most of the
happens,
means
every
in
assessment
metropolitan cities,
item
they are just
should
booking
be tagged
their meals and their
not
breakfast
only with the
in their
amount of marks
mobile.
associated
So
with
Swiggy,
that,
like motor, so all it is taking a new shape. So techno-oriented
but
shape. So in this
with that
gesture,
CO,
we also adopt the
whose CO
technical
it is
technology.
related
So
to,
then our students
and
will get
also what
a
we
good
say
jobs in the
cognitive level,
market. So
knowledge categories, and so
from
on.
that, automatically the
If you
economy of the
tag
country
them,
will increase, GDP of the
and
country will
once
increase.
I look
The
at the
main motto of the
response,
education
making use of these
will
taggings, I should be able
be
to
successful.
aggregate
So this is my views about the
how it has,
higher
to what
education and
extent it has
especially the
been
quality
attained.
aspects. So our most
Okay.
of our senior members are there in a very good sessions. The KG College of Arts and Science is planned. So I will not take much time about the
Well,
inaugural
all
session.
colleges
So
have
the
access to question-wise
two-day
marks
seminar
and
is
all assessment
inaugurated.
instrument of C
NAAC is
level.
ready to sponsor
But if it is
some more
so to that
seminars to all
extent,
the
I can
institutions
have
who are all
very
accredited
detailed
from the NAAC.
data
So
with
kindly
respect
forward to
to
apply
all
the
activities
grants from
related
the
to
NAAC. So we are giving a
what you
small
call
piece of
CIE.
grants to the
So I can
institution to
gather the
conduct a
data.
small program. So
And
previously
then
one program if you want to
SCE,
conduct,
if
it
it
will
is
take lakh
tier 2
together. But
college
now
or it
because
is
of this techno saving,
non-autonomous,
so because of the online programs,
then
so in a small budget we
the
can conduct a very big program
university
and
may
also we
not
can
have
reach to the
facility
maximum
to
people. So
kind of
previously 100 people,
give the
200 people
details of
to
student
accommodate in a
performance
conference hall, it will be a
question
big task.
wise.
But now 1,000 people we can
Okay.
accommodate
So
in
to
a
that extent, they
online
will
based.
only
And
give
also
you
we can accommodate 25,
total
30,000 people
marks they
also
got in that
through
paper
live streaming in
or
YouTube
in
and
that
Facebook
particular
and other
course.
things. So you can utilize this, you can reach to the
Question-wise
maximum
details you will
people
not
to
get.
give awareness,
So,
and
but you
we
can,
have to
just
adopt
because
this
the
new
details are not available,
NEP
you cannot throw
recommendations in our
that
curriculum.
information
Thank
out.
you very
So
much.
we have to
Thank you,
find
Nanda. Especially I thank Dr. Vanitha
possible
Madam at
solution.
this juncture.
If it is
Madam taken a very good initiative. I
autonomous
seen Madam
college,
from so many
or
years
even a
in from
private
Bharatiyar
university,
University. Madam
they do have
is a
access
very
to all the
active
detailed marks.
in all the works
And
of
now, while it is,
college,
if
university,
done
and especially
manually, it is very
Madam served as a NAAC
cumbersome
peer team members in
and
many
it
of the
wastes a lot
colleges.
of time
I
of the
thank
faculty.
Madam to
But if
give
we
an
use
opportunity
simple
in this
software
seminar,
tools,
Madam. Namaste.
it is
Thank you very
not
much.
at all difficult to find that. If somebody can just write even an Excel sheet, an Excel
Thanks so much,
file
sir,
can
for
capture all the
making us
information.
understand
Okay.
education is not the preparation of life, but
And
education
now let us
itself
look at
is life.
assessment plan.
And also for
How do I
preparing
go
us,
about?
correct each and every step of higher education
Sorry, there
to
is
build enhance
slide
our
that is
students'
missing.
lives. Thank you so much, sir, once again.
last
The
one slide
roots
in
of
between.
all
Okay.
goodness
What it
lie
means
in the
is
soil
I'm
of
combined.
application. I now
Consider
request
that I have
Dr.
combined two in
Arpita,
one.
Dean of Science
There
and
are
member of the
there
IQAC,
is
to propose order.
assignment 1.
Thank you,
There
Gayatri.
is test 1
Happy morning to
and
all the
test
present
2.
here. It's indeed
And
a
weightage
great
given to
pleasure
this
to
is
propose
5,
a
10
vote of
and
thanks
10.
for this inaugural session.
Okay.
It's a great honor
But
to
what
thank our
happens
chief guest, Dr. K.R.
test
Vishnu Mahesh,
1?
Assistant
My
Advisor,
test 1
National
is
Assessment and
restricted only
Accreditation
up
Council,
to
Bangalore,
CO4
for
because
his
I wouldn't have
enlightened
done all
speech
the
on
other
education and
COs.
economy. Sir, of course, we are
Wouldn't have
streaming
addressed
this
before
in
that.
YouTube also
But
to
what
have a
happens
maximum
is,
participants
but
reach.
I designed my
And
test
we
in such a way.
really thank our chief guest, Dr. Vishnu Mahesh, for
I have
accepting our
questions
invitation in
related to
spite of his busy
CO4
schedule. I
carrying
sincerely
3
thank
marks. Whether
Dr.
they are
Ashok
given as
Bhattachalam,
one
Founder and
question, 2
Managing
questions,
Director,
3 questions, that is
KGISL
a
Intimation
teacher's
Systems
choice.
Limited,
Okay.
in absentia,
And then
Dr.
similarly
Vanita, Secretary, KG
CO3
College of
carries
Arts and
3
Science, Mr.
marks
Anant Kumar
weightage
Rajendran,
and CO2
CEO,
carries 2 and
KGISL Education
CO1
Institutions,
2.
Dr. Ratnamala,
Together they
Principal,
make
KG
up
College of Arts and Science,
10.
for their unstinted support in conducting this
Okay.
event.
Similarly,
I
when
thank
you come to
Vice
test
Principals,
2, I
Director,
will only mainly,
IQAC,
let's say in this
Head
particular
and faculty
case,
members
I
of
will
our
only focus
institutions
on
and participants of other
subsequent COs.
institutions for your enthusiastic support and participation.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Subsequent COs, and I distribute my weightage like this.
Thank you, ma'am.
And my assignments
Dear
are
participants,
somewhere
we
in the
are
middle.
about to begin session
So,
1.
at the level
May
of
I request
CO4 and
Dr. Yes.
CO5,
Vidya,
and
Director
these
of
5 marks are
IQAC,
distributed
KG
like
College of
this.
Arts and Science, to welcome
By and
and
large, what
introduce the
happens
chief
when
guest of the first session,
these
Dr.
COs are a bit
M.G.
sequential.
Sethuraman,
That
Professor
means
and Head,
CO1
Department of Chemistry,
becomes a
the
prerequisite
Gandhigram
to
Rural Institute,
CO2, and
Gandhigram.
together they become
Over to you, ma'am.
prerequisite to CO3 and so on. Sometimes you have issues where the prerequisites do differ.
A warm welcome to everyone for the first session of
CO4 is a
NAAC
prerequisite to
two-day
all of
national
them,
seminar
but CO5
organized
is
by
not
KG
necessarily
College of Arts and
prerequisite
Science.
to CO6. So
The
all kinds of
session
things can happen.
revised
So
assessment
while
and
planning this,
accreditation
you have to
framework
take that
will be
into
handled by Dr. Sethuraman, Professor of Chemistry and Controller of Examination in charge from Gandhigram Rural
Into
University,
consideration.
Dindigul. It is an honor for
Now,
me to welcome Dr. Sethuraman
said that is the
sir
plan.
on behalf of KG
Now,
College
what do
of
I
Arts
do?
and Science.
In the questions
I extend
related
my
to
warm
CO4,
welcome to our
assignments
Secretary
related
Ma'am,
to
Dr. B.
CO4,
Vanita,
out
Principal
of these
Ma'am,
3
Dr. J.
marks, the class
Ratnamala.
average
I
is
would like to welcome
1.5.
our Vice Principals, Deans,
Okay.
Directors,
Here,
Heads
in the
and
test
faculty
1,
members.
I have 2 marks
Before we begin this
allocated to
session, I would
CO1.
like to express my
You may
heartfelt
put 20,
gratitude to
and
all the
then
participants
you bring it back,
who
normalize
sincerely
back to
committed to
this.
this seminar to
So
make
the
it a
class average
success.
is 1.6
It is my pleasure to welcome you
out of
all,
2.
the participants from various
Whereas
institutions.
with questions related
Now
to
I feel extremely
CO2,
honored to
it is
introduce our
1.7
chief
out of
guest
2.
for the session.
Like that, I
Dr.
complete.
M.G. Sethuraman
This
sir,
entire
he is
data is
currently
available
working
at the
as
department.
Professor of Chemistry,
Then what do I
Gandhigram
do?
Rural
When
University.
I want to
He
compute
has
the
his
attainment of
MSc and
CO4 in
PhD from
CIE,
National Institute of
then
Technology,
this
Trichy.
1.5
He has
is
32
added
years
to
of teaching
2.
experience
So
and
it
36 years
becomes
of research experience.
3.5 out of 6 marks.
His
3
areas of
and 3,
specialization include
3
natural
and
product
3
chemistry,
out of 6 it
surface
becomes.
protection
So
strategies.
3.5 out of
Professor
6 is
Sethuraman has
70%
published
attainment
147 research
as far as
articles
CIE
in
is
leading
concerned.
international journals with a good impact factor,
Okay,
and his
whereas
publications are
when
widely
it comes
cited.
to SEE, I
20
don't have a
scholars
value.
have been
All I
awarded
can do is
PhD under
compute
his
class
guidance,
average.
and 8
And
scholars
what
are
do I do?
presently
I merely
working
say,
under his
okay,
guidance.
I consider
He has
this
delivered more
same level of
than
attainment for
400
all
invited
COs
talks
and
in
use the
various
same number.
national and international conferences, both in
And now
India
CIE
and abroad.
and
Professor
SEE,
Sethuraman has
these are
completed
the
10
class
research
average
projects.
marks
He
that I
has
got.
mobilized
I have to
rupees
combine
5.27
because
crores
our weightage
through the
for
projects.
CIE is
Besides this,
25%.
he is also
The remaining
Associate Director
75%
of
for
an
this.
Indo-US
So I combine these
21st
two with these
Century Knowledge
percentages,
Initiative
and this is
Project
what I
of
would get.
UGC, which is being executed
Though I
in
should
collaboration
put as
with University
0.25
of
and
North Florida,
0.5
USA.
for computations
He has
for
also
the
served as a
purpose, we don't
coordinator
have to
for
go to second decimal
Levinson
places,
Recognition
not
Mentoring
even
Program.
first decimal place.
He is the
We
recipient
can
of
round it up.
Moscow National Award
Then
2018
what do you
of the
do?
Electrochemical
Once we
Society of
got
India
the
in
average
recognition of
here,
the significant
and I
contribution
do, if
made
I'm
to the
doing
domain of
indirect attainment,
corrosion science. students He was
I'm
chosen for the
computing through
Mid-Career Award of
post-exit
UGC
surveys.
under BSR
And these
scheme
are
in
the
2021.
attainment values, some
He had
average
honor
values
of
I
being
got.
included the list of
And I
top
combine
2%
these
of
two,
world scientists compiled by
90%
Stanford
for that
University,
and 10%
Elsevier
for
Research
this,
Intelligence,
and I combine
Scientific
these two like
Strategies
this and
for the
get a
year
number slip.
2019. He had
And
several
then I have my target, which
administrative
I've
positions in
originally have
Gandhigram
selected.
Rural and has
And
traveled widely
then
on
gap
academic
between these
assignments.
two
He
is
served as a
zero
director,
attainment
research and
gap is
development
this.
for 1 year, 8 months. He was head of the
Okay.
Department of
As you
Chemistry
can see,
for
it
3
varies.
years
Sometimes
and
it is
director of
negative also.
IQAC
That
for
means I've
8 years.
exceeded the target.
He also served
Like
as the member
here,
of
it is
Interim
50,
Administrative
almost
Committee,
60.
discharging the
The
function
target
of
originally I
Vice
set is
Chancellor
50,
during
which may
2008
be
to
wrong,
9.
a
He
wrong
has been nominated to the
estimate.
syndicate of Bharathidasan
That
University
means my
as
guess was wrong.
Governor
So what
Chancellor
do I
nominee
do?
for the
Next
period of
time when
3 years
the gap
from
is
August
negative, I raise the
2021.
target.
Presently, he is also serving
And
as
when
the
the
member
gap
of
is
Executive
positive,
Committee, Bharathidasan
now I have
University,
to,
Tiruchirappalli
like,
Business
this is the
Development
closure of the
Center.
quality loop.
As
So here
director
I
of
have
IKAC, he
negative
successfully
gap.
steered the
So
Gandhigram
I
Rural
raise the
Institute
target to
to get A
65%.
grade in
Same
NAAC
thing here,
accreditation during
but
his
the
second
gap
and
is
third
positive
cycle.
here.
He is the
Now the
recipient
teacher
of
will have to
Institutional
make a
Social
decision.
Responsibility
With
Award
regard to
of Gandhigram
CO3,
Rural
the teacher will
Institute from
have
Honorable Vice Chancellor.
his or her own
He has
what do you
undertaken
call
many
it,
quality
observations
sustenance
noted,
activities,
why something has
including
happened.
development
I'm
of
sure at the end of the
PBAS
lecture,
formats. He has
every teacher
conducted
will have their
academic
own
and administrative audits at
views
6
about whether
universities
it went
and 25
right or
colleges
not.
across
If
India
it went very
and has
satisfactorily, you
sensitized
get the
faculty
credit.
members on quality
And if it is
enhancement
not,
strategies.
you may find that, okay,
He has
the
served as
amount
a
of
resource
time I have
person
taken
in more
to
than
explain this
40
particular thing is not
NAAC-sponsored
adequate and so on.
national
And
conferences
use
or
that
and workshops.
information
He is
to do
actively
something.
involved in
So
quality
plan
sustenance
next time, like
activity
this,
such
present
as
2 more
curricular
videos of
design,
15 minutes
outcome-based
each.
education,
You provide the
quality
links,
metrics
something like
in
that.
research,
So
research
for
quality
every
circles,
session,
quality
wherever there
benchmarking,
are
and creation
gaps
of
like
institutional
that,
database.
you write your
Besides, he
own,
has served as the
your
overall
own
coordinator for visit
plans
of
or what
UGC
is it
teams
that you
for the
wish to
review
do,
of
you
11th,
want to do.
12th,
Next time
5-year
you
plans
offer
at the
the
Gandhigram Institute. At the Gandhigram
So that
Institute.
is
Currently, he is also
what
serving as
the closure of the
controller of
quality loop would
examination.
mean. We are
We are
slightly
grateful to
behind
Dr.
schedule,
Sridharaman
but
sir
we'll
for
try to
accepting
catch
our
up.
invitation
And
and making his presence here. Today, we are
action plans need
privileged
to be
to
as
have an
specific as
opportunity to
possible.
listen to this
Don't
session.
vaguely say
Once
like
again, I
motivate the
welcome you all.
students, work
Thank you.
harder. That kind of thing doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Dr. S. Vidya.
Indicate if any
It is
additional
the mark of an
resources.
educated mind to
Sometimes
be
if you
able
want
to
to do
kindle a
something,
spark
you must have
and
access
build
to
up
the
on
resources.
it
Sometimes
and to
physical,
build a nation in turn.
sometimes learning
May I now
resources,
request Dr.
and
M.G.
sometimes they
Sethuraman,
are
Professor and Head, Department of
copyright
Chemistry, the
protected,
Gandhigram
sometimes
Rural
they're open
Institute,
source.
to take over
So
the
you will
session
have to look at
on
all,
revised
whatever you want
assessment
to
and
do.
accreditation framework.
You have to
Over to you, sir.
plan this
Very
additional
good morning to
resources
all of
next
you.
time
I'm
you
indeed
offer.
honored by the invitation
Indicate
extended
if
by
any changes in
the
lesson
KG College
plans
of
are
Arts and
made.
Science. My
That also you can do.
personal regards to
And if
Dr.
possible,
Vanita
have the
ji
action
for
plans reviewed by
inviting
peers. It
me
is always
to the
healthy to get your own
two-day
plans
national
reviewed by your colleague
NAAC sponsored
who is
seminar.
also familiar with the subject.
I'm
Just
very
second
delighted to
opinion.
be
It is not a
part of this
judgment.
seminar. I think
When
after
another
the
person looks at
inaugural
whatever we
session, I
think
think
is
I'm the
right,
opening batsman,
and they comment,
and
yes,
the responsibility
and
is
it
more on
doesn't have to
me,
be like
and
absolutely.
sure
There's
that
no,
I'll be
it
able
is not
to
a high stakes
live
type
up to
of
the expectations, if not fully, at least to some extent.
judgment.
Now,
It's just
friends,
kind of
NAAC is a
discussion.
necessary
Okay.
evil.
And
Whether
if
you
that
like it
kind
or
of
not,
practice can be brought in,
we
it will
need
be
to
wonderful.
have such agencies, at least to set
And
us
you can also
all,
do this
or to
course
tune us
attainment
all
targets
to the
if
expectation.
you are operating
Please
in
remember one
quantized
thing, but
mode.
for NAAC, many
Original
institutions would not have
target
gone
was
for
level
even
3.
whitewashing.
Class
That is the
average
kind of
target
scenario
is
that we
greater
have.
than 70%.
Now, let me go to the presentation mode, and then
if it is
I'll not waste
if
my
it is
time.
exceeded, then you will go to you will increase the target like this. And similarly, you have to write your plans.
Are you able to see?
So the conclusion for CO
Vishnu was
attainment
telling
is
that we are having new
first of all, there
modes
is no
of,
unique way of setting the targets
like
for the attainment
delivering
of
lectures
COs.
and all that.
No
In
unique
a
way of
face-to-face
computing the
classrooms, you will
attainment
have
of
only few
COs.
tens or hundreds.
Increasing the,
But in a
there is no
session like
particular
this, few
logic
thousands
in,
also can join. All that
you
is
can
there.
justify for yourself,
Many
but
log in,
nobody
but how
tells
many
you
people
exactly
listen,
how to
God
increase
knows.
the
So this is
the
what
target.
really happens when you take a class through online.
Should it be
Every
from
second
62,
minute
should
or
I go
third
up to
minute, we keep
62 or
shouting, Suresh, are
63
you
or 65
online?
or 70? Use your own judgment.
Kalavati, are you online?
Planning for improvement is also
Lata, are you online? That is what
completely
we ask.
decided by the
We don't
faculty
really know
member
whether Lata is there on
based on
online or
his or
her
her own
grandparents are
experiences
online.
or the way
This is
they
what is
interpret what has
actually
happened in
happening.
class.
Now, friends,
But
quality is the most
the
hyped
focus is to
word.
present
People talk
evidence-based
about quality.
demonstration that the
Unfortunately, it is a
department is
casualty
striving to
in
improve
many
the
of the
attainment of
institutions.
COs and is
Now,
achieving
with the
better
advent of
attainments of COs
COVID-19,
with each
the teaching
succeeding
learning
batch of
process has
students.
suffered like
That
anything.
is the
Teaching
ultimate
is
goal.
taking place,
If you follow
but learning is
unaware
not taking
measurement,
place. Now, the
it is
students are
any
not
any
confident.
method that you choose is
There are
approximate,
agitations
mind you.
wherein the students are refusing to write
So
offline
one is not
examinations.
looking for
And
0.1%
many
accuracy in
teachers
judgment
themselves
and
are
things like
also, they have forgotten
it
how
is
to hold a chalk
approximate
piece.
one.
So
Any
to that
approximate
extent,
one
the
is okay
situations
as long
have
as you are
changed.
able to
Prior
demonstrate
to
we are
March
moving forward.
2020,
Okay.
when we insisted
Now
on
we'll take
ICT-based
one or two
teaching,
questions
there was so much
before
of
we move
resistance
on to
from the
PO
teachers.
PSO attainment.
Come
Any
COVID,
questions?
the
Please?
scenario is totally changed. Everybody opted for it. I mean, they are compelled to do it. And for 1 year, nearly, we had only online teaching.
Some questions.
And what kind of teaching was taking place, all of us know as teachers. The problem is the moment you ask questions, the boy says that there is network issue.
The floor is now
Even
open
in the
for the
PhD
question
examination,
session.
it was happening. The moment you start asking a question in a PhD Viva, which is held online, the boy says that, sir, there is network issue. So this is how people escaped. And in fact, it is true also that people had
Sir, good
sometimes
morning,
this
sir.
kind of issues.
Yes.
And projection was
Sir,
not
it's a
good.
great pleasure
And
to
the
hear
kind of,
your
people
sharing
didn't
your
know how to
knowledge, sir.
behave also.
Sir, I
Sociological
have a
problems were
question.
there.
Yes,
Sir,
And
sir.
affiliated
there were
under
so many
Bhavya
issues.
University,
The
sir.
kind of
Yes.
issues which we had
According
not
to the university
anticipated,
norms, we
we
have
experienced
POs.
it for the past 1 year.
For example,
Now,
one of the PO is
with the
environment
proctored
and
example,
sustainability. In
examination
that,
system and all that,
that
we
PO,
conducted the
how can we
examination.
can
And
relate to the
examination became a
languages like
mockery.
our computer
Your
science
proctored
languages like C
examination
and C++,
system was able
sir?
to,
Because in the university norms,
identify
the
a moving
university
calendar.
CO
It was
PO
able to
mapping, they have
identify a
given us
moving
a
object.
medium map. But we cannot
And all
relate
that,
that to an
but it was not able to
programming
identify
languages.
a copying student.
So
So that
how
was
is it
really
possible
what
to
was
do that?
happening.
Programming
Are you able to
languages,
listen
huh?
to me?
Yeah, yes,
Kekradappa?
sir. C and C++.
Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Okay.
Computer
No,
science
Yes,
languages.
sir.
this is
First
a
of all,
strange,
every PO
this is a
cannot be
strange
addressed by
disease
every
for
course.
most of the teachers now. Every
While
5 minutes,
in principle it
we
can
ask,
be
are you
done,
alive?
it will
Are
be
you,
very taxing.
listening to
It will be
me? All
demanding.
that kind of questions we used to ask.
So
So please
what
don't
first
blame me
thing
for
that
that.
happens
That is a
is
kind of a genetic disorder
actually
that we
POs
have
have no business of
inherited in the recent
university.
past. Fine. Now, one should
Okay, they
really
can
be aware of
indicate
the quality.
because
It is
POs
not
by
enough if
very
you have the
definition
awareness on
strictly to
quality,
be
you should take steps to attain
identified by
quality.
the
Friends, it
institution.
is not enough if you
That
attain
is as
quality,
per
you'll have to
NAAC.
sustain quality. Please
NAAC
remember
doesn't
one
say
thing, it is not
university
enough if you sustain
identifies
quality,
POs
you'll have
and you
to
have
take
to
steps
do
to
that.
enhance
That is
quality
one.
also.
Keep
There
that
should be
aside.
all-round quality
And
assurance
every course
activities.
need not address
Okay,
every
there should be
PO.
quality
A
culture
subset of
in
POs
the
will be addressed
institutions.
by the very nature of the
Unfortunately,
course.
the word quality has
But
been
the department
misunderstood,
has to
and
put
people
all courses
give least
together
importance for
and make
quality.
sure
Now,
somewhere
with the education
out of
institutions
maybe
becoming
20,
malls,
25
quality
courses,
suffers
at least 2
always
or
a
3
setback.
courses
Now, what is the kind of
are
situation that you
addressing some
have here?
aspect of
There is an
that
explosive increase in the
environment
number of
and
higher educational
sustainability.
institutions.
Okay?
If you take a
That's the
walk
way.
in
That's why all
OMR,
these things
if you
should
are
not.
able to see
We are
more than
so much
140
used
institutions in
to
a single
at
road.
our
To that extent, number
individual
of
course
institutions
level
have
and take
increased.
all the
There is a kind
decisions,
of
whatever
cancerous
that is
growth of
available to you.
educational institutions.
But
I would
the
say
NAAC
that to that
accreditation
extent,
process requires
the number of
that all
institutions have
faculty
increased.
sit together
Every street corner has
and
got a
make
beauty
several
parlor and an
decisions
engineering
together.
college.
For
To that
example, you
extent,
find no
the
courses
number of engineering
addressing
colleges have increased. And
that
there are no
particular
takers also.
PO that
Sometimes
you
if you look at
mentioned.
the enrollment
Then
numbers,
what
it
should
is
the
in single digit
department
for
do?
some of the colleges. So developed
everybody can
countries
say,
are
no, no,
working
no,
very hard to
subject
expand the higher
matter doesn't
education
lead
resources.
to addressing
Developing
this.
countries are trying to enhance
So
the existing
what you
infrastructure
have to do
to
is
cope
you
up with the
can say,
demand.
among the
There is a
courses
booming
that are
online
available,
learning
core
taking
courses
place.
available,
There is mobile
which are
learning,
the ones that can
remote
at least
learning,
address
anytime, anywhere learning. If
marginally
you
or
ask a
at least
student,
to a
he says
limited
that he is
extent
driving the vehicle.
that particular
He says
thing.
that a boy
And that
from 2 days
course
back
will have to
asked for a
incorporate
permission.
that. And
He
this
asked that
decision should be
it
done,
seems he is
as I
selling
said,
ladies' finger.
with all the faculty of the
Pendaka.
department
He
sitting
says
together
that I'll
inside.
come and write the test
Okay?
after selling this ladies' finger.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
So this
as
is
I
the
said
kind of
earlier,
anytime,
we are an
anywhere
affiliated
examination,
college.
anytime, anywhere
So
learning,
can
all
we
that is
change
becoming
that? I mean,
popular.
it is not according
Now,
to
ever
what I
increasing
said.
competition
It
is
is
there.
not according to
Universities are competing for
Yes, as I said
faculty,
right in the
students,
beginning,
research funding,
the
knowledge
syllabus is
partnership, all
fixed by
that.
the
So
university.
people are signing
That you
MOU
cannot change in an
by
affiliated
arranging a
college.
function.
Even the
But
CEOs and
NAAC is
POs,
asking for
No,
functional
they are
MOU.
given a
Institutions are
deadline that you
investing
have to
heavily on
exactly follow
ICT to
that.
support and maintain competitive position. People were
Okay,
talking about
there is
teacher-student
there is
ratio.
nothing that
Now people are
legislated
talking
that.
about
The
student-computer
level of
ratio.
freedom
If you look at
exists
the
at the
UGC's
college level, at the
mandate,
department.
they say that access,
Yeah, I am
equity,
reinterpreting. I am not
expansion,
changing
and
the
excellence are the
syllabus.
4 watchwords
Yes,
of
they have given some
your UGC.
CBOs.
Now, please
And
remember
I am
one thing.
interpreting,
Should there
I am
be quality
rewording.
assurance? Institutional quality
Can
assurance. What
somebody
are the
guarantee
requirements?
just because
Should
it came
quality be
from
emphasized for the entire
that they have
institution
written
for
it
all
properly?
programs? Or is
I'm
it
familiar
sufficient
with,
if you have for a few
that.
programs?
Many
There
times
should
they
be
are not
policies
fitting
and
properly.
procedures. No, but we don't have
Okay,
policies
sir.
at
Sir, I
all.
have one
Very
more
We don't
question.
follow the
wrong way of
procedures at
writing,
all.
sometimes
You tell
inadequate way
tell
of
me who the
writing,
guy is. I'll tell you
using
who
wrong words.
what kind
I
of
can
rules
show
that
you
we should
any
be
number of
followed. So
examples.
it,
That means
the
you
procedure
mean to say
follows
that I have to
when followed
continuously work
varies from
just because
person to
it came
person.
from one
There
board
is
of
no formal
studies?
mechanism of approval. Periodic review is not
Syllabus,
there.
yes.
Monitoring of the
I can't
program
do
is not
anything.
taking place. Award of
Even if
degree
you
is becoming
disagree
a
with the
mockery.
syllabus,
Prior to
maximum
autonomy,
you can
the
write
pass
back to
percentage
them
is
and
only
say, please
65 or
change.
67. After the
But
attainment of
with
autonomy
regard
status,
to
it is 98 or
CBOs
99.
and
So
POs
autonomy has enabled the students to
is in
pass.
the
So that has become a
realm
license
of
for the
the
college to give away
institution.
the degrees. Assessment of students.
Rewording
We insist on
PSOs
CO,
and
PO,
CBOs
mapping,
is in
and
the
then
realm of the
calculation of
departments.
attainment and all that. But
Okay, sir.
the revised
Sir,
Bloom's taxonomy is the bad word
similarly
for many of the
also for
teachers and the
K1 and
students.
K2,
We say
K3,
at
sir,
assessment,
for Unit
students
1,
say
we know
it
it
is
is not
harassment.
applicable to K6.
Then public
But the university
information.
has given us
15
K6.
districts have declared
something like
holiday
that. So
today in
what is
view of the
K6?
red alert.
Yeah, K1,
Okay,
yeah,
but how
Bloom's
many
taxonomy,
institutions have
K1,
displayed this kind of
applying
holiday notice in
knowledge,
their
the
website?
knowledge
God
levels,
knows.
sir.
Information systems.
Define, analyze
People do
the
not have
knowledge
management
levels
information
in
system,
Bloom's
learning
No,
management
you're
system, and
mixing.
all that. It
The
is only on
Bloom's
paper. Just to clear
revised
to
Bloom's
NAAC,
taxonomy
visit.
talks
All
about
these things will be there.
6
The moment NAAC visit is
cognitive
over, the first
processes.
thing they do is they close down the IQAC.
Okay, and 4
Okay,
knowledge
learning
categories.
resources and student support.
See,
Teaching,
it depend-
assurance for the,
if the
quality assurance
syllabus
for teaching
itself,
staff.
if you
What
look
kind of
at
quality assurance
and
you can
look at
have
the previous
when the
question
teachers are not
papers,
really paid?
if there are
Okay, there are
nothing
institutions
that
which have
demands
paid
the
only 40% of the
addressing
salary
the,
during the COVID, and some of the
highest cognitive
institutions are
process,
paying
namely
only
create,
15,000 or
you
12,000
cannot
for
say design,
teachers who have
you
got
have to incorporate
PhD
create.
qualification.
First,
And what
write
kind of quality can we
your
expect?
CVOs
So this is all
representing that.
done with the kind of, see,
Because
people do
the
not
example
want
that
to
I showed
improve
you,
the quality.
the
But
way
they
the
want to
syllabus,
have
the
A++.
way the faculty have
This is a
written,
kind of
they
bad
couldn't go
trend.
beyond second
Whether it
level,
is a
namely
private
understand.
college or a government
it's a
college,
descriptive course.
everybody wants to get the highest degree
You are
without
describing. You
enhancing
cannot
the
force fit
infrastructure,
on
without
that,
actually paying the
evaluate,
teacher,
analyze,
without
and all
actually
that
having the
stuff.
quality facilities, quality teachers, quality students, and all
So
that.
don't
So this is
artificially
actually
keep
the order of the
adding
day.
higher cognitive
Now, please remember one thing:
processes,
one should have commitment.
nor
It is not
all
enough if management
types
has
of
got
knowledge
commitment.
categories.
The
If
teachers
you
should
say
also have commitment. The
metacognitive,
students should
you
also
must
have
demonstrate
commitment.
how you are
Team building
addressing
and
that,
teamwork. If there are 4
which may be
people in the
very
department,
relevant, but we
there are
don't know
5,
how to go about doing it.
groups.
How to measure
So much
that.
is actually the cohesive effort.
So
Planning
please
the
be
quality assurance
realistic
activities.
in
Nobody
terms of
plans.
that,
Just
not
prior
just
to NAAC visit, people
tick some
pretend as
boxes
if they are
because that is
planning a
what is
quality
required
assurance
by
activity.
NAAC.
The
then the
moment
whole
NAAC visit
purpose
is
is
over,
defeated.
everything is really gone. Arriving at an
Okay.
institutional
Thank you.
quality
Thank you very
model,
much, sir.
that's again a question
Yeah,
mark.
let me
The discipline of continuous
proceed.
improvement, there is only a zigzag graph which you see. This year it will be 65 prior
Sir,
to the NAAC
can we
accreditation,
change
the graph will go
course
up.
outcome
Once the NAAC
attainment for
accreditation
every
is
set
over,
of
the graph
students,
will
every
come down.
batch
So that
students?
kind of only improvement is there. Willingness to adopt
Attainment
changes. No
targets
teacher
are,
wants to adopt changes.
Can we
Even if
change for
new
the
timetable is
different batch
introduced,
students?
teachers really fight with their
Suppose I
heads of the
handle the
departments.
same course
So
for
the
the
syllabus
next year,
in Board of
shall I
Studies, if
change
you
the
suggest
target,
some
sir?
change in the syllabus, you are able
But
to
you
see
should have a
frowning
basis
faces
for changing
because
the
teachers are
target.
not willing to
And
learn.
that's
Teachers are
what we have
sometimes
demonstrated.
not willing to adopt
That is,
changes. I'm not
you have
talking about
already have a
everybody.
target.
There are a few
And
who
then
resist
you have
that kind of
attained,
changes.
you found the gap.
March towards excellence
Based on the
through
gap, either
strategic
you are
planning,
adjusting the
meeting
target,
global
or you
challenges.
are planning to
So
do
these are all
something
the
to
things. There are
reduce the
6
gap.
quality dimensions. One is tangible
That's
dimension.
what it is.
The other one is competence. Third one is attitude. One should have the required content.
Okay, you
Delivery
can
should
still
be
see my
excellent.
slides, right?
Reliability should
Sir,
be high.
excuse me.
Please
Yeah.
remember
Sir, how
one thing.
can we
NAAC says that
incorporate
these are the
Bloom's
5
taxonomy to calculate the
general
course
accreditation
outcomes, sir?
framework.
Is there
The
any
institution
standard
should
formula
contribute for national
available?
development. The first question for NAAC
No,
is
first the
whether the
language.
programs
You have to
are
watch out.
tailored,
We are not
in tune with
computing
the
any
aspirations of the nation or
computing any
the
Bloom's
agenda of the
taxonomy.
state or focused
The
on
course
the
outcomes
regional
are
needs. That is the
written
first question. We'll have to foster
based
global
on
competencies
revised
among
Bloom's
students. We are not
taxonomy.
preparing students
Okay?
for Hubli.
That is the
We are
first thing.
preparing students for
And then I
Houston.
mentioned you
Students
use the
for
same
Khartoum. We are
conventional
preparing students for
assessment
Canberra.
instruments
Okay,
that
so
you
are
are
we
using.
fostering the global
Test 1, test
competencies
2,
among
and
students?
so
That is the
on.
question that we are asking.
Yes, sir.
And semester
Inculcating
exams.
value system among
And the
students. Values
performance
are
of the
going for 6.
students
With
are
internet in
combined
there,
in
with an
terms of the
Android phone,
percentage
everybody
weightage that you are
is
going for
having.
each one.
Value system is not there at all
And
among
then
the
compare the
stakeholders.
performance,
Promoting
class
the use
average
of technology.
performance with
Boys
the
are much
set
better than the
target.
teachers. If you give a mobile
Targets are
phone
set
to
for
a
each CO. Or if you
teacher,
want to find
you can
another
find
way of
out
setting
what
targets,
the
please do
his
so.
or her age is.
But
So
after
boys,
you
the students are
identify
much
the
better in
gap between the
technology.
two,
We
then
teachers
you
are
decide
not
what
really
you
that
want to
well
do
versed with
next year.
technology at all. So when you
Okay,
show
sir,
a
thank you.
PowerPoint, the boy
Whereas
says, go to
with
the previous
respect to
PowerPoint,
program
that is much
outcomes,
better, madam,
they
he
are now
says.
related to
There
the
is quest for
entire
excellence.
program. That is, if it
There
is
is
a
no quest
3-year
at
degree
all. So,
program,
but NAAC
I can
strives
only
for
compute
the
POs
quest
to
for
what
excellence.
extent they're
Please
attained
remember one thing, ladies
at
and
the end of the
gentlemen,
batch.
quality
That is,
assurance does
every
not
3
happen by
years I have to
accident.
aggregate
It has to be
information
planned.
and then decide.
It's not a single thing. It's an aura.
Okay?
It's an atmosphere.
Okay, sir.
An
Sir,
overpowering
each
feeling
unit is
that the
related to
institution
a
is doing
specific
everything
topic.
with
In
excellence.
that case,
There should be
can
That
we
is
continuous
not
have
wrong, madam.
course
Please
outcome
remember
for
one thing, 2
each
things are
unit?
needed.
See,
One is
that is
ensuring
another
compliance.
extremely
Other one is
bad
ensuring regular
practice that
movement.
is done by
So you'll
all
have to see that
universities.
there is,
Unit has
when
no
all
any
stipulations of
academic
UGC,
basis.
MHRD,
It was introduced sometime
AACTE,
back by
then
universities
TCE
as
or MCI, all
an
that are actually met.
administrative
There
convenience.
should be continuous
On what basis do you
incremental
classify
increase in
the
terms of academic output.
course
Please remember
topics
one
into
thing, we should
4
have
units
quality
or 5
students.
units?
We should have a robust
And for
curriculum,
some universities
which can
use
stand the
6
test of
units,
time.
some
We should have
use 5,
experience
some
in
use
faculty
4.
with
What is
expertise.
the
We should
rationale
have quality
in that?
facilities.
Some convenient
Quality
class.
processes should be there. Facilities should be
COs
excellent.
need not have
Institutional
anything
support
to do with the
mechanism should be
units.
good.
You are still
Only
not
then you
changing
can
the
have the
syllabus.
required outcomes. Probably
Keep the
you have to
units
get the
aside.
feedback, do the assessment, and
They may
improve
still
upon
insist on
the
designing
inputs.
end semester
Please
exam
remember one
paper
thing, the revised
based on the
accreditation
units.
framework
That is
is
the
really
prerogative of the university.
different
Let
from the
them do.
old accreditation framework.
But
Earlier, it was
as
only
far
a
as your
team
internal,
work.
the way you are
A team used
interacting
to
with the
come
students,
and we used to
once you write
give them
COs,
from Ambur biryani
based
to
on
Hyderabad
your
biryani,
judgment,
and
how
we
the
used to
topics
present
are
before them
organized,
as
how
if
much
things are
weightage
very good,
I should
and
give to
sometimes
address each
they
topic.
are satisfied, sometimes we are,
So
they are not
writing
satisfied, and
COs
we get A
is
grade,
the
A plus, and
prerogative
all to
of
that.
the
Now it is
department
all
or the
data
teacher.
based. It is all quantitative evaluation.
A
Many of the
CIE,
institutions are finding it
hopefully
difficult
your
because
test you can
they don't
design.
have the
That
supporting
also is
evidence
not
to
supplied
show
by university.
that they have the data based, proofs.
Okay.
One. Second
Sorry,
is their
there
process
are a
is
lot of
simplified.
issues related to
Third
that,
is
but let's
you
see,
should
we
have got
limited
25%
time. I need to
out of the
continue.
quantitative evaluation. Only then you are
Okay, I
eligible for
need
the
to
peer
go
team
quickly
visit.
through this.
70% of the
POs and
evaluation
PSOs,
is system based.
they can only be
30% is
addressed through
evaluation is
core
only on peer
courses,
team judgment.
projects, seminars,
Then there is a third
presentations,
party validation.
internships. Sometimes, if
DVV
you
is
are
there.
able to measure
That
through
validation
co-curricular
verification
and
mechanism is there.
extracurricular activities.
There is optional
Okay?
metrics also there up to the extent of the
But
3%.
POs and PSOs are at
Friends,
the end of the program,
we have
not
7
at each
criteria.
course.
The first criteria is
Then
curricular
what do you
aspects.
do?
Second criteria is teaching, learning,
Only
evaluation.
through core
Third
courses.
criteria
The
is on
electives,
research,
while they are
innovation and
important
extension. It was earlier
because they certainly
consultancy.
increase
Fourth
the depth
criteria
of
is
that. And they
infrastructure,
also
learning
are
resources.
addressing
Fifth
some of the
criteria is on
keynotes.
student support and progression.
But the issue
Sixth
is
criteria is on
not all
governance, leadership,
students
and
are taking
management.
the same
Seventh
element.
criteria is on institutional values and best practices. There is a
So to
change
that
in 3
extent,
and 7th
electives are
criteria
at
now
least
under the
activities
revised
that are
accreditation
not
framework.
done
Are you able to
by
listen to
all
me?
students have to
Eh?
be kept out of
Vidya?
completing the attaining POs and
There are
PSOs.
7 criteria, ladies and gentlemen. There are 34 key indicators, out of which 35 or 36 are the qualitative metrics and 58
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
quantitative
now this
metrics are
quality
there.
loop around
So totally
POs
about
and PSOs
93 or
also, it is the
96
same
metrics are
story.
there.
You set the
So
target.
please remember one thing, that the qualitative metrics
And,
will be assessed by the team which is coming
and
to your
then
college.
the POs and
The
PSOs
quantitative
are
metrics will be
attained
assessed
through
by the
core
DVV
courses,
team,
projects,
for
presentations, and
which
so
you have
on.
to
They have
have
already
the
mentioned.
evidences. Please
And
remember one thing,
it
this is
leads
the
to the
distribution of
gap should
weightage.
lead to
So
plan
the
for
first
closing
weightage,
the PO
see,
PSO
curriculum
gaps
design and
or
development is the
enhancement
first
of
one.
the PO PSO
So if it is an
targets.
affiliated college, you don't have to worry about it. But
Now,
if it is an autonomous college,
my
you'll have to have
targets,
50%,
for
50
example,
marks
the
for it.
attainment
But you'll have
calculations
to
can
have
all be
curricular planning.
normalized to as a
Please remember
percentage
one thing,
or
curricular planning
let's say to
and
1.
implementation has a weightage of 20.
And if
Whether there is a planned documentation,
if I normalize
documented
it to
process for
1,
curriculum delivery. Do
then
you have
my
the notes of
target can
lesson?
be
Do
something
you
like
have the
0.8 can
lecture
be the
schedule?
target
All
for
that,
my
whether it is
PO
maintained,
PSO
whether you have a
I have a
monitoring
particular
system,
PO.
whether you are having a class committee, all that is
Some POs
actually
can have a lower
monitored through
target.
this.
Some
Then do you have
POs
an
can have
academic
higher
calendar?
target.
How do you prepare the
Just in the case of
adherence of the,
like
how do you prepare an adherence, academic
Okay.
calendar? How do you check for the
The thing
adherence of
is,
the academic
just
calendar?
because
That is
one
5 marks.
PO is
Then
addressed
whether, what is the kind
by
of
some CO,
role of the teachers in board of
and
studies
let's
or
say
an academic council of the
you
parent university
briefly
or other
address that. You give one
academic
lecture in the
institutions.
entire course related
Likewise,
to
so for
environment
PG college they have different parameters.
something.
Then academic flexibility,
And
whether
let
you
us
are
say
having a
you
choice-based
spend
credit
some
system
50
or elective system, that is 10 marks.
50% of the
We have
time
the same
on
elective.
addressing another
Elective
PO.
is actually given
Obviously, you are
compulsorily on
not
students.
addressing to the same
There is no
strength.
choice for the teachers or
So I
no
need
choice
to
for the
determine
students.
the
It is only
strength to which a
chaos-based
particular
confusion system.
PO is
That is the
mapped.
expansion for CBCS. It is not
Okay.
choice-based credit system. It is only
I cannot
chaos-based
differentiate
confusion
between the
system
amount of
because
time I have
for
spent
one
from
college,
2
one
lectures
credit
to
is
3
equal to 1
lectures.
hour.
I
For
cannot
some
do
other
that.
college,
So
one credit is equal to 2
I
hours.
define
It is all
the
varying like
strength
that.
of mapping at
So
3 levels.
CBCS is not
Low
effectively
is 1,
implemented.
medium
So
is
10
2,
marks is really
and
given for that.
3 is
Then
strong.
add-on program and
So I
certificate
need to
program.
say, I
That
need
is
to
the one thing.
determine the strength
Are you
of
doing
mapping
the
of a
certificate program?
particular
Because we are
PO
not
in
giving
my
BSc or
course.
BSc.
And how do
BSc.
I
We are
do
giving
that?
them only BSc plus.
A
We are
simple
not
method,
giving MSc.
which
We are
is
giving
can
them
be
MSc
again,
plus.
it can be
What is the
subjective.
add-on program or
I feel
certificate
that I have
program that
addressed
we
this
are
to
having?
level
Then
3,
average percentage
but
of
who is
students
to question?
enrolled.
You are not going
Who
to
are the
argue with
students who have
every
done?
faculty member.
See, in this you
If
cannot have
everyone
the
does
same
it
student enrolled in 5
intuitively
different
or according
courses.
to their
Okay,
convenience,
so
and you
one
end up
student
with a big
should be
mess.
enrolled in one
So follow a
course. That
simple
is how it should
method,
be actually
which
accounted
is
for.
relatively
So during
quantitative.
DVV,
If
they
I
will
say
ask
more than
such things.
40
Please remember that.
percent
That is
of
one.
classroom sessions
Second,
addressing
curriculum
a
enrichment.
PO,
Are you
it is
integrating
considered
such
that
things like
PO is
professional
addressed
ethics,
at level
gender,
3.
gender, and
Okay.
then issues,
And if it is
human values,
25 to
environment,
40%, then
sustainability,
I'll
all
say
that in the
level 2.
curriculum?
And if it is
Because
5 to
environment, because of the
25%, level
Supreme
1.
Court direction, you would
Less
have
than 5%, I will not
incorporated.
consider
But how
that
about
has
other
been
things,
addressed.
human values and professional ethics?
Again,
Whether you have
these
incorporated gender
percentages
issues in the curriculum, that is 10
after a
marks.
little bit of
Then what is the
debate
percentage of
with
courses
a
that
few
have
of our
experiential
friends, we
learning?
did that.
Whether there is project
But
work,
if you
there is
feel that
field
these
work
numbers
or
need to be
internship.
altered,
How
do
many
so.
students
Make
are
it your
undertaking
own.
all that? That
But
is
do
10
it
marks.
at the entire
The teaching
institute
learning
level,
process, that is a
not
second
at the individual
one.
course
Ladies
level.
and gentlemen,
Okay?
teaching learning is
Having done
actually
that,
given highest priority.
now
About
I
350
take my
marks weightage is
my
given for
course
the second
details.
criteria. Look at the way it
28
is
to
actually done.
45% of
Please
the
remember one
sessions were
thing,
devoted to
whether
PO1,
student-centric methods are there. I don't know whether
whereas
there is a
31 to
small gap
45
somewhere.
sessions are devoted
I
to
don't know. I'm
PO3.
sorry for that. I
19
think
to
the numbering is actually
45
slightly altered, I
sessions
think.
were devoted
But
to
anyway,
PO5.
they are asking
And
about the
45 out of
enrollment of
45
students.
are devoted
They
to
are asking about
PSO3.
whether the students,
Now,
student-centric
unfortunately, we
methods
came
like
up with the
experiential
mapping
learning,
strength the same
participative learning, and
number.
problem-solving methodologies are
But
used.
something can be,
And what
it
is the
can
kind of
only be,
ICT-based
let's say,
tools that are actually
only
used?
5
And
out
then
of
what is the
45,
ratio of
I can
mentor
come with
to
that.
mentee? So these
But
are
anyway,
the
take it
three
like
things
that.
they
This is
ask.
only
So
a
50
sample.
marks for that.
And
Curricular,
what do I do? I
the
need
next
to
is
prepare what is called
teacher
course
profile.
PO/PSO
How many
manner.
teachers are appointed in the
And in
again
this
sanctioned
particular
post? In the case of
we have
I mean,
taken only 6 POs.
government colleges, sanctioned post is
Out of
given by the
the,
RJD. But in the case
have
of private
given
colleges,
suggested
the
12
management has to
POs.
sanction the post. So you have to
That
give the
particular college has
letter
chosen
from the
to choose
management.
on-
So
chosen
you'll have to
only
have
6
1:25 at least for UG,
so
and it is 1:20
this
for the
particular
PG.
course,
So that
some
way you have to have
360,
teacher-student ratio.
is
And how many
addressing
teachers are there with
six,
PhD or DSc
only,
or DLit? They are asking.
let's
So
say
the
3
self-financing
POs.
colleges, it is
The
time that they
remaining
start
POs are
going
not
for
addressed at all.
recruitment of
And
teachers
1
with
PSO
PhD
out of the
degree, so
possible
that they are
4.
able to get 20
So
marks
you
out of
prepare
it.
a kind
Average
of, call
teaching
it
experience
matrix
is 20
or,
marks at the same
or
institution.
vector,
So you'll have to
whatever
see
you
that
want to call it.
attrition
You
rate is
prepare a
actually
row like
decreased,
this.
and teachers have longer
This is
innings in the
also
same
called
college. Then
code,
evaluation process is another thing,
course
whether the internal
articulation
assessment is
matrix.
transparent, whether you are having the
Then,
objective-based
then what you do
examination
is,
system, whether you are
having
able to
done
have
that,
some innovation in the examination system,
let's
whether you are
say
able to have the grievances
PO3 is
redressal
addressed by
regarding the
CO4,
examination system,
CO5 and
whether you are able to
CO6
declare the
as
results,
given in
whether
the
you are able to
example.
validate the question papers,
And we have
all that they are
completed
asking, that
attainment
is
of
regarding the
CO4, CO5,
evaluation process
CO6
and
like this.
reforms. Student performance and learning outcomes. This is another
67%,
area which is very
68%
much
and 63%.
needed. NAAC
And
is
then what do
asking
I
for
do?
an
From this I
outcome-based
take the
education.
average.
But still people talk
But
about OBE.
my
They are very thorough with
the,
OB, but they are not thorough with
strength
OBE.
to which it
You'll
is
have to
addressed
design
is
the
also
outcomes.
3.
You'll have
To
to
that
design
extent,
course
the
outcome, you'll have to
attainment now
design
will
program
become,
outcome, program specific
we got
outcome,
the
the CO
attainment
to
of
be mapped with
PO3 in first
PSO.
step as
It should be
66%.
prominently displayed in the
And for
website,
example,
and then
PO2
it
is
should be communicated to
67%.
all students. So
Now,
all that is
in some
required.
other
So
example, not the same course,
course
PO2
outcomes
is
have to
addressed
be
very weakly by
made
this
known to the
course,
students.
mapping strength
Second
1.
is we'll have to
While
calculate the
PO3 is addressed
attainment.
strongly with
So
the mapping
attainment
strength 3.
methodologies are to be
How do I
made clear,
combine?
and it has to be
Now I
followed.
say
Letter and spirit
PO3
and
attainment
NAAC
is
checks
66
for all
into
these
3
things. So
by
15 marks for
maximum
that.
possible mapping strength,
Average
that is
pass
3.
percentage of
3 by
students in the
3,
last
that
5
becomes
years,
66.
that is 30 marks.
Whereas
So
PO2
60 marks for
attainment,
that. Please remember
67
one thing,
into,
in this 60
if
marks,
the mapping strength is
2.6,
1,
if you are not going
maximum
to
possible mapping
get
strength is
4
3.
out of
So
4,
1 by 3,
so 60 into
the
4 is
attainment
240.
level will
If you're going
become
to only 3 get
22.3.
in
That
the
is how
4,
one computes.
in
It is
the
not necessary
4-point
that a
scale,
particular
if you're going
PO
to get
has to be
3,
addressed to
it is
the
60 into
maximum
3,
possible
180 marks.
strength.
So I wish
There
to
is
go for
nothing
4 out of 4,
All that you have
for
to
which
show
you have to
that
see
from
that
batch to batch we are
the
improving.
outcome-based
That's all.
education is implemented in the
The same
fullest
thing converted
extent, to
into
the fullest
formula.
extent.
Form
Please
2
remember
is
one thing,
this.
student satisfaction survey, for which you have to collect the
And,
email data. The moment you submit your SSR,
So
the student
this is the
satisfaction survey
another
starts.
example.
So if you submit your
Now
SSR at
we
5
look
o'clock
at
in the
CO
evening,
attainment
your
and
student
PO
satisfaction survey
PSOs.
starts at
You compute
5:01.
like this.
So
CO1
please
is
have 1 or
addressing
2 trials,
PO1
get
and
their
PSO3.
analysis, feedback
CO
analyzed,
attainment
motivate the students to
percentage
reply
is this.
appropriately to the NAAC
From there you
queries.
compute all
And there
PO
are 21
attainment.
questions,
In
so
the
teachers should be made
example,
aware of
that
the
is with
questions,
9
the students should be made aware
COs
of
we
the
have presented
questions,
you
you have to train
developmental
the
biology.
students,
From
all that is
that,
required.
the
That is one
attainment
thing.
of PO1,
And then
PO3,
the
PO5 and
criteria 3
PSO3
is again
this.
not very much emphasized for
Okay.
colleges. For autonomous colleges, it is very much
And then
emphasized.
you
And for autonomous
compute this
colleges
also.
and
So this is
the
the mapping
universities, there is
strength
not much of
and
difference
this is
between
the
the
actual
criteria.
attainment.
But whereas in the case of the
Obviously
affiliated
normalized to 1.
colleges, the teaching learning
And as I
practice
said,
and the curriculum
the
implementation takes a
decimal
higher
values,
weightage.
you should
But research,
get the habit
innovation
of,
and
throwing it up.
outreach programs are not really
Okay.
given
And
that
like
kind of
this, you have to
weightage.
prepare
Please
for
remember
all
one thing,
the POs
it
and
is 110
PSOs.
is the weightage. Promotion of research and
And this is
facilities.
what is
See,
called,
what is the kind of grant that you are receiving from governmental and
course,
non-governmental
program
agencies for
articulation
research
matrix.
projects? Please remember one thing, there are 3
And then-
aspects of higher education: knowledge dissemination, knowledge updation, and knowledge what?
Now, having
Generation. So generation of
done
new
for all
knowledge
the
is a
activities,
mandate
how
of
do
higher
you compute
education.
the
So
average?
every teacher has to
I
generate
can take,
new knowledge. He or
let's
she
say
has
there
to
are some
embark on research. So apply
25
for
odd
projects
items,
and
25
get some
rows.
kind of
How
governmental
do
or
you compute the
non-governmental,
average?
grant for
One
the
way to
projects.
do is,
So for which 5 marks is
I
given.
add all that up
Percentage of
and say there
departments
are
having
25
research projects.
items,
So if there are
and I
13
get one
departments
number.
or 14 departments
And I
in
do
a
the same
college,
thing for
how
all.
many departments have
But
got
what happens, some of
projects?
the
So at least
POs
in
are not
each
that highly
department,
addressed.
you should be able
What do you
to
do with
identify one
There
particular
may be
faculty
several
member.
zeros.
Probably you can decrease his academic workload
So
and
one way of
motivate him
doing
to apply
is,
for projects,
either I take
and at
the
least is you should
divide
have one
everything by
particular
take
one
average
project
over all the
per
25
department, so that you are able to have
or
5
only
out of 5
non-zero
in the
values I take and compute the
I mean
average.
number of projects number of
Right
departments
now,
and projects.
the
The
software
number of
that is
seminars,
available, it
conferences,
computes
workshops
only, takes
conducted
the
by the
average over
institution. This is
non-zero
very, very
values.
important. So
Either way,
conduct
it's
as
all
many
right, because the
seminars
goal is to
or
show not the
conferences
absolute
as
value of
possible,
attainment,
because
that
the students
only
are,
purpose is to
to be given
show
exposure.
that we are
The
improving
kind
from
of
batch
exposure
to
that they get will only groom them. So it is
Now, we
really
also
needed
here
that
go
the
by what we
colleges
call indirect attainment of
arrange
POs
for
also.
these seminars,
But this
symposia,
is
etc.
done by
Please remember one thing.
relevant
This is
surveys,
the
which
kind
are
of,
a little
for the
more
PG
difficult.
students also almost the same
Graduate
thing.
exit
And
survey,
the number of
that means
papers
before the
published per
students
teacher.
leave the program,
This is
just
another thing.
before
See,
leaving,
publication,
you can
publish
conduct a
or
survey
perish was
that
the
is
slogan
easy.
of yesterday.
But
Now
alumni
publish,
survey,
flourish
employer
or
survey
cherish
is a
is the
little more
slogan.
difficult.
So you'll have to have
But
the
even
number
if you
of
get
papers
10%
published in the UGC
responses
listed
from the
journals,
ones that we
CARE
asked,
listed journals.
that should be,
Unfortunately,
that is
publish
adequate.
in such of those journals which
And
are deleted.
these days, because
Okay,
of the
CARE list had
websites that you
28,000
have,
journals
keep
a year
track
back.
of alumni,
Now it is 13,000
employers
journals.
as well,
So you'll have to
and
see that you
keep
publish
sending
in
them
SCA
the
index
forms,
journals. You
some
publish
survey
in
forms,
Scopus index journals.
and at least
You
some
should
of
have
them
your
will
publication
respond.
Web of
So
Science
you
index
can,
journals.
that
So
itself is
quality
a very major
publications are
exercise,
insisted upon.
and there
So
are
they
no
don't
easy
really trust
solutions
the
for
kind of journalists
Okay.
that you are giving.
You have to use
They
your
have their
personal
own way of
connections,
verifying. So
pleading on
please
the
see that
website
the
and so
articles
on.
are published
You
in
have to do all
UGC
kinds
CARE
of
listed
things.
journals, Scopus
And then
journals, or Web
combine
of Science
them
index journals.
using
And you'll
suitable
also have to
means.
see
That
that
means
the
for
number of
direct
books and
attainment,
chapters
some
in edited
weightage,
volumes
indirect
and
attainment,
books.
some weightage.
So that
But
is also
here,
needed 10
you are
marks for
getting
that.
more
So 15
information.
marks for
I use
research
80%
publications.
and
So you'll have to
20%
have
weightages.
15 into 4,
That's
60
one.
marks
If
out
you
of
want to
it.
do
If you
15,
are able to
it's
have a
fine.
reasonable
It's
number
okay.
of publications. Please remember one thing.
So this
If
is
it is a
how
PG college, they
we
insist
are
on
almost there.
intellectual
This
property
is how
right.
you combine
How many
direct
seminars you are
attainment based on all
conducting
relevant
on?
academic
Workshop is
activities,
conducted on
65.5.
IPR. So whether you are
Indirect
having an
attainment
innovation
based on relevant
workstation,
surveys,
whether you are having institutional
85.5.
innovation
I
council,
combine the two,
all that is
80,
actually having
20. I get
10 marks for that. Then
attainment
extension
of
activities.
PO3.
Please remember one thing.
And you have to repeat
Extension
this for all
activities is
POs
given a
and
weightage of
PSOs.
60 marks.
And the same
So you'll have
logic
to
we
see
follow.
that every
If the
department goes
attainment
for
is less than the
extension
target,
activities.
plan for
They should,
improvement.
people
If
should be able to
attainment is more than the
conduct extension
target,
activities. It
revise
is
the
not
target.
the job of NCC or YRC or
So
NSS
here,
to conduct an
PO2,
extension
combined
activity.
attainment is
Subject-related extension
69.5,
activity,
target
outreach
is
programs
75,
can be conducted
attainment
by
gap
the
is
department itself.
5.5.
So every
My
department should
improvement
conduct
plan.
at least
But
one
mind
program
you,
per month.
this
So if
improvement
there are
plan,
10
PO2 is
departments, there
addressed
will
by
be
more
10
than one
programs every
course,
month.
more than
And if
one
there are 10
activity.
months, you should have 100
Then
programs.
your
For 5 years, it will be 500
improvement
programs. So
action
have as many
plan
as
should consist
programs
of
as
activities
possible.
across courses.
So you should have
Okay.
connection
It
with
is
the
not, or
neighborhood
sometimes it is
community. So
outside the
sensitize
course
the
itself.
students for the social
Value
issues
adds some
and have
activity.
programs,
Okay.
camps and other things
So,
arranged so
that
that
is the
you get
difference
10 marks out of
between,
it. What is the kind of award that you have
planning
got for
for
extension
CO improvement
activities?
and planning
And what
for
is the kind of
PO
outreach programs conducted by
Now, once
NSS,
again,
NCC, etc.? And what is the percentage of
determining the
students
strength to which
participating
a
in such
PO,
activities?
PSO is
So all
addressed
that
and
carries 60
computing the
marks. So
attainment
meticulous recording
approximations at
is
best.
needed.
Whatever method
Documentation
that
is
you
needed.
choose.
So you'll have to have the evidences.
Even
You'll have
if
to
a
have the
more
geotag
precise
photographs. You'll have to have the
computational
reports.
attainment
You'll have to
is
have the
possible,
certificates.
the
So
effort
DVV
involved
is
is
insisting
not
on all
worth
that.
it.
There is a SOP.
What is important is to
Standard
follow one
operating
method
protocol
across
is
an
there.
institute,
So please go
strive
to the
for
standard operating
continual
protocol with
improvements in
regard to
attainment,
DVV. Try
and
to get all
demonstrate
your
the
evidences
improvements
organized
with
and
evidence.
present it in the manner
That is
so
the
that DVV
issue.
does not suspect
Sorry,
your
I
claim
rushed
at all.
through the whole
Please
thing
remember
of
one thing.
PO.
And then you have to
But
go
if
for
any of
the
you are
number of
interested, I
PhDs
can share
listed per
a very
eligible
detailed
teacher,
document with
number
you.
of research papers
Please follow.
published, number of
And
books and
the
chapters
other one,
published.
which
All this is
people
actually
ask
asked for
repeatedly the
PG
question,
colleges where the
namely
weightage
because
is
the
25.
university
For
has
UG
done
colleges
this,
is only 15.
we
And the
have to follow
collaboration,
that.
you'll have to have
As I said, in my
collaboration for
perception,
20 marks.
there are certain
So
things you have to
linkages.
follow what
It
the
can
university
be
says.
through MOU
You,
or it can
like
be even
syllabus,
without MOU. So you
accepting
can
whatever
have
that is
the
done in end
linkages
semester
for
exam
faculty
results,
exchange,
that you do not
student
have
exchange,
choice. But the
internship, field trip,
remaining aspect,
OJT, research,
the
etc.
college
So
and
joint
the
program,
departments
joint
do have
publication,
choice
all that you can
in
list under this.
writing
10
your
marks
own
for that.
POs,
And how many MOUs are there?
PSOs,
Under each
and as
MOU,
well
what is the
as
activity that is undertaken? That is
as
10
well
marks.
as
So collaboration is
CMOs.
20 marks. And then extension activity for the PG
Okay.
colleges,
Now,
it is actually
open
what?
to a few
20,
questions
30,
because
60
we may
marks.
have another
So it is
session.
already given. And the
Any
criteria
questions,
4
please?
is infrastructure and learning resources, 100 marks for that. So key indicator is physical,
Sorry,
4.1 is on
generally
physical
1.5
facilities.
hours is not
Nitya?
adequate for CO.
I
what time I can go?
understand, sir. It's a very lengthy one.
Sir, up to 12 o'clock, sir.
Just 2 days back, I had
Up to
to
12 o'clock.
I was
Yes,
doing a
sir.
2-hour
Yes, sir.
session. But
Okay, I
each
can go a little slow then. I thought I should
seminar or
wind up by
workshop
11:30.
have their own
That is why I'm
limitations.
running
No,
out.
sir.
Let's see.
If you
No, sir, for
Okay.
find
proper
time
discussion
to
session,
be
we
with
can
us,
be some
we'll arrange one more
Yeah,
sir,
yeah,
for
yeah, no
our
problem.
own faculty
I'll
members,
Sir,
specifically
one
on this CBO
Please.
street. Sir,
You can have
if
more time. I'm
the
willing to
participants have
work with
followed
you.
the entire session of yours, there will be a lot of discussion. So, but
Yeah.
don't hurry. And I feel that you are getting stressed with the too much speed, so
Yes,
you
ma'am.
can be with normal
Yes,
one.
ma'am, we shall.
So that
We
Yeah,
start
yeah. I
having
was
session.
thinking that
Vote
it
of
is
thanks.
only from
After
10:30
vote
to
of
11:30.
yeah, please.
Anyway, good. Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you
So
so
I'll
much,
go a
sir,
little slow.
for making
So
us
institution has
understand
adequate
that
infrastructure and
intelligence and
physical
skills
facilities.
can
It's
only
very, very
function at the
important.
peak
See, please
of their
remember that
capacity
we should have
when the
adequate
mind
number of
and heart
classrooms.
is
We should
healthy
have
and
adequate
strong.
number of
Thank you
laboratories.
once again,
What
sir.
are the kind of equipments that
Thank
we
you.
have which cost more than 1
May
lakh?
I now
How many
request?
computing equipments are there? See, please remember
Yes.
one thing. They are asking for
May
geotag
I now
photographs.
request Mr.
Please
T.
see that you
Prabhu,
take
Placement
photographs of
Director
all this.
and IQAC
Okay,
member
and
of
the
KG
stress
College
is
of Arts
only
and Science
on
to
the
propose the vote of
augmentation of
thanks.
the infrastructure during the assessment period. See, not,
Good morning to one
like in the
present here.
1920, we
I
had
feel
about
honored
100
and
rooms.
privileged to get
And
an
in
opportunity
and
to propose a vote of
2021,
thanks
we
on
had the
this
same
future
100 rooms.
occasion.
See, what is the kind
I,
of
on behalf
augmentation
of
of
KG College
infrastructure
of
that has
Arts and
taken
Science,
place in the last
convey
5 years?
the deep
That is
regards
highly
and
asked.
heartily
To
thanks
see
to
that
Professor N. Ross, Professor
there is
retired
augmentation
Computer
of
Science and
infrastructure.
Automation from
So
Indian
you should have
Institution of Science,
adequate
Bangalore,
infrastructural
who spent his
facilities. The
valuable
physical
time and
facilities
sharing
should
with his
be
idea
there. See,
too
please
much
remember
best
one
in
thing.
the world.
You don't
We
please think
are
just
greatly
from the
encouraged by
point of view of
Harish
NAAC
presence
alone.
and immensely
An
benefit by
institution cannot
inspiring
attract
address.
students
I
if it
express
does
my
not
sincere
have the
thanks
required
to our
facilities.
secretary,
Let me make
Dr.
it
B.
very
Vanitha
clear.
ma'am, for her
Unless the
guidance and
institution
providing
has
an
state-of-art
environment for
facilities,
such a
it will
educational
not be able to
development.
attract the
I
students
am
at all.
grateful to
Please
our
remember one
principal,
thing.
Dr.
Why
J.
are students
Ratnamam
moved
ma'am,
to
for
Shastra
his
University
encouragement
or
and
VIT?
motivation
They
in
go
all
for
our
web
activities.
tours.
My heartly
They
thanks
go
to
for
our Vice
web
Principal
tours.
Academics
They
and
go to the
Administration who gives his moral support in every
website
situation.
of the
A special
institutions
thanks to
and
Dr. S. Vidya
visit
ma'am,
various
IQC Director
laboratories
and IQC
and
team
departments
who always
through the web.
took an
So that is
art
what is really
activities
needed.
which makes
So
his
your
function
own
a
son
grand
or daughter
success.
is not
I
prepared to
convey
accept
thanks to
for
all
any
this
institution which has
distinguished
got
participation
lesser
who have
facilities.
come from
So it is required
places to
that
attend
we
the
have
seminar.
state-of-art
My special
facilities. The
thanks
correct
to
ambience should be
deans
there.
from different
The
domains,
state-of-art
heads of
facilities
various
should be there.
departments,
So that is
faculty
5
members
marks.
for their
Then
support and
you should
dedication
have enough
and
facilities for
teamwork
cultural activities.
for
Please remember one thing.
turning
See,
efforts.
even
Once
in the
again,
new
I
education
thank you
policy,
all.
they say that
Thank
you'll have
you.
to groom the students into
Thank you,
global
ma'am.
citizens, effective citizens. Like
Thank
it
you,
is
sir.
not just, they are not focusing only on academics.
Moving
They
to the
are,
sixth
they
session
are
of the event,
trying to develop an
I
all-round
request
personality
Ms. M.
in the
Usha,
students. A
Head
student should
Department
be
of
able to
Information
have what?
Technology,
Expertise in
KG College of
multivarious
Arts and
activities.
Science,
In the
to
sense
introduce
that
Dr.
he
Labha
should be a
Nair,
good human being.
Associate
He should be
Professor
good in
and Head
sports.
of the Department
He should
of
be at
English,
least having
English,
some knowledge about
St.
cultural
Teresa's
activities.
College, Kochi.
He should be physically fit. He must be able to do yoga and related
Happy
activities.
morning to one and
So
all present
for
here.
all this,
It's
for
indeed a great
grooming of
pleasure
the
to
child,
welcome you all on
you
this
require all
auspicious
these
occasion.
facilities.
I'm
See, please
delighted to
remember
offer a
one
happy welcome
the
to our
kind
honorable
of
chief guest,
the
Dr.
cultural
Latha
activities,
Nair
other
Madam,
things are actually
HOD
part
and
and
Assistant
parcel of
Professor,
any
Assistant
student
Professor,
life.
Department
If you
of
ask
English,
anybody,
St.
which is your
Teresa's
best
College,
part of
Kochi,
life,
who
you don't
has
say
readily
married life,
accepted our
you
invitation
say only
in
college
spite of
life.
her busy
Why do you say
schedule.
college
Welcome you,
life?
madam.
Because that is the best
We are
part of life.
grateful to our
So
most
during the
respected
college, if it
Secretary
is going to
Madam
be
Dr.
only
P.
academics,
Vanitha for her
it's
words
a
of
problem.
encouragement.
I was,
Her valuable guidance and
listening
continuous
to one of
support
the
has always
self-financing
encouraged us. I would like
institutions
to extend a hearty
direction.
welcome to our respected principal,
Director.
Madam Dr. J.
The director of the
Ratnamala,
self-financing
who is ever
institution, one of the
energetic and full
colleges
of inspiration for all of
where I
us.
went.
I would also like to
The
express our gratitude to our
director of
honorable
the
Vice
college was
Principal,
telling that we
academics,
have
Vice Principal Administration, Director, and Deans
what is that
who are
CCTV
always
camera
behind us in
everywhere?
all
We
of our
monitor
activities
the
to make
students
this
and all
better
that. He was
success.
telling.
I would also like to extend a warm
Why do
welcome
you
to all
want
the
to keep the
academicians,
students
researchers,
in
and industry
electronic jail?
experts. Once again, I heartily
See,
welcome to
students
this
are
NAAC
students.
sponsored
At that
national
age, they
seminar
will do only
and
some
wish you
kind of
successful
mischief.
deliberations.
Okay, so you tell
It's my great
they should
privilege to
not do
introduce
it.
the
So you
chief guest
should
of today's
kind
session.
of what? see,
A
moral,
cultivate education,
this thing, he should
educator
come
and
within.
academic researcher.
He should realize the
Dr. Lata
responsibility
Nayak
and he should
has
be
been stalwart
came
of
in
the
a,
Department of English
proper
and Center
way.
for
So that
Research
kind of
at
attitude you
Teresa's
try to
College,
develop,
Kochi.
not policing
She was the NAAC
that
coordinator for the
moral
fourth cycle of
policing.
accreditation
So what
and
we
has
do is, like,
had
see,
played
I
a lead
saw in
role
one of
as
the
steering
colleges,
committee member for all the four cycles
principal
of
is showing,
accreditation.
using this
Dr.
corridor,
Nayak was
girls
appointed
will
as
come.
director of
Using
Women's
this
Center in
corridor,
India
boys
after
will
she
come.
undertook a
I said,
training
then why
program
why
at
the
the
hell
State
are you
Kansas
having a
University, USA. She is
co-education?
the resource portion
If
of
you're
the
going
STAT academic
to
training
see
colleges
that the
of
boys and
UGC,
girls
Gandhi
don't
University,
talk
Bhaktidasan
in a
University and Calcutta
classroom,
University.
why do you have a
She is
co-education?
also the
You can
coordinator
have
and
two
animator of
institutions, one
DISCOM,
for boy, one for
Women
girl,
in
and all
Security,
that.
Conflict
See,
Management
this
and
is a
Peace,
kind of what?
an
A kind
initiative
of
of the
stigma is
Foundation
there.
for
So we'll
Universal
have to come
Responsibility
see that
by His
the
Holiness Dalai
students are
Lama.
groomed
Dr.
properly.
Nayak was recently
They are
honored with the
nurtured
Sahas
properly.
Prerna
The kind
Award.
of capabilities
It was
are really
conferred upon
what? I mean,
her by
developed
WISCOM, an
in the proper way
initiative of the
in the
Foundation
students.
for Universal
So for which
Responsibility,
facilities
New
are
Delhi,
required,
that
and these
focuses on women's
facilities carry
agency
a weightage
in
of 5
public and
marks.
policy
And
spaces
then percentage
and
of
works to
classrooms and
facilitate their
seminar calls with
informed
ICT enabled
articulation
facilities.
and
Please
leadership
remember one
across
thing.
South Asia.
We have,
She is also
it
a
is not
research
enough if you have
consultant
smart
and an
teachers.
executive member
We
for
should
Project
have
Venda,
smart
a
classrooms.
fourth wave foundation
You should
and
have
NGO
learning
for
management
protecting
system.
children against the
When
menace
see
of
with the
substance
advent
abuse,
of
and
the
Disha, an NGO
Google
for
Classroom,
protecting the
G
rights of
Suite, and then
marginalized.
MS
Her
Teams
areas
and all
of
that,
interest
we are able to
include
store
science
the
fiction,
resources.
promoting sustainable
Whatever
education in
resources we are
villages,
giving to the
literacy,
children, we are able to
integrated humanism,
share it,
curriculum design,
and then we are
language and
able to
linguistics,
store it, and we are able to go back,
postmodernism,
revisit.
and emotional
So
content
all
in
that
teaching
is
and
really
training,
possible.
community relation
I just
officers.
went recently
Under
to one of the
her
institutions.
guidance, 6 scholars
One,
awarded
I
PhD
mean,
degree,
commerce
and 5 are currently doing
professor
research.
was showing
She has
how
published around
exactly
15 book
GST is
chapters in reputable
calculated and
journals.
how does it
We
actually
heartily
benefit
welcome
the
Dr. Lata
national
Nayak, madam,
economy.
for the session as
I was
Learners
stunned
Academy.
by the video
Welcome you, ma'am.
presentation which she has made. It was so really
Thank you,
good
ma'am.
how the
A
economy
learning
has
mind
really
produces
changed,
a
and the
strong
kind of
learner
I mean
who
the
enjoys
recovery
the pleasure
in the
of
Indian economy
accumulating
which has
knowledge.
actually seen
May I
despite
now
COVID.
request Dr.
She was
Lata
able to
Nayak,
impress upon the
Associate
students
Professor
in a
and Head of the
15 minutes
Department
video
of
show.
English, St.
Now I
Teresa's
was
College,
stunned with
to
the kind
handle
of
the
capability
session
the
on
teachers
learners
have.
autonomy.
So what I'm trying
Over
to
to
say
you,
is we should have such facilities.
Let me first of all
We should
thank
be able
you.
to impress the students. Please
Thank
remember one
Vanitha
thing.
ma'am for
Students
all her
ask
love,
if you can't
and I
teach the
can
way
never
I
say no to
understand.
her. I was
Better you
indeed
change your
happy
style so
to
that
see
you
NJ Rao
can
sir, who
make me
initiated
understand through
us
your
at
innovative
St.
teaching methodology.
Teresa's
So you'll
on
have
the
to see that
pedagogy.
Padramata
I
Padi
would
Karkano,
rather say
Adramata
the
Adi Karkano
scientific
Dramari. So you'll have to
pedagogy
change
of
your methodology.
syllabus,
See that
planning
the
and
students are
implementation.
taught, they are made
My
to understand.
pranams to
This is a problem.
sir,
With online
as well as
teaching,
Vanitha ma'am,
majority
who
of us
stood
teach.
with us
Teaching
in
is
our
taking
journey
place.
of
Learning is
NAAC.
really not taking place.
I think
But we'll have to see that teaching and learning
KG
are actually
Arts
taking
and
place.
Science College
Are we giving a snap
has
test at the end of the
been
class?
blessed with her
Do we just
presence.
ask them to
And
fill up
I'm
a Google
sure
form
that
and then
you
ask them to
will
respond to some of the
definitely
questions which are
be
asked?
on the
We don't
pathway
give them
of
at all.
excellence.
So as a result
Thank
of
you,
which,
Vanitha ma'am.
we don't test whether they
Today,
have understood or
I
not.
do not
We don't
want to
really get the
hijack you,
feedback out of our online
hijack your
teaching.
attention
So all that is
with the
creating a
PPT, but I'm
problem.
going to
See, please remember one thing,
really look
Edu
at
Puzzle, and there are about
this
20 different
outcome-based
ICT
education
tools.
in a very
Hot
critical
Potato is there,
manner.
Socrates is there. So many
I
things
would
are
rather
there.
say as teachers,
But
time has come for
to
us
the-
to
if-
look
to
at
the
the
extent
whole process
these
of
tools are used for
outcome-based
schools,
education
they
as
are
a
not used in
construct.
the colleges.
So my talking
And
points
even the computer science
will be
departments have
on the
not
whole
really
aspect
produced
of you will
customized
you will
teaching
get an
methodology
idea
kits,
about learner
computer-based
autonomy.
kits.
I'm
So
going
that
to
is actually a
situate
problem.
it in
Then
the
average
context
percentage
of
of expenditure.
outcome-based
What is the kind of
education. As
expenditure
Rao
that
said,
you are
it's not very
incurring on the
easy
augmentation
with
of
the
infrastructure in the
technological
last 5 years?
advances
Please remember one thing.
to which we
NAAC
are
is
a part
asking for
of,
unit cost
to
of education.
completely
On an average, per head, how much you spend?
get an
See,
outcome
that includes
out
salary, and
of
without
this
salary, how much much is the thing. Please remember one thing. In
education
another
that
1
has
year
been
or 2
mandated
years'
for all
time, NAAC may
institutions.
go for
So I'm not going to digress
annual
here. Let me
e-filing of
first
the
of all begin the
AQAR. They have already
session with a
started the
quote
process.
from Geetanjali.
We will not probably
I
have the
slept
SSR
and
submission
dreamt that
in the
life
next
was
2
a joy.
years. Whatever
I
we have
awoke
given as
and saw
AQAR is
that
going to
life
be
was
compiled
service.
and
I
going to be
acted
presented
and
to
behold,
the DVV
service
and
was
peer
joy.
team.
And
So
this is
unless we
indeed
have
the
a kind of
profession
management information
to which
system,
we are
unless we
all
have a
tied
routine
up,
methodology
we've been
to
blessed with.
focus on
And
all
when you look
aspects,
at the term, as
we
I
will be at
said
a loss.
earlier, This was a very
If we are not
interesting
going to
topic
give
indeed.
our
I
AQAR
was indeed fascinated by
to the fullest
recent
extent, if you are not going to give
publications
complete
that
details
have-
in our AQAR,
that are
we are
there
going to suffer.
on this
So please
particular
remember one thing,
concept of
that
learner autonomy and its
NEP
evolution
probably
into a
NAAC may
field of its
change.
own, with
NAAC
its
may
own
change the
research and
assessment
pedagogical
methodologies in such a way that
agendas.
they
I would
incorporate some of the
say
elements
that
of the
this
new
particular
education policy.
term learner
Already there
autonomy
is an
has been
circular from
promoted across the
NAAC
globe,
saying that
as we all
e-Sanad
know,
has become an
and
important thing.
consequently has
People
gained
have to use
currency
DigiLock.
as a
Okay.
buzzword
So that
in
means you will have
teaching,
to put
learning
all your certificates
environment.
on the
We
website.
cannot live
So
without
the manual
as
verification
teachers.
is gone.
And the
It is
look at
all
the
going to be
popularity of
done
learner
through
autonomy.
e-verification.
The
E-Sanad is going to
popularity
be
of
there.
learner autonomy
Okay,
may be
DigiLocker
at
system is
least
going to be there. So
partially
please see
related
that
to
computerized facilities
globalization
are
and
really
technology.
enhanced in the
Definitely.
college.
Let us
We
look at
have
our own
Wi-Fi,
educational process.
facilities. In most of the
The
institutions,
pandemic has
beyond vice
transformed our
principal's
teaching learning
cabin, the
environment,
Wi-Fi facilities
and
are
we
not
are
there.
the boom
I went
teachers.
to one of the colleges.
63
So the
born.
principal was,
And now
college
we
was
are the
claiming
millennial
that
teachers.
they had Wi-Fi
Speak with
facilities
ease about
throughout the
Moodle,
institution.
OBE,
But
and
I asked
MOOC
the student, do you
with
have Wi-Fi?
adeptness.
He was asking,
And
sir,
the
I carry a
most
modem in my
important ingredient that has
bag.
zoomed into
He said, I
significance
asked him, what is there?
now
So
along
he
with
said
these new
that it is not
pedagogies
reachable.
of teaching and learning
They said that
is
1 week prior to
definitely
NAAC
learner
visit, they will
autonomy.
arrange for all this kind of
And
Wi-Fi.
as I said,
So this is what he
if
said.
you look
Please
at the
remember,
kind of
students are
publications
the
that
judges.
even in
They
journals
know
or
what is
books that have
to
been
be done.
published,
They sometimes
you
speak
will
truth.
definitely be
However careful
forced
you
to
are
think
in tutoring
about the
them,
pedagogical
sometimes you can
agendas,
get
as
the
I
truth
said
out of these
earlier.
students.
Now, when you
I still
look
remember
back
during
at
one of the NAAC related
beginnings
visits to
of
Telangana, after
this
everybody
particular
left,
concept,
2 students were
you,
there.
all of us
They
know
wanted to talk to the peer team.
that
I sent all the
at the
teachers, I
beginning
sent
of
the
the
principal, I sent the
debates
management
on
representatives,
autonomy
everybody,
in learning,
and asked the
one
students,
can
what do you want to
easily
say?
detect one
They
of its
said,
origin.
I have 2
I'm a
things to
language
say.
teacher.
One is,
And
we have
I came
uninspiring
across a book
teachers,
called
unchallenging question paper.
Anatomy and
Look at the
Foreign
way
Language
how
Learning.
students are taking.
And Hollick has
The
defined,
thing is,
and he says,
we
I quote,
concentrate
to
only on
say
remedial
of a learned,
program and all that, weaker
one
students and
could
all
even
that.
argue that autonomy
But
lies
do we have
at
a
the
kind of
very
system
center of
which cares
enlightenment
for
thinking,
clever students?
because it is an
Do
immediate
we have a
product
system which can
of the emergence of the
care for
modern
advanced
sovereign
learners?
subject.
What do you do for advanced learners? They are
And
asking.
most
But
notably, I
unfortunately,
cannot
we
do away
concentrate
with
only on our
Kant.
weakness
You
points.
have heard
Somebody
about
is
him
not doing well
definitely
in
as
plus 2
teachers.
in mathematics.
And
What do you
Immanuel
do?
Kant,
We give 2 tuitions.
you
One
cannot
home tuition,
but
another one
discuss
is
him. You
some
cannot leave him out of
popular
this
tuition
whole
and all that. Somebody
discourse
not doing
on
well in
learner
physics, you
autonomy.
arrange 2 tuitions. Somebody doing well in music, we don't arrange
this
a tuition.
particular, he
The boy can become
developed
another SP
this
Balasubramaniam or
concept
KJ
of personal
Jesudas. But
autonomy.
still, we don't want him to do.
He
We want him
uses
to
a
learn
term to
trigonometry, we want to
characterize
learn
the
thermodynamics,
human
we want to learn
potential to make
Schrodinger
rational
equation, all that.
decisions
So what I'm
individually.
trying to
That
say
is
is
why
we have
I
to groom
use
the
the term
students. These
enlightenment.
days, physical
But
facilities
he also
are required.
stresses
Gone
that
are the
it
days people were
entails
satisfied.
moral
They were
obligation
giving
to
little
respect
attention to the
other
physical
person's
facilities.
autonomy.
Now, physical
So,
facilities
as a
are
teacher,
needed.
we
So,
need
I
to
wish
respect
that
our learners' autonomy.
the
That
colleges
is the most
augment their
important point.
infrastructure
Now,
resources.
let
Then
us search
library
for
as a
different
learning resource.
perspectives.
Do we
As
have
I said, the
automated
emergence of the
system in the
enlightenment
library? Do we
ideals
have
of
an
autonomy
integrated library management system?
and independence
See, this
of the
is one
modern
thing.
individual.
The number of
Mirror
books
the
that you
18th
have in the
century
library
European
is very
dream of
meager in
leaving
most of the
behind
institutions, especially in self-financing
absolutism
colleges.
and everything
Yeah,
else
one
that
should
kept
have at
the
least 1 is to
individuals
15
from
books.
using their own
For every
capacity
student, there
to
should be at
make
least 15 books.
reasonable
If there are
decisions.
200 students, there
And
should be at
that
least
the
3,000
learner is
students, 3,000
autonomous
books. 1 is to
is to
15
say
or 1 is to
that
20
one
should be
is
there.
capable
But
of
unfortunately,
taking charge
that
of
is not
one's
there.
own learning.
And there is
I
no
pose this
automation at
question
all.
to you. Are our
You don't have
students capable
RFID.
of taking
You
charge
don't have
of their own learning
2C QR.
when
It
they
is actually, there is a
secure
facility called 2C
postgraduate
QR
attributes
for library.
and graduate
Okay,
attributes?
automatic book issue system is
Now,
there.
when you look at
Automatic
the
book return
technical
system is there.
versions
It
of
costs
learner
around 2 to
autonomy,
3 lakhs only.
there
If
are
you are able to have an
conceptual
RFID monitor
definitions.
in
It
any
is simply
in
defined
all
as
your
an
books,
act of learning
if you can spend about a few lakhs,
outside the
you can have
framework
two
of an educational
CQR, which can
institution,
have an automation of
perhaps
the library.
without
So
the
we should be able to,
intervention of
from
a
the
teacher.
sitting in the department, we should be
That
able
is
to find
what
out whether the
it
particular
says.
book
Does
is
it
there in the
happen
library
in
rack
our
or it is issued.
educational
So that should
spaces,
be there.
except the
Of course,
IITs
Nirmal
and
system
the
is
number
there.
one, or
The
the
number
so-called
of library-related
best
softwares are there.
universities
Koha is
and
there.
colleges
So many
in
things are there.
India?
So one should be able to have
This is
an
something that we as
integrated
teachers
library
should think
management
about.
system.
And then
Then you
comes
must
the
have e-journals.
psychological versions
You cannot get the physical
that
journal.
define autonomy as a
Hard
capacity,
copies of the
a
journals.
construct of
It is better that you
abilities,
go for
not only
e-journals.
abilities but
And that too, if you
attitudes,
have
which
a membership in
allow
InflipNet
learners to take
or
more
IEEE,
responsibility
okay, you
for
can
their
have
own
access
learning.
for the
So when we
e-journals.
speak
So
about
see that you get
outcome
membership in
PSOs
these kind of
and
networks, InflipNet
CEOs,
or Knowledge Network, or in
do
the
we
case of other
ensure this
networks,
particular
see that you have
or
the access to
particular
e-journals.
learners to take
Then should
more
Sindhu,
responsibility
should
for
Ganga
their own
membership.
learning?
You let upload all
Definitely
your
the teachers
PhD
take
thesis in the should
responsibility.
Ganga.
Do
E-books
we
should be there.
really ensure
Databases should be there.
that our
You should have
students take
remote access to
responsibility for their
resources.
own learning?
Sitting in
When
home,
you
the
are
student should be
introducing,
able to have
when you
access
step
to
into
some
a
of the
class,
books which are
do we
there in the
ask them
library.
to-
Sitting in the
do
department,
we
you should be able
speak
to
about
have
the
access to
COs?
the
Do we
department
speak
library.
about the
Such
program
kind of facility
outcomes?
should be there,
Do we
for which 6
encourage
marks
the
is given.
the
Then
learners to
annual
read the
expenditure
entire
for
syllabus
the
rather
purchase
than
of
the
books.
one part?
See, you should
or
have
the,
some
for
kind
the
of
first
budgetary
semester.
provision
You just
for
pose a question
the
to your
allot
students
of
and
purchase of
find
books.
out the number
You will
of
have some
students
kind
who
of
go
mechanism
through the
like
entire
arranging
syllabus
the
when
book
they
fair
come
and other things.
for the course.
Do you have
And
a
lastly,
library monitoring
political
committee,
versions
okay,
of
which
learner
decides
autonomy.
about the books to
Yes,
be
the
purchased,
politics of a
which
government
decides
or a
or
particular
which
state
recommends
definitely
to the librarian
coincides
the
with
kind
there
of
is-
purchase
you can
that is
build
to
a
be
lot of
resorted
discourse
to.
on
So
this
all that is
political
needed.
versions of
So
learner
that will
autonomy,
carry 5 marks.
which define the
Then per
concept
se
in
usage
terms
of
of
libraries.
control
They are having.
over the
They are asking
processes
how many footfalls
and
are there.
content of learning.
How
I'm
many
not going
footfalls
to-
are there
But I
per
just
day?
want you
See,
to
for 5 years,
think
they
about
ask
these takeaways.
randomly on
Now, when you
September
look at,
14th,
let us not
how
think
many
about West.
students have come.
Let
On
us leave
October
the West.
5th,
But
how many
in
faculty
India,
have come. You give
let us
the
think
login
about the
details.
great thinkers of
So
our
you have to
times.
have that kind of
They
radar.
were all
You
self-taught.
should be
I
able
was
to
searching for
maintain data, how
Shankaracharya's
many
Guru.
students are coming.
But when you
See,
look
please
closely
remember
into
that
his life,
your library
you
should be
find
able
that
to
he
lure
was
students.
self-taught.
It is difficult to attract students
And
in
most
this
of the
age because
thinkers of
in
our
Android
times,
phone you get everything.
they were
And
able
what is
to
not
achieve their excellence
available in
by
the library also
striking
you are
out
able to get
on
in
the
the
path of
Google search.
learning
But still,
and reasoning.
library is the brain
And
of
they
the
build
what?
a criticality
I mean
of
the
their
entire campus. You should
Jesus,
have the
Gautama the
faculty
Buddha,
and students
Shankaracharya,
visiting the
Steve
library.
Jobs, Bill Gates,
Students
and
at least
Elon
visit.
Musk.
But in many institutions, if you look at the
when
number
you
of
think about this
faculty who are
combination,
visiting
it
the
might sound
library, it is
esoteric,
4 or 5. It is
but to
in single
have
digit.
all these names
So I am
together
very
in
sorry
one
to say that
sentence
that has to be improved.
is
Please
what
remember,
which
ladies and
defines
gentlemen,
learner
the
autonomy.
students of today want only
Even
learning
with Marx
professors.
and Foucault,
They don't want learned
though
ones.
they had teachers who
They want
initiated them
only
into the
learning
various
professors.
disciplines or
They do not want
inspired
learned
them
ones.
to
So you
embark
have to
upon a
update
journey
your
of
knowledge.
reasoning
So see
and
that you
research.
visit the library,
These individuals
update
had
yourself,
to arrive
share the
at
acquired
their
knowledge with the students,
outcomes
and
on
see
their
that
own.
they are benefited. So
And the
20
best
marks
example
for
can be
library as a
found
learning
in
resource.
Tagore
And then IT
and
infrastructure.
Shantiniketan, Poranko
Everything is
House.
IT
When
based
you
now.
think about the products
Now
of
we are
Shantiniketan,
we are
Indira
able to
Gandhi,
find out
who
if
was the Prime Minister of India,
telling
Oscar
your
Award
wife if you
winning
are
director Satyajit
if you are
Ray,
going to Kerala,
Nobel laureate
okay, you
Amartya
know,
Sen,
if suppose
and
if you are
the
going to
iconic artists
Kerala
such as Ram
and
Kinkar
not
Baij
informing your
and
wife,
Jogen Chaturvedi,
your wife can easily find it out.
Chaduri, Kainik
Suppose
Bandyopadhyay,
if your mobile
Uday
number is
Shankar,
engaged,
they've all
there
been
is a Malayalam
alumni
voice
of
coming.
Shantiniketan.
നിങ്ങൾ
So
വിളിക്കുന്ന
what I intend to say
subscriber
here,
busy
there
ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
is the role
Something
of
it actually comes
inspiration
and
and
tells your wife
collaborative learning.
that your
Like the
man has
gurus
gone to Kerala.
of,
So it is a kind of
we have a
electronic
very
jail.
strong heritage of
IT
Vasishtha and
infrastructure has
Vedas.
started
And we
ruling.
need to return to a
So
culture where
you'll
the
have to
focus is
update your
on
IT facilities.
generation of new knowledge.
Wi-Fi should be
As
there.
we seamlessly
You should
tie
show the
ourselves
Wi-Fi
through this process of implementing outcome-based education.
bandwidth.
And when
You
you
should
look
show
at the
the
best
receipt
colleges
for
in
that. that.
India. Look at the
So
contribution
only then
made by
5
IIT
marks will be
Delhi.
given. Then student computer
And
ratio.
all the other
How many
colleges, for example, when you look
computers
at
are
Narendra
there?
House, when you look at
So
like
they are
this
asking
Sriram,
for the
and all the other colleges which are
logbook
which have
details.
achieved excellence.
They are asking
Why
for the
are the
staff
question
book
that
details.
comes to our
They are
mind is
asking
why
for
are we
the
able to
purchase,
create such outcomes and assure
pro forma
outcome-based
bills and other things.
education?
So they need everything because
One thing
people
that
are
I've noticed
manipulating.
is throughout
Just
my
because
travels,
just before the team comes,
the
they
academic,
manipulate
the
and buy
teachers,
a few
professors,
systems from
as
the
well
neighboring
as the
college on
teaching
loan basis
or
and then
whichever
make a show.
controls
So
this
NAAC is
particular
aware of all such
educational
kind of
space, they
malpractices.
ensure that the
So
learner
they
is
insist on
self-reliant.
the
And they are
sales pro forma.
initiated into an
They want original bills to be
independent
sent to
learning
NAAC.
process.
So even if they are not purchased during this assessment
Pedagogy
period, you'll have to
of the
give, if you are
independent
saying
learning
that there are
process is not
1,400
easy.
systems, for all
I
the
have
1,400 systems, you have to give the
struggled when I
bill,
was
you'll have to
doing
give
my
the stock
masters
entry, you'll have to
in
convince
UK.
them that
I have
you have enough
struggled
and more
through the course in
computers.
US.
Then
I've
bandwidth of
struggled
internet
through the
connection,
course
that is
when I
15
was
marks,
doing
you'll have to give the Geo
whichever,
or
whatever I
BSNL.
was
Please
doing
remember one thing, if your institution
in
is
the
part of
so-called kind of
the knowledge,
universities which have a
national
totally
knowledge
different
network.
academic culture.
Okay.
I'm not saying that
National Knowledge
our
Network,
teaching learning
NKN.
environment is bad,
BSNL gives
but
some
how
kind of
can
facility.
we
Please approach BSNL, ask for
go
this
back
kind of
to our
facility,
tradition,
enroll
go back
yourself
to that
in National Knowledge
beautiful
Network,
culture
you will
of
be able to
education
get
that we
additional
had,
facility.
which is
bandwidth.
now being
Okay.
imitated
Then
by the
maintenance of
Western
campus infrastructure.
universities.
I went
So,
to one of the government
coming to the
colleges very
point,
recently,
the
and I
pedagogy
was
of independent
shattered
learning
when I saw
process,
some of the
when you
buildings in a
analyze
depleted
it
condition.
carefully, is
There was no
marked by
maintenance
three
at all.
important things.
Please remember one thing:
One is
age-old
archiving
buildings,
knowledge.
if they are
Where the knowledge
maintained,
is not
they are not
filtered,
maintained
but used
properly.
at the application level,
There is a threat
critical
for
level, and
the lives of the students
creative
or
level
the
and
teachers.
criticality.
It happens.
And the
So
other
you should
thing
have
that you
the
derive
average
as or
percentage
you
expenditure
equip
incurred on maintenance of
yourself as a
infrastructure.
learner is the
How
art
are
of
the physical
discernment,
facilities maintained?
which is
What is the kind of academic
definitely
support
the
facilities you
epicenter
have?
of learners'
What is the maintenance
autonomy.
mechanism that you
What to
have?
take in,
How do you maintain a
what to
classroom?
filter out.
How do you maintain a laboratory?
And I
How do
would
you
rather
maintain a
say,
computer center? How do you maintain
who
costly
said,
equipments?
there
Have you
is a
gone for
concept of
annual
reason
maintenance
and
contract?
unreason.
Are you
The
actually having
learner should
hiring
become
an
a
engineer?
mediator
Do you
between
have
reason
maintenance
and
personnel?
unreason.
Do you put somebody
And
in charge
then
of the
only
classrooms
she
or
achieves,
laboratories?
or
All
he
that
achieves, or
really is
the other
asked.
achieves
And weightage
autonomy.
for that is 20 marks.
They will
I
be
wish people
liberated from conventional
really,
learning process only if they learn to
have
mediate
enough
successfully between reason and
concern for
unreason.
this so that they don't
So
lose
my
marks
point
at
is the
all.
life of a learner is
Criteria 5.
non-perceptible in many
Please
ways.
remember one thing.
Though we
Usually,
say we can quantify the outcome
many
of
of
the
the
learner,
colleges,
it
especially
remains to a certain
self-financing
extent
colleges, lose
subjective.
mark in
I think
3,
the outcome-based
5, and
education,
6.
the main
I've seen in many
the
institutions,
thing that I
in
cannot,
criteria
I
3, criteria
always,
5, and criteria
it
6,
generates
they are not
conflict
able
in
to
me
have.
is
Student
when
support
you
and
do
progression
the
is
analytical
140 marks.
process of the learner outcome.
So you must
One
be
thing
able to
that
have
I've noticed
140
is,
into
and if
4.
I'm wrong, you
It is
can correct
what?
me.
5,000
It is based on
560
marks.
marks for it.
Aren't there
In the
other
scale of
things
what?
through which we should analyze the outcome
in the 4-point
of the learner?
scale. So please
Because
see
as I
that
said,
you
the life
have
of a learner is
enough and more
non-perceptible in many ways.
input
And it
for this
will be
criteria.
a purely functional
See,
aspect
key
which
indicator
provides these
5.1
sort
is
of
student support
classifications.
mechanism,
And
50
then
marks
the
for that.
other thing is that if you
Please remember
revamp
what
the
is the
entire
scholarship that you are
system of
giving.
evaluation,
What is the
as
free
Rao
ship
sir
that you are
rightly
giving
pointed
by
out,
the what is
then
given by the
this
government?
becomes
Many of
very
the
successful.
institutions
This
are
whole
giving
concept
free
of
ships
outcome-based
or
education
scholarships.
becomes successful.
So
So
SC,
to identify the
students
learning
are
goals,
given
the
SC/ST
next
scholarship.
step is to
Divyansh
create
students
the
are given scholarships.
instructional content on
MBC,
which the
BC students are
will
given,
be working.
OBC students
This
are
is
given
very
scholarships.
important.
Earn while you learn
So
scheme
the
is
first
there.
thing is
So
that
list
we know
all
about
those scholarship
project-based
details,
learning.
that is 20 marks for that.
To start
If it is a
building
government
this
college,
project-based
you will be able to
curriculum,
score 20 out of 20.
at the beginning
If it is a
of
private college, you will
every
not be able
academic
to,
year, teachers and
show.
administrators,
But see that
they have to sit
there is
together
enough
and
evidence even
collectively
if you are giving
decide
some
on
free
a theme
ships.
for the year. Suppose
Okay,
if you have
so
extension
sometimes you would have
activities,
waived the
for example,
tuition fees
for
payment.
us,
If
we
a
know
boy is
Kerala
good
has,
in sports, if he is
the
recruited
government
or
has
if
been
he is
panicking
admitted
because of
under
the
the
dowry
sports
issues.
quota,
Now we
the
have
college
introduced a
policy must
course
have been to
on
waive the fees.
launched
So
a
you can
legal
probably
literacy
give
division.
kind
And
of
then
evidence
we
for
have
that.
this, we have been
Similarly,
working closely with
the
Sagi
fees
Panchayats.
waiver for
You know,
Divyanjis.
everything is
University like
connected
Bharatiyar University
with
has got got a
research.
free quota for each
And the
college.
students
Okay, and the
are
university departments.
initiated into
So
the
such
process
kinds of
of
initiatives
working
are
with the
taken by
community.
institutions. So 20
So there
marks.
is research
Average
happening,
percentage
there
of
is
students
community work
benefited by
happening,
scholarships,
and
free shoots
there is
provided by
also
non-governmental
induction into
agencies
the
during the
process
last
of
5 years.
them
This is
becoming
another thing.
Samaj Shilpis.
Apart from
So the
governments,
whole
the college
learning
managements can give. Philanthropists can give. some teachers can
objectives
give.
that
The
the
retired
students
employees can have
will
some kind of free shifts.
accomplish.
So
And
all that
projects
has to
and
be meticulously
instructional
compiled and
activities in which
presented.
they will
5 marks
partake
for that.
are based on
Then
the
capacity building.
selected particular
Capacity
theme
building.
that the
See, please
institution
remember one
has
thing: the
planned.
students are to be
And then
nurtured.
the next
They have to
important
be properly
ingredient
groomed.
is
It is not enough
interdisciplinary
if you are actually
instruction.
taught the subject matter alone.
No, the time has come
They
for
need
us
to
as teachers to
develop some kind of
collaborate
coping
across
skills.
disciplines to
They should
implement
be taught
curriculum
life skills.
and
They
instructional
should be taught
materials
soft skills.
driven by
They should
maybe
be able
your
to
state standards
speak
and
well,
the overarching
communicate well with
academic
others.
or social thing.
And what
So
is
the
do
project-based
they have
learning is
yoga? Do they
definitely
practice yoga?
connected
Do they
with
have physical fitness?
this
Are they able to practice
particular
hygiene? Are they healthy?
interdisciplinary
Do they
instruction.
possess
So
computing
I'm an
skills?
English teacher now.
So you
I
have to have
negotiate
programs.
or
It is not,
I
it should not be
mediate
part of the
between
syllabus. Under
lawyers
this
and
5.1.3,
those who the
they are asking
activists
for
who
soft
come to the
skills,
campus and
language and
we
communication
sit
skills,
together and
life
create
skills,
modules
and
so
computing
that
skills.
our
So
students
please see
will
that
get
you have enough and
a
more
taste
activities.
or an
It need
in-depth
not be always arranged
knowledge
through
about
somebody.
Indian
A
constitution.
botany teacher,
How
suppose
to
he
stand
can
up for
speak
their
well.
own rights.
He can
How
take
to file
a
a
class on
petition
life skills
in
to biology,
police station.
to chemistry students.
How to fight
So
against
it can be arranged
verbal
within the
and
college
physical
itself.
abuse.
Okay, it need not always be
Cyber crimes
hiring
and
a
so
student
on.
resource from person from
So
outside.
there is
Need not needed.
not only
Okay, so you should have enough evidence
what
to
I
show
would say
that
is there is a
expertise within the
seamless
college is also
integration
utilized
of
for these
direct
kind of purposes.
instruction which
Then
happens through
average percentage of
project-based
students
learning.
benefited by guidance
And then
for
the students
competitive
can
examinations.
you do
This
not
is
have
very,
to
very
put them into
important.
groups.
And
Let
then,
them ask
how many
them whether
students
they
are,
want to
do you have
work.
the
Some
kind of
children I have noticed they do not want to work in
methodology
groups.
for
Encourage them to be
facilitating
a
the
part
students to
of
write the competitive examination?
the group.
How
but
many of
if
your
they
students
say
are
that
able to
I
write net
prefer to work
examination?
in as
How many of
solos
your
and
students are able to clear
in
SLET examination?
selected
How many
teams,
of them
allow
have
them
appeared
that
for
freedom.
GMAT,
That is the
GRE,
concept of learner
TOEFL,
autonomy. And
TNPSC,
teachers should
UPSC and all that? Do you have
under the
some
belief
kind of
that
coaching
students
center
need to
within
be
the
able to identify
college
their
for
own needs.
competitive examination?
We should
How many
believe
students are
in
benefited
building
out
an
of these kind of
environment where
arrangements?
students
That is
are
10 marks for that.
able to
And
carefully
then teachers
understand, not
have
only
to
understand,
see
but
that
vocalize their
redress,
needs.
the
I
grievances
underline
of
this
students are
phrase,
redressed
vocalizing
properly.
their needs.
Timely
Usually
redressal of
when
the
you have a
grievances.
curriculum to
I went to one of the
achieve when
colleges.
you are,
I don't want to
you
name
know,
the college.
teachers are also,
The college
their life has
operates,
changed
in
dramatically.
a rural locality
So
setting.
we deny
So
them
from the
maybe
city, it is around 20-25
unconsciously
kilometers.
at times where
They have
they
about
could
40-45
vocalize their
buses.
needs.
And
What
I
I
was
would
asked to
say is
speak to the
students
students at
should
3
have
o'clock.
the
So I
autonomy
was
to
crossing a
decide if they want
department.
to
A
work
teacher was
individually
sitting
or as in a
with
team.
all the bag and baggage at 3
To work
o'clock.
in a team is also
I
important,
asked
but
the
give them
head of
the
the department
choice.
who was asked,
Outcome will
accompanying,
be
and I was
students,
asking him,
what is the outcome
why
of
is this
this
teacher
particular decision?
sitting as though she is
Outcome will be
sitting in
that the
a
students
railway
do
platform
develop
with all
an
luggages?
acute awareness of their needs.
The head of the department
as
said,
learners.
we don't have a
They
separate
will definitely develop an
place
acute awareness
for
of their
teachers
needs
to
as
sit in the
learners.
bus.
And they can
So teachers and
successfully
students
identify
compete for
what works
the
and what do not work.
they
We do not
compete
do,
for the place in the bus.
we do not
Okay.
have to do the task
I'll
anymore.
call you. I'm in
If
a lecture.
you give them a space.
So
of their
this is what actually I asked.
So this
they
is
said that
very
you'll have
important,
to,
and I'm so happy that I got an
compete for the
opportunity.
space.
And I don't
So
want
the
to,
teachers are almost ready.
you know, to be to
I
you, the
asked them,
listeners,
suppose if
or
a teacher, if the student wants to ask a doubt, if a student wants to have a
teachers to be enslaved to this
grievance
kind of
redressal,
thinking. You can
should not at
you can
least
debate,
the
you
teacher
can
be
take
made,
this as a, you know,
should
develop
he or
this
she
discourse
make herself
and
available?
come up with
I asked.
ideas. Now,
He said,
I'm
no,
going to
that
problematize this
is really
whole
not
concept
possible.
of
This is only
learner
happening during the
autonomy.
working hours. All that you are
What I
telling.
would argue
What I'm
is
trying to
this
say
is
is,
this learner
teachers should be
autonomy
available for
can be looked at as
some kind of counseling.
Globalized construct.
And there should be some kind
We
of
have signed
mechanism for the
Washington
redressal of the
Accord,
grievances.
and so we need to implement
I went to one of the colleges.
learner autonomy.
They said they had
It
14
refers
grievances.
more than merely a global
And if when I
spread of ideas.
saw the
Definitely it has
register,
got,
all the
an
14
outcome
were
because we
written
want
by the same
our
handwriting.
graduates to be
I called the teacher.
you know,
Why is that
to
same
have
handwriting,
employable, the quotient
same
of
ink?
employability.
So
I
is it
fully
for NAAC
understand.
that you you have manipulated, I asked.
But you can also
So,
think
it is
about
not enough if you
globalization.
manipulate.
That
You should
denotes
manipulate
what
data
do you
in a
mean by
clever way.
globalization?
But unfortunately, people get caught.
It is a shift
So that is 5
or
marks for it.
transformation
Then student
in the
progression.
scale of
How many
human
of your
social
students are
organization that links
placed? Please
distant
remember,
communities and
teaching, research
expands
and
the
extension are the three
reach of
dimensions
our
of education.
relations across the
Teaching,
world's
research
major
and extension
regions
are the
and
three
continents.
dimensions of education.
Whereas on one
Placement has
hand,
become the fourth dimension of education.
globalization, when you look
If a
closely,
college announces
it leads to a
that there is
kind of
no placement,
homogeneity.
tomorrow there will not
Our
be anybody
culture
joining
is
at
known
all.
for its diversity.
Suppose if you put
So
it
you
in
can
your
situate
website,
homogeneity at
KG
one
college
end
does
and
not
look
assure
at
placement at all. There will not be any
diversity,
placement for
which is
students
our
who is
cultural
doing their
quotient.
UG
So
or
in
PG
many
in my
domains,
college.
it
There will not be any
homogenizes.
takers at all.
I'm not saying
So
that.
students should
I'm
have
not saying
placement.
that it should not happen.
On-campus
But I
placement
want
should be
teach
there.
as teachers, we
Off-campus
should
placement
be,
should be there.
we should
Placement
have a
order should
we
be
should
there.
be
That should be
able to
uploaded
debate
along
what
with
we
the
are doing.
list
We
of
should
students who have
be
been
able
placed
to
duly signed by the
develop
principal.
a
So that is
perspective
10
of our
marks
own.
for it.
On the
And how
other
many
hand, it
students are
brings
going for higher studies?
about
Your
definitely
PG students
it will bring
should
about
go for,
heterogeneous local
UG students should go
environments.
for
That is
PG.
what we are
PG
doing
should
now.
go for
When we
MPhil
are
and PhD.
implementing outcome-based
You should be able to have
education.
their identity,
We are
ID
definitely
cards,
making
Xerox.
heterogeneous
You
local
should be able to show
environments
their
in which
appointment
the
orders or
global
admission letter.
and the local
So that is actually
may
15
interact
marks
in
for the
different ways.
previous
There is
graduating
definitely a
batch.
synthesis. And I would
How many
rather use
students
the
are
term
qualifying in
globalized
national level
versions.
examination?
We do not have the globalized
I was
versions.
told
We
when the new
have
education policy, new
glocalized
accreditation
versions.
policy was actually shown to some VIPs. They were asking,
glocalized
why is that
versions
the
of
number of people
autonomy
who are
or
clearing
whatever the
in
processes
national level
that we are
examination is
implementing.
low in Tamil
So
Nadu?
when
That was one of
looking
the
at the
debating
global
points.
spread of
So it is not enough
learner
if you have
autonomy,
A or A
it
plus
helps
plus
to keep
for
in mind
institutions.
the
Our products
ambivalence
should
of
be able to
globalization. I'm
clear
not, because there is lack
net.
of time.
They should
I'm
be able
not
to
going
clear
to
slit.
give you more,
They
but
should
you
be able
can
to
read
clear
about this.
UPSC.
There are
So
many
like that.
brilliant articles
So performance
about
in
this whole
national level
concept.
examination is a kind
And
of
as mentioned
indicator
earlier,
for
the
the
specific forms
capability
of
of the
culture
institution.
blindness
Please keep that in mind.
related to global
Then,
promotion
student
of
participation
learner
in activities.
autonomy has to be
So
taken into
how many
account.
awards are won by the students?
Globalizing
How many medals are won by the
autonomy
students?
has
Unfortunately,
been
we
predominantly
seem to be
a
only
matter of
what?
homogenization,
Concentrating on the
earlier,
participation of students in the
whereas
local activity, in the inter-house pro tournament.
Localized versions
Interdepartmental tournament.
have
NAAC
to
is
be
not asking
encouraged
about
with. That has,
interdepartmental,
the
inter-house
localized
tournament,
versions, why can't we
Pongal
accept
festival,
it,
Onam
doing it,
festival, all
but
that.
I'm
They are
sure that
asking
it is going
how
to
many
become
of your
very
students
popular
are won in sports
in the
or
coming
cultural
years.
activities at the
And I'm
university
sure
level
that
or
when you
state level or national level or in Asiad or
this-
Olympics. That is what they are asking. So if a same student is winning
hear
in
me?
5 different events, it should be counted as only one. So please remember that 20 marks weightage for that. Then what is the kind of facilities
ma'am.
that you have?
Ma'am, please go
for
ahead.
Various,
Yes, ma'am.
see how
We
many
can
of
hear
your
you.
students are there.
So
in the administrative
homogenization
setup?
takes on
Are they
different
part
forms
of IQAC?
that all
Are they
serve
part
to
of your board of
neutralize the
studies?
concept.
Are they present in
To
the
some
planning and
extent,
monitoring board?
that is
Are they
one thing that
present in the
happens
college
is
council? Are they
decontextualization,
present in the management
technologization,
council
and
as a student
psychologization.
representative? So all these is actually needed
Psychologization
10 marks
means
for that. You must
naturalization
have
of
a
autonomy,
student
giving
council,
importance to the learner.
active student council. You should
So
have
what I
student
conclude
cultural
is,
coordinator.
autonomy, when you look
So
at
there
it,
should be some kind
is a
of democratic setup
universally
inside
good
the
thing for
college.
everyone.
Okay, students'
Irrespective
voice
of
should
the
be heard.
social, cultural context
Students
in
should
which
be
it
able
is
to
applied.
air out their
And I would
grievances.
add,
They
irrespective
should be able
of the
to
social and
willingly
cultural
say whatever
context
they
from
want to
which
feel
it may
to
originate.
the
We
management
can
and to the
claim that
principal.
autonomy
That is
was
10
there
marks.
in our
Then how many
traditional
sports
system of
activities and
teaching
cultural
and
activities are
learning.
conducted?
There are many slogas
See,
who
this is not
validate,
another thing.
that
Many of the
validate
institutions
this
conduct
was a
only
part
one
of
annual sports
India's
day
education.
and one Muttamul Vizha or one
Definitely
cultural
teaching and
activity.
learning
That should not be there.
environment.
Every
Definitely.
week there should be some activity. There are some colleges, I don't want to name the college.
Assumptions. This
There
is
will be
often
about 30,
the
40
case, for
notice
example,
boards.
in
Each
arguments
department will have a
mentioning
notice
that
board.
individual
As you enter into the college, you can see that every day is an activity day for them.
Students'
Every
autonomy.
department will have some
And such
activity or other. So
assumptions
that
leave
is how
out
it should be. There should be competition between
teaching communities'
departments in
reflections
organizing
on
programs
what
and
autonomy
shows.
entails,
So that
what
kind
kind of
of
autonomy
what
that a
momentum should be
student may
kept.
develop in the
So
context.
what I would say
And
is
we forget
give
to ask a
adequate
little
opportunities
word,
for the students to show their
three-letter
talent.
word.
They should be able to
The
organize
smallest word,
the
why?
programs. They should be
To
able
what
to
extent this is related
present their
to a
talent.
particular
So
activities
there
that you
should be
choose.
more avenues for students to showcase their
Are we
talent.
thinking
So
whether
20
that is
marks for that,
desirable or
50
not?
marks for this. And
do
then
we have
alumni
an
engagement.
outcome in mind, and
The students
whether
who
we
are our
debate on
stakeholders, they
whether
should
that is
remember
desirable or not.
their
Such questions is what I
life
want
in
you
the
to
campus.
ask. And
They
definitely
should
such
continue to have
questions
linkage with the
will
institution.
bring about a
They should be
range
able
of
to
answers
contribute for the institution's
academicians
growth,
that
both
undoubtedly
financially and
vary
non-financially.
considerably between
So you must
different
have a
teachers from
registered
different
alumni
institutions
association.
and in different
You must have
places. Something
student
may
alumni
work out in
association
St. Teresa's and
chapters
that
which
will
are
not work for KG
registered.
Arts and Science College.
There should be periodic meetings. And
My
there
point,
should be
and I'm
what?
concluding, that is dialogue such
They
as
should be
these
supportive to the
can
institution.
be fruitful.
And what is the contribution that they are
Very
making
fruitful.
to the
I
institution?
thank
Suppose if
Vanita
it is
ma'am
more than
once
15
again
lakhs
for
or 25
providing a
lakhs,
space
you will
where
have
we
the
can
weightage
enter
of
into
4.
a dialogue.
So you must have
Because dialogues
this
such
kind
as
of
these
interaction,
can be much
constant
more
interaction
fruitful
with the
than
alumni,
merely
for which 10
promoting
marks is given.
pedagogical concepts like this
Then
across the globe.
comes the
Provided
criteria
they
6.
deal with more specific
Ladies and
questions
gentlemen, the
about
governance,
the
you
potential
should have the
forms
vision.
of personal
You should have the
autonomy
vision.
to be
You must have
fostered in
effective leadership.
particular
Decentralized governance should
environments
be
of
there.
any
Participative
education
governance should be
culture.
there. Bottom approach should be
After
there.
all,
You must
autonomy
have different
is
committees
anything
like
but a
calendar committee, admission committee, timetable committee,
concept.
disciplinary committee,
Not
hostel
even in what
committee,
may be-
library committee,
what may be
laboratory committee,
considered
departmental
Western
committee, etc.
educational
So
and
you should have
institutional context, and
participative,
it is by no
decentralized
means
governance for which 5 marks
What
are
I
there.
would say,
Then strategy
an
development.
intercultural dialogue
See, you must have
on its
goals and
potential
objectives.
meanings and
You must have
implications
long-term goals.
in the field of
You must
teaching
have
learning
short-term
environment.
goal. You
Therefore,
should have
not only
strategic plan.
requires
You
a
should have a perspective plan
reconsidering
for the
of the cultural
institution. How the
landscapes,
institution will be
but
after
also
20 years. What are your
reframing
priorities for the next 5
autonomy
years?
with
All that
respect
should be
to
there.
specific
What is the
learning
e-governance initiative that you are
And I'm
taking?
sure
So that is 10
such
marks for
dialogues
this.
may
And then
trigger
faculty empowerment. What is
a
the kind of
process.
welfare measure that you have for teachers? What is the percentage of teachers who are given financial support for attending conferences,
localizing
workshops?
autonomy.
Then what is the kind of
I am
professional
sure that you are
development
going to
activities
think
that have
about
taken place
not
in the institution?
globalizing, but
How many FTPs
localizing
are
autonomy,
organized and attended with the
which will
faculty?
enable
Do you have a
us
performance
to
appraisal system for the
negotiate
teaching and
what an
non-teaching staff of the
education for
institution?
autonomy could mean
Then do you have
under specific
external audit
or
and
local
internal audit?
conditions.
Do you
And in
receive
particular,
funds
personal,
from non-governmental bodies?
institutional,
Do you mobilize
social
funds?
and cultural
And what is the strategy that you
environments.
are taking
All
for the
four
mobilization
elements
of
are
funds?
very important
Do you collect fees?
when
Do you
you
collect
try to
computation fee? Do
articulate
you mobilize
learner
government
autonomy.
grant
Personal,
or other grants? All that is
institutional,
20 marks.
social and
Then
cultural
IQAC.
environment.
IQAC should be functional.
Otherwise, I'm afraid
We should be able to
autonomy
review the
will
teaching
soon
and
be
learning
sold
practice.
out. And thank you.
We should have standard methodology
Thank
of
you.
operation. We should have the
Ma'am.
meetings at periodic intervals.
Yes.
End
And
of
there
the day,
should be
autonomy is
incremental improvement in all parameters.
being more accountable.
Regular meetings should be there.
being-
We should have participated in NARF activity. We should have given the details in ASHE. We should have gone for NBA accreditation, or we should have
Yeah,
gone
will you
for
please
ISO
listen to
certification.
us
All
before
that
you
is
talk?
10 marks for it, so 30 marks for IQAC. Then seventh criteria
Kanchana,
is institutional
will you
values
please
and
wait for a
responsibility.
minute before I complete?
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to have inclusive environment. We'll have to have, there should not be
Yes.
any discrimination on the
Ma'am,
basis of the gender.
thank you so much
There should
for
not be
being
any
with us. I could see
discrimination on the basis of
more
the caste
committed
or
and,
color or religion in the institution.
a very sincere
So
and
we should
serious
have
teacher in
gender
you again and
equality.
again.
What
As
is
you
that
said,
the institution
autonomy
is
is
doing for
nothing
the
but
promotion
being
of
more
gender
accountable,
equality in the last 5
being
years?
sensibly
Don't we
sensitive
say
to the
that Women's
situation and
Day is
taking
celebrated?
responsibility for the change.
Don't say that it's
And
only
this
ICC
message
is there.
is
You
really
have to
worth
list out
taking
the
at this hour,
initiatives
because
that you have
OB
taken.
can never do anything without
Institution has
having a
facilities
teacher
for
having an
alternate source of
autonomy.
energy
And I'm so
and energy
thankful for
conservation measures.
being with us
Do you
amidst
have
your
solar
busy
energy
schedule,
plant?
ma'am. Thank you
Do
so
you have a
much.
biogas
I
plant?
have only one
Are you
request
able to
that
have a
when it is
sensor-based
getting
energy
implemented,
conservation?
you need to,
Do you
when
use
look at
LED
it,
bulbs or
see,
power efficient
unless
equipments
you
with
change
5-star
the
rating and
whole
all that? So that is
evaluation
actually 5
process,
marks. So 10
this
marks
is
for
not
this.
going to make any
Then do you
difference.
have
That is
facilities
what which
for
was
waste management?
Acharya Padama.
What is the solid waste
Padamade,
management you have?
Padam
Do you have
Shishya
vermic
Somedhaya.
composting? Do you have
Padam
effluent
Sa
treatment plant? Do you
Charabhya,
have a biomedical
Padam
waste management
Kalakramenacha.
system?
So
Do you have
that
yeast
is
waste management
1/4
system?
comes from
Do you have
teachers,
water recycling
1/4
process
self,
in
1/4
the
by
campus?
these kind of discussions.
How do you
as
deal with
Vanita ma'am
hazardous
said,
chemical or
and
radioactive
1/4
waste?
after
Do you have
some
rainwater
learn,
harvesting inside the
discuss, and
campus?
teach. That is
What
all
is the storage
my
facility that you
point is.
have?
And
How
thank
much
you.
of rainwater is
Thank you all.
stored?
I do
How
not
many
know
bore
how
wells
they
you have
might
dug in the recent
taken
past?
it, but you can mail
Whether
me
you are able
any
to have a
feedback.
tank constructed inside
yeah.
the
I provide
campus.
it, ma'am.
Whether
Thank
any
you. Thank you. We will
wastewater
mail you,
recycling
ma'am.
process is
Can I
there.
leave now?
So
Yeah,
all
ma'am.
that
Thank you.
carries
Please
some
go ahead
weightage.
with it.
Then green
Dr.
campus.
Kanchana, you
See,
please
please
go ahead
remember
with both.
that greenhouse gases have to be, controlled. So you should have the control over the vehicular traffic inside the campus. You should have battery-powered vehicle for the aged and for the, physically challenged. We must have pedestrian-friendly pathways. You should have used, banned the use of one-time plastics. Enough and more number of trees should be there. Gender audit should have been carried out. Green audit should have been carried out. Energy audit should have been undertaken. You must have a clean campus. You should have got a good ranking in the Swachh Bharat. Okay, ratings. And then you should have what? Beyond the campus also, number of trees planted. So campus environmental promotion activity should also be there. So, and in the villages, in the surrounding environments, you have you should have increased the green cover. The geo cover, geomorphology cover should have been enhanced. The institution should have a disabled-friendly, barrier-free environment. There should be ramps. There should be lift facilities. So, any disabled candidate, a physically challenged candidate, a differently abled candidate should not feel sidelined. He or she should not feel inferior to anybody. So that kind of enabling environment should be there. So that kind of environment, whether it is created, that is 4 marks. What is the initiative that you are taking for promoting the cultural harmony, regional harmony, linguistic harmony, socio-economic harmony, and other diversities? What is that?
Moving on to the 7th session.
Are you actually
May
having
I now request
the
Dr.
value
P.
system
Vanitha,
defined?
Secretary, KG
What are
College
the
of
rights
Arts
of
and
the
Science
teachers?
to carry
What
the
are the
session
duties
on
of the
Bloom's
teachers?
taxonomy.
What are the
Over to you,
responsibilities
ma'am.
of the students and teachers and the alumni? So all that should have been well defined. There should be proper code of conduct for the students. It should have been there in the website. You should have had proper code of conduct for the teachers, for the administrators, for the staff. There should be periodical review of all that. Okay. An institution should have celebrated all days. National Integration Day, Gandhi Jayanti.
Can you hear me now?
Constitution Day. Okay. So, Sadbhavana Day. So many days are there.
Just give me
so
a few minutes so that I can load
celebrate
my
all
PPTs.
days so that the students get the national fervor. Students have that kind of
My dear,
patriotic feeling.
participants
So
and,
for that,
audience,
5 marks.
I
So
have
please
to
see that
excuse myself
institutional
for
values
being
and social
again to this session for the
responsibilities is
second
50
time.
marks totally. So
Basically,
then
because one
best
of the resource
practices.
person
This is very, very,
expressed
very
his
important.
inability to
30
be with
marks
us,
for it.
Dr. J. Kumar. So
Please
to
remember one thing.
compensate
The other
his
day, one
absence,
principal phoned up. Sir, we are
my
going for
intrusion is
NAAC.
actually warranted.
They say that you are,
and I hope
going for various institutions.
wish that I
Why
don't
don't you tell the best
retain you
best
for long
practices so
and
that we
bore
can
you with my
write it in the NAAC
presentation.
report?
I'll try my level
I
best
said
to
that they are
keep you
not
alert.
asking the Seturaman's
And
best practice. They are asking for the report
We've
of the
been talking
institution.
about
So what is
learn
practice in one
learner
particular
outcome course
class?
in based
You try
curriculum
to
framework,
glorify,
which is nothing but OBE.
customize it.
But OBE
Then,
can never become completed
try to
unless and
add
until
value to it. Try to
you put
practice
the
it
assessment
for the
mechanism
entire
in line
institution.
with the
And then try
the
to analyze
outcomes
the
that you
pros
would
and
like
cons
to
of it.
measure.
And then
So I
implement
thought
it.
that I will
So
just
this is what is
share
actually needed.
how
So any
Bloom's
best
taxonomy
practice
of
should have
learning levels
enhanced the visibility of the
can be
institution.
understood and can be
Any best practice
practiced
should have
or
brought
rather
some
put in
kind of
the
change in the
assessment level
academic
so that
performance of the
what
students
is
and the
intended
teachers.
is faithfully
It is not maintaining a
being
medicinal
measured.
garden.
So that's
It
the
is not
intention.
actually one
Shall I
small
go
issue
go,
in
go
like
with my
toting
presentation
a
now?
solar power plant. That is not a best practice.
Hello?
Or winning a national
So I'll give a
championship
small
in
introduction to
volleyball
Dr. Benjamin
in one of the
Bloom.
assessment years. That
He's
is not
an
a best
educational
practice.
psychologist
So please see that
who has
it
actually
has
built
got
a
something to
formal
do with
learning
research or teaching or learning.
process of learning. How well learning
It has
can
an
take,
impact on the
take place
students, on the
whether with
performance
the
of these
student or
students,
with the
on the outcome
teacher.
and placement of the
In
students.
much
So that
in a
is to be
complex
listed as a
level,
best
how the
practice.
understanding
So
and learning takes
see
place.
that you
His
do
research
2
is
to
on
3
development of
brainstorming
classification
sessions
of levels
before
of
you arrive at the best
thinking
practice.
behavior
And then
in the process of
distinctiveness.
learning. And
Some of the
he did his
institutions are 25
PhD in the
years old.
University of Chicago in
What is that you have
1942.
achieved for 25
Worked
years?
on drawing up
What
levels
is the
of key thinking
signature,
behavior
your
from a
signature
very, very
in the
simple
contribution towards
level
society?
of recalling of facts
What
at
is
the lowest
that
level up to the
which is
evaluation
there as a
at the
USP, unique
highest
selling
level
proposition?
in the
That is
hierarchy.
distinctiveness. So 20 marks for that.
Basically, Bloom's
So you have to
taxonomy
have best practices. You have to have the
emphasizes
distinctiveness
goals
also.
of
50
educational
marks for
process
that.
in terms
So please remember
of three
that
basic domains.
you have to burn your
These
midnight
three
oil.
basic domains
This is the
may be
screenshot
slightly
for your
overlapping each
qualitative
other.
metrics.
If you
This is
remember
how
yesterday
your
when I was
SSR
talking about
keying in will
in
be there.
Skill India,
So if
I
you
was
log
telling
in
that
after
fundamental skills,
IAQA and all that,
I mean,
when you
then
upload, it will all be like this. It will be second question will be like this.
employable skills
There
and
is a question
entrepreneurial
called
skills.
any other
Then I
information.
said fundamental
Okay.
skills are more
Additional
or
information. You have to give
more
all
resembles the
evidences.
cognitive domain.
As
Then
per SOP,
affective
whatever
is
given, you
social
have
and
to
behavioral
give.
skills.
You have to convince the
Psychomotor is
DVV
the
team that your claim is
employment or
genuine. Okay,
employment
this is the
skills or
data
doing
template that they
skills.
have. You
So if
can't
you
give the
put it in
data in
simple
any
terms,
manner
it's
you
very
like.
easy.
You have to
Cognitive
give
is
the data
all
as
related
per the
to
template
learning
given.
to learn.
So you'll have to
Affective is
compress the data
how
to
your
5
learning
MB.
influences
So
your
see that
ideas and
you
your
are able
minds
to
and your
have the
way of doing
compression done
things.
legibly.
Psychomotor skills
You'll have to
are
have a
domain
cloud
is
created
associated
and
with
you'll have to
doing
upload
skills.
everything in
So
that
you
cloud.
rearrange then
See that the cloud is
learning
visible.
skills, doing
You are able
skills,
to see from
and
everywhere.
getting influenced
This is
by
the
your
kind of
learning is
report
affective
that you
domain.
get.
But to be
So they give
very
a
frank,
weighted score of the institution
Bloom
across key
actually
indicators.
touched more upon
Okay.
cognitive
So this is the
domain.
kind of weightage.
Regarding
This
this
is a graphical representation,
psychomotor
which is
domain,
your
he was not
strength, which
very
is your
sure.
weakness. They
Affective domain
give
was
the
actually touched
report.
upon by Rathwal later after Bloom.
They are
So,
giving
but
like this.
somehow when we learned,
So
we put
please
all
remember
three
that
together and
at the
make
end
that
of
these are the
everything,
three basic
they'll
domains
give
in
you
which
the
learning can take
grade.
place.
So if your institution is going to be
So-
graded as A++,
Now, this is not
you can be
needed.
happy.
Okay, to quote
If you are
Benjamin
not,
Bloom, the purpose of
institution is
education
not
is to
getting
change the
A+,
thoughts, feeling, and actions.
you
This
may
is
be
what
also
thought
be
is learning,
responsible for it.
feeling is affective,
You'll have to also
action
take the
is
blame.
doing.
I won't say
So
that you
knowledge,
should alone take the
skill,
blame.
and
You
affective,
can also have to
KSA
take
is
the blame.
basically
So see that you contribute
the
your
levels
best.
which
See that you
Bloom
participate in every
explains.
activity.
Knowing is something related
Please
to your
see that
head,
you
doing is something
involve
related to your
yourself
hand,
only in
and
quality
feeling is something
activities,
related to your
so that
heart.
the best is given to the
Head,
institution,
hand, and
and
heart.
the institution grows,
So this
grows
cognitive
and
level of
grows.
learning or Bloom's
Please remember
taxonomy,
one thing: in the
this is
climb up of
the
mountain of
order or
excellence,
hierarchy in
the
which it's been
difficult
placed.
bit is always
First
yet to
part
be
is
achieved.
knowledge,
The best is yet to come.
acquiring knowledge.
So,
And the
ladies and
second
gentlemen,
is the acquired
your
knowledge
college
has
may
to
be
be
probably going for NAAC.
and
It is not
bits
the
and
funeral
pieces
of
of
your
information should be
principal.
collected and
It is
be
not the
seen
funeral
as
of your
a whole.
secretary or the
And
management.
once this two
You'll have to
could
probably,
take
as a
place and you are
willing
able
partner,
to assimilate everything,
should
it should
do
be possible for you
everything,
to apply.
contribute
And
everything,
application,
so that
if
your
you are
college gets the highest
moving to the
possible
level of
grade.
application, analysis
If you
comes,
don't get the highest
handy.
possible grade,
Synthesis and
probably your
evaluation
neighbor
are
will say
the
that
higher
just
order,
because this lady or this
skills.
staff
The
member,
first three
gentleman
are
is
said to
working,
be lower
that
order
college
skills.
has not got
Fourth
the
is in between.
highest grade.
And
So
fifth and
there
sixth
may
are,
be a
of
curse
course,
on
4,
you.
5, 6, you can
So
even say higher
please
order
see that you
skills.
give your best, so that the institution is
This
really
Bloom's taxonomy
getting
originally
the
was
advantage.
evolved in,
So
in
give your best.
1956.
You should be
Speaks
able to
about knowledge,
recall
comprehension, application,
the
analysis,
best.
and all.
So
It has
contribute
been
for the best.
revised
So with
in
these few words,
2001.
let me
Or
wind up my lecture.
The nouns were converted into
If
action
there
verbs,
are
like to remember,
anything that
to
you want to
understand.
ask, you can
saying
probably
remembering,
ask.
understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and small change. Synthesis and evaluation get replaced
And if there,
with
I don't
evaluation
know,
and
madam will be able to
creation.
supplement.
Ultimately,
Vanita madam
you're acquiring the
and
knowledge
she'll be able to
should
supplement
promote you to the level
whatever
of
details I
creating
have not
something
given.
on your own, new body
So
of
thank you
knowledge,
all
new
for
piece
your
of
presence
information,
and patience.
something like that. Thank you so much, sir. So remember, for a very, very elaborate facts, understanding what the facts really mean, applying the facts and rules, concepts, and ideas to a situation,
Okay,
breaking down the information into component parts so that you are able to analyze. So what you have comprehended, it should be possible again
Are
to
you
break
announcing
it
any
and to
incentives for
see
those who
as
are
per
asking
the
questions?
situation warrants and evaluate in
சொல்லுங்க.
terms of passing on your
Sir, என்னோட
judgments.
பேரு தனலட்சுமி
At
சார்,
the end
NGM
of the
காலேஜ்
day,
பொள்ளாச்சிங்க.
you
Oh, very
promote
good.
yourself
சொல்லுங்க
in terms
தனலட்சுமி.
of
சார் இப்ப MOU
bringing
சைன்
a new
பண்ற போது
body of
இன்டர்நேஷனல் லெவல்ல தான் நம்ம சைன் பண்ணோமா
So
இல்ல
we
லோக்கல்
must
பாடிஸ்
remember a
கூட நம்ம
concept
MOU
when,
சைன் பண்ணா
before we
There
can
are
understand,
participants
we
from
must
other states
understand
also.
the
Why don't you
concept
ask in
before we can
English so
apply
that
it.
others are also
And
able
we
to
must be
understand?
able to apply
I see
it
some participants
Okay.
from Maharashtra.
before we analyze
Okay,
it.
sir.
Tell me.
And we must have
Your
analyzed
question
the
is?
Sir, I
concept before
belong
we
to
could
Tamil
evaluate
department,
it, and
so
we
I
must have
asked in
remembered,
Tamil, sir.
understood,
Yeah, then I
applied,
will
analyzed
translate,
it,
madam. No problem.
evaluated
Okay.
the
Okay, sir.
concept
If we,
before we
Tell
can
me.
create.
the NAAC
Why I am putting
wanted a
again this
MOU
slide
signed
is
with only
you cannot
international
surpass one and
bodies
other.
or local bodies who
When you say
are
the
also
knowledge levels
eligible
are
for that,
tested,
sir.
All bodies, madam.
I am so
Functional
sorry to
bodies
say
are
that the
It should not
first
be a dead
thank you,
body.
sir.
the course objective you write that K6
Thank you,
is
sir.
evaluated.
Okay.
You know, you put
Thank
it as
you.
K1, K2, K3, 4, 5, 6.
Anybody else?
The first
Sir,
year,
excuse me, sir.
first
Please, ma'am.
subject,
Sir,
a
myself
student
Archana from
is
NGM college,
elevated
sir.
to the level of
Oh, NGM தான்
creating
full-ஆ?
something is
சரி, right, சொல்லுங்க.
unimaginable. So you
One question,
understand
sir,
the course
regarding the
outcomes
3.4.1, sir,
and levels
faculty
of learning that
exchange
is
concept
possible
is
to be
there.
achieved in terms of outcomes and
So
sequence
for that,
it so that
MOU is necessary or not necessary,
you
sir?
go in the
There
same
should be some
hierarchy.
understanding, no?
So now
Faculty
probably you
exchange is not.
I
See, many
hope you
people are
understand that
misunderstanding
K6
faculty
cannot
exchange.
be a part of your
If you
course
go
outcome.
for
First
a
is in the first
inauguration of a
unit,
association
the
in a
first
neighboring college,
year
that
of
is
the
not
first
faculty
subject.
exchange. If you are going for delivering
And
a
the
lecture
difference
in the
between,
nearby
as I
college,
already said, that
okay, it
Bloom's
is not a
taxonomy and
faculty
Anderson's
exchange. There should have
taxonomy,
been some kind of
because they are
understanding
all
between the
converted
two
into action
managements,
verbs.
so that
And this
the
creation and
expertise which
synthesis
is
and
available in
evaluation
both the
gets
institutions
changed
are
as
shared.
evaluation and
If it is a government institution,
creation.
there should be some
Of course,
kind of
recognizing, identifying,
permission from the
recalling, and
governmental
retrieving.
agencies. If it is a
Interpreting,
non-governmental
clarifying,
agencies, at least if
paraphrasing,
there are two
representing,
institutions which are,
all these things are
owned
related
by
to
the same
understanding.
management,
When it
so there
comes
should
to
be a kind of
applying part,
understanding between the
it's
managements of the
you
institutions.
you should be in a
Okay,
position of
so that is
executing,
needed.
carrying
Some
out,
kind of
and
MOU, some
implementing,
kind of
or
undertaking,
using something
at
which is
least at
already
the principal
acquired
level
by
or
you.
the management level, so that
Analyzing
these
actually
people
is
stay
associated
for a
with
week.
your discriminating,
Kongu Arts and
differentiating,
Science College at
distinguishing,
E-Road
focusing,
and
selecting, organizing,
the
etc. Evaluation is
Ramakrishna
all
Vidyalaya,
associated
they have
with the
got a kind
activities
of
of checking, coordinating,
MOU.
deleting the unwanted,
Okay, for
monitoring,
the
testing,
faculty
criticizing,
exchange, the
and
self-financing
judging
staff
based on the research
faculty,
that
they
you
are
have
actually
obtained.
exchanged.
Once
So such
all
kind
the
of
five is,
proof should be there.
it becomes a
Okay,
natural
fine.
process of learning.
Thank you,
Definitely,
sir.
you go to the stage of
Yeah,
creating.
you can, madam.
And friends,
Madam,
to all my
though in
audience,
the name of
my
faculty
very
exchange, it is
humble-
actually
humble
expertise
submission here
exchange.
is, that's all.
At the
It's not a
undergraduate
physical
level,
mobility of a teacher
when
going
we
from
start
one institution to the other
implementing
institution
the,
to
learner,
teach or to participate.
outcome,
But your
based
expertise can be
curriculum
shared,
framework,
for
be
which
it
you need
that
to
or
identify the
OBE.
areas where
It's very easy or
you
rather
have some
simple
similarity
to
and there
stick
is a
on to the
need
first three levels
for
for an
exchange and
undergraduate
faithfully
degree.
recorded in
And,
an MOU, then that would validate your
they
statement.
called as lower
There
order
is
skilling.
some MOU signed and based on which
fourth, fifth, and sixth
this
can
expertise
be
has been
fourth and
exchanged.
fifth can be at the PG level,
Yes, ma'am.
and
Thank you,
sixth
ma'am.
at the
Thank you.
research level where you are able to create something.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Sir, this is Dr. H. Lukman Siddiq from Mutayammal
I'm in
College
a
of Arts
meeting.
and Science.
Which college?
Excuse me for
Mutayammal
the
College of Arts and
inconvenience.
Science.
Oh, very good. Namakkal.
But
சொல்லுங்க, சொல்லுங்க.
when I say that
Sir, I have two
the
doubts,
first
sir.
three levels of the
One
undergraduate, I'm not
placement.
saying that the fourth level
Normally,
should
out
not
of
be
just a thing, sir,
incorporated
out of
at the
5,500
undergraduate level,
students
but
every year,
depending
we
on
are
the
getting
subject,
30%
depending
of
on
students per placement. They are
Good,
willing
good,
to come.
depending on
So out of
the
30%,
content that you are going to
25% will be
deliver,
getting placement.
analysis part
Yeah.
can
So
also
how
be
to make calculation?
slightly included. For example,
Can
if
we
you
go
have a
for
small
calculation for all
project,
1,500 students?
that
or
No,
how
can
calculation
have
is done
the
by
fourth
NAAC. You don't
element
only
of
give the data. Don't worry.
learning
Because
area.
IAQA gives the
And
number of
otherwise,
students. So
fourth
whatever,
and fifth are the-
number of
the
students,
areas
final years,
where,
IAQA data
PG,
is there.
level
So
of
if you give the
learning
number of
has to
students
be,
placed
given
year-wise,
concentration.
okay,
And
the computation
slowly
is
when
done by
you
the
move
system.
the
You don't
student
have
to
to do.
that level,
Okay,
the
don't worry.
creation becomes
Then.
so very automatic
Okay,
when
about
he
sports,
moves to
sir,
the research.
for example, if I'm having 25 students, all
Ratwal
25
and
students
this is
best in all the
another
sports.
version of
Can we
Bloom's
permit all
taxonomy
25
in
students
terms
in
of,
different
I
sports,
told
or
you
otherwise
effective taxonomy
single
was
track?
not much
Because you
touched
said
by you.
one wing for
Anderson
one
took and
student.
Ratwal made
Yeah.
small
Suppose if one
corrections in that.
Renuka is
This
got a
Rathwan's
medal in
taxonomy
Asia,
actually
in Olympic,
takes
in
5 stages.
national,
Is in
and
the
then
terms
in
of
Ranji
receiving.
Trophy, you should
And
take
then
it as only one.
after you receive your
So
information,
see
you
that.
try to respond to that
I
information.
mean, almost all students get
And
one prize or
receiving
other.
and responding takes place in
Okay,
sequence.
like that.
In a
Okay, fine.
sequence,
Next.
Thank you, sir.
value
Thank you so
becomes
much, sir.
very, very
Thank you.
automatic in terms of students
Good morning,
showing
all.
involvement
I
and
must
commitment,
first say
attitude
very
and
much thanks
appreciation,
to all the
accept the
organizing
facts,
committee for
complete,
organizing such a
defend,
wonderful
describe, devote,
and
differentiate,
particularly this
explain,
whole,
follow,
I know 2 days will go this
initiate,
way.
invite,
Sir, I have a
join,
small
justify are
question.
all
It's
related
not
to
actually
value.
related
Then comes
to
the
fully to this particular
organization.
thing.
As a
Actually, the
student
thing is, sir,
combined
you
and
had talked about
conceptualized
and you
a
had
new
said
value,
about the
giving
assessment of
giving it a
outcome
priority,
is also
then it should be possible for him
happening.
to develop a
Not
philosophy
happening. It
of
is
Sir,
life.
my
expected.
point is,
Adhere,
if such
alter,
thing is happening,
arrange,
still
codify,
why do
combine, compare,
yes sir, yes sir.
defend,
So why
discriminate,
why
display,
there is
explain.
unemployment is
All these things
increasing
are
in such a
associated with
proportion?
Good, sir.
the
We don't get
capability
that
of
graduates are
organizing the
increasing in a great
information.
proportion, but
And if
unemployment
all the
increases in a
four
more than that
expressed in a
proportion.
sequence,
Even though we have
finally,
estimate of outcome also, what
characterization
is the
by value,
employability and
You
it's
are asking the right
according
like
to
question to the
how
Rothbard.
many
wrong
are
person.
Does
qualifying
the
the
student
competitive
act
level exams? Can you
consistently
throw
with the
light
new
on this thing,
values?
sir?
So these
No,
questions
sir,
are
you are
for
not wrong
teachers
person.
to
I know your
interrogate.
knowledge and
No,
I've
thing
been
is,
teaching for quite some
we
time.
cannot solve the
Whether this
national
has
problem
happened
through a
at the
webinar.
initial
Okay,
level,
one.
in the receiving
Second
end,
is like
is the student
outcomes are
aware
not
or
really
responding to the
measured
environment?
properly.
At
And
the responding
see,
level,
every small
can the
measure that
student
you take, every
show
small step
a
that
new
you take to
behavior
address
due to
such issues
an
at the
experience that is
local will
given in the
contribute
receiving
for
end?
addressing the
And
levels
the
at the
third level,
national level.
does the
So
student
you
show
don't really worry
involvement
about
and
what is
commitment?
happening at the
So this
national
is
level.
what a
So
teacher
we will
has
worry
to
about
see
at the
whether
micro level
the
so
course
that we
outcomes
address that
framed
issue. So
are
if each
being
college tries to address
achieved
it
or not.
and
In the
produces
fourth level, an
competent eligible
organization has the
graduates,
student
naturally
is
the
in a
national
position
problem
to
also will be
combine
solved.
and
So don't worry about
conceptualize
it.
the new
Okay.
value that
So we
he
will
has
be helping
obtained.
the central
And at
government
the
to
fifth
all our
level,
efforts.
does the student act
Because of the involvement
consistently
like
with
of
the new values?
dedicated
Because
TAs
this is
like
the value
you,
that he has
I am
obtained
sure
over
that
a
all these
period based on his
maladies will
understanding,
be,
based on the faith,
will not be
the
seen at
faith
all
that
in
he has
India. Okay, don't worry.
that he could
Thank you very
hold.
much, sir. Thank
So
you, Anita ma'am,
if he
for
is
informing me
consistently act upon
about
that faith, then
this
probably
session.
it
I am
becomes
so
a
much
value
thankful to
or
you. Thank you
becomes
so
a
much, ma'am.
character of the student. So this is how it has to be
Thank you.
understood. What is the
Sir, good
affective
morning.
domain, which it includes behaviors,
This is Jagda Lakshmi
indicating
from PK Arts College.
attitude of the student,
Dr.
awareness with which a
Seduraman sir,
student acts,
whenever you
attention he is able
talk
to
about
draw and
the
he is able to give,
NAAC,
concern
I
he is
get a feel
able to express
like
an
how good
interest,
we are,
and
how can we meet
responsibility
the requirements of
he
NAAC,
could
all
hold
kinds of
for things that are
questions are
happening.
coming into my mind.
And often
If
this has
time
been
I
assessed
thought
by the ability to listen and
Dr.
respond in an
Vanita
environment
for
where the
arranging such
attitudes
a
and
lovely
values appropriate to the
seminar
field of
so that we
study.
get
So this is how
opportunity to listen to
over a
people like you.
period, this Bloom's
Sir, my
taxonomy, which is
question is
given in, way back,
about the
gets
self-financing colleges, as you said.
customized to our
Some of us
to our needs, both
face
by
number of
Anderson and later
problems.
by Rothbard.
The first problem that
Now
we
comes
face is the
the
demand
cognitive.
ratio.
Now, as an
NIRF is
educationalist,
asking for the
we
demand
more
ratio
concentrate on
even
cognitive
to get
domain,
the eligibility
because
of
that itself
submitting
is
the thing.
a big ocean to
It's
explore.
a
If I say
buffered area,
cognitive domain, this
and
domain can be
girls'
tested
college,
in terms of certain activities
and there are
that
number
you
of
can judge
competitors,
whether the student is
and the
capable
same
of
courses
doing
are offered in
once you are able to
colleges.
teach a
Government
lesson
colleges are emerging
with
newly.
keeping
It's very difficult
Bloom's
to
taxonomy in
get
mind.
admission
For example,
for all the
you want to
courses. I mean,
test
fully,
whether he is able
we
to
are not able
remember
to
the
fill
facts
all
that
the
is being
vacancies in various
told to him.
departments.
Ask him to do a
So,
bookmarking,
what are
a
we supposed to do
flashcard.
about this?
Understanding
I
is
don't know
can be
whether it is
tested.
the
The
right
activities
question
which
at
are
this forum.
associated to
No, thing
the
is, madam,
second level
the
of
test will
understanding,
survive.
that is
Okay,
second
see,
level
this
of
is all
cognitive
ranking,
domain, that is
rating, all
understanding,
that
is
has become
the student should be in a position to
needed
translate
one.
an
Okay,
equation into
so you
computer
need to really come
sheet
up to that
spread,
level.
participating in a
Expectations of
cooperative
the
learning
test. I mean,
and searching in
whether
the
a student
internet.
is
If
there
he
in a
is able to
self-financing
do
college or a government
this
college,
kind
they
of
are given the
activities,
same
probably
degree.
you can
So
be
standards
sure that
expected are also same.
beyond remembering,
So
the student
naturally,
is able
we
to
need to live up
understand
to the
and then search
expectation.
for
So you should have a
certain
kind of
other
quality
things based on
agenda
his
in your
understanding.
institution and slowly
Applying
start
is
that.
collaborative
Probably we will not be
learning
able to
and
attain
blogging.
quality in a matter of 2 or 3
Analyzing
years.
is
It
associated
takes
with
a long
activities
time.
like
But every small
dynamic
step that you are
participation in
taking
a
in that
dynamic
direction
group
will
activity
pay,
such as
I
fish
mean,
balls.
will give you results in the long run. I'm sure that your college
Evaluating
also
is
will be able
creating a
to get a
survey or
good ranking creating in NARF.
Finally
in
creating is a
the
social
nearest
networking
possible
for learning
teachers.
purposes.
It
So
is
I'm
not
just
even
simply
provided
adding
in
certain
all
activities for a teacher
if you
to
are
test
not
whether
fulfilling the
the cognitive
expected demand
levels of
ratio,
learning
No, just not
you are
demand
not
has
ratio
taken place
alone.
with the
Madam,
student.
it is just not the demand
Now,
ratio alone.
I'm
See,
just, this
we
is
are
for
not,
the
why
sake
is
of
it
the
we are not able to
teachers,
lure
as how
students?
we go about
Quality
in question
facilities,
paper
quality
setting.
teachers,
I
quality
think for
system. If these things are not
the
there,
entire day
naturally,
yesterday and
quality
even
students will not be coming.
two
So
other
ensure these
sessions,
three things naturally will come.
all the speakers
People
were
will come.
insisting
So
that
we
the
can do
outcome,
it. So
be it whether
slowly,
outcome based
without compromising on
education
quality,
or
for few years
LOCF,
at least,
unless and
emphasize on
until
quality so that the
you-
name will
you
go up,
associate your
and there will be a kind of
assessment
increased
levels in
awareness among
accordance
the
with
public that this college
the
stands
outcomes
for
that you
quality,
intend to
and that will
achieve.
really make
This will
them
never get
come
completed.
towards it,
So an
and you will
assessment
have the
is
name and fame.
actually to be designed in such a
One
way
more
that
question, sir.
you're
Sir, how
able to
can you
test whether
compare
what you
a
intend
college which is
to achieve
completed
is being
100
achieved
years
or not.
and a college which has been recently
Now, hope
started,
teachers
and a
will
college
not
which is
mind
getting,
if I say
which is
something.
possible,
This
where
question
it is
paper pattern has
possibilities
not
kind to
changed
get
much.
grants
For
from
the
the
years,
government or
it
to get
remains the
any
same.
kind of
Basically,
funding
because
from funding
we are
agencies.
so much
It's
fascinated
very
with the words
difficult
like
for the
describe,
policy of the UGC
what,
itself is
explain,
like they are not
analyze.
able to
That's
give
all.
fund to the self-financing college. Under such circumstances, how are we to really enhance the quality, or how to get
We
the
really
real
intend to
expected
achieve.
fund facilities?
So adoption of Bloom's
Like the
level
students
helps
are
the
poor
parents
in
center
our
to test
area, so
different
we are not able
cognitive
to
levels
charge a
of the
very high
student
fees,
without any
and the
bias.
funding
So
is very
a continuous
limited.
internal evaluation
Everything
and
is
end semester exams,
depending on each other.
mapping the
So
questions
it is
in
very
written
difficult to
examination with
compete
course
with
outcomes
a
and then with
college which
program
is
outcomes.
very
See,
old,
this is
which is
what
an aided
attainment
college or
levels
government
which
college,
Dr. Rao was
and
telling in the morning,
self-financing college which is
and even
started
Dr.
just
Vajid was
recently.
telling that
That way,
without
I don't know whether
mapping
it
your
is right
attainment
on the
level,
part
you can
of
never say that
any
this
authority to
curriculum
compare
designing and
two
defining
different
and developing
institutions
in
or
terms of
which
in
are
the
on
lines of
different
LOCF or OBE
levels,
gets
different
completed.
circumstances,
So how do
different
we
backgrounds.
now
I
change
don't
our
know whether there
attitude
should
towards
be a
setting
change in the
question papers?
policy.
Now, I
No,
have
we don't
seen
have to
so
say
many
about
times
such
when
things, madam.
there is
Expert committee decides about all that.
an assignment
BIT is only
that is
started
expected
recently.
from
Madras
either
University
an
is
external
more than
examiner
150
of a
years.
college
So
or
some
by
of
the
the parameters, if
university.
you look at the
The
achievements of
teachers
BIT,
prefer to
it is
stick
much
on to the
greater
question
than that
paper
of any
pattern
traditional
where there
university.
is,
So don't say that the
what to say, a
universities which are
descriptive question
started
paper is
recently
there.
have not
So it's
done
very
and all
simple
that.
for you
Okay.
to just
So
look at the units,
performance
1-2
Generally,
questions in each
and
unit.
not
Now I
possible.
have
no,
seen
no,
even my
I
own
cannot.
see, we are
teachers,
not
if I say
here
that, will you
to,
please set this question paper, they'll
debate
ask,
on such things.
Madam,
So the
is there
appropriate bodies,
MCQs?
the governmental
If there
agencies
are
are there, the
objective
universities
types,
are there, they
please,
will
madam,
address.
I don't find
This
time to
webinar is
have
not for such things.
questions
Okay,
framed.
so let us,
If it is
Okay, sir.
an essay
That's what I
type
was
question, I am
thinking.
ready to do
yeah,
it.
you understand.
But
I
even essay
understand your,
type question
concerns.
is much
You can't,
difficult to do it. A
compare.
teacher actually
But
reads and
both the
understands and
institutions are
learns
giving
the
the same
lesson
degree.
little bit when they
So
teach the
from the
class.
point of view of the
But
stakeholders,
a
the
whole
expectations are the same.
syllabi
Fine.
Thank
is
you, sir.
well
Thank you for
conceived
your
and
valuable
understood and then
suggestions and
appreciated in the way student would have learned
your
only
points
when
were
they set the
really
question paper.
very nice and
So question
Thank you,
paper
madam. Your
setting
questions
is
are very
such a
apt.
difficult
But
task
only thing is
and
pointed at
unless
the wrong
until the
person.
teacher understands
Thank
the
you, Dr.
purpose behind
Ganita,
which
for
this question
organizing
paper is
the wonderful
being
seminar.
set,
Thank you.
it's very,
Thank you,
very
everybody,
difficult to
for all the
map the
people who are
attainment
going to
level
contribute.
of the student in
So
terms
with your
of course
permission,
outcome and
can I
program.
add just
Yeah. You can,
So
madam.
my probably
I
I
should
will
talk only with
take
your
another
permission.
10 to 15 minutes in making you
So
people
this
to
demand
understand how
ratio
question paper
is a
setting can
concern
go
concern
a
for
long
all
way
of
in
us.
line
But
with
one
this
thing we need to
taxonomy.
understand,
So I'm just giving
one
a small
demand ratio
example.
is less for some
If I want to test the
specific
courses,
capability
that
is
is
universal,
in terms
for
of
which I think
remembering
we
the
need not have
information
to
that is
bother
shared to
much.
him.
We should be
I
more
can start this
keen
question
on
with
raising the demand
who
in the
was the
course
author
where
of
there
the
is
book My
popularity among
Experiments
all
with
colleges. If we are concentrating on that, the rest will
And I
take.
still
It's a cyclical
remember,
one, and at
there
least
was a
maybe after
question in my
3-4 years,
first year.
again this mathematics,
Who has
English, and every
authored
subjects
the
will.
book?
Programs
Unfortunately,
will
the
get
student
some
wrote a
popularity and
paragraph
will
of
get
answer.
admission.
So don't worry more
When I
about
called the student and
non.
said that,
Have you read the
no
question
application
paper?
for
And
few
have
courses,
you
it is
understood the
universal.
question? So let us not be bothered
Who
much
has
about it.
authored?
Okay, thank you,
Right?
madam. Thank you, madam.
What
Thank you,
will be
sir.
the answer? I would
Thank
have
you,
been
everybody.
happy
Thank
if you
you.
had written even in your name,
Vidya?
thinking that you have understood the question.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is
Yeah,
the
please
plight
go
of
ahead.
the
Thank you so much,
students.
sir,
So we need to, our
for
responsibility is
making us
much, much higher,
understand that
especially when you
education
integrate your
is for
teaching with
improving the
the
lives
OBE
of
pattern.
others and for leaving your
Who was
community
author
and
of the
world
book My
better than the
Experiments with the
found.
Truth? If you
Thank
put
you so much,
give
sir.
options. The answer to the above question, one
May I now
one
request
only
Dr.
needs a
N.
knowledge
Ishwaran, Vice
that he should
Principal
be
of
able to
KJ College of
recall
Arts and
that
Science
from his
to
memory.
propose the vote of
Therefore,
thanks.
the above question is all related to Bloom's level 1 of remembering.
Thank you,
Therefore, the
madam.
answer is Mahatma Gandhi. Suppose you go to the second level of understanding.
Rowley and warm good noon
How do you frame your
to the
question
most
such that
valued
you can test the understanding
and
capability
worthy
of the
chief
student?
guest of
Which of the
first
following
session.
is not true about COVID-19
It
pandemic?
is a matter of pride
Of course, the options
for
it had
me
given
that I
due
am
to
proposing a
it
vote of
happened due
thanks for
to
this
high level of
wonderful
pollution.
event.
It occurred in non-vegetarians
On
only.
behalf of
It
our
happened due to
MD
virus
sir,
from animals. It happened due to
I
bacteria.
want to
Here the
heartfelt
purpose is to
thanks to
know
our
how the
honorable
candidate
chief
shall
guest
reach at the correct
for
option.
this
It's not a pure
enlightening
knowledge
and
question
stimulating
because it
speech.
requires some
I
basic
hope
understanding of the concept
everyone
also.
has
So
understood
you
the
should know
NAAC
what is
activities
COVID,
and its working
what
process through
actually
our
spreads
chief
COVID,
guest
and
demo.
from where it has
The faculty
originated. So
members
this
learn the
understanding, if it is
reality
not there,
in
the
day-to-day
answer to
quality
this question,
education
it's not like
process,
inky pinky pocket.
and
It needs some understanding. So basically this question
revised
actually
assessment and
tests the
accreditation
understanding capability of
framework.
the student.
His speech was
The
the
candidate who has
most
the
value
understanding
addition
of
for
virus
us
and
to improve
bacteria,
the
etc.,
academic
shall be able to answer
mechanism
the
and
above question.
excellence.
It means it tests the skill of
I'm
understanding of
very
the
grateful
candidate
to
and the question of
our resource person, Dr.
Bloom's
G.
second level of
Sheturaman, Professor
understanding.
and Head,
Because the
Department of
answer is
Chemistry,
happened due to
the
the virus
Gandhigram
from
Rural
animals.
Institute, Gandhigram.
In case if you want to test the
Once again,
capability of the student in
I would
applying
like to
the
thank
facts
our
that is
chief
being
guest who
received by him.
honored this
How do you frame your question?
function
This is an
with his
example. The length
inspirational
of one side of a
thoughts
rectangular
and
table
suggestions
is
to attain the
3.0
quality
meters
and
and its
education and
diagonal is 5
teaching and
meters.
learning process.
Apply Pythagoras
Thank you
theorem
once
and
again,
find
sir.
the area of the table. See, the question itself makes the
Thank you,
student
sir.
to apply what he has
I
understood.
take
He
this
should know
occurrence
Pythagoras theorem to apply this numbers to find the area. So the options are given 15
Our
meters,
Secretary,
25
Dr.
meters,
B.
9 and
Vanitha
12.
Madam,
The student can reach at a correct option
ever
if
lighting
and
guidance
if
for
only
the entire process
he has
of
the
this
ability to apply the concept of Pythagoras
education,
theorem to his
educational
knowledge
excellence.
about rectangles. Of course, the answer
And
is 10 meters.
I want to thank you, madam.
Now
I want
you
to
move
extend
to
my
the analysis
generous
part.
thanks to the principal,
Relation
Dr.
between annual
Ratnamala,
income
madam,
and number of children. This is the
convener
table
of this
where
wonderful
I
program
said
for
the
her
first three are lower
leading
order skills,
supervision
which you
and
can test for the
inspirational
undergraduate.
at every
And the
point
fourth,
of time
you
in
slightly move the
college.
student
She is
towards
acting as a convener of
a
this
research
program.
area
Thank you,
where
madam.
when he comes to PG.
And I am extremely
So when you
thanked
give
Dr.
numbers,
Vidya,
the numbers
IPAC
actually has to
coordinator,
speak for
and
themselves.
she delivered the welcome address
I
in a
happened to
wonderful
listen to
manner
one of the professors
for her
from
contribution
Indian
much more
Institute of
to this
Social and
event.
Economic
Thank you,
Change,
madam.
ISEC.
And
Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore. I had an
I
opportunity
extend
to attend a refresher course. Professor
to express
Narayana
thanks
was the
to head of
guest
the
speaker for
department,
that session.
deans, faculty
He took the
members,
annual survey of
and
industries
participation from
data book
other
on hand,
institutions,
and he just showed us
volunteers,
a book and said that, what do you
for
read
their
from this
support
book?
and cooperation for
We were
this
all looking
first
at the book
session
and said that the book
of
is full of
NAAC
numbers.
seminar. Last
You know
but
what
not
he said?
least, our
Yes, it is
beloved
full of numbers
audience
for a
for making
layman,
this
not for a
first
person
session
who has
as
a
a
prior
grand
knowledge
success.
about
Once
the
again,
society, about the
I
economy, and
thank you,
about the
one and all present here. Thank you very much.
economy as a whole.
Thank you, everybody.
Then what he said, I'm still able to remember after 20 years.
Thank you,
He
sir.
said, keep on be looking at the numbers. At one point, the numbers will speak for
Thank you, sir.
themselves. And
Moving
they'll
on
try
to
to
session
convey
2
some
of the day.
messages to you.
I request
The way he
Dr.
was
B.
looking at the
Hadalanathan,
numbers, I
Dean of
started
Research,
imitating
KG
his
College of
style,
Arts
and
and
then I
Science,
do now
to
derive
welcome and introduce
some
the chief guest
meaningful
of the
insight
session,
by even looking
Dr.
at the
Syed
numbers. The
Wajid,
numbers will remain as
Director
numbers
of
unless and
Cultivate,
until
Associate
you have
Professor of
the mindset of
Microbiology, St.
appreciating
Joseph
those
College,
numbers and
Bangalore.
understanding
Over
the
to you,
hidden
sir.
meaning behind the numbers. So naturally, this promotes you to the level of analysis.
Good afternoon to
So
all.
I've given the annual income of the family in terms of less
Was
than
joined
a
for
lakh
the
and
2 days NAAC
and so on. I'm
sponsored
sorry,
national
there's a
seminar
small
on
spelling mistake. It is for
defining,
the second.
designing,
It's a
and
lakh
developing
and
learning
5 lakh.
outcomes based
And
curriculum
number of
framework
children
in
in
Arts
a
and Science
family
College.
have
To
an
grace
age
this
group of
occasion,
less than 15 years.
to grace this
In a
technical
family
session,
of
so we
less
have
than
eminent
15,
resource
1
person,
lakh, you have
Dr. Syed
320
Wajid,
children,
Associate
and so on.
Professor,
Above one,
and also a
10 lakh,
Director
you have
IQAC
children
from
of less
St.
than
Joseph
15 years,
College,
20
Bangalore,
in number.
Karnataka.
So
On
keep
behalf
on
of KG
looking
College
at
of
these
Arts and Science
numbers.
Management
Now go to the
and my
options.
personal behalf, I extend a
From the
warm
data,
welcome to
one
you,
can
sir.
conclude that
Welcoming
families
you.
with lower income have
I
more
welcome our
children.
Secretary,
You will
Dr.
agree
B.
with me,
Vanitha,
right?
Madam, and our
Family with
Principal,
more
Dr.
than
J. Ratnamala, Madam,
10
for
lakhs,
this
they have
session.
less number of
We welcome
children.
you, madam.
20 only. Thank you.
And I
Question
also
is, which
welcome
one of the following
Vice
assumptions
Principals,
would be correct to
IQC
justify the
Director,
conclusion? Now, you have
Dr.
concluded
Vidya
that
Madam,
families with
and
the lower
IQC
income
members,
have
Jita Madam
lesser
and
children.
Prabhu,
I'm sorry.
Placement Director,
Families with
for
more
this session.
lower income
I
have
also
more
welcome
children. Family with
Deans,
higher income
HODs,
has lesser
staff
children.
members, and the participants
If
to this
your
technical
conclusion
session.
is correct,
Once again, I extend a warm
then
welcome
you need to
to each
justify
and everyone
next one.
present
The
here.
question tests one's
It
ability to
gives me
have
an
knowledge
immense
of
pleasure
value
to
of
introduce
currency,
the resource person
understanding of the fee
who
structure of
has
schools,
rich
and
experience in
analyze the data.
research and NAAC related
Now I'm
activities.
giving an option.
Who is
All
none
families
other
are able
than
to
Dr.
send their
Syed
children
Wajid,
to expensive schools.
Wajid, Associate Professor and former
Based
Head,
on the assumption,
Department
can it
of
be right?
Microbiology and
The
Director,
families with lower
International
income
Quality
group need
Assurance
fee
Cell,
concession for
IQAC,
better education of their
from St.
wards.
Joseph College, Autonomous, Bangalore,
Families with higher
Karnataka.
income group are supporting the
So
families
he
of
is
lower
having a
income group.
professional experience
Children
in
belonging to
St. Joseph
families of
College as
higher
an
income
Associate
are more
Professor,
intelligent than
Department
other
of
families.
Microbiology, a Director,
So,
Internal Quality
obviously,
Assurance Cell,
your
Coordinator
analytical
for
capability
Choice-Based
and
Credit
reading
System,
message from the
Coordinator for
numbers
Certificate Courses,
should be able to give you an
Principles of
insight that
Genetic
the families with lower
Engineering,
income group
is a Nodal
actually
Officer
need
for
fee
NIRF,
assistance or
India Today and
concession
Week
if
Ranking,
you want to achieve
Coordinator,
better
Farmers UGC
education
scheme
to
for
the
mentoring
children in
NAAC
the days to
accredited
come.
aspirant
See,
institutions. Sir
there
also
are
holds the awards like he is a
320
university
children,
rank holder
but
for the
their
postgraduate
affordability to
studies in
send children to
microbiology
school is much
during the
less
year
because their
1998
annual
2000.
income is much lesser.
He is a
So
topper in
from this,
undergraduate
your
course
conclusion is
microbiology,
that it
chemistry
is
and
this
geology
group
in
which
the year
needs
1995
some
1998.
assistance so that if you really
He
want
is
to
a
achieve
CSIR,
universal
ARF,
education.
NET
So this is how
sponsored
one
2000 for the
the
lecturership.
teaching methodology
He
has
acted as a
to
resource person
get
for NAAC
converted
related
towards
topics like
pushing the
higher
student
education,
towards these
outcome-based
levels of
education,
understanding.
choice-based credit system,
It's very
human
simple
resource
actually.
development,
As Dr.
Ignators
Latana
program
rightly said that
under
the
HRD,
autonomy is
a
given to
topic like
teacher
time management, motivation,
to
leadership,
learn,
stress management,
to take the
decision
ideas
making, and
and
career
to give it
guidance
back to the
were
teacher,
handled to
to the
soft
students
skill
as
training. He also
the
conducted
circumstance
certificate courses
needs or
like
warrants.
biodiversity and environmental
Now
health
I'm coming
in
back. That's
collaboration
how
with
you can.
Seattle University, Washington State, USA,
One
for
second.
the students of SJC and SU between 13th and 21st
The levels of
of December
Bloom's
2020.
learning,
He
how it
also
can be
acted as a
tested in
research
terms of
guidance, and
questions.
under his guidance,
Friends, I've
he
taken an
guided
example
130
which is very
UG term
common and easy
papers
for all of us to
and
understand.
30 MSc
Like
microbiology
apples
dissertation
and oranges.
students till date.
So I start the class with telling them an
Sir has
apple a day
published
keeps the
various
doctor
research
away because it has
articles in the
all
reputed
health benefits
journals, and Sir has conducted
either
various
an
seminars
adult or a small
and
child, even
research
an
activities
elderly person
and the NAAC
requires. So I will
mentoring
tell
projects.
them what is an apple and
Received,
what kind of
he also
apples
received
are
funded
there
from
and why should
UGC
it be taken, what
to name
nutrient
a
values
few
are there. While taking apples, of course, I will
isolation of
add some
heavy
more
metal
fruits
tolerant
also
bacteria
because
from
apple is not the
soils
only fruit.
contaminated
So
with
if
heavy
my
metals
class goes
in the
on
year
like this,
2013
my
with a
intention is
grant
only
of
to test the remembering
1,90,000.
capability of
He
a
also, Sir has
student.
also received
The
a grant from
competencies that
UGC
I am
sponsored 30
expecting
lakhs
from
for
the
mentoring
remembering
NAAC
point
aspirant
of view is
institutions.
that the student should be able to
And Sir has also received
recall
a fund
previously
from
learned information.
IAC, Indian
Having
Immunology
recalled
System
it, he should be
Society,
able to
for
recite the
newer trends in
poem, quote the
immunology,
price, specify the
the year
facts,
2020.
and remember the terminology and
Sir
etc.
has
So the demonstrated
published various
skills, the
articles in
skills that
research
can be
and professional
demonstrated
projects.
after
Sir has handled
having all these
and
things
coordinated
is
with a lot of professional projects. Sir has presented papers and posters in various occasions,
just a minute.
both nationally and globally. Sir has acted as a resource person in numerous platforms and also organized, participated in symposia, seminars, intercollegiate competition,
Observation
conference,
and recall of
seminars,
information,
FTP,
knowledge
workshop,
of
and
dates,
reference
events,
course.
places, knowledge
It's
of
a few
major ideas, etc.
points which I have taken from its elaborate profile. It will take 1 hour to
Question
read
cues
the
are
entire profile of our resource
list,
person.
define, tell,
It's our privilege
describe,
to have you,
identify,
sir, today
show,
for this
label,
technical
collect,
session.
examine, tablet.
I
So if
once
you
again
could frame
welcome
the
you
questions
for
with
this
all
session,
these
and
cues,
I also
probably
thank the
your
organizer for
attempt
giving
to
me this
test the
wonderful
remembering
opportunity. Thank you.
capability gets achieved.
Thank you, sir.
Second level of level of learning
The
is
whole purpose
understanding.
of education is to turn
As I already
mirrors
said,
into windows. May I
since I have
request
taught
Dr.
about
Syed
apples and
Wajid,
oranges,
Director of
I can
IQAC,
can now ask the
Associate Professor
student
of
compare
Microbiology,
the health benefits
St.
of
Joseph's
eating
College,
apple versus
to carry the
oranges.
session on graduate
Both are
attributes.
good fruits.
Over to you, sir.
They have different.
Thank you, Dr. Rachita.
Health
At the outset,
benefits.
let me first
They should
thank
be able to
Dr.
compare
Vanitha
and
ma'am
say
for
that
inviting me
who
for
should eat
this
what,
talk.
why should they be taken?
I'm associated with Dr.
So
Vanitha ma'am for the last
competencies
5
that is
years, and
required
there's so much
from
that
a
I've
student in
learned from
understanding
ma'am
is
in terms of the
comprehend the
NAAC and the
meaning,
various other
interpreting and
processes. So
stating
thank
the
you, Dr.
problems
Vanitha
in
ma'am,
own words,
for inviting me
comparing,
here. I
translating,
would
organizing,
also
and
place on
extrapolation.
record the principles of
Question
management have
cues
taken
are
initiatives
summarize, describe,
in
interpret,
organizing such
contrast,
an event.
predict,
So I
dissociate,
wouldn't
distinguish,
waste a lot of time,
estimate,
so straight away I
differentiate,
would get
discuss,
into
and
the
extend.
action. So let me start
The
presenting
third part is applying.
my
Again,
PowerPoint.
I'm coming back to the
Ensure,
same old
and let me
example.
know if
Which
you
kind of
can
apples
see
are
what I'm
best for
presenting before
baking
you show.
apple pie, pudding, and why? So I didn't stop with just explaining the health benefits of apple and oranges. What kind of recipes can be made using the apple? And one of the recipes is making an apple pudding or apple pie. But every apple, the variety of apples, they have different texture, different taste, and different even smell and longevity. So now my question is that is actually makes the student to apply the knowledge that he has acquired to find out
so hope you're okay with it.
which kind of apples. If you want to make an apple pudding, which type of apple
Can you all
should
see
be
the slide?
used?
Yes,
You
sir.
don't stop with that.
Thank you for
Why
continuing.
should you use that? Why that's so? You are very specific about that particular apple's variety.
Okay, I have been
or
asked to
making.
present before you
Apple
graduate
pudding.
attributes
So naturally,
under
your
learning
competencies are using acquired
outcomes-based
knowledge to solve
curriculum
problems,
framework.
apply the information and concept to a
We all know
new
that
situation.
we are part and parcel of the higher
The question
educational
cues are
institutions.
apply,
So
demonstrate,
now, future
calculate, complete,
education,
illustrate, show,
it is
solve,
mainly
examine,
in fostering
modify,
quality
etc.,
education.
etc.
We might say that we are trying to impart higher education,
Then
but what
analyzing
is
is
really
the
required is
fourth
that we
level
need
of
to be imparting
learning.
quality higher
List
education.
the
That is
ways of
something
serving
very
food made with
important. Now, in
apples.
order for
Apples
us
can be
to
used to make different type
foster
of
this sort of quality
food.
education,
So list
what is it required? It is
the
required
ways
that
of
we
serving
need
the
to
food
come
that
up
are
with a
that
lot
made
of
with
sustained
apples.
initiatives,
Explain which
where
ones
whatever
have highest
initiatives
health
we take,
benefits.
it should
If you
become
could make 2 or 3, 4
institutionalized,
types
and
of
there has to be
food
a
with
sort of an
apples, you
outcome
should be able to say that
based
among this
approach.
4,
What
which
are
has
we
highest health
starting a
benefits,
particular program or a
and
course
provide
for?
reference to
And
support
we
your
need to be very
statement.
clear about it,
Now,
and
if
then
you
there
look
has to
at
be an
it
outcome drawn
intensely,
for the
then you will
same. So
understand
then what happens? It
very
becomes a sort of
slowly
a best
from the
measure
undergraduate level
to start, and
when
at
to
the
the
same time you are trying
postgraduate
to
level, where
institutionalize
project
the entire
research
event.
becomes
Now,
a
at the same
component
time,
of
when you say that
curriculum
you're offering a
and pushing
program,
the
we are
student
offering a
towards
program for a purpose.
that level
That
where
is to make
review of literature
graduates
without
come
referring,
out of
without
it, and then
understanding the
you also
background,
make them employable.
these questions
Okay,
cannot
unless
be
and
answered.
until we are
So
not
provide
orienting the
reference for the
program
support
that
of
we are
your
offering,
statement.
making
Then you
the
should have
graduates
reviewed
employable,
all
there
the
is
literature
no
about
meaning
food
in
that
the
can
higher
be made with
education that we
apples
are
and
imparting. Okay, hence
how
there is a requirement
one
of this, what is
is
called as a
better than
learning
the other, and
outcome-based
based on
curriculum framework.
your
Okay,
understanding,
now
you
this
should
is
be able to
also for
support
us
your
to
statement
improve
based on
or
the
upgrade
references you
academic
have made.
resources and the learning
Then comes
environment.
the fifth one,
Once we know what is
evaluating.
our curriculum
Of
design,
course,
this might
questions are
require
assess,
certain amount
decide,
of
rank,
resources in
grade,
order to
test,
deliver that, in
measure,
order to assess
recommend,
them. So for
convince,
the delivery
select,
and the
judge,
assessment,
explain, and so on.
one has to provide
Now
the
the question
required
is, do
academic
you feel that
environment.
serving an
Okay,
apple
unless and
pie
until that
or an
environment is not
after-school
provided,
snack for
the
children is healthy?
quality is not coming
Now
out
you will
of
have to
the
understand.
functioning of
An apple
your
pie is
programs.
prepared by
At the
the
same
mother
time, we
and
always
sent to
need to
the
look for
child
raising
to
the
be
quality
taken as a
of our teaching,
snack
our learning
when the
process,
school is
or
over,
research
before
endeavors,
he or she
so
comes to
that
the school
overall
home. In
we
between time,
grow.
he or she
And
shouldn't
at the same
be
time,
hungry,
as
so
we
there is
all
something
are
to be
getting more and
sent
aware
to
of the
the
technology
child in a
usage
different box.
during pandemic,
Now the question is,
post-pandemic,
can you
now
serve
technology
that
is
apple
in
pudding
thing.
which is
We need to
made in
also
the
use and
morning
integrate
as a
our
snack to
teaching,
the
learning
child?
with
Will it be healthy? Will it remain
inculcating or
healthy
integrating
over a period?
technology into the same.
So now
Okay, now hence UGC
you
has
have
come
to
up
evaluate
with,
and say that
they normally try
whether
to review the
this
processes over
pudding
the
will
years.
last
A lot of
so
people
long.
would
What
take
is the shelf
initiative in
life of
reviewing what was
life
existing,
of
what
that
are the
pudding?
requirements,
When
as
will
there
it
are
start
a lot of
deteriorating?
demands that
So once
comes
you know that, If you say
before
yes,
then. So
it
hence
should be
this
possible for you
sort of
to say
an
why is it
initiative
yes.
has been
If you say
taken,
no,
where they
why
have
it is not.
looked at all the
So
requirements and
slowly
they
the
have
higher order thinking in
developed
terms
and
of
revised
evaluating the
curriculum
situation comes to
based learning
comes
outcomes.
handy to
So
the
this
student.
LOCF
So
is
it
an
is
initiative
not
of
only
the
teaching, but the way you are going to
UGC.
assess the
Hence,
teaching
we
in
all
terms
need to
of putting
understand
a
what
question
exactly it is and
matters a
take
lot.
things forward from
Then
here.
comes
Okay. So
creating.
what I thought before getting
Convert an
into
unhealthy
the main
recipe
topic
for
of
apple pudding or pie to a healthy
graduate
recipe by
attributes
replacing your
are, it
choice
is
of
required for
ingredients.
us to understand
Probably
what is
you
this
might have given
concept
an
of this
answer,
outcome-based education,
this
what are the
pudding will not
principles that are
last
involved,
for
what are the processes
more
that are
hours.
involved. Now,
So
when you
this
say
is not
outcome-based
right
education, it is
to serve
basically
the child
starting
to be
with a clear
taken as
picture
a after
of what is
school
important
snack.
for students,
Now your
so that
biggest
you
task is that you have to
organize a
create, right?
program that is
How
design
are you
a
going to
curriculum,
create that unhealthy
instruct the
recipe to be
same, and then
to make it
later
as a
you're also
healthy
going to be
recipe
assessing. So I, as
by
a teacher, I need to have
replacing some
clarity.
of the
What
ingredients
program
which
am I
will make the
teaching?
pudding
What
to
would
last,
the students be
and
interested
explain
in?
the health
And then
benefits of using
accordingly,
the
I
chosen
need to
ingredients versus the original
organize the
ones.
curriculum, the way
You
I'm going to
simply can't
instruct
say
the
that
curriculum,
use this
and then also how
new
am I going
ingredient
to
and make it good.
assess. Okay, so this clarity
You
is what
should
is required,
also
and that
explain,
is
yes,
what
you
is
are
coming through this
you are
particular
putting another,
forum, what is
adding
called as
another
the
ingredient,
outcome-based
but
education.
even that ingredient
Now,
has
when you
certain
say
health benefits
outcome,
which
what are
makes
we
the
looking
pudding to
at? Now,
last
we
for
are
long.
looking at the clear
Compare
learning
and say
results,
that how
which we want
this
students
new
to demonstrate
recipe
at
is
the end
better
of
than
the
the
significant
original
learning
one.
experience.
So
Okay,
where
I
you
might
are
be good in the
creating something
content,
new,
the
combining
knowledge that I
elements,
have. I might be
production of
very good at
plan
the
or
skill
unique
that I have,
communication
but
are
that
all
is not what we would want to see as an outcome. The
expertise
outcome
that
would
is
be as to
associated
what
with
students are able to
creating.
demonstrate
The questions
after
can
you
be
have
combine,
been
integrate,
associated
modified,
with them
rearrange,
for a
substitute,
minimum
plan,
stipulated time.
create,
So what are
design,
they able
invent.
to
What
demonstrate
if,
from their side in terms
compose,
of the
formulate,
knowledge and the
prepare,
skill is
generalize,
what
and
matters. So
relate.
these are what
So
we are
this
going to
is
write
how
down
a teacher
as
has to
outcomes for the
understand
students
the
for
levels of
various
learning
programs that we
according to
offer.
Bloom's
Okay, and
and
the entire
the kind of
outcome-based
assessment that one
approach
need
is
to
more student-centric.
get
Okay,
prepared
now that is
to
now
test the
I have
question,
offered
the
a
understanding
program,
of the
so I'm
student.
designing a
What kind
curriculum
of
for
knowledge
the
and skills
now,
can be tested?
curriculum
Question
does
should
not
test a range
only
of knowledge and
require
skills
the
at the master
required
level.
set of skills
They
they
should test and
needed
reward
for
the
a
critical
particular
appreciation and ability to
subject.
apply
It
what has
can
been
be
learned
overall
rather than
for
the
the
passive
holistic
reproduction of
development
memorized
of a
facts.
student. Okay, so that
Up
is
to
what you need to
plus
be
2
looking
level,
at when you're
the teaching
designing
is
the
more
curriculum.
insisted
Okay,
on
and
bringing
then
the
once you have
information
designed
that
the
is given
curriculum,
to
there
them
has to be
without
delivery
any
of the
distortion.
curriculum. How well
That is the
are
reason
you going to
children
deliver it?
with
What are the
original
pedagogies that you're
thinking
going to
and
use
who
for
can use
delivering
their
the
own
curriculum
words in
matters a
explaining
lot.
and
And
understanding,
as you
they
keep
don't
delivering,
they don't
there
score
also
good
has to
marks.
be a means of assessing
And those who
the
have
content
scored
the
good
students
marks,
have assimilated.
very,
So
very
then
heartening
comes is
to
the
know
assessment.
a
Now,
child from
finally, all of
a very
these would
remote
ensure
rural
that there
area
is learning that
getting
is happening.
very high
Okay, so that
scores,
is something
got her
is a basic
admission in
principle
Anna
of an
University.
outcome-based
I'm
education.
not
So
telling
we
stories,
being
it has
clear,
happened
designing the
couple of
right
years back.
curriculum for a
And
particular
after the
program,
first
and
semester,
then delivering it the way
when she
it
came
should be,
home
because
for
every
a break,
content
she
be
committed
delivered
suicide.
in
You
a
know the
different
reason she
manner,
was not
which is
able
the
to cope
best.
up
So
with
best
the
pedagogy is
task
to be
that is
used,
there
and at the same
that she
time,
had
not
to
all instruction
overcome
that you give
in
it
the university.
can be
The
assessed
simple
by
reason is
one
that she could
particular
not
method. So you
get
need
through
to
with the
also come
mathematics
up with
paper.
different
Now,
ways
she
of
couldn't
assessing,
have
so
the
that
face to
finally, students are able
face
to learn
the
what
reality
we are
that
supposed to be
having
teaching
scored
them.
so much marks in
Okay,
the
now
plus 2
what
level,
I said,
she
I
was
have to
not
get
able to
into
do
sort of
well.
a nature.
So it is
What
not
we see is, yes, a very
memorization of
important
facts,
part
it is
is the curriculum
understanding
design.
and
If you are an affiliated
reproduction of
college,
certain
then
things
there is not much
with
of
critical
flexibility that
appreciation,
you would
which
get in the
has to
design
be
of the curriculum. If you're an
encouraged among
autonomous
the
college, you
students.
can design
Let
the
them be on
curriculum.
their own.
But what
See, I can give you
flexibility
good number of examples.
affiliated college
See, I
will
was
have is
I am
delivery of
basically from economics.
So that means
I
a lot
was
of
teaching my
planning
students
has to
about
go in as to how would you
perfect
deliver
competitive
whatever
market.
has been designed
Before
by your
teaching them,
parent
I said that
university
it's a
as an affiliate
hypothetical
college.
market.
If you
It's
are
a kind of an
autonomous
assumption that we
college where
make
you have the freedom, then you can
that the
design
market has
the
this
curriculum the
characteristics.
way it
Large
can
number
be
of buyers,
the
large
most
number of
effective.
sellers,
Okay,
uniform
so you
price,
have
no
delivered the
transport cost,
curriculum. After
no
which you are going
product
to assess.
differentiation,
Assessment again,
and
don't have
nobody
random
fixes the
assessments.
price.
Try to
It's a demand and the supply
scientifically
fix the
design the
price.
assessment for
I
the
just
content
said,
that you've
then
delivered
one of
and
the
the way you
students
have
asked me,
delivered.
ma'am,
So you need to do a lot
don't
of
we have such a
assessment
market?
planning as
And I
well.
said, no, Papa,
And
it
once
is
you have
not. That
assessed, then
market is not
whatever
so
the
perfect
data
as
that
it
you
is
are getting out
explained,
of the assessment,
but it
try
is
to
for the
go
sake
back
of
and check
understanding.
if
That's
you
why
have
I said it's a
attained those outcomes
hypothetical
which you
market.
have written it
You know,
down
after
for a
2-3
particular
days,
program. So
the
then
boy who
you'll
questioned
sort
me
of a complete one
was sitting in the
cycle.
front desk and said, he
Now,
raised his hand and said
there are
that,
4 basic
ma'am, you said
principles
the
which
other day that
SPADI
perfect competitive market is a
has given
hypothetical
in the year
market.
1994,
But you're
which
wrong.
still is
You know,
very, very,
the kind of audacity with which he said,
holds
"You're
good for
wrong."
the current
So I
scenario.
said, I
That is
just with a smile, I
as I
said,
was stressing on,
okay,
what
you
is
prove me
important
that
is
I'm wrong,
clarity
I'll
of
accept you,
focus.
I'll
You know,
take
we
you.
need to be very,
Then he
very
said,
clear as to what are we
"Ma'am,
imparting,
this,
what are the
those who are from
culminating
Tamil Nadu
exit
will be able
outcomes
to
that we
understand the
are
letter
going
and
to
spirit.
make. A
We
student
put
of a
our
particular
for
program
the
at the
benefit of
end
the
of 3 years would be
audience from the
able
other state and
to
saying,
achieve
it's a
this, will
farmers
have
market
these
that
sort
is
of skills,
operating in
which
Tamil
will have
Nadu.
these sort of
There is
competences. So
in
this
those
clarity
days,
is what
no
one should be
transport
having
cost
when
for
we offer
bringing the
programs.
vegetable
Sometime
from the
back, I
farmers
heard
to the
about a question
shandies.
that certain programs are
Products have
dying.
never
They
been
might be dying. You are
differentiated. You
not
can't
getting
say
enough
that this is
students
Ramsami's
because there is a
farm
requirement
and this
for you
is
to
from
look at what
Kupusami's farm.
exactly
It's
is the
all
program, what is
in
the
terms of
content of the
names,
program,
brinjal,
how is
carrot,
it being
beetroot.
offered, how
No
can
product
you make
differentiation.
it more
Nobody
flexible,
fixed the
adaptive
price.
to
The
fit
arrival of the
the
market
demand
and the
of the
supplier,
current
the demand for the
society.
market
So you
actually
can't
fix
become
the price.
complacent after
So
offering a
uniform
program
product,
today and
no
relax with it
transportation
and say
cost,
that, you
no
know,
buyer and seller fixing the price.
it will
All
enhance.
these
You might
things
have
are
to work
there.
a little
So
more
I thought
harder
that
on
this
it
is the
to
way
make
the
things
children
better
should
and
be
the
taught.
best. For
Of
that,
course,
what is
he
important
actually
is the
has taught me
clarity.
how to
Okay, why is
understand.
this program not
And
doing
my
well?
from
What
then
are
onwards,
things that are there in the
my
program which
level of teaching
many
actually
takers are
changed.
not
I
coming?
say
Is this
something and I ask my
program,
students,
who come out of
please
this,
find some
are
resemblance
they
to
employable
the
or
information
not?
that is
Okay,
taught
that is
inside the
something that you
class
need to look
from
at,
the
and
real
then
life.
take a call whether
In fact,
such
a
programs
professor
should be
from
offered or should you come
Madras
out of
University
those
asked his
programs.
students
Okay, if they are
to,
not relevant for the
he's a
current
history professor,
scenario,
to
then maybe
identify
you
some
have to
of the
really look at
places
those
in the
programs
world
and
map.
avoid also
Then
from
these
offering
boys used to
such
go and
programs. Okay,
put their
then
head
you
and
need to be
search
designing down
these
what
places
is
in the map.
required. Okay, it is
After a
finally
few,
it
couple
all
of,
matters a lot.
6,
Okay,
7 places,
people
he
might have
wanted the students
just
to
copy
identify. Then he
pasted
asked
the
way of
curriculum
living.
from here and there, but you need to be very clear
All the
when you are
students,
designing.
they just
Why
put their
am I
hands
putting
on the map and
the
said,
content
Bay
in
of
this
Bengal,
particular
such a big
paper? Is this
expanse,
relevant? Where should it come?
Then the professor
What should
said,
be the
"You're
flow
wrong."
of the entire curriculum? What
His children were
are the
not able to
basics that you're going
understand
to
why he
start
is
with,
saying
and
that
what are
because
the
Bay of Bengal
advancement in the
actually occupies
application?
half of the
So all that
space
you
in
need
the
to
map.
be designing down. Okay,
He
that
said Bay of Bengal is
something
outside your
is very
window
clear.
because it's
And you
Madras
need to
University.
also have high expectations.
One
You need
punch
to
dialogue,
try
he
to
said,
set a lot of
"Don't
benchmarks
search
in
knowledge
place, a
in
lot of
books.
standard
Get the facts from books and then
processes
apply,
in
search
place, so
the
that you know
knowledge
you're
for what you
expecting
have learned in
something
the
better.
books
The
outside
best
the
you
book."
teach, the best you can
So this
expect
is what
from them.
is
So have high
actually needed
expectations
from our
so that all of the students
end
succeed.
as a teacher.
The main objective
Make
of
the
this
children
LOCF
to
is
learn
all
what is
students who
learned
join a
inside,
particular
find
program are coming out or
the
exiting out of
resemblance
a
of what is
program
learned
with
inside
good
the
amount of knowledge
classroom,
and the skills
outside the
which
books
now
and
they are
outside
in
the
a
classroom.
position
It may be
to
helpful to keep in
generate
mind that
knowledge on
ultimately
their own,
learning is
not rather
highly
only assimilate
transformative
the
process,
knowledge and
personal to
themselves.
individual,
And
and
try
it's
to
not
provide
confined
all
or
possible
restricted by set
opportunities
to
to
points
the
of
students
assessment.
through the
And you
program
have
so that the
evaluation
best
on the
is
one end and
provided. So as
assessment
I
on
said
the other
sometime
end.
back, it is
We
not
normally say
only
evaluation is
the
the end
disciplinary
semester
knowledge that
exam.
you're going to give it. It is the
Assessment
holistic
during, it is
approach
called
to give
continuous
them all
assessment.
possible opportunities on the campus for them
And
to
learning
become
actually has to take
well-rounded
place. Assessment must
individuals.
be
That is
carried
something
before
that matters a lot. Okay, what is there in this OBE
any one of us,
process? Now,
because
there is a lot of
it propels
alignment
you to
as
go
a faculty
An
or a
assessment
department
becomes
or a
judgmental.
college has to
If
do
I
it.
have
And this
traveled
alignment is
over
what is called as
a
constructive
period with the
alignment, which
teacher,
was said
and I
by
should
Professor
submit
John Dix
myself
in
for
the
an
year of
assessment at the
1999.
end to see whether
Now, what is
I
this
travel
we are
along
doing
with the
here is,
teacher in
yes,
terms
I've
of my continuous internal
designed the
assessment
program.
as
I'm going to execute that
promoted
program
me to a
for
level
which
of
I need to be
expected
providing a
expected
learning
level of learning.
environment for the students. And
Of
in
course,
this learning
formative is
environment,
ongoing to
I'm trying
improve
to
learning.
carry out
We
certain
call assessment
activities,
as
the
formative,
learning
evaluation
activities,
is
okay,
summative.
so that there is
It is
desired learning
final
that
to
is
gauge the
happening.
quality of learning.
there are two people who are
Assessment is
involved
process
here.
oriented.
One is the
How
teacher
learning
and
is
the other
taking
one is a
place.
student.
Evaluation
A
is product
teacher would
oriented.
try to
Assessment is
impart
reflective.
knowledge or the skill.
Whereas
That
evaluation is
means
very,
they
very
are trying to conduct certain
prescriptive.
activities.
Externally
Okay,
imposed standards.
in
This is
passing on that
diagnostic,
particular
which is
information.
judgmental.
What should a
Assessment is
student
highly
do from
flexible.
his or her
Adjust as
side? The
problems are
student
clarified.
should be
This is
constructing the
fixed
meaning
only to
out
reward
of
the
the
success and
relevant
punish the failure.
activities that are conducted.
And I said
So if this
diagnostic,
alignment
in
that
a-
is
in a
happening
class,
in what
when you
as
give them
I as a
25 multiple
teacher
choice
passing it
questions,
on, and what
if-
as a student trying to construct the
not even
meaning
10%
of
were
this
able
together
to
is what we call it as a
live up to
constructive.
the level of your expectation.
So the
which
rapport
means
between
that
the student
there
and
is
the
something
teacher
wrong. Either
matters
your,
a lot.
your
Unless and
setting
until
of question
the
paper is
connection
not
is
up
not
to
there between
their
the
level of
teacher and the
understanding,
student,
or what
the
you have said is not being
objectivity
taught
of
in
the
the class.
outcome-based
So it is
education
better
is
now
going
to go
be
revisit
not meaningful.
the
Okay,
situation
so I need to
and
be very
reframe
clear
the
in
questions and come back
carrying out
and
these
put it under
activities,
testing.
and at the
That's why
same
I
time
said it's
students should
reflective,
be clear in
process-oriented,
assimilating,
flexible, and
learning,
diagnostic,
understanding,
and
critiquing
it's very
the same,
cooperative.
so that a
We
meaning
learn
is
each
drawn
other,
out of
learn
the
from
activities
each
there.
other. Whereas
Clear?
evaluation
So as
is
a teacher, I'm just
competitive
aligning. So I
because
have this
beat
curriculum. I
each
know
other
this is
out.
how, as a facilitator,
This
I'm going to be
difference one
putting
should be
across to
able
the
to
students,
know.
and then
And
let
of
the
course,
students
OBE
take
and
it forward.
Bloom's
So it can be
taxonomy
a
has lot
varied
of
of
advantages
activities
for
that
both
a faculty might have
educators,
to do it. It's just
educational
not a
developers,
rote learning from a
administrators,
board
and
and
students.
chalk or a
It
PowerPoint
enhances
presentation,
quality of
but
teaching
you
and
might have
learning,
to engage them in a
ensures
lot of things. You
approval
might
and
be making
accreditation
them
of new and
read
existing
certain
programs,
material
ensure
that you're going to
accountability
send
and
them
quality
across,
assurance.
ask them to
It
present,
takes
get them
responsibility
into
for their own
discussions,
learning.
and a lot of such activities
Articulate the
one
knowledge,
should
skill,
be
experience
performing
required
it
during
for
the program.
them to really
Develop
construct a meaning out of
collaborative
it. So what a
curriculum
teacher
planning,
is trying to
because
do
you
is just
put
try to align what is
almost
there
all
that you
the
design in the content to that of
stakeholders
what
in
is
the
being sort
list
of
of
delivered.
your board of
Clear?
studies before
And
preparing
so there
the
is something
curriculum
that a
to
teacher is
satisfy
trying to
the needs of
provide
the
it,
three
where the
stakeholders,
student would
and to
perform,
evaluate
and
and
then you
improve
are
the
going to be
curriculum, and to
assessing the
encourage
performance
continuity
of
between
the
undergraduate,
students. For that, there
postgraduate,
has to be
and
this alignment that
continuing
has to be
education.
done. Okay, so now let me try getting into the topic that I've been asked to talk to you
Thank
about. Now, when we are designing a curriculum, okay, and then later, we are trying to deliver it, while designing, we
I
might
think I'm
have
done with my
to be
presentation.
writing what are called as these graduate attributes. What are these graduate attributes? Now, these are a set of
now open for
individually
questions.
accessible outcomes, okay, which we want, or these are some indicators which a graduate student should have in him or her. That is
Vanita
to
ma'am,
check
good
the
morning and
potentiality,
thank you. This is
okay,
Jagda.
of a student, that if he or
Wonderful
she has
session with your
acquired
apple and
competencies in a
example.
particular.
And of course, I'm
If I
also
want
economics
to
perfect
be a little
competition
more
example.
clear, that is,
Really,
in
that
addition
apple
to the
example, I
disciplinary
quite
knowledge
liked
or
it
a technical
to make the
knowledge,
students
which
understand.
we
It's
would
very
want
simple
them
and
in a
very
university
nice,
setup
and it
or
is,
a sort of a
and
college
people can
setup.
understand it
We want
easily.
all them also
Wonderful session,
that they
really.
acquire
Soft
certain
and you are also
attributes
participating in the
as
session
they
after
are a part
organizing
of this
such a
particular program, that they
great
need
thing,
to
and you are
become
part.
the
Yesterday
agents
also you
for
had a session,
social
and today
good in
also.
an unknown future.
Ma'am,
Because you
I'm
might
a
have
stopgap
realized in the last
arrangement,
2
ma'am, and
years,
somebody is not there.
you can't
Okay,
predict
okay.
our future, how it's
Actually, I
going to
need
be
to
far.
thank you,
But at
ma'am.
the same time,
Honestly,
we're
I'm
trying to
thanking you
make
because
them
you are the one
capable
person who
enough
makes
with a lot of
every session more
potentialities
lively by
in
your
them,
So today,
that
the
they
first
be
session I
ready
missed
for
it
any
because
such
I was tired,
uncertainties
getting
that
up
they're going
late
to
and doing
face it,
work.
and then they
I
are
was
going to
feeling
take
bad.
the
Anyway,
right
YouTube
step
it passed
forward
off. I
when they
listened
come
to it.
across a lot of
But
such
luckily, I
issues.
listened to
Okay,
you, and Lata also I
hence
listened.
these
It was
graduate
nice.
attributes to
And
be
her thing, I wanted to ask a
articulated
question about
well
OBE. She
as
said with
you
this kind of
design your
evaluation, it is
curriculum.
difficult.
Okay,
She
little
said
more that
whether
I
she
just want.
has an
We try to
alternative
look at qualities
evaluation
that
pattern.
students
We
shall
never had a
have
chance
it
to
in
ask her
them
a
before
question.
they join, and also
Ma'am, don't
what
worry,
they
ma'am.
would
You
try
put
to
your question
inculcate
in
in
the
them as they
loop,
go
then we
along.
will
And
pass it
as they
on to
go
her.
along, there is
Okay.
also
She is
advancement
actually
in the
today very
knowledge
busy with
from
her
I know
the
there is
basic
must have
knowledge
running
they
very
have
fast.
come up
Yes,
with
yes.
the
and she would be
advancement in the
also happy
knowledge,
to
and then
get
they
in
try
touch
to
with
enhance the
Yes.
capabilities as that.
Actually,
Okay, so
I
when we are
had her
writing these
address
sort of
and I wanted
graduate
her to come to our
attributes, we
college.
try
I
to
was calling
look
her
into
during
all of
COVID time,
these things
even if it
that
is
the
online.
students are
She
going
has a
to have it
different
in
type of
them,
approach
the
for
required qualities,
so
the
many
required
things.
knowledge,
I
and the
quite like hers
capabilities of
also.
them
Thank you,
to
Vanita. I give
be
opportunity to
prepared to
others to talk to
face
you.
the
Thank you.
realities of the
Thank you,
life.
ma'am. Thank you,
Okay,
really.
so this
And
graduate attributes, now you are going to be
really pray
fostering
to
it
God that you have a long
through the
life to
curriculum. That
contribute
is
to
in the
academic
context
world.
of that
You're doing
design of the
wonderfully
curriculum
well.
that you have done.
Thank you.
These graduate
Thank you.
attributes should be reflected all through the curriculum that you have designed. Clear? Now they are normally developed as the student would enjoy
Good morning, ma'am.
the experiences of
This
a
is Hema
student
Shanbham from
on the
Hindustan
campus.
College. I
Clear?
have a
It can
doubt.
be in
That
the
is,
classroom.
if the
They
entire
can
paper is said to be
acquire
an
things
application
outside the
part,
classroom, on the campus.
for example, we
we have a paper on bioinstrumentation. So all the units has will be in based upon the instrumentation. So in that cases, how is it possible to frame that is because all these things are involved in application part. So for understanding level and according to the Bloom's taxonomy, is it possible to frame the entire thing in that sector?
It might be acquired in all means, but as and when they move from one semester to another semester, portion by portion or
Ma'am,
attribute
honestly,
by
do you think application is
attribute, they
possible
might
without
acquire the same. The first
understanding,
one
remembering
is
and understanding.
deep disciplinary knowledge and intellectual.
Your parent
So
may
a
intend to
student,
apply something,
we say that
but even to
they are
apply,
entering the higher
the
educational
prior
system.
understanding
So
and remembering the facts,
main thing itself
understanding
is
and
saying is
everything
higher
is
education.
required.
So that
You
means the
can
students
ask,
who are
suppose
coming
you
to us
are
with
asking,
their
say for
11th
example,
and 12th.
I said, what
So
is
they might be
Pythagoras theorem
having
is itself
very
is remembered.
comprehensive knowledge.
Before going
Now,
to
what we
application of
want
Pythagoras
once they
theorem,
come
you
in
can ask
here
what is
is
Pythagoras
that
theorem,
they
what is
need to
rectangular.
get
All these
deeper
things are
into the
it
subjects
comes.
of the program
So
that they are
we
a
may
part of.
say that
Okay?
that particular
And
paper
then at the
insists on
same
this,
time try to
but this
get
other
deeper and deeper
aspects of
and
learning
become
levels can
more
never be
intellectual.
sacrificed.
They
That's why
will
Bloom
have
said that
understood
they
the
are in a
required knowledge and
hierarchy.
the skills that is
You
needed,
cannot
and
jump
then now they
from
become
leaving the
knowledge
one in between and
creators
go to
rather
the first.
simply
From first
reading
to
the text
3
and
or
trying to
2 to
understand
5
what
is
is
not
there.
possible.
Now they should
It's very,
do a
very
lot of
sequentially arranged.
research,
Only thing
contribution
is,
to the
if
society,
actually on
and
this,
then the
since
data that comes out
you're from
that
Tamil
can
Nadu, I
be
can even
analyzed,
use
assessed,
my
and then they should be
language
the creators.
to
So
make
this
you
is
understand
one of the
this.
very important graduate
Yes, ma'am.
attributes
Madam,
that we want
question நினைக்கும்போது
to
ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா
articulate
இருக்கும்.
well when we
இது
design the
வந்து
curriculum,
it's a
and
learning
it should
experience, as
reflect the
Dr.
way
Rao
as they
and Dr.
progress.
Lalita
That is the
Nair
deep
said,
disciplinary
that the
knowledge
teacher and
and
the
the
students sit
intellectual
together
depth.
in a class
What is the second
while
attribute
exploring the
that a
nuances
student
of a
should have
syllabi.
in
You get to
communication
know
skill?
what
Now,
it
I'm
warrants and
communicating
how
with
it can
all
be
of you
translated.
on an online
And see, I'll tell
platform.
you,
Communication
in one
is
particular
basically
semester,
what
you
little
would have
information
taken
that I have,
that
I'm
particular
passing
paper
it
in
on
one
to you.
style.
It's a verbal
Next
communication
semester,
that
you
what I'm
read
having
the
at the
same
moment.
paper. The
The
lines
way
between
I
each lines
communicate, the
will
way I
give you a message
articulate
to
what I have
what
in
you're
me
teaching.
matters a lot. It
Sure.
can be a
Needs.
verbal communication, it can be a
33
written
years I've been
communication,
teaching.
but what
But I still
matters
find if
are
I take a
communication. I
microeconomics
might
book
have to
and
write
then
a
again
mail
read
to get connected with
a
another
particular
person.
paragraph,
So that means I need to be
I'll
very
get
good
some
in
ideas as
my
how, why can't I
writing
give
skills.
this idea
Clear?
in
I
a
might
different
have to
perspective so
deliver
that
a sort
children
of
will have a
some
better
information
understanding.
which I
Can
have
I
it
find
in
some
me
kind of
to another
a
person. So
resemblance
that
to the
means I
ideas
need to
that
be
I'm
good
going to
at first writing what I
transpire in the
wanted,
class
and then I would
from
say what I have
from
written. So that
the
means
real
there is
world. So this
lot
is
of
actually
this
an
written
art. Teaching is
skills,
an art.
communicative,
From morning I'm
verbal
telling you,
communication
teaching
skill
is not
are
teaching.
very, very
It is
important. So
reaching.
I might have a lot of
So when
ideas
you
in me which I want to
intention is to
execute.
reach,
Unless and
probably
until I don't put
konjam
them
konjam
on a
menakidam.
paper in a proper
Over a
way,
period, you will
and
become
others
masters of everything.
read it and try
Sure,
to
ma'am.
give their critique.
Thank you,
You
ma'am.
can't do it unless I don't present myself to the larger audience. Unless and until they don't critique it,
Good
I
afternoon,
can't
ma'am,
really do it.
and good
So
afternoon,
the
all.
students'
Ma'am, I'll say only
communication
one thing.
skill
You made
should
us
be
in a
worked
lucid
on, and
language
that
to
should
understand
again
how
happen
these all
during
levels
the
we
course
can
of
follow
the
in our question
curriculum
pattern, and
that they're going
in
to be
real
a
we
part
had
of.
understood
The third
truly
one is
what
critical
we have
and
to do for
creative thinking.
all the
This is
things
something
and
that
how we
is
have
very,
to
very
teach.
important.
Thank you
We
very much,
should
ma'am.
not
Thank you so
get
much.
into a domain of rote learning where I'm the master and
No
the
more
students are just
questions.
going to
Shall we
listen
wind up?
and
And I'm always
try
available.
to
You
mug
can
up all
pose your
that I have
questions in
said,
your
and then given
in
a
the
question
feedback
paper
form,
they are going to write
and I'll
what
be
they have
happy to
written down.
answer you.
So
And
from
thanks
that
again
you need
for
to
a very,
move
very
on to a
patient
level
listening to
where
my dear
you throw them
audience
the
and all
challenges
the
before
participants
them
from far
what
and
we
near.
are
Thank you so much.
facing at the
Good
moment,
afternoon,
and with the knowledge
Yeah,
that they
please.
have acquired, how
This is
critically
Dr.
can they
Nirmala Shetty from
analyze the
NGM
current
College Department
situation
of
they are
Economics,
in,
ma'am.
and
Solunga.
with their creative thinking,
How
how
are you,
can
ma'am?
they come
Fine,
up with
fine,
a lot
please
of
tell me.
things?
Thank you.
Because
I
you
have an
are offering
MOU,
them
a
whatever
doubt in
programs,
MOU, ma'am.
after which
In
they have
MOU,
to go
regarding
and
MOU,
work
first we
in
are signing,
the
and second stage
various
we are sending our students for a
places.
internship, and
Now,
then we are offering some
where
seminars.
they might have
What
to
is the
contribute
next
a lot
level
from
to
their
have
side
a
in terms
functional
of
MOU, ma'am?
the problems
No,
the
actually,
company is
it
working
depends
with.
on
Okay,
with
now
whom
unless
you
and
are
until
having
you
an
don't
MOU. As far
understand
as NAAC
what
is
the problem
concerned,
is, you don't critically
NAAC
analyze
expects
it,
one
and you
institution
can't
to get
offer a solution for the
integrated
consent. So
either
hence,
industry
we,
or to
in
another
our program,
institution,
we
so that
inculcate
either
in
expertise can
them
be shared
this
or you
spirit
can
of
make use of
inquiry
that
and
avenue
critical
for a
and
betterment
creative
of your
thinking,
children.
which is very, very
So now,
important.
as of
Yeah?
now,
And then
most of
we
the
need to
colleges
also make
will
them
take
problem solvers. Okay,
one is
not
sharing of
stay with the
information or
problem that they would
expertise.
have
As
encountered and
yesterday
crib
I was
about the
telling,
problem that they are facing.
you can
Rather,
have some
they should become
sessions
an
handled
agent
for
in
them, and they
solving
can
the
have
problem.
some
Okay, I have
sessions.
analyzed the problem.
And of course, you
I
can also
crib
send,
about a
if
problem
it is
and
an
I stay
industry,
with the
send
problem. The problem is not going
children
to
for
solve.
internship.
What should
But
be
if
done is they need
children
to
are
take
more keen on taking
initiatives
internship
of
and children
understanding
are
the
well
problem
received
and
in the
try
industry,
creative
it's
quite
natural
solve a
that
particular
industry
problem. So that is
itself will
another
come forward to
graduate
take
attribute
children,
which we
recruit
want
those
a
children.
student
Because
to have in
you are
him
creating
or
a
her.
bigger
Okay.
ambient
What
for
more
industry
are
to
we looking at?
understand
Analytical
how keen
reasoning.
are
Okay.
you in
I have given
in making the
I
children
can't
to
be
learn
always
the
right.
needs of the
Okay.
industry,
Now a
needs of the
student
society.
should also look at what
Ultimate
has
in the
come
internships
to
எல்லாமே
him
வந்து
or her,
conversion.
analyze and
Professional
also
colleges
reason it.
they used to say that
I have carried out an
my internship
experiment.
is
I have got the
converted.
results. I
Some
need to be
arts
in a
and science
position as to why
colleges
have
we
I
have
got
not
the
come to
result.
that level of
Okay.
converting the internship into
Results when you carry out whatever
placements. But
data,
actual intention and MOUs
you
are
might
meant
have
for
done
that.
certain surveys, you have got certain data,
Right?
you have the
நீங்க
data
அவங்களோட
with you.
சேர்ந்து அந்த
Unless you don't
expectation share
analyze the
பண்றதுக்கு
data, you
என்ன
can't
number
come
of
to
activities
conclusion
you
as to
can
what
do,
is the
and the
outcome of that
outcome it should
particular
be possible for you to say
activity
that
that you have
our
conducted.
levels of
So
understanding,
students
the
should
knowledge
also be
acquiring,
taught
and then
by
creating
taking
an
part in
ambience
such
for
sort of an activities where they
exploring the
are
new
able
nuances.
to
Everything is very
analytically reason on
expanded.
whatever
அந்த மாதிரி
that
நீங்க
comes before
claim
them.
பண்ணணும்.
Okay, and then
Okay, ma'am.
research
Okay.
related
Thank you,
skills.
ma'am.
So from
Madam, good afternoon, madam.
rote learning again, we need to try to give them a sort of
Please,
an
please, sir, go
experiential learning or research related skills. Okay,
Ma'am,
so as I said,
madam,
you need to
you have told
inculcate in them
first
the
3 levels
quest
will be
for
for UG,
inquiry.
and 4th
Okay,
and 5th
so what
level,
we also
the
call
business
as the
economy will be
inquiry based
for PG, and
learning.
6th level
Now
for
this happens
research.
only
But in
when
our college,
you
they
tell them
insisting
this
to
is
follow
what
the first
it is,
all
and
these
then you go
for
and
UG.
read a
What can
little
we
lot on it, do a little sort of a
For UG
research,
students, they
some
have
sort
to
of
follow all the 6
investigation,
levels.
some sort
You're
of
from which college?
bringing a
I am
lot of
from
comparison from
NG.
what was
Okay.
it in the
See,
past,
I
what is it
said
in the present,
OBA
how
since
things
it's
have
very
evolved.
new
So
to
unless
us,
and until you
see,
don't make
நமக்கு
your
முதல்ல we
entire
need to
teaching
have
learning
feel of
process
what
a
we are
little
doing.
research
So
oriented,
ambitious
you might not acquire
instead of
those sort of
including
skills. So
everything
this is
under
another
one roof and
graduate
then trying to
attribute which we
confuse
want
ourselves and
students
our
to have
children,
in them, that is
we
the
can very
research
slowly
related
incorporate.
skills.
Nobody insists that everything should be there.
And the
It's the
next one that I'm
prerogative.
talking here about
Autonomy
the
is
attribute,
given
which
to
is
the
the
teachers only
cooperation
to
and the
decide on
teamwork.
that.
Okay,
You
now
should be able
because
to say that.
in the current
And I said
world,
they
you
are
can't
not in
just
watertight
say that
compartments.
I
As Madam
be
said,
myself. No.
one particular paper
Nothing
insists
can
on
be done
application.
by
You can
a
have
single
application
individual
and
unless
analysis
and
in
until
the 4th level also in
person
the undergraduate.
cannot share
But for
what
that
he
particular
or
paper,
she has
basically
to the
an
team.
undergraduate,
If it
lower
is
order
sort
skills
of
of
a task that you
remembering,
have to do in
recalling,
sort of a teamwork,
understanding, and
you can't
analyzing,
get the work
application
done too.
and
So you need to
evaluation
also have
normally.
that sort of
But they are not in watertight
characteristic features in
But
you
I'm
that you
actually
are
having
ready
my
to
doubt
work
whether
with your
first
peer
year student in
without
the
any
first
sort of
subject in the first semester,
inhibitions. There shouldn't be any sort of ego
first
clashes.
course
There shouldn't
outcome
be
should
any
be
such mixed reactions where you're not compatible with
especially
okay, you need to keep all your
in a context
interest
where
and try to
multiple
work with
source of
sort of a
children
team.
from
Okay,
multiple
because you might be in
background
the near
have
future
an entry.
venturing into sort of
application
projects where it is not one
biochemistry,
person's
biotechnology,
subject
ஒரு
expertise matters. It could be a multidisciplinary topic where every person has to contribute. So when you have to
kind of
contribute,
creative
when
level
each one have to contribute, now it can happen only
don't
that
worry.
you can learn
We are all
how
in
to
the learning
cooperate
stage.
with each other, how to contribute each
over a
one and
period I
put together
understood that
the entire
we
teamwork
don't
is
have to necessarily
represented
get 10 and
for
10 the children
solving
also.
a particular
ரொம்ப
issue
slow
that you might
3
be
years,
having.
4
So
years,
that means
then we are
again
able to
what
see
is
their
required in
level
your
of
design of the
attainment,
curriculum.
then we
You
can
try the
slowly
pedagogies
change.
that you're using to deliver the curriculum.
Definitely.
Try to get this sort of also concept
Okay,
of cooperative learning and carrying out a lot of activities in the teamwork. Okay, it can be group discussions that you can throw all the topics to them.
Thank you so much for making us understand that teaching and learning is a lifetime investment.
Questionnaire for them to work on where they interact, they meet, they discuss, and then
is there anybody
they try to
with a question?
do a lot of
May I request
brainstorming
the participant to
required,
pose a question so
and
that
then they
I'll
sort
take
of
it up a
carry out.
little later.
So this is another
and
important
we'll wind up the
graduate
session for
attribute, is the cooperation and the teamwork. Okay,
lunch.
The list is still on. Okay, what more? Okay,
thank you.
Reflective thinking.
I request the
this is something
participants to
again
assemble for the next session
one
that will
needs to
start
do that.
by
So try to inculcate in them lot
I
of
repeat,
reading
I
skills,
request the
lot of
participants to assemble
the
for the
information
next
that is
session
around
that would
them
start by
related to
2
the
p.m.
subject, or also
Thank you.
otherwise for them to read it and then you reflect on whatever the happenings or the procedures, the processes that you are a part of. Okay, so they need to also reflect on the scenarios that they are in, the situations that they are in, and then think about it and then try to overcome. All can run around the program of that that they are part of. Okay, you as teacher, as I said, you need to align a lot of such activities towards the same. So that becomes a part and parcel of the function of a teacher. Okay, what more? Information and digital literacy. Now, I as a teacher, as I said, alignment, yes, I need to carry out certain research. I need information for the same. That means where are you going to get the information from? So plenty of resources are available. They need to be aware of what are the resources available. It could be resources available in the library that that they can go and try to get it, or it could also be a digital literacy. Okay, so which can also be available in various other platforms, online platforms, and all of that. So what is very important here is that the student should be aware of the resources available, be it online or it could be the other resources. So they need to get use through the same and then later make use of it and then see how well they can use it in the journey that they are going to be with us for 3 years or 2 years. Okay. What more? Now, it should also be self-directed learning and lifelong learning. So you need to bring in a lot of factors like motivation. Now, when we talk about motivation, it is like you have this internal and the external. I, as a teacher, can play a small little role in externally motivating them. Okay. But what matters is, you know, they have to have this internal motivation, that is self-drive. They need to move from themselves. Okay, there should not be much of pressure which they feel it is there from others, but rather they try to push themselves again. So that is very, very important here, that internal drive or internal motivation. Now you need to bring in sort of processes in place where, you know, you try to augment the self push so that, you know, they are directed towards that self-directed learning. So once your activities are such that, you know, they are more motivated to read a lot on their self. So once you throw them before them the challenges, the various opportunities and all, they try to grab it and then try to start into this sort of, you know, self-directed learning. Okay, and then education is not like I say a 3-year undergraduate program, 2-year postgraduate program. It is only for them to require certain amount of knowledge and the skill. But, you know, the learning is a lifelong learning. You know, I can be still 100 plus, but I should be having in me that sort of, acquiring the knowledge and the skill, because day by day there's a lot of improvements in the technology. You know, a lot of newness is coming up. You know, you need to be upgraded and updated about the same thing. So you need to also inculcate in them that lifelong learner attribute in them. Okay, and what again? So multicultural competence. So again, sometime back I said, like, you know, I can't be very in a sort of a shell telling that it's only me, mine and myself. No, we need to be getting the sort of concept in mind that I'm going to survive with a lot of my other people in and around. Okay, so one needs to know the culture the person belongs to. At the same time, they need to also be exposed to different cultures of India, cosmopolitan country. You know, so many languages are spoken, so many regional practices are there. You know, there's a lot of divergence in the cultural thing, and, you know, you need to also try to bring in a lot of these sort of, you know, platforms for the students to engage themselves into such multicultural activities, and also ensure that the competency in that are there. So unless and until we don't embrace each other's, you know, cultural diversity, we are not going to learn what the best things that each culture would offer to us, and how do we inculcate the same thing in us. So it is required. And very important thing again, attribute that students should have in them is the moral and ethical awareness. Okay, they should be in a position to say what is right, what is wrong. Okay, and there should be a lot of awareness in them. Okay, that is, certain activities are being carried out. is this really required to be carried out? If it is being carried out, in what context are they being carried out? What is the outcome of such activities? So I should be aware of certain things. Now, how would I come with a sort of a decision whether it is good or bad? Is by having a lot of awareness about what exactly is the activity and all of that. So morally correct, morally right and ethically correct, okay, is something that you need to be looking at, okay? And I need to also be in a position to reason out if I'm doing certain things as to why, okay? I have taken a decision that I would be doing this, and according to my conscience, this is sort of correct, and a reason behind the same is something that you need to be also aware of. Okay, and very important that we need to inculcate in the students is the leadership skills in them, the leadership qualities in them. Okay, so that is, I see a problem, I'm not going to be with that problem. Rather, I would take an initiative to look at what the problem is and making efforts at least to start solving the problem where others might join you shortly once you have initiated some sort of thing. Okay, so you need to have in you that initiativeness that comes in only when you have the skills or the attributes in you, what we call it as the leadership readiness or the leadership qualities. Okay, so you try to engage students in a lot of meaningful way where every student will have certain qualities in them, in the leader. So on a scale of 10, at least 7 to 8 such qualities that are required for them to be leader would be there in them. So try to make them realize what they have in them and try to say that yes, you are all there to get into what is really required. So look for this leadership readiness and the qualities. And the last one that I just wanted to put it across is the international outlook. So when I was talking about the multicultural competence, it is where I just said about within our country itself is a lot of divergence, but at the same time now we need to be competitive with also on global platform. So that competitive ability and then the international outlook as to what is that required for me to be connected with the global scenario. What are things that are happening in the other countries which might be lacking, or what is happening here which might be lacking in the other countries? What is that's something that we can adapt from the other countries and then make things getting even better. So that means whatever you do, there should be sort of an international outlook. So I do something which might be well accepted, not only in a local context, it should be in a national and also the global context. Okay, so these are some of the graduate attributes. Might hold good for certain programs. I'm not saying that all 14 would be what has to be reflected in all the programs that you would be offering. Some of them might reflect well, some might not, but what I have just provided before you are a set of the graduate attributes that they should become a part and parcel of your academic endeavors. Okay, so now having spoken about these graduate attributes, now where are they going to be reflected? Okay, now once I think all of you might have started this outcome-based education where you're aware there are certain outcomes that has to be written, that is the program educational outcomes, program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and the course outcome. So program educational outcomes or these are statements basically which you normally write it keeping in mind the institution's mission statements which are going to be aligned with the program. Clear? So here the college or the institution that are part of comes into picture where your institution have its own mission statements. So those mission statements to be looked into and then they need to be aligned with the program. So this is what you say a program, what is the program educational outcome. The program outcomes is for a particular program that you're offering, the statements that you're writing that describes what a student graduating from the educational program is able to do after he or she completes the program in 3 years down the line or 2 years down the line. Clear? Now there are in a program that you offer, there might be more than one such subjects which they would try to acquire. So when such diversification is there in program outcomes, like a triple major or 2 majors and all of that. So if you're writing an outcome for each of that sort of major, then it can be written as a program specific outcomes, statements that you describe for the graduates of a specific educational program that they are going to be part of. Okay, and this then you also write the course outcome. So we say in a 3-year span of a UG program, there are say 6 semesters. Every semester you are teaching different papers. Each of the paper now we call it as a course. So for each of the paper or a course that we are teaching, what are the smallest statements that you can write which are achievable, which are manageable for them to attain after you complete that particular course. Semester 1, 4 papers. Each of the paper you are writing certain achievable outcomes which students are able to do it after the end of that particular courses. So again, we are going to write those courses. The course outcomes are written on a smaller level. The program outcomes and the program educationals are written on a broader level. Okay, so there are some characteristic features of program outcomes. The reason I'm talking about these is to just say, when you're writing your graduation attributes, these graduation attributes should be reflected in your program outcomes and the program specific outcomes. So hence you need to be aware as to where are you going to bring these graduation attributes. Okay, so these program educational objectives are broad statements that describe the career and professional accomplishments that the program is preparing the graduates to achieve. So as I said, these you are going to write it keeping in mind the mission statement of the institution, and you are going to don't write too many statements which you are not able to manage it. Write as limited as possible that you can manage it. Okay, try to write those that can be achieved, and they should be very, very specific to the program, and it should not be too broad. Okay, these are certain features that you need to keep in mind when you're writing the PE course. Okay, now what are program outcomes? As I said, these are narrow compared to that of the program educational objectives or the outcomes which students are expected to know and be able to do by the time of graduation. Okay, so as they're graduating 3 years down the line, 2 years down the line, what are we expecting out of the same is what we need to be writing it. Clear? So what are the guidelines? Yes, we are writing this program basically to describe what knowledge, what skills, and what behavior of the students are we expecting as they graduate from that particular program. Okay, so they should not be too broad, and here is where you need to be careful of all the graduation attributes that I spoke to you all. So while writing these program outcomes, so these graduation attributes should be reflected in your program outcomes. So you need to align, you have to first write them down and ensure that they're aligned with the curriculum that you're going to be delivering it, and it should reflect in all of your entire program the students are going to be a part of. Clear? And course outcomes, as I said, these are at the minor level. The POs and the POs are the major. The course outcomes are at the micro level. Okay. So as I also said, every course of a study or a semester might have 6 outcomes. That is, one course that I'm teaching in one semester, you might write down around 6 to 4 to 6 outcomes which are attainable. Okay, you need to be attaining them at the same time. Clear? So each CO refers to a specific attainable and measurable. Now these one PO would be attained if you have attained a set of COs which you might have aligned it now. Okay, so again, that is something that you need to carefully write the same thing. So to assure the attainment of POs, you need to carefully write the COs. You should write it properly, you should deliver it properly, you should evaluate and assess it properly. So only then you are able to achieve the POs. If you have achieved the POs on a larger picture, then you might attain the POs. So you are aligning it that way, the DOs to that of the POs to that of the COs, and you start working at the level of COs to that of the POs and the POs. Okay, that's how it goes. So hence I thought I would just present it here. Okay, so this outcome-based education that you're talking about, yes, with this sort of a concept in mind, you would enter into a quality circle, what is called as continuous quality improvement, where you are going to write what you want the students should go through. So say what you want, clear, do what you say. So once I've designed the curriculum, this is how the curriculum would be implemented. You implement the way you have designed the curriculum. Clear? And as you go along, you try to prove it. We thought of this objective and this to be the outcome, and we are trying to attain the same thing. And if something has gone wrong in it, you try to improve on it. Clear? And then try to remain into this sort of a quality circle for you to constantly keep looking at it and then also take things forward. Okay, so if you're looking at this, graduate attributes cannot be directly measured or assessed, but indirectly, as they have got reflected in the entire sort of curriculum that you're offering, you can try to look where are they being reflected rather. Okay, so program education or objectives, we look at them after students have graduated, then another 2-3 years is what you will see the reflections in it. Clear? Program outcomes, you are looking right at the time of the graduation. Course outcome, as and when they complete a particular course, is what you are going to do. Clear? So why is this sort of an LOCF in place? Because most of the times we are engaged in the passive teaching. Clear? But now we want them to be critical thinkers, innovators, knowledge creators. We can't stay in just the lecturing and making them remember and understand. Rather, we need to move towards the sixth hierarchy of the Bloom's taxonomy, where from remembering, understanding, they need to move towards application, then sort of analyzing, evaluation, and creation. So you need to take them to that. So try to engage them from what you are doing from a normal rote learning of a lecture base to that of move towards reading, make them come up with some demonstration, get them into discussion groups. Okay, let them take up some smaller minor topics and then work on it and then present the data, so that there is good amount of learning that's sort of happening from the passive methods and the teaching. And during this, once you carry out this properly, then all the graduate attributes which we have spoken about is all going to be reflected in the same. Yeah. So what I would just want to end with this talk would be that let's start small rather than not doing anything at all. Okay. So let's begin wherever we are. So for each of the curriculum that you thought of, the learning outcomes of the attributes, now they should be embedded in the overall structure. So all those 14 attributes that I've spoken to you, now see that where in the 3-year program or a 2-year program they can be embedded and they are going to be inculcated as they move from semester to semester. Clear? So what is required for you to ensure that these graduate attributes are being reflected all through? That means a lot of creative thinking from the teachers who are designing and delivering and assessing should have in them. Okay, so with a few examples, yes, you can integrate it and then take the best step forward. Clear? So there are many courses that can accommodate a few of the attributes, not all the attributes, though I presented all the 14 before you, but you see creatively what can be accommodated and the best of those 14 that I just mentioned, so that a rich learning experience is what the students are going to be a part of. Clear? So this is all that I just wanted to share with you all on this topic of graduate attributes. Okay, let me end with a small quote that your education is like a dress rehearsal for life. Okay, so what you learn today, what you pass it on today is just a sort of a rehearsal, but they are going to be with it as they go on for longer, because life is going to take you through a lot of wavy roads. It's not going to be a pleasant thing, but students need to be prepared to be there to face the challenges that they are going to be facing. So, okay, thank you all for for your patient listening. I'm happy to take if you have any sort of questions. Hope I was clear in what I had to pass it on to all of you. So over to the organizers to connect me if there are any questions.
Thank you, sir. The floor is open for questions.
Do you hear me? I am Dr. Selvasudari from GVN College, Kovilpatti. Sir?
Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead here.
Yeah, so while framing the course outcomes, do we have to frame it as per the Bloom's level, sir? If you are having
Yes.
5 course outcomes for a course, does it align with the Bloom's level? If the course outcome 1 should be on knowledge level, course outcome 2 should be on...
Yes, it's remembering, understanding, application based. Yes. So the best that you do it, it's going to be great for the students. So that's what I said. There's a lot of creative thinking that is required. If you really spend your time with the curriculum that has already been in place, and see what sort of outcomes you can write it. If you're writing it that way, it's going to be excellent for the students where, because you have written it, you're going to also execute the same. So your total focus would be in making students, move them from that of remembering, understanding, let them start applying. Then once they apply, they would be in a position to get certain results. Then they would be in a position to evaluate it, then assess it. Then based on the results they get, they can also propose certain things. So try to, use Bloom's taxonomy for writing those outcomes. It can be COs, also POs, the POs as well.
So then will it be okay for all the courses? For example, language courses, we used to have the course content based on the skills, what we develop, what we need to develop. So there we are not concentrating on the remembering, understanding and applying. Like it may be informative courses.
Whether it is language or anything, it's immaterial. Okay, so I have a subject to be taught. Now in a language, yes, it's very easy for you to apply. For example, even a reading, writing, if you are trying to teach them certain skill, communication skills. So application would be just ask them to write an essay. So that becomes an application there. Okay, so then ask them to read some sort of articles and all and come up with some sort of critical analysis. So they can do that analysis and then present us again a write-up or a review on that. And then once they do all of this, then they can also write research proposals and all of that in a creative thought. So it's up to the creativity of the teacher, irrespective of what subject that you belong to, how well you can write these COs. Vanitram is there to add on more. Yes, Vanitram.
Thank you for Madam. Actually, Bloom's taxonomy is so much valid to get connected with a course outcome, because we don't stop with just framing the outcomes, but the next stage is to see the levels of attainment, for which you need to have some benchmarking, so that what is taught and what is assessed, they should get matched. So for which Bloom's taxonomy is only solution. And this next one is the language doesn't lead to this learning levels, and we concentrate on skill is not a very valid argument, because understanding is also a skill. Communication is a skill, understanding and application, everything. The learning levels are in terms of acquiring skills at different stages. And Bloom says that one has to follow the other. You can't jump from one to the third, first to third or so. But what now you can do is at an undergraduate level, where do we have to stop? For postgraduate level, that's lower order and higher order skills, where the fourth one can be like a partial. And again, don't think that all subjects should have in-depth of understanding of all in the same degree. Depending on the subject, you can customize those things. This is, as Dr. Syed said, it's a lot of creativity is needed on the part of the teacher, and you will have to sit, do as a teamwork, and then, because the entire process of framing program outcomes, course outcomes, all these things actually is as a team you have to do, not as an individual. So naturally, when everybody put their mind, and individually we are intelligent and collectively we are more wiser. So the wisdom will guide us. But anyway, I'm so thankful to Dr. Syed sir. Beautiful presentation, throws so much light. And my dear participants, thank you for being there. And please come out with your doubts.
Sure. Thank you, Vanitha.
You're
Good afternoon.
please.
Do I have the time to ask doubts, Dr. Vanitha?
Ma'am, is it a doubt for me to clarify? I'm willing to do it, ma'am.
Dr. Syed, I want to
please, ma'am.
Sir,
Be
this
specific.
outcomes, yes.
Also, Dr. Vanitha, both of us.
Sir, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I have a doubt. See, sir, this is a girls' college. Actually, when they get out of the college, it's very difficult to study the outcome of the graduates. I don't know, it's a challenging thing, I think. The outcome expects us to find out where they are, what they are doing, how they are faring after the graduation. Is it possible, sir? How is it possible? If you could throw some light on that, we'll be happy.
Okay, so I think the question
you
are asking is more than an outcome, the progression of a student. That is, after a student is passing it out, how do you keep a tab of the student, what he or she is doing? So again, as an institution, you need to come up with sort of a measure where, like in our college, we have a mentor system. So say the final year mentor would be in touch with the students even after they have passed out, be in touch. You can be on a sort of a WhatsApp group with them, be in touch with them. And, as a teacher, interact with them, might be send one sort of a Google Sheet across to them. And then as and when, they might have gone for higher education, if they have gone, which university and all of that, that can be done. If they have, started working, then they can write it. So there has to be a little extra work that has to be done by the class mentors or the program coordinators. It's again up to your sort of creativity, how well you're going to make use of certain things. But there's a requirement. Yes, you need to show the progression.
Yes. There's again a challenge, sir. Some of the students, they may not have fared very well as a student or after in the examination, or what we have measured in terms of graduate outcomes when they were in the college. Okay. After that, they go out and they take up a job, or maybe they have taken up a business and they do very well in the business. And however we relate what we have measured as outcome when they were in college. And after getting out of the college, they are doing very well. I mean, in their life, it is not on par with our measurement. How are we to state that thing?
It's a little confusing now. I think, Vanitha, do you have anything to add on here?
These graduate attributes actually are designed to, it's actually benchmarking exercise for a teacher. What our graduates are expected to achieve in terms of certain parameters that we have already defined. But madam, what you are asking is, maybe as a graduate inside the campus, they wouldn't have been doing very well, but after that, their performance, that is the outcome. That's actually impact that you have given through your education that has made this student, if not in education, see, it's not academics all about. It's a skill, knowledge, attitude, value that you have given along with academic credentials, only give them the degree. So please let us all feel proud and happy that though this impact, the truth is those who are not doing well in the inside the class, they do extraordinarily well outside the class. But remember, the platform is laid by us. In a way or other, we have laid our platform. And getting connected to the graduates, we have our alumni club where you make them alumnus of the campus and get in touch with them quite often. And we have a practice where they need to fill up a place when they take a TC, that their whereabouts, current position and everything. And when they get into alumni group, naturally they exchange their new identities and new occupations, everything. But of course, 100% it may not be possible, but to a greater extent it is possible.
Yes, thank you.
Also, what you're talking about the outcome is that I said the POs, the program education outcomes, they are normally measured after 2-3 years of their program. So what they have learned in those 3 years, slowly they are trying to exhibit, and it shapes out only a little later. So once, yes, you have this alumni club and all, so it becomes more easier. Could also sometimes take a feedback from the employers where they are working. So they might also talk about the values that they have inculcated, the competencies and all of that. So that also can be included in your sort of an outcome. What you have feedback that you upload. So it's a longer process. It's not just like it stops as they graduate, but you need to handhold them right from the day one that they've joined your institution to a few more years, or in a lifelong process also. It's going to be excellent for any institution.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vanitha. Thank you, Dr.
Jaya
Sai.
Madam, thank you so much. As usual, you are very, very participative. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Making sessions
Thank
lively.
you for your organizing ability. I'm really admiring you, ma'am. And Dr. Syed's presentation was excellent. All of them you have chosen very nicely. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to invite you to our college. I'll contact you, Syed, sir. Thank you. This is Sardar Lakshmanan from PKR Arts College, Gopichettipalayam. It is a rural college. We want you to come to our college and see it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you, Dr. Vanitha, for inviting me for this.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, ma'am. Simple. I was just going to praise the session.
Make
That's the only
it short. Make it short. He's from Kashmir. Please make it short.
Yes, Asaf.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, sir. It is a really wonderful session. Sir, my question is very simple. Actually, mostly these attributes start from design. But what will you suggest for the people who don't have the freedom to design the curriculum? For the teachers, I am saying, sir, we are expecting these attributes from our graduates. But when a teacher don't have the freedom to design the curriculum, like you yourself had talked about those colleges, like what you say, those who are not autonomous colleges. Yes, sir, affiliated colleges. So what you will suggest for them, sir?
Okay. See, attributes, no curriculum, people are going to say that attributes are all a part and parcel of the execution of the programs. So if you want a student, for example, first attribute that I spoke about, the disciplinary language. The curriculum is not going to give you the disciplinary language. The teacher, how are they going to take them to the in-depth? So that all matters, how are you going to be delivering that sort of curriculum. So the competencies and all that you're going to build up, it's all going to happen during the delivery of curriculum. The activities that you have planned for the entire program. Sometime back I did mention this. So it's not only that you say that a program, the papers that you're teaching would complete for them to get all of these attributes. Now even you might have a certain outreach program in your campus. Okay, a lot of that they would learn from that outreach program. There might be sports activity, co-curricular activity, extracurricular activity, a lot of involvements where students initiate those programs. So all of these put together is what the attributes they are going to be attaining. It's not only from the subject per se, which classroom teaching and all that you're going to do it, but they do play an important role. But there has to be a holistic approach. So when I say curriculum design, look at what the ambience that you can provide it to the students, okay, and then is what you can make sure that those attributes are all being sort of covered in the structure. So not necessarily it has to be in the syllabus that the university is offering you. They don't mention about things, but you need to try to make it part and parcel during the execution of the program. Hope I.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Vidya? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead with the program. If no more questions, we'll wind up. Any questions, the teachers can post it. Dr. Vajid? Yes. We have actually added, participants are more, we have added them with the YouTube stream where they may not directly ask questions, but they will post it.
Okay, so you can read out in case you have
Need
any
your
questions.
help, we'll definitely get in touch with you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting this.
Thank you, Lord, sir. Thank you for making us understand that teaching and learning is a work of art of the heart. Thank you so much, sir.
May I now request Dr. J.K. Garrett, Head Department of Commerce with Computer Application, KG College of Arts and Science, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Happy afternoon to one and all. On behalf of KG College of Arts and Science, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this seminar. My first gratitude is to the chief guest, Dr. Syed Wajid, Director, IQSC and Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, St. Joseph College, Bangalore, for such a wonderful information session. He had run the session with his excellent presentation, whereby the participants felt very happy for being present. I profusely thank you for the great initiative. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to our management and respected Secretary Madam, Dr. B. Vanikta, who always encourages us providing all necessary facilities whenever and wherever possible. I would like to thank our respected Principal Madam, Dr. J. Ratinamala, for her encouragement and enthusiastic support in all possible ways. I express my deep gratitude to our respected Vice Principal, Dr. N. Ishwaran and Dr. P. Krishnapriya, who are dynamic and flexible in all administrative and academic matters. I would like to thank the convener and organizing committee of this event, and also my special thanks to all the participants from our college as well as other institutions, deans, heads from various departments and faculty members who have made this seminar a grand success. Once again, I thank you each and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Vanitha ma'am. So I would take leave.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Yeah.
Unmute பண்ணும். காயத்ரி உங்க இது மைக் மியூட் ஆயிருக்கு.
Yes, ma'am.
The next announcement, please do that when do the participants need to assemble back.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, let's assemble for the third session at 2 p.m. after a short break. Meet you all in the third session. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible, sir. Sir, few minutes, sir. Our secretary ma'am will join.
Yeah, sure, man. No issue.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Vidya?
Ma'am?
இவங்க அனிதா மேடம் வந்துட்டாங்களாமா?
இன்னும் வரல மேம். மெசேஜ் பண்ணிருக்கேன் மேம். கால் பண்ணிருக்கேன் மேம்.
கேளுங்க, லேட் ஆகும் அப்படின்னு அடுத்த செஷன் கூட நீங்க சேர்ந்துக்காங்க. ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, மேடம் பாத்துக்குவாங்க. நீங்க அதுக்கு அடுத்த செஷன் கூட வரலாம்னு சொல்லிடுங்க. நான் வேணா இதுல ஜாயின் எடுத்துக்கிறேன்.
ஓகே மேம், நான் செக் பண்றேன் மேம்.
கொஞ்சம் டைம் தேவைப்பட்டா நீங்களே கேளுங்க.
மேம் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க மேம். பண்ணிடுறேன்.
ஓகே. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. How are you, madam?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the third session of the day. May I now request Dr. G. Jayanti, Dean of Management, KG College of Arts and Science, to welcome and introduce Dr. Anita Rani Dua, Deputy Director, Women's Studies Research Center, Associate Professor of Biochemistry, Kurukshetra University.
Thank you, ma'am. A warm welcome to you all. A very good afternoon. Respected Secretary of this great institution, Dr. B. Vanitha ma'am, Chairperson, Convener and Principal, Dr. J. Ratnamala ma'am, Vice Principals, IQAC Director, Deans, HODs, faculty friends, participants and learned faculty fraternity from all over the country. A very, very warm welcome to you all. It gives me great pleasure in inviting you all for the afternoon session of day 1. NAAC sponsored 2-day national seminar on defining, designing, developing learning outcome-based curriculum framework in arts and science colleges, organized by IQAC, KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. We are moving on to the third session.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
On day 1 on implementation of LOCF, which is going to be addressed by Dr. Anita Rani Dua, Professor of Biochemistry, Institute of Integrated and Honor Studies, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. She is the Director, Women's Research and Study Center, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Her scientific interests are antioxidants and
inspiration to all of us.
And self-healing. Her professional experience, which begins with ICAR Senior Research Fellow during 88 to 92, and from 1992 to 94 as a Research Associate, 94 to 2000 and till date, she is working as a professor in biochemistry in the Institute of Integrated and Honor Studies, Kurukshetra. Madam's academic credentials and research projects are as follows, that I would like to just give it you in a nutshell.
Administration, Dr.
Her PhD is from the Department of Biochemistry, College of Basic Science and Humanities, Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar, India, during 1992. And I would like to proudly present her research projects on UGC from 2005 to 2007 on vitro antioxidant activity in Indian spices, HTST major project during 2015 to 2018, DST research project during 2019 to 2022, and ICMR research project on prevention of chemotherapy, which are in progress. She has attended many orientation
Professor P.
refresher
Kupan has
programs
worked in
organized
industry
by
and
various
academia for
institutions, to
over
name a
24
few.
years
Her
in
orientation
India. His
courses
field of research
organized
includes
and then
blooms,
attended by
advanced
Madam
machining
in
process,
Kurukshetra University,
laser assistant
legal
manufacturing,
literacy
dry
workshops,
and
refresher
near-dry
course in
machining, and
biochemistry,
finite
and then
element
refresher course in
analysis.
women's
He
studies
has
for
carried out
women's cell in
sponsored
charges
research
in colleges
projects
at
for the
Kurukshetra
various Indian
University.
agencies such as Indian
She has
Space
attended
Research
UGC-sponsored
Organization,
workshop on
Aeronautical
capacity building
Research
for
and
women
Development
managers
Board,
in higher
Defense
education,
Research and
and then
Development
national
Laboratory,
workshop on
and
awareness
Department of
in
Science
modern
and Technology.
instrumental
He
techniques.
has published over
She has got number
105
of
papers on
publications
national
in her
and
profile,
international
which
levels
goes
and
more than
co-editor of
50
two books,
articles in
Innovating
renowned,
the Future
refereed
through
national
Manufacturing
and international
and
journals.
CAD-CAM Robotics and Factories of the Future.
She is a
He
reviewer
has
for
visited
many
universities
journals and
such as
articles,
in England, Japan,
which
Singapore,
includes
Malaysia, China,
Indian
and
Journal of
Sweden.
Experiment
We are very
Biology,
proud to have
Egyptian
such an
Journal of
eminent guest
Biological
today.
Pest Control.
Once again, I
At
welcome you
present,
all.
she is
Thank you.
associated with the implementation of
Yeah,
CBCS,
thank you
LOCF,
very much,
and
madam,
NEP
for your
2020 at Kurukshetra
very
University,
generous
Kurukshetra.
introduction.
At
Thank you
present,
very
Madam
much.
is associated with the
On the
implementation of
outset,
LOCF
am I
and
audible?
NEP 2020, and also she is
Yes,
going
sir.
to present
Audible.
Thank you. At the outset,
information on
I would like
implementation of
to
LOCF
thank
to the
the KG College of
learned
Arts and
gathering.
Science
I deem it as a
administration
privilege
and
and
my
honor
special
to
thanks
welcome
to
you, Madam,
Professor
for
Vanitha,
addressing
Madam
the gathering
Secretary.
on
In fact,
implementation of LOCF.
invited me
Over to you,
as
ma'am.
Ma'am,
that
good
I cannot
afternoon.
say no, and then as of even maybe 45 days before, Madam called me and then asked me, sir, there is a seminar, can you give a talk? I readily agreed. I cannot say no to the madam,
Please.
and then I got an invitation to the
Yeah,
principal,
I
and
think
then
it's
there's a continuous
okay
follow-up,
now.
continuous
Yeah,
touch by the
please go.
IQAC team.
Please go ahead.
So thank you very much
Thanks,
to
Dr.
all of
Jayanti,
you
for
the
such an elaborate
coordinated efforts. Can
introduction.
I share the PPT now?
On the onset, I would
Yes,
like
sir.
to thank the
I will share the
organizers,
PPT.
Principal, KG College, Coordinator, NAAC Committee, IQAC Committee, Dr. Vanitha,
Ma'am,
and
your mic
other
is muted, ma'am.
organizers for inviting me to
slide is visible?
interact with you people
Not
on
it, sir.
and share my experiences on the implementation
Dr.
of
Kupan sir, please go
LOCF
ahead with your presentation.
in our university.
Yeah, I'm just sharing.
Before I start this presentation, I would like to again thank Dr. Vanitha for cooperating so much with me, although I was not in a position to talk for a long time, but she cooperated so much and gave me
Madam, slide is visible?
literacy that I should make my presentation.
I'm unable to share.
It is almost self-explanatory, but still some points which I have experienced
Sir,
during
can
our
you send your
implementation
PPT
in
to
our
my mail,
university,
sir?
I
Can
would
I share your
definitely like
PPT?
to share with
This
you.
is the present is your entire screen or window here?
Is very close
Present
to my
entire
heart
screen, sir.
because
Entire screen and choose your
in
PPT, sir.
When I
1998
choose
I
entire
attended
screen,
a refresher course
And then
in
select your PPT.
Coimbatore
that share option is
Avinashlingam
not highlighted, but I was
University.
told that Chrome
So
wants to
it
share
is,
the content of a screen with the
this place is, has a special place
meet.google.com.
in my career, in my heart, and very close to me. Thanks for inviting me. Let me present, just give me 2 minutes to present
Sir,
my
it shows three options, sir. Share
window.
screen, share your page.
Yeah,
You
your
select
entire
one of
screen.
the option and
Yeah, I'm selecting an entire screen, and then that share option icon is not highlighted. Only cancel is highlighted. Share.
Sir, the settings may be changed, sir. Sir, can you send your PPT to ikac@kgcast.com? You send the mail, sir.
I'm
We will
afraid
share your PPT, sir.
because it is about 45 MB.
Oh. The settings.
So maybe you have to select which part of the screen you want to present. The small part or the full screen. Please click on it and try sharing.
Okay, I'll just say, okay, okay.
I think it's, is
now,
it visible?
Now it's visible?
Yeah, it's visible,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir. Yes, sir. It is loading, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Just give me a minute for adjustments.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So today
now
I'm going to share my experiences on implementation of
arrangements. I have
LOCF.
arranged my presentation talk
On
like
the
this.
onset,
Initially, I will spend few slides on
I would like to mention why it was needed. I
about our
guess
role in the
CBCS is
ranking and
implemented in
accreditations.
your
But that is
university.
one of the
Is it so?
best practices of institution is
Have you
actually
implemented
participating in various
implemented
ranking
since
and
2003,
accreditations.
madam.
And then
Yeah.
I will
So
explain what is the best practices
gap
with
in
reference to
between
the
the
NAAC
system
manual.
was
And then I
that
would like to
the
highlight some of
graduates
the
we
best
were producing,
practices
they were not found
at VIP,
employable.
specifically
Whether
in
it was
academics domain.
our
And then I would
engineering
like to
stream
present
or
one
medical
of the
stream
case
or
study which
simple
we
graduate,
had
and the problem
presented
was
in the
more in the simple
last
graduates from
NAAC
arts
review
or
process.
sciences. So the main focus was to
There are
bridge the
4
gap
campuses of
between
VIP.
the
That is
education
Vellore and Chennai
and
is
employability,
deemed universities.
so that
VIT
we are
Bhopal and
able
then the
to
VIT AP
produce,
are
or we
the
are able
state
to equip
private
our
universities.
students with more
As I told,
employable
we
skills,
actually participate in
which
various
are
ranking and accreditations.
market oriented, which
VIT
are
became
more
university,
future
deemed university
oriented.
in
So
2001.
to foster the
Since
quality
2003,
education and to
we are
enhance
continuously
employability
accredited by the
of
NAAC. In
graduates,
August, we had a 4th cycle
sustainable
of
efforts are needed,
accreditations. In
because
fact,
we
that is
can't
the occasion
change
I got
it
a chance
overnight.
to interact
So a
with
continuous effort was
Secretary
required,
Madam.
and
In fact,
that
Madam gave a
some of
very
these efforts which are
useful
being made
tips
by
which were
government,
really helpful
these
for us.
are
So
implementation
we got the
of
highest grade
curriculum
of AA
reforms
double
in the
plus with
form
the
of
CGPA of
LOCF, that is learning
3.66.
outcome based curriculum framework.
Apart
Till
from
now, our
accreditation, we
framework is
also
objective based,
actually
and
participate in
our framework,
national
our
and international
education
ranking.
system
In fact,
is
this is one of the best
more of
practices of
teacher oriented
VIT
rather
is
than
asked
student
to improve
oriented.
to
But
bring
the
more visibility to
system,
the
when it
institution,
shifts
is by
from teacher
participating in
oriented
various
to student
ranking. In
oriented
international
and
ranking,
giving
we are
more
ranked both on all the
flexibility to the
reputed international
system,
ranking
as
like
we have
THE,
given to some extent in
world
CBCS,
ranking, then
and
QS
now that
world
it
ranking,
is the
the
time to
Shanghai
make it more
ranking, but it is
accountable,
called as academic
that
rank
we
of
are
world of
offering
universities.
students the courses
NIRF
which
ranking also,
we
since the
find
inception
that
of
they
NIRF,
are
we
according to
participate.
their
In fact, in
career
engineering,
requirements,
we are
according
the
based
among the
requirements.
private,
But
we are
still,
more in the
are
top
we
category.
able to
We
achieve that
recently NIRF ranking, we have number
objective?
12 in
Are
engineering,
we
whereas in the
really
university level we are
making
number
them
13.
employable?
So in
Are
the
we making
recently
them
introduced the research
really still
category,
equipped
since
with the
VIT
skills
is
which
aspiring to become a
we
world
object
university. It has
to
also
make them?
become the
So
identified as a
the
potential institution of
second,
eminence. So in the
this is the
research rank,
first
we got a number
part
12 in
which we will
India.
be focusing today.
So in
Another
Shankar
one is
ranking, if you see,
improving
this is the
and
only VIT, the
upgrading the
only
academic
private
resources,
university
continuous
ranked in this
process,
Shankar
and
ranking.
going on in most of the universities, changing
See,
learning
one thing I want to
environment,
say that
making
if
it
you
more
want, if
student
institution want
friendly.
to be ranked
Like
in a world ranking,
some
it
more
is very
changes
difficult
we are
to
expecting in new
immediately get it
education policy,
ranked in world
that
ranking. The
we
one
are giving
approach
them
is that
multiple
first we can
exit
take
and
some
multiple
measures and
entry
steps
systems, so
to
that
get
it
it
becomes
ranked in a subject
lifelong
ranking,
learning
and then
process
slowly,
rather than
once your
a
subject
focus
ranking
on
improves, then you
attaining
can slowly
a
enter into
degree
the
and
world
then going
rankings.
to
If you
market
see that
and search for a job,
VITs,
rather
many
than
of the subjects
preparing
of the
them for the
VITs
focused
are ranked by
employable
the QS
jobs.
subject ranking as
Raising
well as
the
by the
quality of
THC
teaching and research
subject
to
ranking.
some part,
Even if you
it
see
is
the
covered
QS
under
subject ranking, we are
LOCF
ranked in
also,
engineering and
that
technology in
we
India,
have
we are the
to
number 10.
change the pedagogy.
Electrical and
How
electronics
our
engineering, we
teaching
are number
system,
9
our
in
assessing
India,
system,
whereas in the world it
and
is
our
250 to 300.
attitude
Chemical
towards this
engineering, we
whole
are in the number
process,
12,
that
and then
has to be
computer
to some
science and
extent
information systems were 9.
modified and changed.
Then mechanical and
Technology
manufacturing
use and
engineering,
integration,
11,
this
and chemistry,
COVID period has made
13,
us
and
all
biological sciences,
so
16, and
technology
mathematics, 12.
friendly, and made
Similarly,
us, and
THE
even
is
our
another
small kids
well-known,
are
renowned.
now making
So
use
there
of
also in the subject
technology.
ranking, we
So
have ranked in
more
various
integration
categories like
of
engineering and
technology in the
technology,
form
then
of
physical
MOOCs,
sciences,
in the
and
form of
life sciences.
learning platforms, in the form of giving the
Not only that,
flexibility to the system to attain some of the credits or some of the courses which are not available in our institute, they can attain from obtain that information, obtain that knowledge and skill from some other platforms. And another
systems, and
objective
then we
is
also participated
another
in that. So we
effort
got that
being
in
made is
clean
to
water
reach
and
a larger
sanitations.
section of
We're number
students
one in
through
India
alternative
in
modes.
affordable and clean
One
energy.
of them is
We are
MOOC,
number two
another one
in
SIM
partnership for
portal,
goals.
and so many
Number
other
five,
platforms.
good
And
health and
now
well-being.
the efforts
9.
are being
So
made to
overall, we
make
are
it
number 5 in
international.
India, whereas
Even
in a
if
global
some of
level,
the
we are
student
ranked
finds
201
that
to 300 in
some
implementation
of the
of
course being
sustainable
offered by
development goal at
Stanford
universities.
University is more useful to him and can support
With
him
that,
for his
I
career.
just entered in
We
the
are
topic, the best practices.
government is working
So
in
this,
NEP
as
on
well as
this.
NAAC manual,
Discussions
any
are going on
practice
that
or the
to make it
practices that the
international,
institution has
so that we are
internally
able
evolved.
to
This is the key
compete
word here,
and make
which
our
is
students
internally evolved
bring
and
them
used
to
during
international
the
level.
last few
Although
years,
this
leading
LOCF
to a
is
positive impact
already
on the
implemented
regular
in some
functioning
of
of the
the
institutions can be identified as the best
these
practice or
institutes
the
like
best
IITs
practices.
and IIMs,
So what is important is
AIMS,
that this
etc.
best practice is one which
But
is to be
now it
evolved
was an
internally.
effort to
Suppose
bring
a
it to
statutory
the
body,
BA,
UGC or some
BSc,
regulatory
BCom, BCA
like UGC
students,
or,
that is
or
undergraduate,
ACT
graduate
recommends
students who are
activities, and then if you practice
studying
that
in
will not be
colleges, in
considered as
arts
the
and science
best
colleges.
practices. So
So
it has to be
we
evolved
will today focus
internally,
on the
and
first
then you
point,
must
that
have
is planning
practiced for
and development of
some period,
LOCF.
and then you must
The
have studied
key
what is the
point
positive
behind
impact
all this
on the regular
concept is
functioning of the
that
institution.
higher
That you can
educations like
identify it as
bachelor's
a
degree
best
programs
practices, then
are
those practices
awarded
can
on
be
the basis
documented.
of demonstration
So,
of
at
achievement
some
of
point
outcome.
in the time the
Till
institution
now,
evolves,
we are
some
giving
innovations
degree
or
after
the change
completion
in
of
the
a
aspect of
course,
the
and we
functioning.
assess
So,
how much student
ultimately, this
has
practice is relevant mainly within the
how much
institutions
student has gained the
at
knowledge.
a given
Now
point of
it
time.
is the demonstration of the achievement,
The
whether
best practices
the
could
outcome
be
we have
in respect of the
expected,
curricular
whether
aspects,
the
the way
student
you
has
design
achieved
the
that
curriculums,
skill,
or it could be in
whether
the
the
respects of
student
the
has
teaching
achieved
learning
that
process, the
knowledge,
pedagogy which you are
achieved
going
that
to
level of knowledge.
use,
So
or
it
the
is,
way of
there
the
is a
research
subtle difference.
ecosystem which you are going to
That
create
first
research,
was that
or
we
in the form
were
of student
thinking
support
of
and
that what I
progressions,
have taught
or
in
it
the
could be in the
class,
office
that should be
practices and administrative
expressed
practices,
by the
or in
student,
the
that should be
maintenance and how people think,
described by the
dealing with
student
the
on the
human
answer sheet.
beings,
I
that
will
is human
evaluate,
relations,
and
the
then if
financial
that is
matters.
up to
We'll
mark
discuss,
or minimum
maybe in my
marks are
talk,
obtained
I
by
will
the
be focused mainly
student,
on this
then
curricular
the degree
aspects,
will be
teaching, learning,
awarded.
and research.
Now it
What
is,
we
I
in the
have
VIT,
to
some of
assess
the
the
best practices
student
and innovations
in
we
the
used.
form of demonstration of achievement
Overall,
of
by
that
adopting
outcome.
such practices,
My
resolve the
method of
difficulty
assessing
or
the
is
student
brought in
will
the
be
greater
changed.
ease in working in
So
that aspect.
my method of
So best
teaching will be
practices are
changed.
relevant
This
within the
will be
institutional
changed.
context,
How that
may pertain to either
demonstration,
academic
how the
or
student will
administrative
demonstrate
or
whether
organizational
the
aspects
outcomes
of
have been
the
achieved or not,
institutional
in the
functioning.
form of knowledge, in the form of
Now,
understanding,
what is this?
in the form
We
of
adopted
skills,
VIT, some of
attitude,
this in
values,
especially in academic. In
academic
academic,
standards
we introduced several
expected of a
best
graduate of
practices and
that program.
innovations in the
If we
last
go back
6-7
along,
years.
I will go
One of
first
the
from the
innovations we best practice is the fully
achievement of the
flexible
student
credit
to
system.
our
Now,
planning, and then we
CBCSE is
will come
introduced
back
by
from
UGC,
planning
but
how
even much
to
before
achieve
that,
that
VIT introduced the
outcome.
concept of fully
Say,
flexible
I
credit
want
system.
my
I
student
will explain what is
to
fully flexible credit
demonstrate
system.
the
And then
skill.
we
For
also,
example,
in
I'm from
2016,
biochemistry.
we introduced
Science
a
students,
curriculum for
science teachers
applied
might be
learning.
able to
So we
understand
want to
it
have
in a
more of
better
a
way.
hands-on
If I
experience, and
see
then
my
a
student should be
project-based
able
learning.
to
Concepts
demonstrate
were designed.
some
It's called the
experiment.
curriculum for applied learning.
That means
And then
this
digital
is
learning
not
management systems.
simply my
We used it,
teaching in
we
the
are Moodle,
class.
and then the
Rather,
BTOP.
now
BTOP
I
is
have
the
to
in-house
give him a
digital
practice.
management
I have
systems
to
which is developed,
give
which
him
caters to
a
all this
practical knowledge,
academic and then
and then
administrative needs of
after
the
that practical
institutions.
knowledge, to
And then this
correlate with
project-based
the
learning. We
present
also implemented implemented
scenario,
since
to correlate with
2010.
some problem,
VIT,
to find
we
solution
using this
through that
project-based
skill,
learning.
and then
At least
implement
40%
it
of the
whenever
courses
required.
will have a
So
project
these three
component.
parts, that
And
is
then hackathon
understanding
and
knowledge,
makeathon.
we were already
This we
imparting them,
introduced in
then
2016.
understanding,
Initially,
imbibing,
it
chewing
started
that
with
knowledge,
5 schools, that is
taking
our
the
academic
help of the
departments.
skill
Now
converting it into its
in all the
attribute
departments. They
that should
conduct this
become the attribute of the student, so that
soft
that
skills.
student is able to
Since
demonstrate
2015,
that knowledge,
we started offering
demonstrate
the
that
soft
skill
skill training
whenever
as part of the
required.
curriculum.
That was the
For
gap.
all the students.
Knowledge,
It is
in
offered
terms of
in,
knowledge, our
especially for the
students are
BTech
far
students,
apart
it is offered
from
for 6
any other
semesters.
part in world.
From first semester
We are
to the
giving them
6th
best
semester,
of the knowledge.
it is
But
offered as
when
part
it
of the
comes to problem
curriculum,
solving,
to train
when
them
it
on the
comes to
soft skills to make them
conversion
more
into the
employable.
practical, in
And then this
practical scenario
testing
in
of higher
society,
order
that's
thinking
where
skills.
our students lag behind. So to
In
fill in the gap,
2017
to
onwards,
bridge that
there
gap,
was
we
all
are
the
slightly
questions, at least
modulating our
50% of the
system.
questions
We are,
which
in
were
other
of
terms, we
in
are
higher order thinking skills.
modulating
So our
the
question
method
papers
of
were
teaching.
designed.
We are modulating our own
And then another innovations which we introduced is
outlook,
that
our
research
look,
orientation
and
from UG
our
level.
way
That is from
of
the
teaching,
grassroots
and
level.
then
We
our
wanted to
way of
orient the
assessing
students
the
towards
students,
the
whether
research. That
he
is
is
our
able to
curriculum is
be
designed.
launched
There is
in the
more
market
weightage is given in
as
the
our
assessment
graduate
process.
equipped
In
with
fact,
all
our
the
curriculum
attributes
enables
which are
the UG
expected by
students
the
to
market,
take up the
which are
research
expected by
project.
the employer, which are expected
In
by
fact,
a
in the
graduate
recently
in
NAAC
society.
process,
Behavior
we
of the
projected
graduate
this
in
as our
society,
institutional
that has to be
distinctiveness is the
termed,
UG research.
that has to be now
Exams in digital tablets.
evaluated.
In fact,
Now it
before
was
much
our
before the
efforts were
pandemic
already,
itself,
we were
VIT has
making efforts to
implemented
give
the
these all
digitalizations in
attributes,
various
but we were
domains,
not
which has
assessing the
really helped
attributes. We were
VIT to
assessing
switch over.
only
When
knowledge.
government
Now
has
we will
announced
be
and
assessing
this
all attributes.
lockdown, I think in March 23
So
in
learning
2020,
outcomes
within a
specify
week time,
what a
we are
graduate,
able to switch over to
after
online
completing
mode.
a program of study, is
Then we
expected
use this
to know,
flipped
what
classroom
he is
methodology. In
expected
fact,
to
even the
understand,
NEP also
imbibe,
support this. Then
adapt,
the mathematics taught.
analyze,
Mathematics taught
correlate
only in
it to the
chalk and
situation,
board.
to the
But what
practical
we did in
situation.
is that with the innovation that we
Innovate and find the
club, we
solutions
made
by
MATLAB.
using
The
that
mathematics
skill
course
and knowledge,
as a lab component.
and should be
In a
able to
MATLAB,
do
students
at the
will
end
go
of
and
the
then
program.
they solve the partial differential
These
equation
are
and they
some
solve
of the
the
points
equation. And then
where
this
LOCF
it has really
is
created
now
a
making a
kind of interest among
quantification,
the students
not
when they
only
can see the
qualification,
or the
which is
solutions.
already there in
This
CBCS.
major
When we
and
define
minor
objectives,
specialization, which
that
also now
means
this
we
NEP
define a
talks about
parameter,
it,
we define
which we have introduced in
benchmark,
2015
which
when
our
there's a new
students should
curriculum. The
have
curriculum for
done.
applied learning
Now
is
it is
introduced.
the
We talk about
quantification
introduced
of
many
all these
minors
attributes
and then the
which
honors
we
degree. And
expect
then
our
one
students.
of the
For
important thing
example,
is this proctoring. Even
for
now it has
a
become
medical
the part of this
student,
NAAC
the
manual or those things. But
knowledge,
in
the
proctoring, we have
understanding, the
introduced from
analysis,
2001
and
onwards
the
in
correlation to
VIT for both
situation
for academic
will
and
be
then for the
different
psychological
than
guidance
that
of the
is required
students.
from
Another
a teacher.
distinctive feature
Similarly,
of our
from
curriculum
the
is that
paramedical
every
staff,
subject
from laboratory
we have
staff,
a
from
eighth
a
module.
management
Actually, our syllabus
graduate,
has eight
from
modules.
some
Eighth module is contemporary issues
office managers
that
or
used to
some
be handled by an
engineers.
industry experts.
The attributes which are required, they are
Professors
different.
so
So in
invite an industry
total,
experts,
we can
and
see
then
that
they will teach
there
that
should be
particular
some
topic. There is
common
no
attributes
syllabus for the
which
eighth
are
module.
a
It's
part
only a
of
contemporary
all
issues
these
that is handled by the experts.
all these programs.
That gives
A
an exposure
graduate,
to
what
our
a graduate
students
should
what
be
is the
able to do,
contemporary issues
and then
and how to
what a
to
graduate
understand
in
the contemporary
arts
issues.
should be able
And
to
then
do,
also that
what
we
a
encourage
graduate
our
in medical
students
science should
using
be
the
able to
social
do,
media
what a
for
graduate
academic
in education should
purpose.
be able to do, what a graduate in engineering or
This
in
fully
some
flexible
other
credit system.
course
One thing,
like
see, if you
BCA
have
or
any
BTM, tourism,
questions, if you
what
need any
their
clarification, you
what
can
those
stop me
students are
in
expected
between
to
also.
do.
You need not
So we
wait
have two
till
things.
the end.
One is the common
See, this
attributes
fully
which
flexible
a
credit
student
system is
should
the
be
one which is
able
trademark from
to
this
express,
VIT.
should be
So
able
this
to
has a flexibility
when
in the
he
order and the
is
number of
being
courses
given that
students
degree.
can register.
So the
we will be giving
overall
this
objective,
curriculum
this
to the
is
students. We'll be giving
how we will
prerequisite request.
frame
Students
learning
can design
outcomes
the
for different programs,
timetable.
and
Suppose
then
in
we
our
will see
VIT, if we take
are
class,
we able
60
to
students
attain
are
those
there. There are
outcomes
60 students.
in
There are
the
60
form
different
of
sets of
our
timetable
assessment.
is possible.
Have we
Because there is
achieved
no
those
fixed timetable.
outcomes?
We'll be giving the
And
slot
then
and then
to
we'll be giving the basket.
quantify
The students
the
will choose. I
achievement
may
of
choose
those
5-6
learning
subjects
outcomes.
according to
So
my
just
interest. Maybe
to
my friend
assess
may
the
choose
students,
6-7
our
subjects according
our
interest.
learning process, our teaching
We give
process will be
that
changed.
flexibility. So you
Students'
can choose the
learning
order,
is
in what
changed,
order it is.
and then
That's not like a
assessment
fixed
is
way.
changed,
First
because
semester this, second semester
continuously
this,
we
third
are
semester this.
now
So ours is
assessing
more of
that
a
learning
flexibility, the order
outcome,
in which
and
student
then
studies
we will
it
review
differ from
that.
student to
We
student.
will then
The number of courses are
modify
registered also.
our processes
Suppose
to
if I'm a slow
achieve
learner,
those
if I
learning
need more
outcomes
support,
which we
so I
have
can go for a
settled.
minimum registration. Maybe
So
I'll
what
register
this
with the
learning,
section credits,
defining
or
learning
if I'm a
outcome,
student
what it
reading
will
or
do, why
fast
it
learners,
is
I
necessary.
can go up to
Learning
27
outcome based
credits. So
curriculum
that our
framework
system
that will
permits
help
that.
us to
Also
formulate graduate attributes.
flexibility
What
in
I
selection of
want to
class
see
and then
in
the
my
lab
graduate.
timetable. So
When
we
my
usually
graduate in
offer the
arts
courses
will
in two
pass
slots,
out,
a morning
what
slots
I
as well as
want
in the
that
afternoon. These are
student
not
to
the
be equipped
morning
with
batch,
the
afternoon
qualities.
batch,
So
but each
attributes are
course,
the
mostly
qualities
all
which I
the
want to
core
see in
courses will
every
be offered
graduate,
both
whether
morning
he
as well as
is
in the
from medical
afternoon.
science, non-medical
Some
science,
students may
mathematics,
prefer to
physics,
take in the morning
or
and then
English
afternoon
student,
you'll do
or
some other
art
thing. Or some
student.
students,
What are the basic
some students they
attributes?
may
What are
work
the
in the
basic
night. They don't want to attend the morning classes.
basic
They can attend the
skills? What
afternoon
are the
classes.
basic
So that flexibility is given. So also
I
the
should
lab
say
time
the
also. They can also
decourse
either they
of
can
that
choose the lab
student
timing either in the
which I
afternoon
want.
or
For
in the
example,
morning.
confidence.
Also that
Every
not only
student
that,
after
the venue.
graduation
So the
should be
classes will be
more
offered in
confident as compared to
various
what he
buildings.
was
The same
at the
courses,
level
for
of
example, if
secondary
you take
education. That
engineering
growth,
mechanics,
that is
it will be
graduate
offered in
attribute.
various buildings.
Qualification
So
descriptors.
depending on his comfort
To
level,
achieve that
I can choose the
graduate
which classroom
attributes,
he want to attend.
specific
Also the faculty also.
descriptors.
So maybe
What
the
are
same
the,
course,
for
engineering
example,
mechanics, will be
BSc
offered by
students
the 20
will be
faculty
having
members.
different
So you can choose
descriptor
the
points as
faculty
compared
also.
to
So
BA student.
that is the kind
Then
of a
program
flexibility
learning outcomes
which we
and
offered. So
course learning
student can
outcomes
choose the order, he can
that
choose
are
the how
expected
many
to be
number of courses
demonstrated. These
is going
all
to study.
are to
You can
be
also choose
framed
the
by
which
higher
timing, either
education
morning
student,
or
higher
afternoon.
education
You can
institute,
also have
so
the freedom
that
to
at the end
choose
of the
the
program we are
faculty.
able to assess
These are some kind of
whether we
unique
are
thing.
able to
So
give
there is
that
also our curriculum is that
outcome
it is designed
which
in a
we
such a way
have
that
expected, or which
it's a balanced
benchmark we
curriculum
have
with
settled. Are we
engineering,
able to
science,
assess
humanities,
that?
and then
Are
the
we able to
management
achieve
course. We
that?
are more predominantly
So
in
when these
engineering,
outcomes are
technical
defined, it
universities,
will
but we do
help
even though we have
prospective
the other
students,
courses.
parents, employers,
Also, the art
and
system
other
offers for the
in society
undergraduate
to
students to take
understand
up
the
the
nature
research
and
and then
level of
innovative
that learning
research
outcome.
experience. So
Based on
that
that learning
is taken
outcome,
care
say
in while
one
designing this
student wants
curriculum. And
to
so our most
be
of 40% of our
an
core
office
courses will
manager
have a project component, which
after
enables the students
completion
to
of that program.
undertake a
These
research.
learning
Also,
outcomes
that the
will
concepts of the double
tell
major,
different
minor, and then
programs
this
having different
honor
learning
options,
outcomes.
which were
So they
introduced
will
long back
help
before
our
this
student, they will
NEPs.
help
I
our
think now
parents
much more provisions
to
will be given
select
after the
the
introduction of
program.
the NEPs.
They will help
Then
our
the
student to
subjects for all disciplines.
decide
So
or to
students
get
can
an
pursue,
idea
suppose
what
for
he will be
engineering
getting
students who is interested in
taking
music,
after completing
it's
this
possible.
program.
You can take up
When he will be
music,
completing
or
this
if he
program,
is
he will be
interested in
able
kind
to
of
do that.
some
So
other
that is the
courses in
benchmark we have
languages,
settled.
it's
That
possible,
will
or
help
if it's
students,
interested in
parents,
economics,
even
so that is
employers
possible.
to decide which type
Interdisciplinary
of
approach
qualifications they
permits our
need to
curriculum. Then this choice-based credit system, so students can study
keep
as per their preference and as per their phase.
employability
So he can
qualification.
minimum he
They
can
can
get
these
4 years,
learning
or he
outcomes
can
can
take
help
5 years
employer
also. So
also.
depending on the
In
base number
society
of credits
also a
it
general
takes per
message
semester.
that
That
this
is possible.
program will make student to reach to this level. This program will help
It's
them
coming
to
another
reach to this level.
to our
Which
academic
level
future is
the
this curriculum
student
for
want to
academic
attain. Based
applied
on
learning.
that, he will be
So
selecting
usually
that
in all the
program.
universities we are called
In terms
LTPC,
of
lecture,
knowledge, skill,
theoretical and then this
attributes,
practical
values,
and
etc.
credits.
So the student
What we
will
have, we have
also,
one more
this
extra
will
letters.
also
We have
help us to
LCP,
maintain
J.
national
See, we have
standards.
J. The J
So
is the
common,
project component.
this does
So
not mean
lecture,
that we are going to
tutorial,
LOCF is
practical
giving a
projects on
minimum
the credit system.
framework
So,
which we have to
so this
implement in our
provides students more
university
scope
or
to
in
enhance
our
the skills in
institute.
project-based
Rather, it
learning.
is giving flexibility.
So that
The
we use this
employability
online
demands
learning
in
management system like modules
one
effectively
state
employed
may
even
be
much before
different
that.
from the other.
So in fact, this
So
using of
the higher
online systems,
education
this
institute
really
has to
helps our
set that
faculty
benchmark
to switch over from
according
this
to the
conventional
local
mode
needs,
to this
so that
online
our
teaching in
students are
2020 May.
able to
Sorry,
maintain
April.
that national
Like
standard,
digital tools. The
international
digital tools and the
comparability
flipped
of
classrooms are
learning
used to
outcomes,
increase the
academic
students' knowledge.
standards, to
So it also
ensure
facilitates
global
active learning environment for the
competitiveness,
students.
and
Another
as
thing
well
is
as
the
to
resources can be
make
accessed
them
anywhere.
more
So
skilled,
all this
more
digital tools which
self-reliant.
enables our students
So
like
it will
virtual
also
labs.
provide
So
higher
he can access the
educational
resources.
institutes an important
He can
point
do
of
these
reference
experiments
for
from wherever he is there. So maybe the few experiments, especially in simulation-based labs,
is there
we have
something
conduct
addressed
through
to me?
this virtual lab environment. And then the students' assignments are records in a digital form. So we call it the digital assignments.
No, ma'am. No,
So
ma'am.
they
Okay.
were asked to,
So it will
not
be
in a conventional
providing
way, but
higher
they would
educational
present the
institutes an
assignments in a
important
digital
point
form,
of reference
and then
for
it is
designing
evaluated
teaching
through
learning strategies,
our learning
assessing
management
student
systems.
learning level. These
Then
are the
examinations
important
also
points
conducted in digital
which
mode
we
using
have
the
to take care
tablets.
at our
But
ground
one
level.
thing is that these
We
tablets
have
we
to
used it,
design the
but we
course.
had some
We have
issues
to
in the
change
sense
our
it
teaching learning
was good for
strategy,
more of a
because
theoretical
now we
subject,
are
but we are
assessing
going for a
student
more
at some other
analytical
parameter,
numerical
and
subjects
then we are
where the
assessing
students found
ourselves
it
are
little difficulty.
by
Now,
that
time being
teaching
now,
learning process. Am I
we
able to achieve
discontinued
that
these
outcome?
tablets. Maybe
If
once
I
the
am
technology
lacking behind,
matures, the
then
tablets
what should
mature,
I
maybe
make
it will
change
again will go
to
back to
make
the
it
tablets.
more
And
student
then this
friendly,
challenge the
and
students
making
for
me
intellectual
more
senses based
close
on
to my
higher order thinking
learning
skills.
outcome
So
target?
that
So that will help us
regulation itself
periodic
says that
review of the
50% of the
program,
questions should be of
overall
an
program,
higher order
and our
thinking
academic
skills.
standards, with the help of feedback from our students,
So
from
what we
employers,
do in the
from
evaluation
society,
also, many
what
the
else
digitization
they
techniques
want,
was
what
used
else
in
is required,
BIP.
which
So
perhaps by
once the students complete the answer script
our
and the answer scripts and
LOCF,
all
our
scanned,
learning
we
outcomes,
digitize the
we are
answer
still
script, and then the
to fine
teachers,
tune.
they need
So
not come
that
to
will
one
help in
central
that
place for
part also.
evaluation. The
So
teachers can
based on or
evaluate
considering
within
the
the campus. They
expected
cannot,
learning
he or
outcomes
she
as
cannot
reference
evaluate in
point,
the
that will
home, but within the
help us
campus,
to
they can evaluate. So
formulate
we have
graduate
digitized the
attributes.
answer sheets
Decide
and then
these are the
stored through
steps
that.
which
Teachers can access, and
higher
then they can
education
evaluate.
institute has to take
Also, that
into
paperless
consideration and go
examinations
one by
were
one.
used, but
First, to
it
formulate
was we
graduate
had a feedback
attributes, some
that
reference graduate
some of the students
attributes
are
are
not comfortable with
given
the
by UGC
paperless
also.
examinations, especially
Decide
the
qualificate, but we
courses
can
which
add
involve
according
intensive
to the needs and requirements
analytical
in our
mathematics-oriented
area.
subject.
Decide
So it's time being
qualification
now
descriptors,
we discontinue
then
the practice.
articulate program
Maybe we
according
consider
to
after
the
some years.
qualification
So that
descriptors.
we have used
Qualification
proctored
descriptor means
online exam
program
once this
learning
pandemic
outcomes,
set in.
program
So we
learning,
have gone
or
for the online teaching,
for
also the
program learning
examinations. We have
outcomes.
gone
Now
for
we have
an
to
proctored
define,
online
we have to
examinations.
articulate, and then
15
course
students,
learning outcomes.
online examination, student has to
So
turn on the video and all
qualification
those things.
descriptors
There
will
are
be
under
for
that,
a
15
program,
students will be
and
assigned
program
to
learning
one
outcomes.
proctor,
Some
that
of the
is
universities
invigilator.
are now
So each
taking
teacher
it
will
in
be
3
proctoring
steps.
for the
First
15
is
students.
program
So
outcome,
we
means
ensure
what
that
a
there is
graduate
no
should be
scope
able
for
to do,
any
the
kind of
minimum thing which a graduate should
unethical
be
or
able to
this
do.
small
Then program
practices and then
specific outcomes,
impersonation during
what
this
a medical
examinations,
student should be
proctored
able to
online
do, what
examinations.
a arts student, bachelor in arts student,
Then
after
not only that,
with
we encourage
psychology
our
and history
students to
subject
go
should be able
beyond
to do.
the syllabus.
With what
In fact, this
graduate
initiative helps
student
students
with
to practice
physics and
self-learning,
mathematics
and then
should be able to do. So
learning
these
the
are
syllabus
in
lifelong.
some
This lifelong learning
universities,
is
they are
assured
termed
this
as
way.
program
So one is the
specific
8th module.
outcomes.
So 8th
And
module, as
to
I mentioned
achieve those
earlier, it's
program specific outcomes,
handled by an
what type
industry
of
experts
courses I
on
have to
issues
offer
on
to my student,
contemporary
and
niches.
from
We
which
also
course,
ensure that at
which
least one question
attribute
will
I
be in
will
the
be
final assessment
contributing
test.
to.
Otherwise,
So this is a
students will
whole
not pay
process.
much
So
attention
we
to
will
the
go
industry.
one by
We
one,
also
step
ensure
by
that.
step.
Then higher order thinking questions, challenging experiments in the labs. See, we don't use the conventional physics or chemistry or all the labs. The experiments will be of application oriented. Through that, they will learn the basics.
We should
That's
say
how
in
our
a
experiments
generic
are designed. It's called challenge
terminology.
And then
For example,
there is
some
concepts
common
called
attributes
introduction
like
to
confidence,
innovative projects.
leadership quality,
course,
then communication skills,
and then there is
should be
technical
able to
answers to
express,
real life
should
products.
be able to
So
analyze.
these are the courses introduced to develop the
means in any
students'
field.
independent
Some
thinking
problem is there,
and then to
I have
solve the
gained
problems.
knowledge. I
through
should
that,
be able to analyze the
innovative
problem.
projects or
I
the
should
technical
be
answers
able
to real life
to
problem,
seek
our
the
students have
solution
addressed many
from
of
my
the
knowledge. So
societal
to bridge
problems
that
are
gap,
addressed
some
through
generic
these
attributes
subjects.
are defined
And then,
by
as I mentioned
UGC,
earlier,
and
ours is
we
most
can
of a
add
project-based learning.
or modify these
40% of
attributes
our undergraduate
according to
engineering
our
courses will be having a project-based.
needs,
Also,
but
we also
keeping
research-based
global
learning and
competency
internship.
in mind,
In
so
internship,
that
the
when
4-week
a graduate
internship is
walks in
compulsory
street, he should
for
look
all our
like, he
students.
should behave like a graduate.
So this gives an
Some
overview
of the
of the
characteristic
digital
attributes
initiatives
that a
which we
graduate should
have taken
demonstrate. I have
long
taken
back.
these
In
some
fact, all these things are really helping us
attributes
now in
from
VIT,
UGC, which
so that
UGC
to
has
deal
defined, and
this
I know
pandemic
some
period,
of the
our digital
other
we have
speaker
in-house.
might be elaborating these points.
Initially,
Disciplinary
maybe in
knowledge, the
2010,
discipline which
on
he has
those
studied,
times,
he
we
should
depend
have
on the
in-depth
external
knowledge of at least
learning
some
management system, but this
benchmark
maintenance
of
was
that
an
knowledge is settled.
costlier affair. There is
Communication
no
skill,
flexibility in
common
that.
to
If you
all,
want to change anything
critical
again,
thinking.
we depend
This
on
is
them.
the
So
part
what we
we
have
have
decided
to
go for our own
inbuilt
in-house
in our students,
learning management
that
system, which
they
we call
should
the
be,
BTOP.
now they should
There is
be
a
able
separate
to,
office
we were
called
already trying, but we were
SDG, the
not
software
assessing
development cell.
whether
They,
he is able
under
to
the
critically
director
think. For example,
team of
in most of
50
our
employees, they
exams,
take care of
while
developing
assessment,
all
we
the
usually ask
digital
them to
e-governance
describe
implementations.
this
And then
history,
exams in
describe this
digital tablets, now it is
formulation,
discontinued.
or
The
describe.
smart boards is
Our
already
questions are
fixed
normally
in all
discussed,
the
describe,
classrooms. Then there's
elaborate,
a
this
virtual
type of
classrooms. This
But now
enables
we have to
professors to get
modify
connected
our
by
teaching,
24/7
giving
to
that
all
knowledge,
our
but
students. There's virtual labs.
teaching
This is
them,
some
making
of the
them
simulation
learn
labs
about
connected
the
through this
critical
virtual
thinking,
lab.
that they
Then
should
we
be
also
able
use
to give their
lecture
own point
capturing
of view,
in our
critically
seminar
analyze
halls.
that,
It's called we call the
analytical
smart classrooms. We also have the facility to
redesigning,
capture the lectures online.
critically,
Direct live lectures
analytically
can be
giving that solution,
captured,
analyze
which will
that,
be uploaded
should
in the
apply their own
learning
mind. So
management
our
system.
questions
So
now will be
students, if they are
more
not able to follow
based
in the
on
classrooms,
practical
they can again
situations,
watch
situation-based
the
program,
video. They can try
situation-based
to understand
questions. We need not make
biometric
now
attendance systems was
this
introduced.
flexibility is
Digital
given in
library, so
LOCF.
we
We may
extensively
not
digital,
be
which
giving
also e-gateway.
students
Through
a
that,
question
all
paper
our
of
journals and
9
then the books can be
questions
accessed
and
anywhere
ask
by
them
the
to solve any
students
5
and then
or
by
any 7.
research scholars. In
Rather,
fact,
we
this
may give
also
a practical
really helped
problem,
us during
give
the
a paragraph,
pandemic period.
and we
Our
may
students
ask
and
them
research
to
scholars
give
to access
solutions based
our
on
journals.
the questions you have
Digitizing the answer
asked
script
for.
is another
So
thing
that
that all the answer scripts are scanned and then the digital copy is
tuning,
stored.
that practical
So at the
training,
university, you
that
have
should be
to
the
store
part
the
of our
answer sheets.
program,
It
because
occupies a
after
huge
completion of
space.
any
Now we are
graduation,
occupied
our
only in
students
digital
should be
copies
able to
stored in
critically
the.
think and analyze the
It
problem,
also helps
solve the
us in
problem.
space.
Digital
The MOOC,
literacy, minimum
before
digital
this
literacy should
pandemic
be a
period
part
itself,
of
we have
every
started encouraging our students to
program,
take a
so
MOOC
that
courses,
it is
then
an
which
decor
students were
of
transferred to
every
the
student.
VIT.
He should be able to work in
So
team,
we encourage the students to
self-directed
develop
learning,
the digital
eager to
footprints.
learn.
So
That
which
should
has
always,
really
that
helped the
desire
students
should always
to get
remain
more
even
placement, which is
after
really impressive.
completion of
So
a
nowadays,
program,
the
so
employers they are
that
looking
he is
for, they don't
able
want
to
the
learn by
conventional
himself.
CV. If they want
Not
to know anything about a
necessarily
particular
what
student, they're
book
just
I
looking
have
on
referred.
the digital
Usually
footprint, whether the
students,
student has any
till
digital
now it
footprints
is
available.
sufficient that I prescribe a book, student will go through
Some
that
of the
book, solve
innovations
the
in
questions,
academics
and
at VIT
that
to
is
catch
enough.
up with the industry needs.
Go beyond that.
One is the digital learning management
So
systems
another
with
part
FFCS
is
that has really
being
helped us. And then the
introduced
societal
in some
problems,
of the
solving
universities, that at
like
least
technical answers to real
40%
life
of the syllabus should
problems
be
which are
given to the
solved.
student in the
And
form
then
of
the smart
assignments,
digital boards
in
in
the
all
form of
classrooms, digital
project
lecture
work,
capturing
in the
systems,
form of practical
and the
work,
MOOC
so
as
that
part of the
they
curriculum,
are
the
able
virtual
to
labs,
learn by
simulation studies studies,
themselves. We have
virtual
to
classrooms.
make them learn
The maths is taught in a
self-directed
MATLAB.
learning.
UG research.
Moral and
Then
ethical
industrial is
awareness, of
taking
course,
one
for
module in
every
every subject. The eighth module is taken by
program that will
the
be different.
industry
Ethical
experts.
awareness of a
Exams
medical
and
student will be
digital
different
tablets,
from the
digital
ethical
footprints.
awareness of an environment student, or from
What are the
the
globalization?
graduate
See, we want
student
to
in
become a
engineering.
global
So
university, the world
that will be
universities.
addressed
See,
in
our target
program
is that in
specific
next 10
outcomes,
years,
but
we want to be the
minimum ethical
top
awareness
about
university. That is the vision. That is the vision of
environment, at least
our
about the
Honorable
environment
Chancellor. Through that, all our
our
efforts are
routine
driven
life,
through
moral
that.
values.
So
That
we
should
have this
also be a part
international
of that
transfer program
program.
scheme. That is 1+3
Leadership
scheme
qualities
to get
in
foreign
every
degree. In
course
fact,
we
now
have to
this
look
NEP
for
also
that,
is
how
provision
to
for that.
build that
Before that
leadership
itself, we
quality, how
introduced
to make
semester
them more
abroad program for
enthusiastic so that they
students who are
are able
interested.
to
We have
take
the
risks
MOU with more
whenever
than
required.
300 plus
And
universities.
lifelong learning, this part is being well
Go to
addressed in new
they can
education
spend their
policy
year
also.
or a semester there.
So
We have
to impart
190
and
plus
equip the learner with
adjunct
these
professors from
attributes,
reputed
these are the
universities abroad.
attributes.
Foreign
Final
professors,
our
we have
goal,
it,
we
so that our
want to
students will
equip
get
our
the
learner
foreign
with these
exposures
attributes.
in the
Now,
teaching, planning.
how to
Then organizing the
equip them?
events in foreign
What should
lands.
be
Normally,
our
we
strategy?
organize international
Our
conferences are
strategy is
organized in
to
India. What we did is that the IT,
to
especially our
describe the
IQAC office, is that what we
qualification
in
in terms of
2018
qualification
we conducted
descriptors.
a conference at
We have to
Cambridge University.
define the
Similarly,
qualification descriptors
2019 we
that
conducted a conference
indicate
at
generic
Indiana Summit at
outcomes
Purdue, Indiana,
and
and in
attributes
USC.
expected for the
2020 also we
award of
plan
a
to conduct in
particular type
Australia,
of
but since
qualification.
the pandemic
For
has set
example,
in, we did
bachelor
not
degree
proceed
or
with it. Once
bachelor
the
degree
pandemic is
with
over, again we will
honors
go back to
or
so
bachelor
this is,
degree
in fact,
in computer
this is a
application
really
or bachelor
useful
degree
thing
in
which has helped
tourism.
us
They
to
will be having
connect with, say,
their
it's very
different
difficult for
generic
professors in
outcomes,
UK, that
attributes,
Europe
etc.
region or
So
USA to
qualification
come to India. Maybe
descriptors,
they will
they
come,
will
5-6 members
decide
only will come.
level of
But if you
knowledge and
go and
understanding,
organize a
type
conference
of
there,
skills and
easily
competences,
we can be connected with
attributes
at
and
least
values
200
that the
professors there.
holder of
That has
that
really helped us
qualification is
to
expected
improve
to
our
attain
collaborations.
and demonstrate
So our
also.
MOUs for faculty and student
It
exchange,
will help
and
the
then we
degree
encourage the
awarding
joint research
bodies in
publications. So we
deciding
also
the
observed
program
that we have
outcomes.
studied that
These
in
things
IQAC, we
which
study
will
the
decide
publications
what
of
should
the
be the level
faculty
of
members.
knowledge,
Well,
what
we
should be
found
the
that
skills which the student
papers
should be
with the
equipped,
collaborations
what are the
attracts more
attributes that
citations
student
than
will be having.
papers with
These
VAT
will
faculty
help
alone.
us in designing
So we as a
program
policy
outcomes
that
and
we
course
have encouraged
outcomes.
our faculty to
The
join
learning
with
experience
other
and
reputed
assessment
institution or the
procedures
foreign
are
institution, and
expected
then
to
to
be
go for
designed
a
to
joint
provide every
publications.
student with the
And then
opportunity
invitation
to
to foreign
achieve
faculty members for
intended
recruitment.
program
So
learning
we also
outcomes.
wanted
So,
to bring more foreign faculty.
based on the
So we go for
attributes,
a
we
foreign
have decided
recruitment.
qualification
And then
descriptors,
we also go for
that
enrolling
is the
the foreign
program
students.
outcome,
Right now,
and based on
we have
that
around
program
about
outcome, we have
1,000
to
students from
decide the
foreign and then
courses,
NRI.
and
So our objective
now
is
we
to
have
go for
to
at
see
least
from our
5% in next 3 years.
experiences and that whether our teaching,
Also, this conducting the short-term
whether the
program
learning
for
experience
foreign
of that
students. So
student,
one way
whether
to
our
attract the foreign
assessment
students to
procedure
our institution
is
is to
giving
conduct a
that
short-term
learning
program,
outcome,
like a summer
whether
schools.
we
So
are
that we can
able
attract
to
the foreign students for
deliver
3 to
the
4 weeks to stay
same
in our campus, which will
attributes
enable them
which we were
to take up
expecting.
some degree, or they can register
So,
us in few
program
courses in
descriptors,
later time.
there's
Also, overseas
qualification
experiential
descriptors
learning
are
component
generic
is introduced,
to
like a
all the
semester abroad
degrees.
program is introduced.
Minimum program
International
outcomes we
placement
have
initiative. So
decided. These
our
are known as
placement and
POs
training
in
section,
some
not only
universities.
they from
And
last 3 years,
next comes
they are also
program
concentrating on
specific
international
outcomes.
placement, like a global
We have decided
placements. We
every
have a dedicated higher
graduate
office,
student
international relation
should
office.
be able to
They take
communicate
care of this
well,
foreign students,
whether he is going to
institute
management,
student
whether
support,
he is
and then
going
this
to
any
engineering,
foreign
whether he is
faculty
going to
visits
medical
VIT.
profession, paramedical
Then we have
profession,
a foreign
educational
language
profession.
lab.
But
So
the
we offer in 11
communication part
languages
should be strong.
offered
He
to the
should,
students.
whatever
So
knowledge he
non-foreign
is having,
language
he
is
should be
compulsory
able
for the
to
students.
communicate in, and that
Then we also
confidence,
motivating
that
our VIT faculty
communication.
members to visit
So
universities
that
abroad.
is generic
So
part.
they
Now
must
is
visit
the
at least.
program
We all
specific
the
part.
financial
If a
support is
student
provided
is
for the
getting
faculty
a
to
graduate
visit
degree
universities
in
abroad
botany
to attend
honors,
the
what should
international
be the
conferences.
program outcomes specific to
to
In
that.
fact, I was telling these are the
Now
two
we are coming to
conferences
that, and
which is
these
conducted
are
by the
termed as
IQAC in one is at
PSOs
the
in some
Cambridge University,
universities.
another one is at the
Individual
Indiana
programs
Purdue
of
in
study will
USA.
have
This
defined
has really
learning
helped us
outcomes
to
which
connect
must
with
be
more
attained for the
global
award
delegates.
of a
Otherwise, it is
specific
very difficult. Otherwise,
certificate,
if you conduct
diploma, or
our
degree.
campus,
Because
we
in
hardly
next
we get 10 to 15,
NEP
not more than that.
2020, we are introducing
Another
after
good thing
first
is
year
not
the
VIT
student
is
may
that we wanted to
leave
give more exposure
education,
to
leave the
our
program
students. We
with
invite the
by
experts
getting a
across the
certificate.
world.
We can
So
award
special
him a
drive
certificate in
initiatives
that
were taken to
particular
invite
course.
the
Then
Nobel,
after 2
Nobel
years
laureates to
diploma
our
and
campus,
after 3 years
which
degree,
enable our
he can
students and
join
then
at
a
any
faculty
time.
member to
In between,
directly
he may take
interact with this
certificates. Some of
Nobel
the
laureates.
problem
In
is
fact,
there
this
in family. The
practice we
student is
also
not able
continued
to
during the
complete the
pandemic
education
period
part.
also,
He
with
must
interaction
be
with the
equipped
Nobel
with some
laureates.
of the basic attributes, some of the
See,
basic
I was
skills,
talking about
so that
research
after
culture.
getting
In
that
fact, the research
certificate, he may
culture,
go to employment
how
even.
we
And after
have
some
this research
time,
culture is
finding
that we
it
have a practice
suitable,
called
he may join
SET
back
conference, that is
and
Science,
complete his
Engineering and the
degree and diploma.
Technology conference, which we
So,
conduct in a semester.
what attributes,
Almost all the semesters we conduct this,
should
which
be the
enable our
outcomes
undergraduate
when
and
the
PG
student
students
is being
to
awarded that
present their
certificate
papers,
course?
which gives them
What should
opportunity
be the
to
learning
present their
outcome? What the
papers in
student
front of
should be
the
able to do when we are
in a
giving him,
conference.
we are
And then
awarding him
undergraduate
a
research
diploma,
experience, we
and
have
what
a
he should be
specific
able to
course
do
which
when
is
we are awarding him degree. These are program
research
specific. A
courses. They
BSc
can take up that course,
medical
they can earn the
student
credits.
will have
Then the
different
students can be
program
part of
specific
the
outcomes.
funded
Although
projects.
the
They can
program
join with the
outcomes will be
faculty
common for
funded
all,
project. They
program
can
specific
contribute in the
outcomes
funded
of a
project.
BSc
The way
medical
they can
student will be different
gain
from
some research
BSc
experience.
mathematics
There are
student or
research
BSc
centers.
physics
We have
students.
10 established
So these program
multidisciplinary
learning
research
outcomes
center in
will
the
include
campus, which
subject
gives the
specific
opportunity
skills
for the student to
in
take up
that
a
particular
multidisciplinary
subject.
research.
Generic
Also, our
skills, of
curriculum
course,
is a project-based
including
learning. 41
transferable global
courses, they have to
skills,
do some
competencies,
projects which give them an
achievement of
opportunity
which
to take up a
the
project,
student
and then
of
they
a
have to go for
specific
this
program of study
creation
should be
laboratory.
able to
So we have a
demonstrate
specific
at for the award of
we have
degree
a
diploma. It
place
should be,
where all the
that is
facilities are
now
available.
again and
So
again
students
coming
can
in
who are all
my
interested in developing new product,
presentation. The student
they
should
can
be
utilize that
able to
facility, and then
demonstrate.
they
He
can
will
this
be able to
concept
demonstrate
we
only
introduced
when we are
in
teaching, we are
2000.
modifying our
I think in
teaching
2013,
methods,
we
so
did
that
creation
if I
laboratory.
say my
Industrial
student is equipped with
consultancies,
skills in
students can be part of this industrial project.
technologies in
Seed
biochemistry,
grant
he
is
should
one
be
which is
able to
given,
demonstrate those skills
so which
when
is
he is
given to
going to
up
some
to 3
industry.
lakhs. Seed grant is
So
given,
program
and the national and international
programs learning
competitions, the
outcomes
students are
focus
an
on knowledge
opportunity
as
to
well as
participate, and
skills,
then the industry
and they prepare student for
research
further
problems,
study,
because we connect
employment,
many
as well
industry
as citizenship.
conclave.
Citizenship,
Through that, we
employment,
bring the
common minimum
industry research
parameters
problem, which will
set
be
as
given to
program
the
outcomes,
students, so
and
they
then
can,
program
along with the
specific
faculty
outcomes.
members,
So we
they can
have to,
solve the
while
problem. So these
deciding
are
the
the
courses,
all the
we have
practices
to keep
to
both
bring
the
the
thing in
research
mind,
culture at the
programs
grassroots level.
outcomes as well as program specific outcomes.
See,
What
the
the
NAAC
student
best
should
practice
be
template,
able
some of
to
you, some of you
deliver if
might
he
have
is
already
a
gone for a
graduate,
NAAC,
and
or if you're
as
planning to go for
graduate
a
in
NAAC
medical science or graduate
exercise,
in
you
arts,
must
what
aware of this,
specific attributes
how to
which
present
he
this
is
best
having
practices.
rather than other students.
This is
So
the
these
specific
qualities,
template
when we
which is given by the
when we
NAAC.
pen
You
down
have to give
them,
the title
they
of the
will
practice. In fact, title
ensure
should be very crisp.
comparability
You should have
of
the
the learning
keywords that
levels,
should
academic
capture
standards,
that should
because when
describe
we
the
pen down
practice. You
them,
cannot give
then we
a
are
big
able to compare
titles.
with the outcomes
Then
of the other
objectives.
universities,
What is the
from the
intended
other
outcome of this
institutes,
practice? That
with
has to
the
be
other
clearly spelled out. In fact, the objectives
international
can be spelled in
universities,
bullet points.
and
The
then
context is very important.
competency
On
level
what is the challenging issue
will
that
be
needed to be addressed
achieved.
in designing and implementing the
This
practice,
will
that should be
all
discussed in
help
about
us to
150 words. And then the practice,
in
this is the most
designing
important
curriculum,
section, the
in
practice.
planning curriculum,
There
in
you have to
developing the
describe
curriculum.
the uniqueness
So,
in the context of
as
specifically
you
they
know,
want in Indian
you
higher
have
education context. What are
implemented
the
CBCS,
constraints,
so the
limitations
terms
of any
are
field?
not
That's
new
about
to
in
you. That
400 words.
knowledge
That's
part
slightly
is
a
being
bigger
addressed
section.
by core
And the
courses.
evidence of success
Minimum
is
these
also the most
courses a
important thing.
student has
So
to
there
complete
you have to
when
present
he is
because of this practice you follow
getting a
this
particular degree.
best
That part
practices.
we are
What is the
addressing in the
your
form of core
success
courses,
what is your
skill
experience, that has to
development
be
as skill
presented in the form
enhancement
of
courses,
results.
essential ability
And the problems
attributes,
encountered
ability
and the
enhancement
resources
compulsory
needed,
courses, and
that is about
specific knowledge
150
and
words.
skill
Then
in
there's a
that
notes,
area, in a
given as an
particular
optional
area
one.
in that
So
subject.
you can
In
add
the
any other
subject,
information
again,
that
some
may be relevant
areas
for
are
adapting
there.
and then
For
implementation
example,
the
in
best
biochemistry, there
practice
is
within
plant
other
biochemistry, animal
institutions. So this
biochemistry,
is the template
metabolism,
which
so
is
many
given by
other
the
things. So
NAAC.
this nutritional biochemistry.
Now,
So
as a last,
we are
this is
giving
my
that
last
flexibility and
agenda. That is, I'll just take up the
advantage
one
to the student
or
that
best
he may
practice
choose the
industry institute
area in that
interaction. This is
subject,
one of the best
and these
practices
discipline-specific
we
courses
gave in
are
our
addressing to
SSR.
that part.
This is a
Broadening the
presentation
vision,
which we
generic
made to
elective courses is may choose.
PTV peer
He
team
may
also.
choose
We'll
open
just make the
elective
same thing.
courses
So
for
these are
personality
the, so our
development
title is
and
that our
for
best practice
broadening
industry
his
institute
vision in
interactions.
that area.
then objectives of
So
the practice
to
is done
design,
to
now
fill
we
the
come
gap
to
between
the
the
course
needs of the
design
industry
level.
and
We
the
have
curriculum
decided
offered.
program
To
outcomes
foster
which our higher
networking and
education
exchange of
institute has
knowledge between
decided.
practicing engineers,
Our
faculty
graduate
members, and
must be
students.
equipped with these attributes. Then descriptors,
Then to keep
the program
pace with the
outcomes,
trends and
what we
disruptive
are
changes
expecting
that are
our
taking place in
student should
industries,
be able to
to
do.
have an
What
exposure
our
to
program
industrial
specific
problems and
outcomes, what
practices,
a student
to
should
deploy
be
academic
able to
expertise
do
for
specifically
industrial
when he
problem
is doing
solving.
that
These are
course.
our
And
5
now
objectives.
to get
And
to
out of the
achieve that
practices
outcome,
we
we
followed,
have to
so what
design
are the
our
practices
courses.
to
To
for
design,
industry-institute
deliver,
integration is that
and
one is that
review
through
the
our
academic
project-based learning.
processes,
That is
the
one of our
programs.
practice.
The
So
system
we adopted
gives
the
more
latest curriculum
flexibility to
as
the
part of
higher
the,
education
and then we
institutes
focused
to
on
design
niche
curriculum
areas.
according to
Other
the
thing is this,
attributes they have
industry-sponsored labs,
decided
the
for
industry
a
guest
degree
lectures,
holder,
industry
instead
visits.
of restricting
Then
to
there's a
some
courses
fixed
chapter
band
called
given by center or
technical
some
answers for
other
real-life
body.
problems. Then
So
as a
core
practice, we can
courses give the
hackathon,
basic
makeathon,
fundamentals of
industry
that degree,
conclaves has
addressed
become
to the
our
knowledge
practice.
part.
In fact, this is
Discipline
also
specific
initially we
courses give
started with
flexibility. Higher
2
education
schools, industry
institutes can
conclaves.
offer choices
Now
and
all
students can
the
choose
15
courses
schools
according to
regularly
future
conduct this
plans and
annual
need of
industry
the area.
conclaves, and then this hands-on training with
So
industry
delivery
software.
and review of the academic
Then this
program,
8th module,
as
you
the
can just see
system
that how
gives
it is
flexibility in
practice is
designing
started. Say in
curriculum,
14-15,
there is a
it
shift in
started
the
with
pedagogy.
17 lectures,
Student-teacher
whereas in
interaction also.
2021,
Our
we had
teaching
about
now shifts from simple delivery
3,837
of a
industrial
knowledge and
lectures were
imparting
organized.
lectures
That's how
to
this
the
practice has
method
this
that
exponential
addresses
growth of this
imbibation,
practice.
critical thinking,
Again, this
analysis,
TOR project
and application
is an
of that
innovative
knowledge.
course
Now
which is
our
introduced
focus,
in VIT.
our
There is a technical
40%
answers to the
focus will
real world
remain
problems.
on
Here
knowledge,
the students,
and
they go to the society, they
60% of
interact with,
our
they
focus
identify
now
the
will shift
problem,
to
and then
develop
they
those
try to
attributes
provide a
which are
solution as
actually
part of
needed
the
when the
courses.
student goes to
These are
the
some of the projects
employability
which is
stage.
done as part
So
of
the
this
knowledge should
TOR
not be
courses.
just
Here the
learning,
operation research
but it
problems
should
on a
be
running
absorbing
MSME,
and
the
then
students are
applying.
interacting with
To
industries,
some
or this
extent,
water
it also
ATM.
depends upon
Then
the
this
student.
how to the
But we
plastic waste
have
with
to,
agro
by
waste, then
these
automatic call
deciding these
ambulance and
are
the
learning
PCR van.
outcomes,
This
we are
blind aid
deciding
kit.
a minimum level
Some of the
which
projects
the
which
student
is
should
society
be able
relevant
to
project did
definitely
by our students,
demonstrate
UG students.
after completion of that course.
Then the national and
Therefore,
international
teaching and examination
this
shifts
competition.
only
This
from
is
describe the knowledge
culture of the VIT
to
is that
know,
we conduct a lot
analyze,
of these
apply,
competitions. The
critically
students
think,
will be
and then
involved
find
in
the
that, like
solution.
this conduct of a makeathon, codathon,
Teaching
hackathon,
becomes
hackathon.
more
In fact, this is
student-centric.
it is a very
Every
interesting
student has
how
its
this has
own
evolved in
needs,
VIT. Now, this in
and
2015,
they are
it
different.
started
That's
within
why in
5
NEP
schools.
now
This
it's
concept
coming
of
that
conducting this
in every
hackathon.
batch of the
Now it
students
is
we have
conducted
to
in all the schools,
identify
almost in all
fast
the
learners and slow
semesters. So many
learners.
of our students are
Fast
involved in
learners
24
should be
to
taught, they should
36
be
hours.
given some other
Continuous
extra
the
assignments
design
in the
competitions,
form of
they were
projects, more
involved, which
application
really
part,
helped them
and slow
to
learners should be
creative
brought
thinking and then
to
in
a
problem
minimum
solving
level
abilities.
of our LOCF.
Industry conclave, this is
So it
another
becomes
innovative
more
pieces
student-centric.
where we
Ultimate goal
conduct this,
is to
we invite
equip
the
the
industry
learner with
expert to the
all the
to
attributes
the campus.
desired
This
by
industry
achieving
conclaves
the
were conducted
framed
for one day. There we
learning
exchange
outcomes.
our
To
knowledge. In turn,
achieve
we
these
also listen
attributes,
to the
changes
industry
in
problems,
pedagogy can
and
be
then we
made
try to give
from
a
simple
solution
lecture
to the
delivery to
industry problems with the
lectures
help of the
to a
students and
combination of
faculty members.
lecture
These are some of
discussion,
the industry
a
conclaves
discussion
which is
which makes
organized
the students to come
VIT
forward,
campus.
removes
Then
their
industrial visits, see, we
hesitation.
take our
They
students
improve
to get the
their
field
expression
experience.
part,
It's also you can
give
see
them
that how the
assignments
number
to
of industrial
improve their
visits has
writings, field works,
increased over a
integrate our
period.
lectures with the field works,
Then
problem
this
solving
industry institute
exercises,
interaction is very,
solution
very
finding
important.
critical,
So
practical
we
thinking.
design in such a way that we want
This
our
will
faculty members
change
to be
the
in touch with the
examination
industry
pattern
institute.
accordingly,
So
question
there's a
designing as
provision
well as
we made that
evaluation
faculty
to check
members
and
visit the industries
quantify the
during the
achievement
assessment
level.
period.
Calculations
During the
of attainment
continuous
levels
assessment
are
period, there is no
introduced.
lectures, there is
How
no
to
classes,
calculate
only the
whether we
examination
have
and test.
attained that
During
level
that
or
time,
not.
a group
I
of
think the
100 faculty
speaker
members
following me will
visit
be explaining
various
it,
industries
how
to
the
discuss about
attainment
the
levels are
opportunities
to
for
be
the placement,
calculated
opportunities
based
for
on
internship,
attainment
or
levels
to be part
and
of the
student
hackathon,
feedback,
makeathon,
from
hackathon
parents
events,
feedback,
guest
from
lectures,
society
and then
feedback,
to
from
develop
employer
the industry
feedback.
ready
The
curriculums.
curricula and courses can be reviewed
Another thing is that we partnership with the industries. So that's a very important thing.
So,
This is one
how
example
to
is
articulate
Samsung
these essential
is
learning
preparing and inspiring
associated
the
with the
student
program
mind,
of
which
study
has
and
really
courses
helped our
within the program, based
students
on
and
the
faculty
attributes
to benefit from
desired
this.
learned by a
We conduct
learner.
this
After
course
completion
and
of the
standards
program, the
week,
learning
energy week,
outcomes are
water
decided.
conservation week. These
Based
and
on
all
the
connected
attribute,
to
I will
create
decide
an awareness among the
I will pen
students
down
on
my
various
learning outcome.
themes.
My
So if you see the
student
evidence
should
of
be able to
success,
do this.
so industry participation in
If I
academic,
say,
and then there's
I
industry
will
sponsored lab.
explain it
There are
with the help
20
of examples
industry
also.
sponsored labs
So
have been
learning outcomes
established
are
in the last
decided to
5 years.
connect the actual
Then
outcome in terms
these are some
of
of the industry
qualities
sponsored lab
to
which
the
is established.
outcomes in terms
In the
of what a
project-based
graduate should
internship,
be
see, this
able
is
to
one
do.
way. See, one is that getting the
Attribute is a
directly
quality.
placement for the
That
PG
quality
student
can
is a
be
difficult
achieved
one way
when
to
I
get
say
placement for them
minimum
either through the
after
internship. So they can
doing
go
this
to the
course,
industry,
the
they can take
student
up an
will be able
internship.
to do.
They can
If he is able to
80%
do that
internship
means
can
he's
be
having that attitude.
converted as a
This is a
placement.
bridge. So learning outcomes
Then
are bridge
student,
in
this also you
between
can see that
attributes
the number of
and my
companies
classroom.
through these
For
initiatives,
example,
you can
to
see the number of
achieve
companies
the
visited to the
quality
campus
of
is
that
increased.
student will become
More than
more
say in
expressive, will be
2014-15, only
confident.
291,
The program
1880,
learning outcome will be
718 companies
the
are visited.
graduate should be
Because
able
all
to
of these
communicate
actions
effectively, express
resulted
his or
in
her
inviting
views
more
in
industries to
a
the
language. And now
recruitment.
to
Also that
achieve this
number of
learning
startups.
outcome,
Since
I will decide, I will
industry connect, we have mentors
frame
from the
a
industries,
course that we need to frame the program
make
to
our student
include
to
course
study. But
on
here we have a
communication
long way
skill
to go
in language.
nurturing the
Because
student to take up the
knowledge I am
startup
getting,
as
the
a career.
student will be getting from some other course.
So this is the
But
summary of
that,
outcomes.
that
Industry
knowledge he
lectures,
should be able to
2000
express,
industry
he should be able
project-based
to
internship
communicate. For
consultancy.
that,
This
a
is
language
the
course has to
metrics
be
what
added.
we have
So the
presented as
expected
an outcome
outcome
of
from that
best
language
practices
course will
industry
be
institute
the learner of
interactions.
this course will have the knowledge of basics
Stop
and
here.
grammar in that
So if you have
language.
any
That
questions,
learner will be able to
you can answer
write
now.
and speak that language, will be able to communicate and understand the views and ideas in that language, will be able to, we can add some literature part or some other parts also.
Sir, good afternoon.
So
this
the
is Jagda Lakshmanan from
attribute
PKR
was
College,
confidence
Wonderful
expressive.
presentation.
Good afternoon.
Program outcome became
you
that
have such a lot of opportunities, both
should be
student-wise and
able
staff-wise, I
to
think.
have the
I
he should have the knowledge
your
of a particular
institutes, the
language in
opportunities
which
that
he
you
is
give
able
to
to
your
express.
students.
And now that course
And your
outcome will be
research
that it
also
should
is
have the
great.
basics,
You were
grammar,
talking
right,
initially,
speak.
I mean, when
These
you
are
are,
the outcomes on
during your
which, on the
initial
basis
period, you
of
were
which
talking about
I will
hackathon
evaluate
and
that student.
macathon.
If I am
even understand
evaluating
what is
on
this
these basis,
macathon.
then I have
Hackathon,
to
I think
teach accordingly.
we are familiar with.
So my
What is this
teaching will be
macathon?
changed, my
This
evaluation will
macathon
be
is
changed.
like it's
And
making a
then,
products, madam.
of course,
Okay.
by
So the
cumulative
students,
courses
They will make a product. They'll
outcomes,
come out.
we
After the
are
36 hours
able
or
to
48
reach
hours,
to
they'll
the
come out
program
with a
outcome.
product, advert.
So these course
and they are
outcomes will now
successfully
help and guide in
producing some new
designing the
products,
course,
sir?
teaching
They
strategy
successfully,
and
even there is one case,
examination
they
pattern.
even
So
it
course
resulted
learning
in a patent
outcomes
also.
will be
Very
aligned to
good.
the
Also,
program
you got your
specific
patent right
learning
also,
outcomes
student.
and then
You were talking
program
about the
outcomes
flexible
also.
credit system,
So
sir.
course learning level
I didn't
learning
quite
outcomes
understand
are
this flexible
specific
credit
to
system.
a
In the
course
sense,
of study
the
within the
total
given
credit
program of study.
varies, or
The achievement
it
of course
varies from
level
student
learning
to
outcome
student
by
or
the
course
learner
to course.
The
will
total
lead to
credit
the
is fixed.
attainment
180,
of
for example,
that
180
program
credits is
learning
fixed for a
outcome.
BTech engineering.
At the learning course,
But
at the
way,
course level,
the
each
way the
course
student
will
it takes,
have
it differs. Maybe in
links
first
to
semester,
some or the,
one
we have
student will take
decided
16 credits,
attributes.
another student
We
may take
have
24
decided
credits,
program
someone may
outcomes.
take
We have
27 credits.
decided program specific
From
outcomes. Say,
semester
I
to
have penned
semester,
down
that can vary. That is
4
what
program
There is no
outcomes,
fixed
and
quota. There is no
for
fixed
program
quota.
specific
So
outcomes,
supposing they
say, I
finish
have penned
180
down
credit by the end of the
program
second
6
year,
program specific
which they can
outcomes.
go up
Now
to
I
fourth
have
year.
designed a course.
What do you do
I
with them?
expect expect my
No,
student
they'll be
to
taking
go
the
through that
projects, man.
course,
Suppose
achieve
anybody
those course
it's an
outcomes,
hypothetical case.
and
Suppose
these
somebody
course
completes all
outcomes
the
in
theoretical
turn
courses in
are
3 years, then
aligned
he'll be having
to
1 year for the
program
projects.
outcomes
He'll have
as
more
well as
duration for the
program
internship and
specific
projects.
outcomes.
Oh.
How
So
much my
fourth year
course
only they take up
outcome
the
is
projects,
correlated
they
with
take up a
program
project
specific
even during
outcome.
first year, second
How
year, or
much
third
my
year?
course outcome
40%
is
of the
correlated
courses
with
are
my
having the project component. But one
program
credit, I see, if we see our
outcome.
nomenclature
Is
LTPCJ, what we have the lecture, tutorial,
matrixed
practical,
so
project
that we
component,
are
and then
able to
credits.
see
We have extra
whether
J
our
will be
all
there.
program
So in that
outcomes
one,
and program
40% of the courses
specific
will be having the
outcomes are
project component.
addressed in that plan.
Okay. What is this
Or by
digital
cumulative
footprint, sir?
designing of the courses,
See this,
are
this
we
digital
addressing all
footprint is that,
program
madam, nowadays the
outcomes
students
and all
want, they
program
want
specific
that
outcomes?
their work
For
and all those
that,
things to be
they are
available for
tabulated and
anyone to
quantified.
access worldwide.
These
Okay, whatever,
correlations, we have to find the
whatever
correlation.
Whatever
These correlations can be mapped as
and how do you
positive and negative.
calculate this
Yes, we
footprint?
can take that it is
It is like a
correlated,
carbon
or we can
footprint.
say
It's a
it is.
department.
We
They'll
can
be having the
correlate
methodology
them
to
at
evaluate
the
this
scale of
team
1
of
to 3.
faculty members.
That
They
there
will
is no
evaluate.
correlation, 0 point. There
Okay.
is some
It's
correlation,
good,
1
sir.
point.
Sir,
I find
you
it is
have
more
arts
correlated, but
also.
not totally
Do you have
fulfilling
double major
that
system? You were talking
outcome.
about double
That
major
means
system.
2, but it is totally
Yes, madam.
aligned with that
Like double
outcome. That
majors, like
course
what
will get,
in
that
what
outcome
subject
will
it
get
is?
a point of
Like the
3. I
combination of
will
subjects. Can you
They
explain
may
it
go for
with the help
management
of
and engineering.
example.
Okay.
This is the table that
like that.
same.
Like
I have designed one course,
Undergraduate
and that
projects,
course
sir,
is
what
having
kind of
4
projects you give, and
outcomes
are
that
they
I have
all
penned
successful?
down 4
I'm
outcomes.
asking you
They
about
will
the
be say the
art
name of
students,
the
like
course that
maybe BA economics
that
or
course is having number
BSc computer
101.
science.
Course is
You have
CO10.
arts
So course
classes also,
objective
no?
of first course
Are you
objective
from
of
engineering
101
stream,
will be
or
named
you can talk about that?
We are
CO101.1.
predominantly
This
engineering
course is
institution,
having
but we do
another
have this
outcome
BCA,
that is
BSc, this BSc chemistry,
101.2.
multimedia,
Third
and
outcome
all
as
courses also there.
101.3,
But
101.4.
there,
Now I
the
have to
success
see
rate, if you see,
my
our
first
success rate in
outcome,
engineering
which
is
I
much higher
expect the
when
student
compared
to
to
do,
this
whether
science
it
and
is
art courses
according to
in projects,
it
because
is
there are project
aligned
component
with
also less. Whereas
my
engineering, you have
program
more
objective
project
number
component.
1.
Whereas there it is
Is
less.
it aligned with PO2? Is it
Okay, maybe
aligned with
your
PO3?
financial
Is
strength
it
is very
aligned
high,
with
sir, because you
PO4
were
and
talking about
likewise PSOs?
180 adjunct
One
professors
course
from
objective
abroad,
may be
and
aligned to
Yes.
you have to pay
PO1 and
them, and majority
PO2,
of them
may
from
not be
which
aligned to
countries, sir?
PO3.
No, this
Like,
majority are from
say,
this
my
US, UK, and then from Japan, from this from developed countries, from the top
I will
500
take it
world rank
as an
universities.
example only that say my
you were
course
talking about
outcome
the
is
short.
the student
Am I
will be
taking
able
too
to
much of your time? I
write
don't know. I have a whole lot of
the
doubts.
structures
Can I
of
proceed?
biomolecules.
I don't have any issues with the.
So
You
the
don't have
first
any
part,
issues,
The
first
institution
PO
format,
is
because I think
knowledge,
they have
it
other
is
schedule at
aligned
3
with
o'clock.
it.
Vanita ma'am,
Second
can I
is
ask
same,
more
it is
questions?
skill.
A few more
Yes,
questions. I
writing
have
and
lot
reading,
of
drawing,
doubts.
the
So
structure,
you have
that is
you
to
spoke
some
about
extent it is with skill, but not
joint
totally
research
aligned with skill.
publications.
It is not
Yes.
giving in
Like
some
and you
practical
said, the problem
skill. So I
oriented
will say that it is not totally aligned.
publications,
So
or even
I may
research
give it
projects.
marked 1
Yeah,
or
And
2.
when you have a
So
joint
likewise, we have to
research proposals, like will
make a
it be
matrix.
in relation to
So
India or global
this is an
issues, or
example which we
any
have
other particular
implemented in our
countries wherever you are
university.
See,
So
for
I have
example,
just
sometimes we join with
copied
NIT,
it from
IIT
that.
also. Maybe some other
Program
problems
outcomes
where we
for a
join with the
UG
universities
course
in
of
Purdue
Faculty
University
of
or in
Life
the UK
Science.
universities also.
Student
and
in
when you're doing
graduate
research,
who is doing
sometimes we do
undergraduate course or
research
graduate
pertaining
course
to India,
in
like our
life
own
science
problems.
should be
Yes.
able to
If it is a
demonstrate
joint
skill,
project with a
acquire
foreign
theoretical
country,
and practical
do you
knowledge
choose
in
something from Indian
fundamentals of
situations,
biology,
Indian
in
condition, or a
respective
general
disciplines
problem,
of
or
plants,
a
animals,
problem
microbes,
which
and
is connected with
environments.
their country, or
Second
is
is
there
he
any
should be
restrictions
able
or
to
any policy
exhibit
related to that?
ability
No,
to critically
there is no
evaluate
such any kind
problems
of
and apply
rigid
lateral
constraint understand like that. It depends on the project proposal.
analytical
It depends on
skills
the way the project proposals are invited. Because each proposal has some objectives.
For professional
You
development.
can submit a project
He should be
fulfill
able.
those objectives only. So
He should be
accordingly, the
aware of
proposal was
ethical
developed.
issues, good laboratory practices,
So this,
and biosafety issues
you
related
spoke
to the
about foreign
field.
language
He should
labs.
be able
Yes,
to
ma'am.
11
exhibit
language labs
basic
you have.
scientific
Did
and
I
effective
hear it
communication
properly,
skills.
or 7 or
He
11?
should be
No,
able to
there are
move in
11
career
languages
in
are taught.
teaching industry
Out of
after
that,
graduation. All the
9 are foreign
branches are
languages.
open, so he may
Foreign
go
languages.
in. He should be
Like
able
how
to
long
pursue
they take to
career
learn
in
language?
any
2 students
these
opt for
fields. He should be able to understand and contribute to the value of natural resources, environment, and sustainable utilization.
Chinese or Japanese or
Pursue
German, they
his
can take it.
interest in
Okay,
biological
what I want
science
to know
and
is,
apply for
supposing
the
an
benefit
engineering
of society.
student
Yeah.
wants
Say,
to learn
I want a
2
graduate
languages,
in life science
maybe
to
German
be
and
equipped
Japanese.
with all
Will he
these
be given any
outcomes.
preference?
So what
I mean,
are
will he be
the
permitted to do 2
outcomes
or
of
3
a
languages
particular
also to learn?
subject now under
See, one you can do
biological
it. Maybe
sciences?
another one,
These
you
are
can, there is
POs.
another concept called
For
open elective. As
PSOs,
part of
say
the
in
open elective, we can
biochemistry,
take it.
I say
Okay, so
my
just 2
student
things
after
you can,
completion
2
of
languages you can
UG
learn.
Yeah, as
courses,
part
all
of open
courses
elective.
in biochemistry.
Okay, open elective.
For graduation,
No, we
biochemistry
have
is one
open
of the
elective
subjects.
also.
So
Ours
after
is also in
after
Autonomous College.
studying my
Open
courses,
elective,
the
we
student
offer
should be able to
interdisciplinary courses,
demonstrate
like
the knowledge and
physics student can
understanding
opt for
of
chemistry,
biochemistry,
or
structure
maybe
and
computer
function of
science, or
biomolecules,
commerce student can opt
biological
for computer
mechanisms
science, or
such
computer
as
science can opt
processes
for
and
management.
control
That kind
of bioenergetics, metabolism, and
I
chemical
mean, the
reactions.
flexibility is
I
there, but
have
yours sounds
decided
very
the
nice.
limits of
And
minimum
language
limits
also
of
is taught, and for
knowledge,
that also you gave credit. What I
minimum
want to know
limits
is,
of
will it
skills,
reduce
and
the
minimum limit of
strength of the
knowledge.
major that
He
they are
should
taking?
be able to
Supposing a
critically
student takes
think,
engineering
correlate
subject,
the biochemical
Yes.
knowledge
engineering
to
subject,
day-to-day
and
routine
if you are
life
going to give
to
credit
improve the
for
quality
the
of life
projects
in
and for
person
his
and community in
participation in
general.
some maybe some
He should be
entrepreneurial
able to
activity, or
demonstrate
maybe for
and,
language, all these things
demonstrate the
are, of
understanding
course,
of
it's
the
very nice and
principles
very
of
good,
biochemical
and
techniques
the student
and
will become
exhibit
better than what
basic
he
professional
is
skills
now. But I don't
pertaining to
know whether the
biochemical
strength of the subject
analysis
will become
carried
weak, or
out in laboratory
whether he
oriented
needs
numerical
more number of
calculations,
hours, or will he
analyze
be
the
permitted
biochemical
to
data like enzyme kinetics
study
or molecular
his
structure
full-fledged
analysis,
course
clinical
as well as
analysis,
the other things?
immunological.
No,
These are
there is no
subject
issue. This
specific. So
curriculum
these
is
are
well balanced. It
program
is, takes care of
specific
that. It
outcomes.
also satisfies
Only the
the
student of
statutory
biochemistry
requirements.
will be able to demonstrate this.
We
These will be
cannot say we
different
can
for
offer a
a
curriculum
student
which
of
satisfies
botany.
the
This
statutory
will be
requirement.
different for a student of
Statutory.
history. This will be
Is
different
it
for a
weak? I'm
student
asking
of
you. Is it
mathematics
so
or
powerful? Like,
other fields.
of course, you
Say
are talking
physics,
about the
chemistry,
current
or some other
requirements
field.
of industry.
Yes.
And
The student should be
industry,
able to
according to
demonstrate the
the
scientific
industry
writing and authentic
requirements,
reporting,
needs, you are how you have framed
effective
your syllabus. That's what
presentation
you have said.
skills,
Yes,
and
madam.
ability
But
to work in
the
group.
foundation,
These are
the
the
core
qualities
subjects,
which are required,
like we
which
worry
are
about the core subjects. Supposing a student
desired
studies
for a
physics,
student when he
and
moves in
so
his
many
career.
hours of
So we have
core
to
subject
focus. I
teaching
have
is
to make
required.
it
We
a
all
part of my
decide and
curriculum,
give them so
make
many
it a
hours,
part of my
and the credit
teaching learning
distribution
process.
also.
How
I
will
got
I
your
make
point,
it?
madam. I got it.
Now
Here
I
also
have
in
said first
2015
course
when this
in
curriculum was
biochemistry. I have
introduced, there
decided
were
the
some
student will
opposition
study
from the faculty members.
molecules
We are
of life.
diluting and there's
This
dilution. Very
course
difficult
I
to
have
teach
split
chemistry,
in three
two
parts,
chemistry
2
in 1
theory
year and all
papers
those
and
one
1
semester and
practical.
all those things.
101 is
But
first
our vice
theory
chancellor
course,
strongly felt
102
that
is second theory
students
course
can
of
learn by
biomolecules,
practicing many of the
and
projects.
103
Instead
is
of
the
you teach
practical
them,
in that
by
field.
doing them, they will learn.
For
They
the
will learn a
theoretical
lot more.
subjects,
So
it
he
may
firmly
be
believed
only
in
one.
that, and then he
So it
implemented
may
it.
be
And then we found that
101.1,
after 5 years, it was very successful
101.3,
also. There's a very good
101.4.
feedback also
If
from
it
the
is,
industry as well as
since
from
it is a
the
course of
We
6
don't
credits,
have to
2
depend
credits
on
to these 2
the
objectives,
conventional
2
syllabus.
credits
That's what
to
you are
yes,
trying to
these
yes,
tell.
2
But it may
outcomes
be
and 2
the
credits to
kind of
these
students
outcomes.
that you
For
get,
example,
you're able
this
to
is
cope
my
up
first outcome.
with the
After
syllabus
completing
and
this course, the
extracurricular
student will be
and
able
other
to
activities
describe
and
basic
projects,
chemistry
all
and
these things.
properties of water,
Or
buffers,
I don't know whether it
carbohydrates,
is
and
possible
correlate them
for
to their
people like
functions.
us is a rural
Classify,
college,
define, draw
and by the time
structure,
we train
explain
them
lipids,
for or the
and
degree
various parameters
courses,
of
it takes
lipids,
some time.
amino acids, and
But
various
yours,
other
really, it sounds very
objectives.
nice
So for
and
this
very
course, I have
interesting.
6
And
outcomes,
somehow the
expected
students may
outcomes.
find it
These are learning outcomes.
interesting also, I
After
think,
completion of this
because of
course,
the
my students
flexibility
should be
and
able
you were
to
talking about
do this all.
16 or
This is
17
minimum I
timetables.
expect
Yeah,
after
There also I had
completing
a
this
doubt.
course. So let
Supposing
me
a
correlate
student
it with the
takes up one
POs
particular
and
timetable,
PSOs of that
will she be
specific course.
asked to follow the same
My
timetable
course
throughout,
is
or
the first
He
objective
will
is
design
to
his timetable
describe
every
this is
semester.
knowledge
It
part,
says every student
every
can
and
semester?
design
should
their
be
timetable.
able
They
to
can design their own
explain the
timetable.
properties and
Okay,
correlate them
very
to
good, very good.
functions.
Sounds
If I
very
go
nice.
back to
Congratulations,
POs,
sir.
One issue
the first
was that
PO
no, maybe
was
when we were
that the
studying, no, we will
student
be having
should
the
have
concept. We
skill,
remember the 50,
acquired
60 students,
theoretical,
whereas here
practical
every
knowledge
semester the
and
batches will change.
fundamentals in
Every
biology.
classes
This is my first
friends
PO.
will change.
And my
Yes,
first
yes,
PSO
they
is
keep
There
we
is
should
no
be
one
able
able
to
to come
demonstrate
class.
and
Yes,
understanding
one of
of
our students,
biochemistry.
whom I know,
Now we come
she
to
has
metrics.
joined there and
My
she was
first
talking about
objective
every hour
is
they'll be
the
moving
student
out
will
and
be my
going from
first
place to,
learning outcome
and
is the
your
student will be
research
able
team
to
also is
demonstrate
excellent. Very nice. Maybe next time
basic
you will
chemistry
get
and
very good
properties
foreign
of
ranking
water
also,
and
sir. Now you said
carbohydrates. So is it
230. What
aligned
rank
with
you
my
got?
PO?
International ranking?
Yes, it is
Ours is now
totally aligned with
800
my
to 19
PO.
in Shanghai
Number
ranking,
1
and
and number 2.
THE is 8
But
around
with
1000.
PO number 3,
Okay.
say
Very nice.
Subject rank
here,
they are
PO
good.
3 is
Yes.
aware
If
of
you take a
ethical
specific
issues,
subject, if you
good
take computer
laboratory
science or you take
practices and
electrical, they are very
biosafety.
good ranking.
It
200.
is not that
Okay,
much
very
aligned.
nice, sir. Your
It is, I'm
all
giving
your
him the
activities
knowledge of
sound very
biomolecules,
interesting
but
and
ethics
highly
are not
flexible
directly
and
involved.
useful to students
Although
also.
it will
Congratulations,
help
sir.
him
This is
in
really
later
an
at
eye-opening
later
for all
stage.
of us.
So I have
Thank
given
you.
Thank you,
it
madam.
mark.
I'm
If
sorry
my
that my
course is
video, I think
where
it's
my
not
course
working. I
is
don't know now. My camera is
not
not
totally
working. I'm
aligned,
sorry
but
for that.
aligned to
It's okay,
this, I
sir.
have to
You are
decide.
well heard.
The course coordinator
We
will
Trying, but
decide
still
how
it is
much
not coming.
this objective
Thank you,
is
sir. Thank
aligned
you
to
very
Thank
much.
you.
PO and
Congratulations.
how much it is
Congratulations to
aligned to PSO.
the college, KG
So
college organizers,
after
and particularly Vanita madam. I don't know whether
evaluating
she's there now.
all the
Thank you,
POs
Vanita
and
ma'am. Thank you,
PSOs of molecules of
all
life, which is the
organizers.
first
Very
course,
nice
I
presentation
will
made by
get
VIT.
this
Thank you,
matrix
sir.
and I will calculate
Thank you,
the
madam.
average. So this is my
Thank you,
first
ma'am.
course whose average
Thank you so much,
correlation
sir,
with
for
PO1 is
sharing
3,
your
average correlation with
expertise about best
PO2 is
practices.
3,
Excuse
with
me, move on,
PO3
sir.
is 2, with
May
PO4
I
is
know?
2.83,
Excuse me, ma'am.
and
Yes, sir.
likewise.
Sir, good
So
afternoon, sir.
Ma'am?
my
Good
biochemistry
afternoon, madam.
student is studying 4 core
Myself,
courses.
Dr. Nirmala Shetty
This
from
is the
Indian College,
correlation
Kollati, sir.
of first core course
Can
with
you give some
POs and
guidelines on
PSOs.
incubation
This
center
is
in
the
Arts and
average
Science College
correlation
and
of
what type
second
of
course,
activities to be done,
third
sir?
course, fourth course,
See, for
discipline
incubation
specific
sensor
elective
for
course,
arts and science is also
discipline specific
it is
elective
possible.
course,
They have a
which
lot
he
of
will be studying in
all
6
these
semester.
products and all coming
So
from this basic
average
science only, basic science
PO
only.
I have
So definitely
attained
only thing is
is
that we should
3.
know how to convert that into
Average
a concept to and then to
outcome
product.
from after
So that is
completion
where
of
we
all
have
these
to
courses,
concentrate on
the
that.
student will be able to reach learning outcome number 2 to an extent 3 out of 3. But the PO number 3 that will be attained
Thank you, sir.
to the extent
Thank
of
you,
2.
madam.
May I now
Like
request
this is
Dr.
the
R.
average,
Swami,
which
Head
how much
Department of
my
Computer
courses
with
in
Information
biochemistry
Technology,
are
KG College of
aligned
Arts and Science,
to
to propose the
POs
vote of
and
thanks.
PSOs. This matrix in some universities
Good
they
evening to
are
all.
just marking it yes
It
positive
gives an
correlation, and
immense
negative
pleasure to deliver
correlation means
the
if
vote
it is
of
not
thanks
there
to
they
all
mark it negative.
for this
If it
wonderful
is there
session.
they mark it
I
positive.
would like to
But
thank
in
our
some
chief guest,
universities
Dr.
they
K.
are
Supan,
implementing
Professor Higher
it
Academic Grade and Deputy
quantitatively
Director,
and they are calculating
IPAC,
average. So this is
Department
the
of
higher
Manufacturing
education institute
Engineering,
who will
Valley
decide
Institute
what
of
to do
Technology, Valley
and how
Campus,
to do. That
for
means
such a wonderful and informative session
we
on
have decided
NAAC
graduate
academic best
attributes.
practices and
Based on
innovation.
these graduate
Thank you,
attributes,
sir.
we have decided POs or
I take this
qualification descriptors
opportunity
common to
to
all
express my
courses,
sincere thanks
then
to our
program
beloved secretary,
specific
Dr. D.
outcomes
Vanitha Madam,
for that particular course,
for her
for that
encouragement
particular
and
program,
enthusiastic
and then
support
course
in all
outcomes.
possible
But
ways. Thank you,
from
Madam.
by
I
achieving
would
these
like to
course
thank our
outcomes,
respected
I am
Principal, Dr.
achieving
J. Ratnamala Madam,
program
Vice
outcomes
Principal,
as
Dr.
well
N.
as
Iswaran
program
Sir,
descriptors.
Administrations, and Dr.
Attaining
P.
these,
Krishnapriya,
achieving
Vice
these
Principal
program
Academics,
descriptors, qualification
who are all
descriptors,
dynamic
I
and flexible
am
in all
equipping my
administrative
graduate
and academic
with
matters.
these
Thank you,
attributes
Madam.
which I
Thank you,
have
sir.
decided.
I would
So
like to
in
thank
simple
IPAC
terms, we
Director,
can
Dr.
Dr.
say,
S. Vidya Madam,
LOCF is
Deans,
giving direction.
participation from
It
various
is giving
colleges,
us, it
faculty
is
members,
just tuning us
heads from
to
various departments
quantify what I
for
want
making
to
these sessions
achieve, what
as
I
a
want
grand
to
success.
impart to
Once
my
again, I
student,
thank you all.
and what I am
Thank you.
able to do. If I am getting some PO
Thank
at
you,
a
sir.
very low average,
Moving to the
that
ninth
means I
session
must
of the day.
include some course which is strengthening
Thank
that
you, sir.
part. So that's how it will decide.
Moving to the ninth session of
if
the
I
day,
feel that some
I now
course
request
outcome is not,
Mr. M.
some course
Arun
is
Prasad, Head
falling
Department of
behind
Electronics
in
and
the
Computer
metrics,
Communication
that
System,
means
KG
I
College
have
of
to
Arts and
modify
Science,
the
to
contents
welcome
of
and
that
introduce
course so
Dr.
that it
N.
is more
Rajeshwari,
aligned
Principal,
to POs and
GVT,
PSOs.
Visalakshi
So
College for
learning
Women,
outcome-based
Gurugram.
curriculum framework is not intended to promote designing of national common syllabus. Rather, it is giving more flexibility. Flexibility is with the higher education institute to frame, to decide attributes at their own, to frame. But yes, of course, we will have the responsibility to maintain our standards and competence. So it is not to decide the learning contents of the course. I have to see whether my course is aligned with the POs and PSOs which are decided for that student. If it is not, I have to modify the course. If it is yes, then I should go with that course. If in the program, overall program, I find some of the PO or PSO is being addressed to a lesser extent, I can include more course or I can modify the course so that that part is also addressed. So otherwise, we were addressed. I was teaching my course and I was not bothered what overall the student is going to get. That part we have left to the policy makers only. Now you yourself are the policy makers and you can decide which attribute is your student lagging behind, and how you have to impart that, how to strengthen that part. So this is not something being imposed or giving a strict reform. Rather, it will prescribe a set of approaches to the teaching learning process. It's not being set prescribed, rather it is giving flexibility. You may give descriptive questions, you may get, you have to get the outcome strategy, you have to decide.
In the global exposure,
you can modify the strategy at any stage. You find that you are not able to attain the attainment level according to LOCF, that attainment level calculations you will be discussing after this discussion. So if you are feeling that attainment is not being achieved, you can modify your learning teaching process, you can modify the method of teaching, you can modify the method of assessment, but ultimately goal is that we have to achieve those learning outcomes. We have to equip our students with those basic attributes, how that we have to decide. So instead, this LOCF is intended to allow for flexibility and innovation in program designing, syllabus development by higher educational institutes. Teaching learning process, teacher can decide the mode to be adaptive, whether it should be discussion, whether it should be presentation, whether it should be lecture, whether it should be interaction, whether it should be field study, whether it should be field project, whether it should be practical class, or whatsoever, how to achieve that learning outcome. By one experience, we can modify, we can modify our way when we quantify them in the form of attainment level. Assessment of student learning level becomes more flexible, may include quiz, class presentation, participation, leadership, to improve leadership, group discussions, and all that, which usually in our course curricula till now we are lacking. At least in most of the universities, that quiz part that is left to some professional courses only. Now that those parts we have to incorporate in our routine courses, so that our students are becoming more professional, more employable. So periodic program review within broad framework of agreed expected graduate attributes, qualification descriptors, program learning outcomes, and course learning outcomes. We can review periodically, we can modify the program, overall program, our course contents, and with such a proceed to achieve expected graduate outcomes. I hope I could justify the topic,
I
although it is
request
a
our
very
dear
vast topic,
participants
and
to
we
present
need to go
their
to
thoughts
the
on best
course
practices.
level
I
also,
request
how
them
to
to take
frame
7
questions
minutes
and
for
all
their
that.
presentation
But
and
someone
3 minutes
else
for
would
discussion,
like to discuss with
and
Thank you
a
so
total of 10 minutes
Ma'am,
for
thank you
each
so much.
participant.
It's
And at the end of the
wonderful
session,
and very
we will
elaborative
have
also.
the
Now
best paper
I
presented
request the
by a
participants to
participant,
post
and
the
it is
questions because
it will be
we have
notified at the end
connected
of the
with you,
session.
your YouTube
So
also.
I take a great
So
pleasure in
we will
welcoming
not
each and
disturb you
every
anymore. Anything
paper
which we are not
presenter
able to attend, we'll
to
pass it
present
on
their
to you.
thoughts, their
You can
views,
give your
and we will have
feedback
a
on that.
very
Sure,
valuable
thank you so
and
much.
informative
My
and
pleasure,
very
my
good
pleasure.
discussion
Thank
session
you very
ahead.
much.
I welcome you all.
Good day, ma'am.
Thank
Take
you.
care, ma'am. That's
Thank
what
you,
it
ma'am.
is.
Thank you. Thank you very
Now
much.
it is time for the paper presentation. I now request Dr. E.S.D. Selvasundari.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Lord, for making it clear that the best investment we can make in high-quality education is educating our students themselves. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very much.
Good
It was
evening, all.
nice
Am I audible
meeting
to
you
you?
all. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It was really a great experience
May I now
to listen
request
to
Dr.
all
Alvin
the resource
Pinnacle
person,
James,
and we have
Head
got good
Department of
ideas
Software
about in this
Systems
past
and Computer
2
Science
days
VP,
national
KG
seminar.
College of Arts and
And
Science,
I'd
to
like to
propose the vote of
present
thanks.
a paper on defining PO and CO, that is program
Good
outcome
afternoon
and
to
course
one and all
outcome,
present
in
here.
this NAAC
It
sponsored
gives me
national
immense
seminar
pleasure in
organized
delivering
by
the vote of
KG
thanks
College of
in this
Arts and
auspicious
Science.
session.
And I thank
It's
the
my duty to
organizers
thank
to
Lord
giving
Almighty
me
for making
this
this event
opportunity.
happen.
Let me
On
share my
behalf of
screen
our
now.
management, I take this opportunity to thank our chief guest, Dr. Anita Rani Dua, Deputy Director, Women's Studies Research Center, Department of Biochemistry, Guru Shekhtra University, for her insightful presentation. It was a stimulating experience. Thank you, ma'am. I am thankful to our beloved Secretary, Dr. B. Vanitha. Your confidence at work is an inspiration to many, and I consider myself very lucky. Thank you, ma'am. A special thanks to our principal, Dr. Ratnamala, always being ready with her skills to guide and support us in all endeavors. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my thanks to our beloved Vice
Is
Principal,
my screen
IQAC
visible to you?
Director, Dean, Head of the
Yes, ma'am.
departments,
Okay, thank
Organizing
you.
Committee, and faculty
Yeah.
friends.
Now I'm going to
Last
present
but
a
not
paper
least,
on
its audience,
fostering quality
like
in
you,
defining
that
program
make the
outcome and
presentation
course
awesome.
outcome in
Thank you very
outcome-based
much for
education.
the
So
unwavering
when we
attention
are
throughout this
formulating the
presentation.
program outcome and
Thank you
course
all.
outcome,
Thanks for the
we
opportunity.
need to follow some norms and guidelines, and
Thank you, sir.
that is very much
Moving
important.
on to the
So
fourth
first of all, we
session
should
of the
know
day,
what is
may
education.
I now
Education
request
is
Dr.
social
B.
foundation
Karthikeyan,
through
Head
which an
Department of
institution
Commerce,
provides
KG
knowledge
College of
to the
Arts and
students,
Science, to welcome
including
and
the basic
introduce
fact,
Dr. B.
job
Vanitha,
skills, and
Secretary,
cultural
KG
norms and
College of Arts
values.
and Science.
So education progresses the personal lives
Can I
and
have a
helps
small
the
request,
society
Dr.
to
Karthikeyan?
run efficiently.
Yes, ma'am.
If a person
Don't
is
spend
literate,
even
we can
2 minutes to
have,
introduce
we
me.
can say that he is having some
Yes, ma'am.
subject knowledge. So
Just
the
do it
education should
in one
provide
break.
knowledge and
Yes,
other
ma'am.
job skills for a
Please.
person. So
The
traditional way
starting
of
point of all
education is
achievement is
completely
desire.
different
Let
from
us start with
outcome-based
God desire.
based education.
Good
In the
afternoon and
traditional
warm
education
warm
system,
greetings to one
the
and all
system, the
present
whole
here.
system is
It is
teacher-centric.
indeed a great
That is,
pleasure to
if the
welcome you
teacher
all
is
on this
more
auspicious
resourceful,
occasion.
if he is
Every
more
thought you
well-versed
produce,
in his
anything
subject,
you say,
he can
any
produce
action
good
you
student.
do, it
That
bears
is,
your
the
signature.
effectiveness of the
I am
educational
delighted
system
to offer a happy
depends
welcome to
only
our
upon the
honorable chief
efficiency
guest,
of the
Dr. B.
teacher
Vanitha ma'am,
and the knowledge
Secretary,
base of the peer
KG
group.
College of Arts and
So,
Science.
if the teacher
She is
is
working
resourceful,
towards connecting
if
young
the teacher
minds to
is
strive
having
toward
good
success
knowledge,
and
he can
achievement.
produce good students.
We are grateful
So,
to her
and
for accepting our
the
invitation
students will
and
be
becoming
mostly
a
on
chief
the
guest of
listeners.
today's event.
And
We
the
have learned so many things
teacher-centric
from you. It
education
will be a
focuses
great
on
to
what
have
is
you with
taught
us, sharing
and
the
not
same
what is
journey by
learned.
the same
So
road.
it will be
I welcome you, ma'am.
fortunate for some students to go for
I would like to
get
extend a
good
hearty
teacher.
welcome to
But
our beloved principal,
outcome-based
Dr. J.
education is
Ratnamala ma'am, who
learner-centric,
is very
and the
supportive,
role of the faculty
energetic,
is
and source of
is
inspiration
just
for all
changed.
of
That is a
us.
paradigm
I welcome you, ma'am.
shift, and it is
I would
changed
like
into
also
an
to extend a
instructor,
warm welcome
trainer,
to our vice
facilitator,
principals,
or mentor
deans,
based on the outcomes target. So now the emphasis is on what is learned.
Our college
and not
IPAC
what
team
is
organizes
taught for the
a
student.
NAAC sponsored
So
2 days national
outcome-based
seminar
education is
on
completely learner-centric,
designing
the
and
role of the
developing
teacher is
learning
to
outcome-based
mentor them
curriculum
or to
framework.
facilitate
Finally,
them with good
once
knowledge.
again, I am really
And
glad to
in
welcome
this
you all to
world,
this occasion. I hope
digital
that this session will bring us
competitive
the
world,
immense
the
knowledge. Thank
expectation
you.
from a student
Now
is
I am going
expected to have
introduce our
the
chief guest.
T-shaped skills.
I find
That is,
immense pleasure in introducing
T-shaped.
our
We can
honorable
have
chief
T as
guest,
a metaphor,
Dr. B. Vanitha
and the
Ma'am,
vertical
Secretary,
bar of T
KG College of Arts and Science.
represents the depth of the knowledge.
She is a
That is,
retired
a
professor and
student
head,
or a candidate
Department of
should
Economics,
have that
Bharatiyar University.
subject knowledge, deep
In
subject
33
knowledge,
years of
and he should
her
have the
service in
ability
teaching and
to
administration,
collaborate with all the
she served
disciplines
as
and to
register in
apply
charge
his
from the period of
knowledge in
2016
parallel
and
area of
2019 in
expertise
Bharatiyar
also.
University.
That is, he is
She
supposed
was a
to
member of the
go
governing
into
body
the society
in more than
to
6
do
colleges
his
and
job.
member of the
So if
academic
he,
council in
after
more than
getting
11
the
colleges.
graduation,
She
a
has
candidate
undertaken
or a
the various
student is
confidential
expected to go
assignments
to
of
the
the
society
Union
to
Public
do
Service
his
Commission,
job.
Tamil Nadu
So
Public
when
Service
you are
Commission,
moving with the
NAAC
society,
Peer Team
it is
Physics,
a must
UGC
for him
NET
to
and
have all
Distance
the
Education Council.
interpersonal skills and
She is the
job
life
skills
member in
also.
Coimbatore
So
Productive
the
Council,
expectation
Tamil
is
Nadu
T-shaped,
Economics Association,
and we
All India
teachers,
Economic
we are
Association, and the resource
we are
person
having
for
the
the academic staff
responsibility
colleges of
to
Bharatiyar
groom our
University,
students
Madurai Kamaraj
towards
University,
that T-shaped
Kerala
skills.
University, and
So
various
OBE
universities.
concentrate, that
She
is
is honored
outcome-based
with various
education,
awards like
concentrates the
Outstanding
major
Performance in
skills like
Academic
basic
Excellence
skills,
Economics,
intellectual
Outstanding
skills,
Performance in
professional
National
skills,
Level Paper
occasional
Publications,
skills, and life
and
skills.
coordinating the
That is
activities of
basic skills.
IPAC,
Normally we used
Best
to
Professor in Economic
that is
Studies,
normal
and Certificate
reading,
in
writing,
commemoration of
number
25 years
skills,
of
and now in this
unblemished
digital
service.
age, computer
Her
skills
vision is to
also
reach
has
the
become a
unreached
basic
to
skill.
research.
That is, one
We are
whoever
really
know
thankful
how
to
to
her for
read,
taking
write,
time
and
out of her
count,
busy schedule to address this
they are
seminar.
considered to
Once
be
again,
having
we
the
welcome
basic
you, ma'am.
skills. Then intellectual skills are the
Thank you,
abilities
Dr. Karthi.
such as applying that skills and
thank you, ma'am.
analyzing and
A
synthesizing
teacher fixed
as
eternity.
building
He
of
can
the
never
basic
tell where his
knowledge. So
influence
based on the
stops.
knowledge
May I
acquired,
now request Dr. B.
the student
Vanitha,
will be
Secretary
able to
KG
get
College
all
of
the
Arts and Science,
intellectual
to carry
skills.
on this
That is,
session
if he
on
is
Skill
thorough
India.
with the subject, if he is having a depth knowledge on any subject, he can go for application, analysis, and synthesis. That if he can create on some new things based on his intellectual skills. Then the professional and vocational skills. That is, the performance of
Friends, am I
the
audible?
student is appreciated in the workplace
ma'am.
if
Yes,
he
ma'am.
is having vocational skills and professional skills. That is, if he is capable of doing his work, whatever work assigned to the individual candidate, if he is capable of doing everything, he will be praised by his management, or he will be praised
Yes,
by
ma'am.
his
Video also.
higher authorities.
Video and audio both.
So he
No,
should
I'm
be
just switching off the video so that
teacher
my
or the
PPTs will
institution
speak on my
in
behalf.
which he is getting education.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
They should concentrate
Friends,
to
a
inculcate
very
the
warm
professional
good
and
evening
vocational
rather
skill
to all,
the
and
student.
I
And
just
life
extend my
skill.
thanks
Of
to
course,
the
we are
organizers
all
for having
human
given me an
beings,
opportunity
and
to be
man is a
with this
social
august
animal.
gathering
So life skills
on
is
a
there because we are
what
always
a difficult time
associated with
rather.
the society.
It's 3 o'clock already,
people
3:30
around us,
already.
even if
But
it is a family
I'll
member
try my
or
level best to
friends
keep
or
you
social
engaged
society,
with
or if you go for
with
any
the
workplace, or if
message
you go
that I
for
really
any
want to convey to you.
any institution,
And this
then
learning
maybe
course
some
outcome framework is all
interpersonality
about,
problems
probably
may
from
arise,
morning you've
and
been
we have to
listening,
adapt ourselves.
is
We
about
have to solve the problems.
bridging
we
the
have to
gap
think critically,
between
and
the
we have to
employment
act
and
to
employability,
become more
and
creative,
a
and we
lot
have to communicate well enough
expressed.
to
But
maintain a
I've
good
just
rapport
taken
with
a
others.
different
That is
perception
to build healthy
from that.
relation, and
We
to
are talking only
empathize
from the
with others,
perspective
to
of
know what their
defining the
condition is
curriculum,
also.
designing the
So these
curriculum,
are the things
having
we are in
known that
need to.
employability and employment is
So
the
these are the things,
highest
these are the
priority
major skills in
for
outcome-based education.
But
The
actually
outcome-based
it is
education is
much
concentrating
deeper
on these
than
major
that.
skills to
And
be
India
inculcated
is facing a
in a
very
candidate. And
typical
for that
situation
purpose,
where
they have
we need to
formulated
have
some
something to
attributes.
be thought
And
of in terms
already
of
in our
what skills
seminar,
are
they
really
have given
needed,
a whole lot
and
of explanation
how to
about
match
about the
the existing
attributes.
skills
Anyway,
and
it's also
how
my
to
duty to
anticipate
remind you that
the
again.
future skills
So
that
the
will
attributes
fit the Indian
graduate
labor market.
attributes
So
are
with
the
that
high
mind,
quality
I've taken
skills
a
and
topic on
understandings
Skill
about
India,
the subject as
the
well as
challenges
life.
in education,
That is,
employability,
each and
and
every
employment.
student is
So
expected
I'll
to
just give a
have
small
disciplinary
synopsis.
knowledge. That is, whichever
Friends, you all
discipline
must
he
be
may
understanding that
go with, whichever
India faces a
department
very, very
he go with, or whichever program he
typical
has studied,
situation of
he should know the depth of the
skilling the
knowledge. He
people,
should know
and
all
there
the
is a
knowledge related to
paradox of
that
skilling and
discipline.
skilling
And he
uncertainty.
should have
These
the
two are
problem solving
actually
capacity,
different.
critical
One,
thinking,
there is
analytical reasoning, and he should know how to use a modern
there is
tool
actually a
so
demand,
that
but
he
the
can
supply of
go
the
with
skill
the
is not meeting the demand.
modern
That's the
digital
skilling needs.
day-to-day
Skilling
life.
paradox is
And
we
environment and
do have
sustainability
skills.
should be there.
There is a
He
demand
should be,
also,
he
but this
should,
demand
he
and
should
supply
have
are not
ethics
meeting.
to
And the third
have
is
a good relation
there
in
is
the
a demand,
society,
but
and
unfortunately
individual
we are
and
not able
teamwork
to
should be
guess the
good
demand
as an
and give
as
that
a
kind of
person in
skilling
the
to the
society.
students. This is
He
the
should have
paradox
individual
with
skill
which
as
we
well
are
as he should have
actually
adaptability and
operating.
flexibility to
So
work in a team
how are
also.
we going to face
And he
this?
should have the
Simplify
project
the skill
management
definition
skill,
to
communication
better see
skill,
what skilling
and
outcomes
he
are
should have
needed
the
and
financial
how should they
management
be
skill
promoted,
also.
and what
with
kind of
that,
regulation do we
he
need
should
to
have the
improve.
quest
That
for
is the
learning
second part.
in his own, in
And
his lifelong learning.
in that, the
So
context
he
in
should
which
have the
I have
thirst
taken
of
skilling
learning
is a
anything.
little
That is,
different.
he should update
We are all
himself
actually caught in vicious
all the
cycle
stage
of
of his
low
life.
skills
These are
and
the
few good
graduate
jobs.
attributes.
Of course,
And
the
in
next part of
outcome-based
lecture will explain
education,
this too.
we have the
And that
learning
vicious
outcomes.
circle
That
has
is,
to be
it may
converted
be the
into a
program outcome
virtuous
or course outcome.
circle of better
Whichever
skilling
outcome, the
and
learning
finding
outcome
good
should
jobs
be
for
based
our
on the
graduates.
knowledge,
Now the
skill,
question
and
is, how
attitude
are
of
we
an
going to do
individual
it?
student. So, and they have to
The
possess all
intention
this,
is
and
like
they have to
the
experience
460
or
million
demonstrate
workers
everything
in the labor
during
market.
the learning
We
experience.
may
And
have to
after
move
that,
them from
so
baskets
normally
to
a
wives,
curriculum should be
from low
framed
skills
with
to higher
with giving
skill
the importance
employees,
of
so that
knowledge to
they
70%
are
of
able to
importance to
contribute
knowledge,
more, they
and
are
skill
able
and
to earn
attitude
more,
to be
they are able to save
30%.
more, which means
So,
that
learning
India must
outcome
get rich
parameters, that
before
is the discipline
it gets
knowledge.
old. Even in the
When
morning,
you are
I said that
framing any
we are
curriculum, we
enjoying
have to give them the
a kind of
fundamental
a dividend,
cognitive components and
demographic
all the
dividend,
contents
which
related to
happens
the
just
discipline.
once in the lifetime of a
And
nation.
so that they can
This
have
dividend, if it has to be
they know about
encashed,
the
we
subject
should
well,
become rich
and the
before we
generic
become
skills
old.
also
So the
has to be
three-part
given.
framework to
That is
realize
the
India's
skills
skilling
which are
potential
very
is,
much
as I
useful
already
for the
said,
profession.
we
Already it
need
has
to
been
acquire
told.
skills
And because
where
now
fill
the
the gap
whole world
between
is
employment and
competitive,
employability.
and we have to produce
And
our
having
students.
acquired, we should try to match our skills
Can you conclude,
with
please,
the
ma'am?
demands.
Your time is
And
8 minutes.
we should know to anticipate the skills
Okay,
which
yes,
will be
just a
demanded
few.
for the
Yeah.
21st
Okay, thank you.
century. These are the
People should have
three-part
good
framework to realize the
attitudes and
skilling
values.
potential
These are
of
the things.
India.
And program
Now,
outcomes.
let me just tell you what are the
we have to,
challenges that
while
we are facing.
preparing the program outcome,
Nearly
we should describe the
1.25
learning
million new
product and
workers
not the
aged
process. We should
15
describe
to
the student
29 are
performance
projected to
and not the
join the
teacher's
workforce
performance.
every
That is,
month throughout
after
2022.
completing this
Now you can
program,
imagine
the student
how
will be
many are
able to
joining.
do this.
And I said this is the proof
All
for
the program
the demographic
outcomes should
dividend,
reflect the
that
graduate
new
attributes
workers
also.
are
And
joining the
especially the
labor
first
market
one
every
can
month
be mapped with the
to an
subject
extent
knowledge,
of 1.25.
and the next 5
But
can be
is the job
mapped
market
with the
ready to
problem
engage
analytic
them,
or other
employ them
related
in
skills,
productive
and remaining can
jobs?
be
That's a big question.
related or mapped
By
with
2022,
the
India will
skills,
have
personal
47
skills,
million more
and
in the age
last
group
one
of
can be
19
mapped with
to
the social
59
awareness.
years.
And
This is again a
likewise,
proof
course
for
outcome should also be
demographic
formulated by
dividend.
the teachers.
This
And
dividend will
the good
peak
brainstorming session
in
is
about
needed
2040.
to
So
formulate
we
a
just have
course
another
outcome.
18 years
So
more,
the course
or
instructor should be expert enough
19
that
years more
they have to identify
to
what are the
enjoy
outcomes
the
they can get
demographic
through
dividend,
that
where
course.
more
So
people
the
will
course
be in the
outcome
working age,
should
which
have
means
all
our
the
birth rates are coming down, and
verbs.
longevity
That
is of course has
it need
increased.
not focus
But
on the teacher,
the best
and
part
it
of
should
it is
focus
we'll
on the
have less
student,
number of children
whatever they
because
have
of the lower birth
acquired.
rate. Of course,
So
because
it
of the
should have an
longevity, the
action
dependence
word,
on the
it should
old
have a
age will
condition,
also
and
be
should
little less.
have a
But in
criteria.
the working age,
That
we'll
is,
have
it should
more number
indicate
of
an
people.
action verb
Nearly
representing the concerned
468 million
cognitive process
workforce
and
need
how that
upskilling
process,
and
in what condition
So
the action will be
slightly
done
more than
in
half
what
of
criteria.
Indian
These
workforce
are the
has
things
school
needed,
attainment below
and I have
secondary
given some
school with
samples
no
also.
vocational
And
training, which
use
means that our
action verbs,
job and our
and it should be
responsibility
aligned
is
with the
even
POs. And we
higher,
need not align
because
with all the POs
to move
because
them
we have
into a
various type of
skilled
courses.
workforce,
It
we
can
have
be
a big
aligned
challenge
with at least
to bring
2 or 3
more people into
program
the
outcomes.
proper education
And
and
so
vocational
maintaining
training.
the quality in
The
defining program
scale of
outcome and course
skilling
outcome
challenges
will make
actually
OBE a
is
successful
now,
learning strategy.
if you look at
And thank you
the
for giving me
women
this
labor force
opportunity.
participation,
For want of
it's around
time, I have
21% in
just
urban and
skipped
26%
some of the
in rural,
slides. And thank you for
as
giving
per
me the opportunity. Thank
2019
you.
statistics. So with so much in the age group, still women are not able to find either proper jobs, or they are they are not engaged productively. That could be many reasons. Maybe it's because of the caste or culture or income.
Yes, madam.
It can be
You have
anything,
been,
but somehow
madam
this
has
women
defined
force
the basic skills,
participation in the
intellectual,
labor market is much lesser.
professional
Only
and
about
vocational
2% of
skills
the
and life
workforce have
skills.
formal
And
vocational
she's
training
given,
and 9%
she's
have
briefed upon
non-formal
the
vocational training, and it's very difficult to
POs.
convert them into
And
from
I
baskets to
think
bags.
in POs,
Approximately 48 million
it needs
workers in the
more
construction and 60
explanation.
million
Maybe what
textiles
of
are,
time you've done that.
and apparel have no vocation,
But
because
the
these
introduction
two are
part was
the
little
biggest
lengthy.
sectors
That could be shortened,
which
and
are employing
the
more number of
explanation of
laborers,
developing
but still
COs and
to
POs
get employed in this,
could be
there is no proper vocational training, which
detailed
means
more.
the skills
But
have
anyway,
not been
the
enhanced for
basic
them to even
concepts were
get.
covered regarding the defining
The
of
sector
POs
is ready
and
to absorb,
COs.
but the skills are not ready
And
to get absorbed in that sector.
I wish to
Unemployment
invite the
rate
next
in a survey
participant for the
conducted
presentation.
was found to be 29% for the graduates aging between 20 and 24, and it's 12% for those in the age group of 25 and 29, and 4% for those in the age group of 30 and 34.
Professor,
This is very
Institute of
alarming.
Science and
Out of
Technology,
more than
to present the
5
paper
lakh
on
final
Bloom's
year
taxonomy,
bachelor
a
students
concrete
aging
yet
between 18
comprehensive
and
approach
29 who
for
were
successful
surveyed.
teaching. Over to you, ma'am.
The hardest part is that 54% were
Good
found to
evening,
be
everyone.
unemployable, which means
Thank you
that
so
the
much.
bachelors we are
I'm sharing my
degree
screen.
holders
Hope my
we are
screen is
creating,
visible.
more than half of them don't have
Yes,
skills
ma'am.
to
Yeah,
get
it's visible.
a gainful
Yeah, thank you,
employment.
ma'am.
So this is the scenario. And the stalled
Respected
adoptions are
chairperson,
another
dear ladies
big
and gentlemen, let me
point
start
of
with a
worry
note of
for
Malala
us.
Yousafzai.
You all
One
must be
child,
knowing
one
that
teacher,
the high growth
one book,
sector
one
in
pen
this
can change the
recent
world.
5-6
And rightly
years, if
thinking,
even
the
last
birds,
10
the
years, if you
books,
say
and pens
service
are
sector
more powerful
and
than the girls.
IT
So
connected business
let me
software
start,
service
with
solutions
my
is
presentation.
again a very, very fast
I took a
booming
keen
sector
interest to talk on
because
the
they
theme
contribute
designing the
so much
teaching
to the GDP.
strategies, learning
But however,
sequence, and
if
assessment
you look at
mechanism using the Bloom's
the
taxonomy.
absorption of labor in this
So
sector,
my
it's
topic for the
hardly
day
2%.
is Bloom's
But
taxonomy, a
labor is
concrete
highly
yet
productive in
comprehensive
this
approach
sector
for
because they are
successful
all
teaching
relying
practices.
on high skills,
So
and their
like
labor
following the
productivity is 5 to
traditions,
10 times more than the other
starting from
regular
the day
manufacturing sector.
where education
So
started
service sector,
and until
though
now
it is
we are
booming,
into the era
is
of
not able
artificial
to
intelligence.
absorb
Somewhere
more than
directly or
2% of the
indirectly,
labor,
Bloom's
and
taxonomy had
even that
actually
absorption
influenced
is only
lots of
related to
people's
very
life,
high
and that's
skilled
in fact is going to
workforce,
be the greatest success for
which
many
means
children and
this
also very
sector
successful
will never be a
entrepreneurs, not only
promising
the
ground
entrepreneurs, also the
or
scientists
destination
and
for
lot more
low
of
skill.
people. So my
Then
synopsis
technological
for
changes
the
are
study I
boosting
have
capital
designed, I took
intensity
the
of
curriculum
manufacturing sector,
of
which
Bloom's
again threatens the
taxonomy's
future
pyramid
demands
model,
for
where
labor.
I have put my synopsis.
And there is again a survey which
Starting
found
with
that
instilling
India is
education in life.
among top
Next is
5
the
countries
research
with
connect,
highest skill
and about
shortages,
what's my research
and
methodology is going to be
unfilled
about.
job
The
vacancies
Bloom's
due to
taxonomy's
shortage of
origin,
skills and talents.
and then Bloom's
See,
taxonomy's
this
strategical
is a
learning
kind of a
sequence,
spiral one.
theoretical significance, where I found
Technological
it really
changes
interesting, which had a
actually,
very
if you
sequential
move
connect with
towards
Bloom's
technology
taxonomy.
itself, there is
At last, to end
involvement of
with my
investment of
suggestions
capital
in
more,
conclusion.
which means more capital replaces
Yes,
more
instilling
labor.
education in life. In
And
fact,
trainees just a couple of
this
years
one
even
little
after
thing had
graduating from
actually
industrial
gave
training
me a lot
institutes,
of
they also face
input
high
for starting
unemployment
with
rate.
this particular topic on Bloom's
Although
taxonomy.
industrial
So
on-the-job
how the
training and
education
public-private
starts?
partnership
As the
training
baby is born, as the
takes
baby is
taking
growing
place,
up, it all starts way ahead in the home.
they are
So
trying
the
to
baby
match
listens
the
to the
skills
mother
that
and the
are
people around,
needed in
in
the
and
work.
around. So
But
it gets the
unfortunately,
input and it
students
encodes,
are
and then
not
next
ready to
happens the
take up
process
their
of decoding.
huge dropouts.
When we listen,
And
we speak,
the hardening
and when
thing
we
is the
read,
graduates
we
are the
write. Initial
trainers
practice of
from these
education is
institutions.
instilled within
They
the children
quit after
or
a
with the
month
baby
or
as we were
so,
born and
even
brought
if
up
they
way
get
back in the home.
employment,
That's
which
the
means
first
that
stage.
their
And soon
updation in
after
terms of
instilling
skills is
education
not
from
up to
there,
the
then we move on to the next
expectation.
stage of
This
our
is
life,
again
where we
another
step
problem.
into the
So
Montessori or to
urgency
the
of
kindergarten.
skilling, actually,
There we
this is
find the
where
most
we all
important
feel
person
that
in
there there is an
bypass the
urgency
teacher.
of skilling
And
the
she plays
labor,
an eminent
labor
role in
force.
designing
India's
and delivering
labor
the
force will
subject.
soon
As the
overtake
teacher
China as
sits
the
to
world's
design the
largest.
curriculum
The
and
country
to
is
teach
struggling
the
to
children,
generate
she keeps
opportunities
lots of
for a
things within her
workforce with
mind.
very wrong
Enormous
skills.
things are
This is
planned and
the comment
constructed.
given by The
So
Economist.
there are certain things which
Nearly
she
1.25
predominantly keeps
million
in her
new
mind
workers
before she
aging
go
between
ahead
15 to
designs the
29
subject.
are projected to
First and
join
foremost,
workforce every
setting an
month
intent for what the
throughout
subject should be,
2022,
certain
which means
principles
alarming
and the
rate
purposes for what the
are
subject should to be
there
taught,
waiting for
Curating
proper
the content,
employment.
that's creating the content.
Roughly 70 million
Planning
workers
an
entering
amazing
the
delivery,
workforce
because
between 18 to
knowing
22
your audience is
will
really
need to be
important.
skilled for 21st
Having known
century
your
economy.
audience, sourcing
If
for
India
high
is to keep
quality
pace with
resources,
technological change.
reviewing it and
Our country is
evaluating
presently
it.
facing a
All
dual
these are
challenge
the
of
very
paucity
initial
of highly
process
trained
which comes
workforce
inside the
as
minds
well
of
as
teacher. So it's
non-employability
really
of large
important having
sections
these
of
strategies
conventionally
in mind.
educated
We
youth
go ahead
who
plan
possess
for
few or
what to deliver
no
for our
job
children.
skills. So this
So
is
it all
where
started here. From
we've
then
been talking
to now,
about
there is a
some outcome
beautiful
has to be
taxonomic
fixed
connect,
before
how the
we
Bloom
design,
connects with the
develop
education
and
system.
deliver our
So
curriculum
we
so
initially
that
started,
outcome
the era
is
since we know
is
how the
achieved.
education started.
But in spite of all our
It was
efforts,
all about
even in
the
the
Gurukulam,
morning,
where
one
we
of
had our
the
guru
participants
preaching us
asked,
Vedas,
all
teaching us lot of
jam-packed
disciplines, lot of ethics and
attributes
principles.
and
So
qualities
gone are the
with
days
which the
education
degrees
was
are
taught in
offered, but very,
Gurukulam.
very
So, like I really used to wonder
paradoxically,
way ahead, staying back at
graduates
hostel
are not
started
able
there.
to get employment
They
or
teach
they not
how to,
are able to get
work with a
absorbed,
bow and arrow.
which means
They
that
teach how
this
to fix up a target.
conventionally
They teach how to
educated
connect
youth
with the
lack
environment.
something
They
which is
teach
really
how to be
needed by either the
sustainable, and
industry
they
or
also
by the
teach
society.
how to
So
contribute
that is
better
what
for the
we
people
need
around.
to look into.
Being it then or being it now,
Now I said India
we are
should
into the era of
must
artificial
get rich
intelligence
before it
and
gets
machine
old.
learning. So
Because
here
I'm just
is also a
supporting my
picture of a
argument
little
with
girl and a boy
in
who
terms of
connected
some
virtually
statistics.
and
See,
inculcating education. So starting it
65,
from
we
Gurukulam
had
or
80
even
dependents
now,
for 20
virtualizing
workers, which
things,
means it was
getting
1
to
to 4.
understand what is
For
education
every
is,
one worker, we had
inculcating
4
within
dependents.
and bringing it as
In
an outcome
2020,
is
that's
going to
current,
be something
we only have
enormous.
1:1.
So being it
For every
Gurukulam
worker,
or
there's
being
only
it in
one
virtual
dependent.
mode now,
Is it not a
program-based
demographic
outcome
dividend?
is
And
very,
it
very,
is going to
played a
be
very, very
like
important role.
0.09, like even
And
less
this had
by
in fact
2040.
given
This
me
is the
an
peak
idea to
where
frame
I
my
said we
objective
are
for the
going to have
study.
that
And then
more
I
number of
thought,
people
why
in the
not Bloom's
working age.
taxonomy can be
But
the
remember,
permanent
friends,
tool in
by
the hands of the educators to make the
2100,
curriculum and
which
the
is going to
program-based
reverse,
outcome in
we will
education
have
successful.
one worker
So my objective
and
was the study to
nearly
just understand what's the
2.5
basics
dependents
of
for
Bloom's
to
taxonomy
feed.
and the
So
revised
this
Bloom's
is high
taxonomy,
time
which
for
started
us
since
to
2001,
enjoy
to
this
identify
benefit
some
of this
innovation
dividend.
strategies, because we
And
already moved on to
that's
the
why I
virtual
said India
platform,
should become
to suggest
rich
the
before it
upgraded learning
becomes
sequence and
old.
assessment
And
mechanism through Bloom's
raised
taxonomy.
economic growth
And my
by
research
improving
methodology I took
productivity,
in for
by
systematic
improving income
analysis,
earning
where I
capacity,
collected data
and by
through
improving
observation,
the saving,
and I
so that
critically thought about
the fall in
certain
birth
things.
rate and
And I also
increase
sourced it
in the
from
working
internet,
age population,
articles,
the benefit
journal
of both
references.
can be
I
enjoyed by us.
scrutinized lots
So
of
this is where
materials
I
from
said
educational
to
websites,
achieve this, the
articles done by
dividend,
the
if you
researchers,
really
and
want
from
to
the
enjoy,
government websites.
more people
Interesting part
need
of
to be
my study
moved
was this
from
theoretical
baskets to
significance,
pipes.
where I
Now,
had
in
four
simple, it is
theories
from
which
informal
connected the
sector
Bloom's
to formal
taxonomy.
sector.
One
Now,
is
the percentage
constructivism
of
and social constructivism,
laborers in
followed by
the
LAVE
low
and
skill
Wenger's communities of
are
practices,
92.
Miller's
And
assessment pyramid,
of
and
course,
Kolb's learning
46%
cycle.
engaged in agriculture and
So
10%
here
in
you go.
construction,
Here's
27% in
Benjamin S.
service, and
Bloom. In
15%
the year
in manufacturing.
1956, he chaired the
And
Committee
more
of
should move
Educators
to a
and
formal
devised
sector
the
so
Bloom's
that
taxonomy.
the high
Until
skill
then, education was
labor
quite
force is
normal,
available,
and they were quite
and
intellectuals
they
who
can
really
make
got recognized
contribution.
for
Their productivity will improve and they can make
innovations.
economic
So
contribution to
he
make
made it to
country
a point
much
that
richer.
education should not be
So
quite
now,
normal, but it should be
this is the
more
vicious
of
cycle
high
of
form,
low skills
where
and
to
few good
promote
jobs.
high order thinking, he
See,
then
lower growth
formulated
of good and
analyzing
formal
and
jobs.
evaluating
This is the
in his
scenario
strategies.
where
A set of
the
three
formal jobs
hierarchical
are
model
not growing
was then
because
classified the
I
learning
think day before
objectives and
yesterday,
level of
I just saw a
complexities.
WhatsApp
So they
message
are
where
cognitive, affective, and sensory.
there was an
As the
interview
very
with the
word goes,
construction
cognitive domain
workers.
talks more about
The
the
lady
mental
who
skills.
who
When
was
it talks about the
interviewed was
mental skills,
actually
it obviously
BA
reflects on your
English
knowledge.
graduate with
When
BA
we go to
qualification.
affective domain, it
But
talks more about
she
the
was
feelings
employed
and
in
emotions,
construction
and that
sector.
quite connect with your
The reason
attitude
she
and the
gave
way
is,
you behave with the people around.
I am
And
given
the third one is the
160
sensory
rupees
domain,
per hour
where
if
it
I
talks
take
more
a
about
job
the
as a
physical
teacher
skill
in a
and the
school.
manual skill, and talks
But
more
whereas
about your
in the
skills and
construction industry,
strategies.
myself and
Summing
my
up
husband,
together,
we
it is
are able
as
to
simple as
earn
this.
1,700 rupees
Cognitive,
per day, which means
behavioral, which
he is earning
connects you
1,000 rupees and
about
she is earning
thinking.
700 rupees.
Affective, it connects
So
you with the
formal
feeling,
jobs, lack
and
of
sensory,
formal
it
jobs,
connects you with the
push
doing.
them into informal
Simply
work.
to sum it up, it
There's
talks
greater
more about
workforce in the
simple
informality
things to the most
actually
complex
is
thing.
because
These
lack of
days,
jobs in the
when we
formal
design
sector.
our curriculum
The
or when we
informality
design
of
our
any
question paper,
sector
we always go
actually
ahead
gives no
prefer the
incentive for
cognitive
any
domain
worker to
to
acquire
analyze our
a better
children's
skill.
capability.
So imagine
So
that in,
cognitive
the
domain
graduate
overall puts
is going to
together
lose
to
all the
recall and
qualities of her
recognize the
education
facts
being in
So
the
here I
formal
have,
sector
here I
because
have
there is
given
no
you
scope for
the two
improving their
tables
skills.
where it
So
starts with the
more poorly
knowledge,
skilled and pure
comprehension,
well-skilled
application,
workers will lead to
analysis,
high cost
synthesis,
of
and
skilled
evaluation,
labors
which
and
is the
relative to the
traditional
capital. So this is
strategy
actually a
of Bloom.
circle which
And in the year
keeps on be
2001,
rotating where
the
you
revised
don't
Bloom's
find a scope of
taxonomy,
improving
which came in, which starts
from
with creating,
this situation.
evaluating,
This
analyzing,
has to be converted. This
applying,
vicious cycle as
understanding,
an
and
inadequate
remembering. So
skill
it
even
is
after
the
graduation
low
get
order
absorbed
to high
in the
order
informal
thinking.
sector.
Starts from the low
And
order of
poor
remembering and then
skilling
to the high order of
because there is
evaluating.
no scope for better
Next comes
skilling.
the effective domain.
Now this has
As
to
I
be
said,
converted
it's
into
got a lot to deal with the
virtuous
emotions, as
cycle
you can see in the
for
picture.
better skilling
It
and more good
comprises of
jobs,
the way we deal
faster
with the
growth
things
of good and
emotionally,
formal jobs.
especially which connects
Of
to the
course,
feeling,
more
appreciation,
this
values,
informality
motivation,
has to be
enthusiasm,
converted
and
into more
attitudes.
of a formal
At times
sector.
when we see Dr.
Less
Kalam, we get highly
informal
inspired.
workers.
And we see
In the
any
formal
famous
sector,
singers,
you
we
have
really
some
feel like
scope
singing,
for
and we dance for the tunes. All
acquiring
this
and imparting
automatically
skills.
happens
For
within
example,
because of this effective domain.
for us as a
We
teacher,
tend to receive, we
we've
tend
been
to
absorbed in the
respond,
position
we
and
value,
the
we
system had all the
conceptualize,
patience to
and
give us
also we
training and
internalize.
retraining
So
in the
this is
form
all
of
about the
orientation
receiving
courses,
phenomena and the
refresher
way
courses,
we
now
react to it.
faculty development
The
courses,
third domain
which are
is the
all meant
sensory
to
domain, as
improve
the
the
very word
skills
says.
and
It's
aptitude and
about the
whatnot.
senses.
So
It
if
connects
that
us
has to
closely
happen,
somewhere
more formal
physically,
sector has
and
to come
also
and
it
the
connects to the
informality of what
skills.
course has to be
So it
removed.
is all about
Pure,
imitating someone,
I mean,
manipulating,
few poorly skilled
precision,
and more well-skilled
articulating,
workers, if you
and
have a combination
naturalizing.
of them, lower caste of skilled workers,
I found all
will
of
lead
these
to
three
relative
basic
reduction in
skills
the caste, which
connect
will
the
improve
Bloom's
ultimately the
taxonomy
formal sector.
sequentially
So
to
the
these three
virtuous
hero
circle,
of my stories. So
the
my
vicious circle
heroes for the
needs to be
story are the
converted into a
teachers, the
virtuous
students, and the
cycle
society.
in no
It
time, because
beautifully
we will be
connects how
having
the
another
teacher
2
inculcate
decades
the
to
education in the
prove this
students, and
before
from the
we could
students
lose
how they
the
contribute
benefit
better
of
to the society. So this
demographic
figure
dividend.
beautifully explains the
Now,
connect.
we need
So
to
Bloom's
acknowledge
taxonomy is
at
actually
this
the
juncture
great tool for assisting teachers
why this is
to improve
vicious
high
and how to
order and
convert it
critical
into
thinking
virtuous.
abilities and help them to assist the
First,
students.
mismatch
And when
and
it comes to
market
the
distortion.
students, it encourages them, it
I've
teaches
been
them.
repeatedly
Ma'am,
telling you the mismatch is
Yes,
because
ma'am.
of
Time is 8 minutes is over, ma'am. Could you conclude?
what is available
It helps
and
them to take the decision,
what is
and the
needed
social
is
connect
not getting
helps
connected.
them to contribute
There is
for
a
the
broken
society.
link between
So this
industry and
is the
education.
Bloom's taxonomy,
This is where
and this
outcome-based
explains
education
the
is
different
insisting
strategies.
that what the industry needs
Okay, here is an
to be
interesting
designed and
connect. This
developed,
is a
and
constructivism theory.
teaching
So this
learning
is very simple
methodologies
thing.
should
As we were
adopt the
kids,
needs
we
of the
do the
industry and the
puzzles.
society,
The
and there
last two
should be an
pictures here
assessment of all
from
these
the
things
very
to
famous
see whether
movie Avatar
we have
and from the
achieved what we
Interstellar.
intend to
So
achieve.
a
And
study
for which
says
we need to
people.
have
This
a
is
feedback.
these two
We need
movies
to
are
have
the
industry
Oscar-winning
partners
movie, and
in
the
our
people, the
educational system
technicians
so that
who
they
work
would
beyond
prompt
this are
the
supposed to
needs of the
be,
industry to be
as they
imbibed
were
in the
small
system of
children, they were
education.
so much
But
interested in
somewhere
keen and
we have
understanding
broken
constructivism
this
and
link between
also
industry and
connect along with
education,
the
which has to be
society.
now bridged.
And the other three
And
theories, which talks more
inefficient or
about the
missing
community
markets for
practices,
skills.
assessment
There are
pyramid,
still
and
skills,
learning
but
cycle. So
the
the
markets
community
are not
practice
capable of
theory helps the
absorbing
students
skills.
to get
We need to
connected with the
acknowledge,
society
and
and then
then
help
lack
them
of
become
on-the-job
someone
training.
like Muhammad Yunus,
Now,
who
nobody has
was
the
a
patience to
Nobel
give training.
laureate, and also
See,
he
you
is
take
called
any
as
IT
the banker to
industry.
the poor. And
Couple
Miller's
of years
assessment
back, I
pyramid,
just
which
saw
talks
it in a
more about
newspaper
knowing,
that a
showing,
graduate
and
getting
how
a
to
job
put it into the
for
performance.
an
And
annual
once it is inculcated,
package
they
of
turn out to
96
become a
lakhs.
scientist. And
I
Cobb's
think
learning
even on
theory, which talks
retirement, I
more
never
about
had
planning,
that money.
acting, theorize, and
96
reflect and to theorize.
lakhs
And
per
once
year, which
when
means
it is
that
inculcated, they become
a very huge sum
the
for
silent
every
Sherlock
month.
Holmes within. So
But
I've also
the
here
guy
connected how
actually
all these
he rejected
theories
the
have,
job.
like
Basically,
have a
because he
sequential connect
knew
with the Bloom's
what kind of
taxonomy.
a kind of a
Currently, we
workload
are
and
into
responsibility
blended
that
learning,
he has to
collaborative learning,
carry.
spaced
All the
learning,
24 hours,
flipped
365 days,
classroom
24/7,
gamification, and
he has to be the
visual,
employer, because
audio, and kinesthetic
that
mode of
company
education. So here
which
are
has
we connected
appointed
the
him
Bloom's taxonomy
needs
into different level of
needs
virtual
him to be
connections.
productive from
My
day one.
suggestions are,
And the
this
appointment
can be
letter, on
definitely
the
an
day he
effective
received
tool
the
for
appointment
planning
letter, he
and
should
framing the
contribute something
objectives,
towards.
and
Which means the
especially not
company
only
has
for the
no
individual
patience to
but
give
also
the
for the
training.
group to plan
That's the
their
reason why
long-term
they
goals,
were
to build
absorbed
and
for such
provide a
a
clear
huge
framework,
salary. So we need to
assist
acknowledge
easier,
all these
and
things,
also be more
and
creative and
try,
innovative.
having acknowledged
To
this, we should
conclude,
try
it
to
is an
turn
effective
all
tool
these disadvantages to our own
and is a
advantage.
magic in the hands
Make
of the
sure
teachers,
first all
intelligence in the
children are
hands of the
literate and
students,
numerate.
and
This is
sustainable in
very
the hands of the
important, because
society.
even
Definitely,
after
Bloom's
coming to the
taxonomy is a
graduation, on the
concrete
verge
and
of
also a
getting their
comprehensive
degree, they
tools
are
for the
not strong
successful teaching.
in either
Thank you.
literacy nor in the numerical abilities. Understand the demand for
A
skills
very good
to
presentation,
derive
madam,
the supply of
by
skills.
Janani
Provide a full range of
on Bloom's
skills. Make
taxonomy.
skills transferable to other jobs
in detail about the various
now it is lifelong
concepts of
it is not
Bloom's
like
taxonomy.
I joined as a teacher
Right
and I
from
retired as a
how
teacher.
it
This
got
is not
evolved
going to
into
be
the
the
higher
situation for
education
my
system, and
student,
we have analyzed the
because
various
who have good number of
thinking
opportunities
skills,
before
lower
them.
order thinking
They
and higher
have
order
to,
thinking
there should
skills,
be a
and
possibility of choosing
I think
among them
you
between
not
farms,
fix the
between
context
sectors,
with
between
reference to
industries,
outcome-based
so
education,
that their skills are
which is the main theme of
upgraded
the
and they
seminar.
can match the demands of the
This
industry.
seminar,
So
but
if you
otherwise
want
it
to
was
turn
a
all the
very good
advantages to
presentation,
advantages,
much
we need to
informative
think on these lines.
and well explained.
Needs a multi-pronged.
Thank you,
It
ma'am.
needs a
Thank you.
multi-pronged
Thank you.
approach.
So
I actually
One, we
wanted
need
to
to skill
connect
the
that with
graduate,
virtual. I
cover
mean,
both
the current
existing
day
and new
learning, ma'am.
entrants to match
Yes.
the
Time is not
employees'
able to
needs and
permit. I could
promote
not able to
formal
do it. Thank you
jobs.
for your valuable
So
feedback, ma'am.
this is where we
presentation
were all
was
talking
very,
from
very
morning that
clear,
the graduate attributes have
and
to be
very
designed
informative.
based on the needs.
Let's
Then
invite the
regulate
next person to
more
present
rationality, facilitate the institution of small firms
thoughts.
from formal to more formal. See, we've been only talking
Thank
and
you, ma'am.
addressing this issue from
May I now
education point of
request
view.
Miss Sona,
But if the
research
society
scholar,
and the
Madras
industry and the
Christian
other
College,
stakeholders to
to
respond
present
to
a
our
paper on
responsibility,
effective teaching
there should be
practices
some
in high
change
school.
also
Over
in
to
the
you, ma'am.
industrial level, where
Thank you, ma'am.
government should come forward
A very
to
good
give
afternoon to
provision
one and all
of
present
converting
here.
more of the informal sector to a
Ma'am,
formal
shall I
sector
share
so
the
that
screen, ma'am?
jobs are made easier.
Yes, ma'am.
When
Yes,
this
yes,
war
yes.
transition from informal to
Thank you, ma'am.
formal takes place, that social security should also become portable. Only then the graduates will have the what do you call interest in moving from firm to firm, from industry to industry, from
A
sector
very
to
good
sector,
afternoon to one and all
provided the
present
social
here. I am Sona,
security
research
is
scholar
guarded
from the
and
Department
portable
of
across
Public
these.
Administration.
Then
Madras
invest in
Christian
job
College.
promoting sectors.
I am here
And
to
I think we are
present
going
an
back
interesting
mass
topic.
production or production by
Effective
mass.
teaching practices
We want
in higher
again
education.
production by mass
Today,
so
I
that
like to
more
present some of the important
jobs
topics
can be
like
created.
use
Then
of
ensure
ICT,
success, students to
information
get
and
skills
communication technology
that,
and
that
its
find
values,
jobs,
followed by
employers to find. This
advantages
is
and
where the
disadvantages of
connect,
blended learning with
industry,
some suggestions.
academia connect
Let's
should
move on to the
happen
introduction part.
either in
What is
designing the
teaching
curriculum
practices?
or in terms
Teaching
of
practice
assessing
helps to
or in
develop
terms
the
of delivery
overall
of the
performance
curriculum.
of the
There
students
should be some
and
industrial
institution.
partners so that
Teaching practice in higher
the
education
employers could
commonly
easily
aim
find our
in
jobs,
developing
find our
students'
students.
ways of thinking, acting
No,
and
they'll find
approaching
their
a
need
field
in
of
our
study and
students,
practice.
and both of us
This
can
view of teaching
confidently face
practices
the
in
future
higher
challenge.
education
So this is
involves providing
something which we
students
need
with
to understand.
experiences that enable
So
them
now,
to enter their
coming back
required field.
to,
Hence,
I've
focusing
been
on
talking
teaching
about
practice
skills for quite long,
helps the
but
institutional educational level
it's very
in
easy to
various
simplify
ways.
those skills,
Teachers have
which
different techniques to teach
even in the Bloom's
students, but
taxonomy,
for the development purpose,
I mean, line
common
itself I can
practices
explain.
concerning the
Cognitive skills
background and
are
abilities has to be followed by
the
many
one which you need,
institutions.
which
Due to
are
pandemic situation,
to be
for the
understood as
safety of
learning to
students,
learn.
all
They are
educational
the
institutions
basic fundamental
started
skills
their
in
teaching
terms
in
of
online
literacy,
mode of teaching and
numeracy,
learning.
and
Here,
the
I wish
capability
to
of
throw
applying
some
knowledge
light
and
on the
problem solving. I
recent
think I don't
teaching
want to touch
practices,
upon
especially
those
followed by
cognitive skills
arts and
again and
science
again. From
institutions.
morning, our speakers have been
I
talking
have
about.
listed 3
Then
objectives in my
comes
study.
the learning to do.
They are to
Actually,
identify the
under
new
Bloom's
teaching
taxonomy,
and
it is
learning
cognitive
practices in
skills, and
recent
then the
days,
effective
to study
domain. The
the
second one
advantages
is
and
effective
drawbacks
domain,
of the
which
latest
is
teaching and
social
learning
and
practices.
behavioral
Also,
skills.
I am going to give
I
some
call it
suggestions
as
about the
learning
best
to be
teaching
and
practices
become.
in teaching and
Working
learning
well
in
with
recent
others,
days.
communicating, listening well, and
Next,
being
coming to
agreeable
the
and outgoing.
methodologies,
If this
I
could
have
happen,
used both
the vocational
primary
skills
and
are
secondary
doing
data for this
skills.
study.
We call it as
Primary data,
learning to learn,
questionnaire
learning to
has
do,
been
learning to
collected from
become.
the teachers
So
as
our
well as
physical and
students for
mental
the better
ability to
understanding.
perform the specific
Google Forms tool
task
has been used
using
to collect the
the
data.
cognitive skills that we have acquired previously. So this is the 3 type of skills which we
Move
need
on
to
to effective teaching
understand and then
learning
make
practices,
it possible in the system of
teaching
education.
learning practices need to be
How
upgraded
do
and
these
updated
skills
every year.
interact? And
But
what
most
are the
of the
combining
institutions
key
revive
attributes
and change
in
occasionally.
interacting? So I've just
Updating
made
and
it as
changing the
this.
practices regularly
There's
helps
a
the
point of
teachers and students
intersection
to learn
actually
and
is
update
very,
new
very
things. During the pandemic,
crucial.
teachers
Technical
completely
skills.
changed their
I
teaching method
don't
remotely.
want again list those skills, but
Digital pedagogy has
the point
been
of
introduced,
intersection
and this
actually
type
gives
of
you
pedagogy is
a
based on
grit of self-control,
student-centric
decision-making,
approach
and
and
communication
learner-centric approach.
skills. A determination
Pedagogies
with
have
which
been
one can
transformed
pursue
with
their goals
information
is
communication
possible
technology,
when all the
popularly
three
called
combine
as
together.
ICT.
Then programming,
Higher
monitoring,
education
designing,
institutions,
troubleshooting,
especially
quality
arts
control
and science
skills are all
colleges,
under
helps to
between the
promote learning through
basic
projects,
cognitive
that is,
skills and technical and
research-based
vocational
learning.
skills.
This type
And
of
if you
teaching
combine
is called
all the
blended
three,
learning.
you
Blended
get
learning can be
vision,
classified
you get
into two different
resilience
teaching modes.
and leadership
One is
qualities, and you are
synchronous and another one
motivated
is
to improve your
asynchronous.
skills. So
Synchronous
this is
mode was
where
based on
the
where
interaction
both
of
students and teachers take
the
place in the
skills
same location for the
can
teaching and learning
create
process.
the kind of
Wherever
attributes that we are intent
asynchronous
to
mode of
create,
teaching
which
does
are
not take place at
given
the
as
same
graduate
time,
attributes,
while
program
students and
attributes,
teachers
and
was
so
not
on and
present
so
at the
forth.
same time.
Now,
Teachers record the classes
how
and
the
that
skills
recording
are
is
to be
made
implemented.
available to the
Now, I'm
students.
just trying to perceive this.
This
We understand
kind
all
of
the three
teaching and
skills are
learning can
important.
be done and
But
saved
our
for
question
future use.
is it possible
Students
to
can
give all
watch
the
anywhere
three
and
in
anytime, and also they
simultaneously
comment
at
and
all
ask
levels?
doubts in the comment section.
That may be a
Some of the
little
example
difficult
of
because you become
synchronous
jack of all
methods
arts but
I
master
have
of
listed
none.
here: live
Probably
classrooms,
the
Google
initial
Classroom, Zoom
stage, I
Classrooms,
call it as
and
first year
Microsoft
of
Teams.
education.
Some of the examples I have listed
Our
for
concentration should be
asynchronous
more
YouTube
on
videos,
foundational
recorded
skills
videos
because
like vlogs,
learning to learn
and etc.
itself is a big task for
Next,
a
moving to the
graduate. In schools, I don't know
higher
whether
education
they've given
institutions
the
adopted to
training
the
of
virtual
learning to learn.
learning.
They're
Online
given
pedagogy.
training to by
Online
heart and
pedagogy
then
is the
omit.
best thing that used
But
by the
assimilate and then
most of the
take it as
institutions.
and when it is
Online teaching method
required
is not same
is
as
something
traditional
different
mode.
which I
It's
don't know
completely
has
different from
happened.
traditional
So
teaching.
now our
Students learning
concentration
from
is
home
more
and far
on
distance through
educating
online
the
mode
graduates
makes the
in
teacher
terms of
teaching learning
learning
process
to
more
learn,
approachable
where
and convenient to some
foundational
extent.
skills
But in
are
the
given.
beginning of
So
the
your
pandemic, after
concentration
the
is on
implementation of
basic and
e-learning,
higher
most of
cognitive.
the
It
teachers
can even be
used
lower
their
order
own
skills
pedagogy
or
techniques.
higher order
Later,
skills,
lots
but
of training programs and workshops
conceptually they
conducted
should be
to
very
teachers
clear
for the
and
best teaching
they should
practices by the
learn how to
institution.
learn.
Most
So
of the
this may
institutions
be the
adopted
first year's
different e-learning portals
attempt.
and tools for the better
Having done
learnings.
that, the second year you can think that your programs, your courses,
I have
your
given
teaching,
some of the
learning,
popular
your
tools
add-on
and
courses, your
that used by
certificate
the higher
courses,
education
everything that you
institutions.
add
The Google Classroom,
and
Zoom,
enrich the
WebEx, and
curriculum
Microsoft
can
Teams are the
give a
tools
focus on
that commonly
employability
used
skills
by
where
the most of the
all the three
institutions
basic
that can be used as the
cognitive,
live
technical and
classrooms,
social and
giving
behavioral
assignments and exams to the students.
skills
Like Quizlet
are
is the
equally
platform
matched,
that
right?
used to
There is
conduct
a balance
various
of all the three in the second
activities
year.
and the interactive
When
sections
a
for the
student
students
moves
like
to
quiz,
third year,
etc.
you don't
We
want
all
him
know
to
better
be
about
a
the
job
Microsoft
seeker
Office.
all the
The
time.
Word, the
He can
Excel, and the
also be
PowerPoint
taught in
presentation
terms
are
of
used
job
as a tool
provider where
for the
you need to
teachers
give entrepreneur.
to
My dear
give
friends,
the
please
best
take it
teaching
from me.
practices to the
I'm not saying
students.
that all the three are to be put in watertight
Also, I
compartments,
analyzed
but
ICT
you
and
can
its
have.
barriers that affect
But
the
this is much
e-learning.
easier
In
to
this
conceive
digital
and then
era,
practice.
the role of
First,
ICT in
we
education is
don't
important. Various attempts made
force
to
him for
implement
anything,
the
but make him
proper and
learn
full-fledged
to learn
ICT framework
itself.
in many
The second
institutions
year,
later in the
teach him that
2000s.
what
But
avenues are there for him to
the electricity is
fetch
not
a job
available and
outside.
network issues
And the
are the
third
major
year,
issues
with
faced
all
by
basic information
many
and the skills that you have
institutions to
acquired,
implement
you
successful
don't have to
implement
beg
of the
anybody
ICT.
for your job,
Also,
but you
many
can become a
institutions do
job
not have
provider
proper rooms
instead of
and
job
buildings to
seeker,
accommodate the
job
technologies.
provider. And
Digital technology
where
literacy is another barrier
the
in
entire
ICT.
focus should be
ICT will
on
successful
giving
only when
emphasis on
both the
acquiring
teachers
social and
students
behavioral skills,
have
because
technological
the
knowledge.
technical to
Technology
become an
adoption
entrepreneur,
came
I
with
don't say that
many
you don't need
challenges related to
technical
the
skills,
lack
but
of
more than that,
technological
your
knowledge
skills of
between students and the
communication,
faculties.
working in team,
Also,
and
difficulty
all
in
other
finding
digital
suitable
literacy,
platform for online
financial
class delivery, cost of
literacy, and
licenses and
how
issues
to
related to
search
the
for funds, how
infrastructure
to create
and
funds, how to
availability of
do
the
a
internet
startup,
in remote
how to
areas.
convert the prototype into product. All these things are
I have
required
listed some
with
of
the
the
technical
advantages
and
and
social behavior. So which means
of
that
blended
social
teaching
and
learning
behavioral skills
in this
become
time.
a
Some of the
focus for
advantages are sudden digital
imparting the
transformation leads to lots of
entrepreneurial
changes in
skills.
education. Well,
Now,
the organized course helps
let
to
me go
develop the
back
teaching
again. I
learning
said
practices.
first challenge
Digital
is
learning used to
acquiring
overcome
skills.
certain issues like time and
So
distance
if you
barriers.
know what
Students
skills
have
are
the
to be
choice to
needed and
study
how
at
it is
their
to be be combined and when it is to be given, now we can focus at this juncture
population.
acquiring
Sharing
skills.
of knowledge increased in the
And
modern
what
technological
agenda can
classroom.
we have for
Students
acquiring
feel very
skills?
comfortable to interact more in digital
Ensure
learning.
that all
Some of the
children
major disadvantages
up
I
to
have
11th
mentioned in the
standard,
blended learning is
they get educated
technical issues.
and they
This
are
is the only major issue,
they are made literate
disadvantage
and numerate.
in the online teaching.
I'm repeatedly
Lack of professional
emphasizing that
skills also one of the
literacy and
issues faced
numerical
by many of
ability is
the
very, very important
institutions.
because
In this type of learning pattern, both the teacher and
there is a
students
big
need to
doubt
have
whether
well
they
versed
have
in
learned
the
to
field
learn
of computer
itself
technology.
at that age.
Lack of motivation among
Second,
teachers
change
can
the
be very
curricula and teaching
well seen
practices
during
based on the
the starting
evidences
stage of
about
the
what
e-learning.
is working.
E-learning system
So
also
this is where
suffers
the
from a lack of
outcome-based or
personal humanistic touch in the fields
learning
of
outcome
teaching learning
based
pedagogy.
framework, curriculum framework comes into picture.
Here I have
because
mentioned
you
some
need to
of the
decide
major
what
questions
works
asked to the
better, what
faculties.
skills as
Some of the
demand
questions
and the
like,
market.
did you have
So based
freedom
on
to
which your
innovate
curricula
teaching
has
and
to
learning?
be
Majority of the
practiced. So
participants said
first
always they
and
have the
foremost,
freedom to
ensure
use
that
innovate teaching
school
practices.
education
Second,
supports the literacy and
where
numerical
your
ability
institution
of the
provided
student.
training programs
And
before
with that
online classes
basic
are undertaken during
fundamentals,
the pandemic.
now
Most
you
of
give
them
it
accept
a
that they
curriculum
provided various
which
teaching and
will
programs, online
transact
programs
what is
taken
being
from
needed by the
the
industry and the society.
institution side. And
But we
also the
don't
students'
stop with
behavior
that.
is neutral
Ramp
in
up
blended learning.
assessment to know whether what
Some
is
of the
intended is
questions
imparted with what
asked
success.
to the
This is
students.
what the attainment level
69%
which
of
is being discussed
respondents
by Dr.
agreed that they
Anita.
have a technological
So
classroom
assessment
facility in their
levels should
institution.
also change.
Respondents feel
No point
remote
in
learning has
simply
been
sticking
moderately
on to the
helpful for
old
them.
conventional
Also,
method of
majority of
asking
them
what is
satisfied
that,
with
what
the
is this,
software used
analyze
by the
it. But you need to
institutions.
frame your question in
I
such
have
a way
listed out some of
you
the
are able to
suggestions to
implement that
improve the
Bloom's
teaching practices
taxonomy
recently.
levels of learning is
Institutions can
incorporated.
increase the capacity and
Adopt
cost
international
effectiveness
learning
of training
standards
programs. Also,
focused
engaging
on
in regular
outcome and
professional
not
development
inputs.
courses
Now,
is
when
a
I
great
say
way to
inputs and
enhance the
outcome,
teaching practices more effectively.
now I am reminded of NAAC.
E-platforms suffer from
Outcome-based
real-time
education
interaction
itself
since
is
classes
the
are
one which
online
is
in nature.
emphasis
But
by
both
UGC
teachers and
and
students wish to
of course
have
this new economic
offline
policy
classes than
gives
online
a
classes.
new picture to
Regular
the
research
OB.
has to be
Outcome is nothing but having done
latest
a
teaching
very
styles,
systematic
educative
approach
approaches, and
towards it,
institution must stay
what
updated with the
impact you are
current
able
teaching
to
methods.
create
Institutions can
in the
introduce
minds of
more
the
online
graduates
educational
in terms
tools
of
to
getting
improve
jobs,
the
in
learning.
terms of
Most of the institutions
searching
use
jobs,
few
in terms
tools
of
for teaching
giving
online.
jobs or in settling in
More
life. So that
encouragement
is
is
more
needed to the
important.
students.
So we
Mix their
as
abilities
a
to work together by the promoting small
educational
group of
teaching
world-class
fraternity
activities.
are more into
In
creating
the
inputs,
study, I have
qualifying
pointed out to
ourselves, getting
enhance the
more
quality of
degrees and
education with advanced
conducting
teaching
FTPs
methods,
and
improve
updating ourselves.
learning
But
outcomes,
the
and
outcome
enable
of all
reforms
these things
or
should get
better management of
exhibited in
education
terms
system.
of
The use of
graduates
ICT
becoming
creates
more
an
successful
open
and
environment that
trying to
enables the
find the
storage
jobs
and the reuse of
with
information
the
materials,
right
as
skills.
also it
Focus
enables
on
the
vocational
interface
education,
among the teachers
reach
as
the
well as
special
students.
groups,
I
especially
like
in
to end up with a
entrepreneurs,
positive quote
prepare
said
the
by Mary
students for
Benton.
lifelong learning.
The art of
Acquiring
teaching is
skills
the
is
art
not
of
just for
assisting discovery.
one-time job as
Thank
I
you
have
for everyone
acquired.
for
I
giving me
joined
this
as a teacher
wonderful
and I retired
opportunity
as a
to
teacher. I
sharing
think if
my
you ask me
knowledge
to
with
take
you
any
all.
other job,
Thank you.
even now I am not ready for
Thank
it.
you, Sona.
Of course, nobody
You've
will take
done
me. But because I have
very
not
good
learned skills
presentation,
for other
and the very last
sectors.
statement was
Ensure
really
that
very
skills are portable across
excellent. The art
other
of
jobs
teaching
and
is to
sectors.
assist the
So while
discovery,
acquiring,
and
you have to be very, very
currently
focused that
as
these
OBE outcome-based
job-specific,
education
sector-specific
and
skills
this
are not
blended
now
teaching learning
valid.
process
You
focuses
need to
towards
give
assisting
skills
the
which can
students
be transported
towards
from one to
discovery,
the other so that
innovation,
you give
and
a
creativity.
perfect
So
mobility
it
to the
was a very
graduates to
good
move
presentation,
around to find
and
a good
you
job.
have
Of
clearly
course, it's
stated the
happening actually
advantages
now.
and disadvantages
You ask a student, you would get absorbed
this
in an IT company
teaching
for
learning
5 to
process,
10 years
and
after
you have
working
stated
in an
about
IT
the
company. He finds a job either boring or
advantages like
taxing.
ethical
He would try to move to
issues.
some other company.
Definitely,
And
there are
he'll
quite many
be,
ethical
at least
issues
before
in
50, he
online
would have
learning. And of
chosen
course,
2
we
to
do
3
have a
companies,
lack of motivation
which
among the
means that
youngsters.
the
Some
platform
of
is
them are
already laid by you,
lack
where you
motivation,
have
but
given
some
him
of them have
skills
taken
which
it
are portable across jobs and
in a most
sectors.
positive way,
Now,
and they have come out with
second
very good
biggest
creations,
task
and we have to take into consideration such situations
the thing which
also.
need to be addressed
And
is matching the
definitely,
skills.
I do agree that there is
There are some
lack
skills
of
already there.
humanistic
How are
touch.
we trying to
And
match
but
these
anyway,
skills according
in
to the
spite of
needs?
all these disadvantages,
One is
it is
fixing the
inevitable that we have to take up
mismatch.
the blended learning,
Fix the
teaching
mismatch
learning
requires
process
more of
in
vocational
order
skill
to
training.
meet
Because,
the
as I already said, what is
expectations
needed
of these
and what we have
millennial
acquired,
learners.
there is no
And I hope we
compatibility.
can do it in
So
the best possible
you
way.
try to give some kind of
Thank
skilling
you. And let's
in terms
invite
of
like to
certificate
invite the
courses,
next
in terms of value-added
participant
courses.
to
So what
present
is missed in the
her thoughts and
curriculum can be bridged through this kind of skill training. India's economy is transforming into a knowledge economy with computers performing
I now
routine
request
jobs.
Dr. P.
It needs constant change
Associate
in the
Professor, Shri
education.
GVG Visalakshi College
So when I
for
say
Women
this,
Autonomous,
one
to
need to
present
understand
paper
that
on integrative
technologically,
and
when we are
transformative
improving
teaching
the
learning
knowledge economy,
taught the
technology
digital
cycles
curriculums.
are actually
Over
very,
to you,
very
ma'am.
short.
Thank
The
you.
robots have come.
Esteemed Madam
Digital
Secretary of
disruption has
KG
come,
College of Arts and Science,
which means
Dr.
that
Vanita,
the job
respected Madam Principal,
landscape
Dr.
of
Ratnamala, distinguished dignitaries,
job landscape is
Honorable Chair
changing
Dr.
again and again.
Rajeshwari, Principal
It
Sri
used to
GVG
change
Visalakshi College for Women,
after
Urmalpet,
a
and my dear
decent
friends, good
duration,
afternoon, everybody.
but now it is changing
At
very,
the
very
outset, I take
quickly.
this
So we
opportunity
need to
to
transform
sincerely
the technical
thank
knowledge and
Dr.
as
Vanita
per the needs of the society.
for giving me
Collaborative
this
work takes
opportunity.
on a greater importance, along with
Myself,
shifting
Geeta,
vast amounts of
Associate
information
Professor of
to
Economics,
separate
along
signals.
with Dr.
So we need to
Shanbagalli,
collaborate with industry.
Assistant
That's where
Professor
it
of
said
History,
academia industry
presenting before you
interaction, so that
one of the best
we
practices
understand
followed in
and
our
the
institution.
information that we receive from them can be
Integrated
converted to
and
our designing and
transformative
defining the curriculum,
teaching
so that
learning
the
through
signals
digital
can be separated
convergence.
from noise.
The main
Employers want to
focus
hire
of this
people
practice
who can
taken up by us is to
identify and
create
solve
and deliver
problems and work in
e-resources
teams.
for blended learning.
These needs are at odds with the way India's educational
The
system teaches a body
context
of new
behind
reforms.
taking up this
See,
practice
when I
is
say
that
this,
the global
technology and
economy
skilled
has
labor
been deeply
actually
affected
complement
due to
each
the
other.
deadly and infectious
I quote,
COVID-19.
technology
This has
and
tremendously
skilled labor
disrupted the
complement each
education
other.
sector with the
But
temporary closure
technology
of
tries
education
to
institutions.
replace the
The
unskilled
urgent
or low
need
skilled.
was to protect
So
and
what we
save
need
our
to understand
students,
is when there is an
faculty,
improvement in the
community,
technology,
society, and nation as a
when
whole.
75% of the
It was a
business getting
clarion call
automated,
to move
which
towards
needs
innovative
new
teaching
skills,
learning
we call it
methodologies.
as upskilling.
The
So prepare the
transformation
student for the
from
present
physical
job,
classes to virtual
not only the
classes
present
as a
job,
part of new
but prepare
normal,
them for the
and
jobs
also
that
to
don't
address
even
the
exist.
multitasking
So that's the
capabilities
biggest
of the
responsibility.
millennial
I'll
learners.
give you a small
Various
example.
innovative e-learning pedagogies need to be
Infosys
evolved.
in the year
As an
2016
educator,
actually
we need to
released
create
around
a
10,000
resourceful
employees,
and
because when the
unmatched
Western world
talent
started
pool
automating
so as to
all the
secure
service providers
the
like
future of
Infosys
our
or
next
Wipro,
generation.
they had to retrench some workers. Around 10,000
Using
workers
innovative
were
methods
replaced.
of teaching
You
is
know
a
what
crucial
Infosys
skill
said?
for teachers.
Within few months,
Scientific
they were
research
absorbed
has
into
shown
the
that
system
innovative teaching
and
methods
trained
and
for
approaches
an
can
adaptive
significantly enhance
So this
the
is what
student learning
reskilling and
process.
upskilling.
Innovating
So our
teaching
educational system
strategies
should get
is no
prepared for
easy
that kind
feat.
of eventualities
It
where
can be scary
skills we are
just
imparting
because,
may
just
not
like our
be
students,
just for
it
the
places
jobs
out
that
of
are
our
existing,
comfort zone
but
in
the
a
jobs
position
are
where we
yet
can
to
fail.
exist. You should try to match
However,
our skills.
experimenting new methods and
Prepare
strategies
students for
we
present
can
jobs and
improve
jobs don't
student
exist.
engagement,
Technology cycles are
motivation,
shorter than
and
ever.
attainment,
Robots and
and
digital
is a
disruption has
win-win
actually
for
taken
both
place.
students and
As I already
teachers.
said, technology may
Hence,
complement
a
high-skilled
strong
labor but
roadmap
replace the lower
towards
skilled
the
one.
production and delivery of
75%
e-learning resources
of
was laid.
the business is getting automated. Hence, it needs
And to
new
follow up
skills.
this app,
Automation may not
to
steal
enhance
jobs
the
but
creation and
transform
delivery of
jobs.
e-learning
So,
resources,
what we need
various
to give
steps
as a
has been
confidence to
taken.
our
A
children is
digital media
don't worry
club
about transformation,
was formed,
automation.
wherein
This will only
faculty from each
redefine the
department
job
are given
landscape,
training,
but it will give a
and
new look
that
into the
the
skills
trained
and
teachers have to
transform the jobs. So we have to give
train
confidence to
the
them,
members
try
of
to
their
match the
departments
demand
to
and the supply
creating
of
the
the skills to
e-resources.
the requirements. And more
Faculty
importantly,
were
as I said,
encouraged
that
to
women
attend
labor force
FDPs on
participation is
e-content
so
development
low.
in the
We
four-quadrant
must
model,
bring,
and
because the
workshops
agenda
and
is to
hands-on training were
become
organized
rich before
in
we become
e-content
old.
development.
So which means
Basic
a
ICT
big part
skills
of women
were
are not
imparted to the learners.
getting connected in terms of
Skills in
a proper
accessing
job.
open
So
educational
women
resources and e-learning
labor force
facilities were
participation has to
provided.
be, I said, it's just 21%. This has to be enhanced.
Course-wise and
Percentage
class-wise
of
WhatsApp
working
groups
age
were
women
created,
enrolled in
and
education
we
actually
have
has
a
fallen. Now, when
well-established
you look
learning
at the
management
numbers,
system,
probably they grew by
CAMO,
numbers
through
in
which
terms of
we
numbers.
carried
Even
out
in
the
any of the
flipped
arts and science
classes,
college, if you take
wherein
women
the
population are
e-text,
more.
PowerPoints,
But in the
videos,
gainful
question
employment
banks,
scenario,
references
their
were all
contribution or their participation
uploaded,
is
and the students
so
could
in
view
terms
them
of
in their
percentage, if you
portal,
take,
students'
there
portal.
is a number increase, but not in terms of percentage.
One of
Skill
the
training for
methods
women
which we
should
have
also prepare them for working in
adopted was
male-dominated
gamification.
industries. Of course,
In some ways,
now
we are
women
also just
pilots
like
are
kids,
there,
big
and
kids. Children learn through
Uber
play,
drivers
but
are
who
women.
says
And,
that
no,
has to
women have
stop when we are
started
grown up?
occupying all
The
positions.
use of
But
games is an
this is
indispensable tool
happening
in
at one
education.
stage, but you
It
should
engages
give
the
scope
learner
for
and allows
more
them to
women
feel
and
more
women
comfortable.
of all
It is
in
amazing
sex
to
sector
see how the
to
attitude
get
of a
employed in the
class can
male-dominated
change in an
industries.
instant when
Increasing
games are
opportunities for
introduced. Don't
part-time
you all
work
like
would also
games?
bring more women
Yes,
into
we do
labor
like it.
force. So this also is a concern which we try to solve by connecting more women into into labor
simulations were also
then formalizing the informal
done,
is the biggest
especially
task.
through
I already said that informal labor is increasingly hired even in the formal
were also
sector
taken up.
because informal labor is always cheaper.
Collaborative learning
And
involving
they
all
raise the
students in
concern about
problem-solving activities
the quality of
through online
employment.
and in
A
a
trained
single
person and an
platform
untrained
was also
person
taken
getting
up.
job.
Learners encouraged
No,
to
both are not
were
right.
encouraged to
Underemployment is
enroll in
also not
online
correct.
courses
And
XYM,
overemployment is
Coursera,
also
Udemy,
not
FutureLearn,
correct. So this has to be set
IIRS,
right.
ISRO,
Formally
etc.
evaluating previously recognized skills
this,
which have been acquired outside the formal education and
in this
vocational training
age,
can
the global
lead to skill
connect
certification.
has
See here I
given
need to talk
exposure
about this
to the
necessity of entrepreneurs,
students to listen to eminent speakers and world-class lectures.
See our
and they are
graduates
exposed
when they go out of
lifelong
the
learning opportunities.
portals of higher education,
The
those who
evidence
are not
of
getting
all
employed,
these practices is
they
shown
convert themselves into necessity
through the
entrepreneurs.
outcomes.
Necessity
The evidences of
entrepreneurs are those
successes
people
here is that
who will use kind of a
open
skills that
educational resources have been
or a
created by
knowledge
our
or a
faculty.
background they have
And
do a
two
business
chemistry
not on a
professors,
very
Mrs.
very
Anita and
formal
Mrs.
way,
Chitra Devi, have
but to
developed
manage their
open
livelihood.
educational
And
resources
they are
on
the people
chemistry,
actually who will be
on
waiting
chemistry
to
teaching,
enter into a formal
chemistry theory
sector
teaching,
because they didn't get an
under
opportunity. They
teachers
remain as
EK
necessity
preparation
entrepreneurs.
under the guidance of Guru Angan
But
Dev Teaching Learning
opportunity,
Center, Delhi.
but
And the
one
same
thing
is
you need to
available
understand
at
is necessity
MHRD,
entrepreneurs, as
Pandit
Dr.
Madan Mohan
Jalada
Malviya
madam said, that
Mission for Teachers
these
and
children who
Training
are not
portal,
very strong in
which can
academics,
be
they
viewed
go
by
out
everyone.
and they do some business
YouTube
and they become
channels were
very
created
successful also.
by
Few of them
several
have become really
departments and
successful
faculties,
and
and
they
lesson
learn the
videos are
art
uploaded.
of doing
The
business,
departments have their
all
own
these
blogs
things,
and websites.
but not in a very formal way. But remember, most of these necessity entrepreneurs will wait for an opportunity to get absorbed in a
YouTubes
formal
which are
sector. Once they
created
get,
both by
they'll
the
just leave
faculty
this
and by
On the other hand, we
students.
have another set
we are just showing a
graduates
glimpse of it
who convert themselves into opportunity entrepreneurs. They are actually innovators. They are the kind of people we need to promote. They are innovators and they have acquired skills and they get trained. As I said, no, that entrepreneurial skills are being imbibed and they are the people who can go for startups and who can innovate and do all kind of use all kind of skills to become a successful
students also have created
but
YouTubes.
Here at this juncture I need to
it is
make a clarity
this
that
is the YouTube
I think
created by the BBA
around,
department.
Past decade you can say India has seen a spurt of startup
and we have e-resources created.
I don't
and
you
we
call
use
them necessary
Jamboards,
entrepreneurs or opportunity
Padlets,
entrepreneurs. I'm
crosswords,
leaving it
video
to them.
lectures which
This
are
service
used for
sector
blended
startups
learning.
Through e-commerce and technology platform were actually next to the number of startups were next to United States and United
the science
Kingdom.
departments. It
The
is
third
also the
largest
arts
country
departments
to have a very
which is also
vibrant
creating
startup
all this.
ecosystem. But what happened to these startups? In number, they
This
are more.
is
A recent study actually found that
created
90% of this Indian
for
startup
economic
collapsed
students
within
on the measurement
first
of
5
GDP.
years with lack of innovation as a primary factor. This is where I said that the necessity entrepreneurs without any innovation, when they try to emulate the success of somebody else, they don't last in the business for long.
So here,
and of the venture capitalists surveyed, 77% of the Indian startups suffer
the benefit of
from lack
economic
of
activity
innovation based
without
on
paying
new
any
technologies
price.
or unique
You
business
can also
models.
give hint.
Other factors
Externalities is the answer.
that stall the startups in India include lack of skilled workers,
So like that,
difficulties in
create,
financing, inadequate mentoring, and poor business
we created
ethics.
Padlets.
Most startups that failed attempted
So
to emulate
every
pre-existing
department in their
Western
own
prototype
way, they
such
have
as
been creating
e-commerce
many
and
resources,
e-wallets.
e-learning resources
Such
for their
models
children,
took off
for their
as new
students.
innovation in Western
And
countries.
e-materials in
but
the
were
form of
merely
infographics and
repackaged
videos were also
and
created
relaunched
by the
in the Indian
students.
market. This is the big difficulty. So an opportunity
This is the
entrepreneur
Padlet.
has to create a new business model.
And in commemoration
so
of the centenary celebrations
he
of
will remain
Einstein,
as a
the
successful
Department of
entrepreneur.
Physics undertook
The initiative of extending
required
e-learning
at this juncture
pedagogy
are
in
startups that
collaboration with
innovate
IIT
and provide
Mumbai to the
solutions
school
for the
students.
challenges faced. And my
Eminent
humble
scientist
submission
Padma
here
Shri
is
awardee Dr.
the
H.C.
challenges
Verma was the chief
faced
guest
by
for this
the
online virtual
local
experiential
needs.
training
If
workshop.
these business startups
And
could
excellent
satisfy the
e-contents
local
were
needs,
created
they
by
become
school students under our
adopting a proper
guidance, under the
business
guidance
model,
of
they
our
become more
faculty
successful.
from the physics
I've given
department.
2 examples.
Many
In 2016, a new venture was organized in 3 states like Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, and Punjab.
We have many faculties and students who have completed MOOCs
a very
online
like-minded
certificate
group
courses.
of people. Probably they are
And this has helped
with
in
some
promoting
digital
remote
literacy and some
learning
mechanical
and
engineering,
helped in enriching
all
the
with farming
professionalism.
background. This group actually
And the
formed
problems which
a farm
encountered
market. It's called farm
during
market.
this process
It's an
practice is the
on-demand
time constraint in the
agro-machinery
creation of
renting
e-content.
platform.
And
I
the
repeat,
lack
it's a
of
farm market.
appropriate
It's
devices
an
and
on-demand
facilities for
agro-machinery
creating
renting
e-content.
platform.
Poor
When I say this,
connectivity
probably
and
you
network
understand the
issues
background
affects
behind it.
downloading and the use
Most
of
of
online
the farmers
resources
were
for
very
e-learning
small
in
and
rural areas
medium
where our
farmers with
institution is
less
located.
acres, even two to
And the
lesser
resources
than
which
2 acres.
required by us are
Mechanization of farming activities for them is
recording and
actually
editing audio video
unimaginable. They
studio,
can't afford the cost,
hardware and
neither the
software,
cost nor
and extended
the in
network
terms
with
of paying
maximum
rents.
bandwidth.
And as a result, the farm
And
productivity has actually
I would
declined.
like
They
to
are not able to
conclude
compete with
that
the large
the
farmers in terms
ability
of
to
price
craft
or in
out
terms of
online
cost or anything.
resources for high
So the
impact
farm
delivery is an
market
art as well as
move
science.
was to connect
Those who
the
create
small
this
farmers
resource
with the large
built-in
farmers
redundancy
who
will rule
actually
the
possess
future.
all these
They say books
mechanized
outlive
equipments on
human
a
memory.
renting
The reverse is
platform.
also true.
So all that they need
E-resource
to do
will
is the small farmers
short-live human memory
use a mobile
unless
apps
created
through call
with high
centers
quality in
with
mind.
payments using
So
other
let us be
biometric
the
numbers.
creators and let
Business
us be
aims to
the
augment the prevailing rental
change.
market for agro industry.
Thank you for the
Which is
opportunity.
highly fragmented due to information asymmetry. So this
Thank you,
effort
Dr. Geeta.
is to
That's
connect
an excellent
these two
presentation
groups
of
and
what has
avoid
been
this
happening in your
asymmetric
college.
information and connecting them.
You have given a
It is a
variety
win-win
of
situation because the
innovative
large
teaching
farmers
learning
need not have to
methodologies,
keep their
and definitely
mechanized
it is the
tools
best
idle,
practice
and the small farmers need not have
that
to
has been
suffer for
followed in the
want of
institution, and I
this
hope
machinery.
there is a
So
very
it
good
is a win-win
outcome of all
situation
these
where
practices,
which could
and the
ultimately
children have
lead for improvement in the
holistic
product. So
education
opportunity
with
entrepreneurs
all
are
these
those
different
people, as I said,
methodologies.
will be more
Thank you,
successful
Dr.
if
Geeta and
these
Dr.
people
Shenbuguli.
could
And
create
shall
a
we
very,
invite the
very
next
unique
participant?
business model to satisfy the
Yes,
local
ma'am.
needs. Project Move is again another
May I now request
program
Dr.
launched
G.
by
Jayanti,
Uday,
Dean
which is a
Management,
skill
KG
development
College of Arts
initiative
and
which
Science,
aims to
to present
transform
a
the
paper on
socio-economic
best practice
landscape
in
of the
teaching
dairy
and learning,
farmers.
Pecha Kucha,
Now they tried to create a
enhancing
backward and a
communication
forward
and
linkage
presentation
where
skills.
by
Over to you,
backward
ma'am.
linkage, they had to trace the dairy animals, their life cycles were traced, when to inject, how much to feed, and what kind of nutritions are to be given. If they fall sick, what kind of remedies to be given. All these are being tracked. On the forward linkage, all the milk that has been produced, properly collected, processed, and sent to the places where there is huge demand, so that ultimately there is no wastage in the supply chain and wastage in the production point of also. So these two are the basic examples where a small business model developed by this
Good
opportunity
evening, one and all
entrepreneurs,
present here.
which would cater to the
I would
local
like to
needs,
thank my
becomes more
management,
successful.
esteemed
So what we
Secretary
need to
of KG
teach to
College
our
of Arts and
students
Science,
is that
Dr.
don't
B.
ever
Vanitha ma'am,
think in terms of flying
my
by
inspirer,
copying the
respected
Western system
Principal
of
Dr. G. Ratnamala ma'am,
adopting a model,
IQAC
but
Director,
you have
HODs,
umpteen
Deans,
opportunity
and
even
all
in your
faculty
own
friends,
presence,
dear
where
participants
these
from all over
opportunities
the
can be
country.
converted
Greetings
into
to you all
business
and a
models.
great good evening.
Then the final part is we would try
I'm
to
going to
match,
share
and
about the
now
best practices
anticipating
in
skills,
teaching learning process
especially
that
21st
we have
century is
already
much
implemented in our
challenging and demanding.
our curriculum,
How am I to anticipate the skills
which is
which are
called Pecha
required?
Kucha.
The technological
This is
cycles, as
a
I
method
already
of
said, are
enhancing
shorter than ever,
communication and
and digital
presentation skills.
disruption is likely
The
to recur
context
with
behind
greater
choosing this practice is
frequency,
through an
which
interesting
will
experience
change
which
the
I have
job landscape
experienced
again and again.
when I went
The internet
abroad
has
and and I
changed
have
how
met some
people
students.
connect to work.
Indian students
So we are
need to
getting
be more
connected now.
competitive in
So we are
presentation
not,
skill. This is what the inspiration aspect
through
that I have
online,
received from
we get
various
connected.
countries, and
Teachers across
this
the
method
country.
helps us
So this
in
is the best
implementing the
example I can say that Internet has changed how people get connected. More workers using cloud computing.
While enhancing
Most
the
of the
communication
IT companies have given the provision of work from home. Video
Pechakucha is a
conferencing
Japanese
and other means to
is the
work
world's
from
fastest
anywhere
growing
and
storytelling
anytime.
platform,
This is
which is used by
the situation
millions
in
around the
which
globe. Pechakucha is a method of
we have to give the
PowerPoint that has
situation,
changed the
present the
landscape
situation
of
to our
presentations
graduates so that they
and is
get
a
prepared
method
for this kind of
which is show and
existence.
tell,
Of course,
always
I should
dreamed
thank
of becoming
the
a big
pandemic because the
storyteller.
pandemic and
A
online
Pechakucha
classes have
presentation is a
already
presentation
prepared them
format
for
in which
an online
20
platform.
slides or
Now I
photos
think it
are
would
shown
be
for
a little
20
more
seconds
easier for
each
them to
with
move
a
on to
maximum
the
of 6.4
job
minutes.
market with the same
As
online
the
platform.
presenter speaks, the
E-commerce sector
slides
could
will
create
move
14 million
automatically.
jobs in logistics
This
and
approach
delivery, 6 million
guarantees
jobs
that
in
the
customer
speaker
care,
is succinct, that the
information
presentation
technology
moves
and
forward,
management.
and
But
that the
remember,
speaker covers
it's
all
just
of the
not
material.
customer care, but customer care with
Ignite
better
presentation is one of a kind of
skills.
Pechakucha,
That is
where
where
the
I'm
students
insisting.
will be able to give a
Customer-facing jobs
fast-paced
with
and creative
non-routine
presentations
interactive tasks
conducted in 5
that
minutes
depend on
with
soft skills
20
can be
PowerPoint
expected to
slides,
grow.
with
So
each
when I
slide
say this
advancing
customer
every
care and
15
other
seconds.
things,
Ignite
where the
presenters
social
are
skills and
encouraged to
behavioral
use this
skills
kind
come
of
into picture.
pictures and very
Higher
little
order
text in
cognitive
the
skills
slides
are
to
different,
convey
but
the
what we
storytelling
need
method.
is
The
to
Department
be
of
an
Management
Uber
Studies offers the Teach
driver.
with
It's
Pechakucha
not enough for you to
presentations
know the
class
driving
to
skills,
instruct
and now
educators
you need to
on
have
how
a
to
digital
use
skill.
this
More
fast-paced
than all these
presentation
things, you
style
need to
to
have
better engage
that
the
social
students.
and behavioral
The
skills,
faculty
how
should
to talk to
educate
the
the
customer,
students for
how to
preparation
get
of
the
Pechakucha
customer
and use it as an
satisfied,
assessment tool
how
for
to
their
make
teaching learning
a
process.
consumer to
The
become a customer.
prerequisites
All
from
these things are
faculty for
really needed,
implementing
and
this tool among
this
the students are
non-routine
to
interactive
give an
tasks
overview of
are to be
Pechakucha
converted.
presentation, that is how this can
It
be
has to be
presented and how
converted
it can be prepared
economically.
and
Soft skills need
to
to
be
be
exhibited in their class. Also, it makes
given
the
to them.
students to learn how
Transferable
to
skills
develop a
relevant to
Pechakucha
multiple
presentation.
workplace are the key
Teachers
for promoting
record one and do
workforce
another
skills.
one
Agility is the
live for
capacity to
better
move from one
understanding
place to
among
the
the
other.
students.
As I've been repeatedly telling you, we can't prepare
We
students
use this
for
as
one
a
particular
methodology
job
for
or a sector.
assessment. The
It should be
objective of
skills for multiple
Pechakucha is to
jobs, and
facilitate student
workplaces have to be
communication
given to
of an
them.
argument,
I'm just taking an
storytelling,
example
and
on the
comprehending,
transition of skills
including
from 21st
stating
century
and
to other
supporting
jobs.
a selected topic.
If
This is
you
a
want to become an
demonstration
entrepreneur,
skill.
the
Also,
earlier
teachers will
job
be able to
specific
learn
skills to
to
become
teach
an
students
entrepreneur is
to
business
create
skills, management
Pechakucha
skills,
presentation
and
to
knowledge about the
demonstrate
product
what
which
they
you
have
intend
learned.
to do. Now, the new
You can see in
requirement
the
to
slide,
become a
there are
successful
only
business or
20
innovation-led
slides.
entrepreneur,
Through Google Slides,
you
they
have
can
list
prepare
of
Pechakucha
skills.
slides and then they
Higher
can
order
start
cognitive skills
telling the
such as
story.
critical thinking, creativity,
It has to be
cognitive
in MP4
flexibility,
format
digital
or it has
skills.
to be in a video format.
These are all
So
transferable
this will
skills
keep
too.
on moving. And each
Technical
slide
problem
we have to
solving
spend
skills
only 20 seconds.
and financial literacy, non-cognitive skills such as emotional intelligence,
So as I told
interpersonal
you,
skills,
it's
ability to
an
cater
Ignite presentation concept
and
where
knowledge
20
of local
slides
economy.
are used, each
So
slide
unless
advancing every
until you
15
have
seconds.
all these things, you cannot become innovative led entrepreneur, because earlier to become an entrepreneur only these
We are
skills
using
were
this
needed.
as a method of
Just take
analyzing the
nursing
concept.
as a
When
career.
students are
Basic
developing
care
and giving
services,
Pechakucha
literacy
presentations,
and
they
numerical
have to
literacy
convey
is
the
in it.
most important
Now,
aspects of the
non-cognitive
subject or
skills such
topic.
as empathy,
This teaches the student how
compassion,
to analyze
patience,
what is important
flexibility,
and how to
teamwork
quickly and
is
accurately
required
describe the
to
topic.
flourish as
Examples of
a
this Pechakucha
compassionate
presentations
health
include
worker.
book reviews, personal
Nursing now
applications,
is being called as
historical content such as
compassionate health
identifying
worker, which
historical
needs this kind
documents,
of
societal
skills.
concepts, and
Driver,
addressing
as I already
environmental
said,
concerns such as
driving
the use
literacy
of
and a driving
plastics,
license is more than
eradication of poverty, etc.
sufficient earlier.
Recently, we have
Now he
exhibited
needs
and experimented this
digital
tool
literacy
with
for
the students,
accessing
and they have
smartphone
effectively
and map
presented on
reading for
photography, story of music,
GPS,
social issues,
language
sustainable
and
development
communication
goals,
skills
and
include
poems
both
and
local
many
and
other
English
own
language skills,
contributions which they have
because
brought
interacting
it
with tourists
out
and
with the
local
storytelling
customers,
storytelling practice.
non-cognitive skills like empathy, politeness, time to report,
This is a
and
practice
star
of
rating.
Pecha
All
Puja
these are
presentation. This
required. The best
utilizes
example of the job that needs all these skills are Uber drivers. Software
imagery and
professional
efficient use
earlier
of
only
spoken word to
was
create a
expected to
seamless,
have computing
memorable,
skills.
meaningful,
But
and
now
concise
cognitive skills
presentation.
and critical thinking in terms of data scientist, artificial intelligent expert who will also become real intelligent. AI now is going to become RI. So expertism
It
and
is a
all these
great
things
method
are
of
now
teaching.
required
Students are
from
creating
a
their own
software
best
professional.
presentations for
So
their
these
class
are all
projects also.
21st
This
century
is designed to be completed in
skills
6
which
minutes
are
and 40 seconds.
to be
The rules
anticipated when
regarding
you
its
develop
composition are
design
Liking
and
visual haiku.
transact
20 images,
For a
20 seconds
craftsman,
each is a
only
challenge
craft
for the
skills
student
were needed.
and connected
Now, literacy,
seamlessly
numeracy,
with
financial
well-developed
literacy
narration are the
for
only
operating
rules.
the payment wallets,
Certainly,
language
both the
and
teacher and
communication
students
skills
acquire
include
more
both local
skills,
and English
the message
language,
can become strikingly
markets across
unforgettable.
borders and connecting
Pechapucha
to
challenges
digital
the
platforms
presenter
such
to
as
better engage the
Flipkart
audience.
and
Using a
Myntra,
visual-oriented approach,
where
a
content
slideshow
is
is
provided
created
in English,
using
awareness of the latest market
just 20
trends in the
slides. Each slide
consumer
has
pulse.
one
All this
primary
needed
image and is
for a
only shown for
craftsman to
20
become more
seconds.
successful. And at this junction, I wanted to share an
In
information. The
PowerPoint,
KG College
designing
of Arts and
custom
Science,
slides are
actually
accustomed to
generously
using
funded
the
by DBT
Adobe
in
Suite for
promoting
projects. So this will
the skills
enhance
of
their technique
the
of
Badua people
presentation
in
skills
making
and also
the garments.
oral skill of
Their art.
explaining it through storytelling. The
They
timer has
have a
to be
very,
set
very
in the
specific,
PowerPoint and to
unique
save the file also for
art
the
skills,
future use.
but unfortunately,
This
they
is
were not
used
able
as
to
an
market them.
assessment tool
And
for
our attempt
LMS.
is to bring their
Actually,
talent to the limelight of
this is helping
the market,
teachers
so that
during the semester to
rural
allow students to ample time of
handicraft
familiarizing themselves
will
with the
survive,
format.
and they will also
More
survive in
information was
terms of
uploaded
as
on the
an
unit's
entrepreneur.
learning management system,
So this is
and
how
it
you
will be
need to
used
anticipate.
as a digital
And
archive. And we are using
of
this
course,
as
I
an
have a very,
assessment
very big
type.
list of
The
skills
teacher can be
that are
seated in
going
the
to
classroom, making the student to come and present it for
I will say that are
20
going
seconds
to
each with a
to
slide,
rule us
and
in the days to come.
6.4 minutes each
One,
student,
availability of
which is going to
data
be an
in
effective
virtual
assessment
cloud,
tool.
making data
The successful
seamless.
presentation would have been one
Thrilling
that showed the
technologies that
presenter
will change
could
lives
use
in
the
20
technique
years.
more
One is
effectively
availability of
and
data.
confidently. There
This
are some
actually
obstacles we are facing while
I've taken from
doing
the
this particular
excerpts
tool.
of Sandeep
It is the presentation of the
Parasurampura, the
slides
founder and CEO
and
of
also the
Fingers.
time management where
And he
the
feels that
students have to
AI will
be
resemble
involved in.
RA,
Text is
real
usually not
intelligence,
involved. They
which
have to
makes
show
you
only the
believe that
pictures.
the world
This method
actually
is
revolves
experimented
around
among the
you,
students and found
which
that
is going to
the
give you
students
options and
need to present
suggestions.
very fast,
You are
and the
doing this,
preparations are
this is
required to
right.
meet the
No, this can be
expectations.
done
Initially, the
like this
students were
better.
asked
So
to prepare
RA
slides on
will
their
give
own interest
not only options
and
but will
prepare
also give
content to
suggestions.
present with the
That's going
stipulated
to
time.
be
The
the order
students
of the
have to
day.
manage the slides,
Driverless,
content,
automated, and
communication,
intelligent
and
cars
the
which
time
can move
given
on its own, self-park, and
to
may
fix the
even fly
Pachabucha
in the days to
presentation.
come.
So the impact of this
Change in the job
presentation
profile,
technique
work
is
less,
to manage the
robots
time
will do the hazardous work
and then
and routine work.
attentiveness. We are using this
Typing
as a
becomes
peer learning
redundant, which can be
methodology,
replaced by
where
voice
the third
commands,
year students will
gestures,
come and
maybe
educate the
even
second years and
thought
first
can
year
be
students,
processed.
so that
No
it will
language
become an
barrier for trade
assessment tool,
because we can
also
go
a
on
peer
translation.
teaching
You
learning
just talk in
process.
any language, there is a
Naturally,
text
the
which is available for
youngsters
translation.
or the first and second year
Green
students will be
energy and
able to give
renewable
more
power sources
attention,
are going to
and they will be
occupy.
giving extremely high
Virtual
during
changing,
their peers presentation
charging
time.
gadgets.
And it
You
helps
can
us for
charge
skill
gadgets even
development.
through
Also, it
laptop or
helps in
even
validity
car
of the
dashboards.
assessment. The students
Space
felt
tourism
that they had
is going
sufficient
to be
training and
from
understanding of the
reality from
presentation assessment
fantasy.
criteria.
Maybe the days to
Could
come,
given them
our
some
children can
light.
go holiday to
It is
Mars
shedding
and
light on the
go
issue of
around
validity
to Venus.
of peer assessment,
High
and
precision
ultimately it is
robotics driven
improving their
surgery can
future
take place.
implementations.
Medical field is going to get the benefit of robots conducting the surgery.
I would like to touch
of
upon
course,
the
under the
outcome of the
supervision
practice,
of
which we have
real doctors.
already
IoTP
experienced
will
it.
be the way of life. Robots and
This is
cobots,
helping us
colleagues.
in English speaking and
Now,
communication
robots will
skills.
become our colleagues. Blockchain technology will make banking industry much faster
The
and
faculty
secure.
are thoroughly enjoying
And
this Pachabucha
the
assessments.
credit
While
cards will be
6.4
replaced by
minute
virtual
presentation
limits
were very
guarded by
brief, they
biometrics.
provided the faculty with
Computers may
plenty
become
of time to
foldable
assess
and
the
rollable.
students. Overall,
Travel may be
results
purely recreational because
and
business
obtained
meetings
after
can
presentation
take place
basis on
virtual mode. You will have wearable
Yes,
gadgets
ma'am. Yeah.
which
And
will
it is
give
extremely
information, which will
satisfying
entertain you.
technology,
All these
and
things
it
can
is
happen.
the justification
3D
of
printing
integration
will
of
make
Pachabucha presentation
construction
for assessment in the
of
future.
building and
It would be
structures
helpful to
much
repeat
faster.
the study with
So
another
with this
class
being the
in order to
21st
ensure
century
results in
skills,
consistent
we
and
have
support
gone through
extraordinary
all these
findings.
three
Being
things
able to
through all
kill
this
2
industrial
birds in
revolution.
1 stone,
Of course,
or
we
1
all
stone
know
with
that
2
industrial
mangoes,
revolution
teaching and assessing at the same
1.0,
time,
where
providing
water
quick
and steam
assessment
power
compared
became
to standard 20-minute presentations.
success
Such
behind industrial
presentations can
revolution.
indeed be a
And then
useful
came,
tool
and
for
of
the
course, there is
teacher
a
and
time
also the learner alike.
period
So the
associated with that
presentations and the
also.
videos can be
This
used as
first
archives
revolution took place
to
in
repeat the procedure
1780s.
and make use of
A
them in
generation of
digital
mechanical
contents
power
in the
through water
future
and
also.
steam.
I
Then
thank you for
second revolution
giving me
belongs
this
to the age
wonderful
of
opportunity of
1870,
presenting
where
this
electrical
wonderful
energy
best
was used
practice
for
of
mass
teaching
production
learning
and
process,
assembly line.
which we have
The
already
third
implemented and having a good time
industry
with students
4.0,
and
where
teachers for
electronic
active
automation
listening.
took place.
Our students are more
That
enthusiastic
was in the
and learn
time
through
gap of
this creative tool
1970.
of
And the
teach and learn
fourth
through
one which we
Pechakucha.
are talking about
Thanks once again for
is
giving
all
me this
personalized
opportunity. Thank you.
automation manufacturing, IoT, cloud computing,
Thank you, Dr.
real-time
Jayanti.
interface between virtual and
A
physical
wonderful
world, all are
presentation of
happening
the one
in
of the best practices
Industry
of your
5.0.
institution, the Pechakucha,
Now,
a storytelling
it is
platform
said that
for
Industry
communication
5.0
skills,
is already
and
has
it
started.
is it addresses the fast-paced,
Production,
creative
if
presentation
you believe me
styles,
or not,
and
Industry
it is also used as
4.0
an
has
assessment tool.
reduced
And
production cost by
definitely,
10 to
it will
30%,
trigger
logistic cost by
a
10 to
quick
30%,
response
quality
skill
management cost
among
by
the students.
10 to 20%.
And
So 5.0
you have
is
clearly
on the line. And
stated how
Industry
this practice has been implemented.
actually aims
But
to
one thing
reduce
here
cost
is,
due to
how do you
resource
address
efficiency,
the slow
efficient
and
use of
mediocre
resource,
learners?
and
Since
it is
it's a
meant to
fast-paced
empower workers,
presentation style,
and
and
it
this
is going
could
to
be
attract
very good
best
for
talent,
advanced learners
which makes the industry more
since very
competitive.
fast.
And adopt and training
Within a very short time.
through the skills is going to be
How
the focus of Industry
successful
4.0.
was it in your
The competitive
institution
edge in the new
with reference
market
to the slow and mediocre
improved safety
learners?
and well-being are all is
Ma'am, thank you
expected
for
to
this
be
question.
achieved through
We
Industry
have experienced
5.0.
fast learners
Now,
are very
Industry
good in presenting
5.0 is
6.4
also
minutes and
being
managing the
taught
time
that
and slides.
rather
But
we
slow
pray,
learners, we have given
and it should become
not
human-centric.
slides, but
It
they
should
have
give a
started
sustainable
with poem
effort,
telling
and it
and
should become
short
resilient.
storytelling,
In terms of human
explaining about
effort,
social
it should
concept
promote
without slides.
talents,
We have started it
diversity, and
without
empower
slides, and slowly we are moving on to very
the
few
workers,
slides.
the human
And
beings,
it is
and well-being
possible
of the
trying it
human
with
beings
them
should
with
become
their own concept of telling
the
a
center
poem
of
or reading
production
a
process.
poem
I said all
or
the
reading some
hazardous
concept from the
efforts are
book,
going to be
etc. So this
done
is
by the robots,
how we
where
have started
human
it
beings
with
can be
slow learners.
comfortably
Maybe the
be
peer
working
learning
in a
methodology
better
will be able
space.
to help them
And
in
then
inspiring through their peers.
sustainability is
And then
nothing but
maybe
all
6.4
our
minutes is not a
actions
big
will
time,
respect
but
the
they have to
planetary
manage
boundaries so
effectively
that
the
we
time
don't
given
go
as
beyond the
6.4
boundaries.
minutes.
Even
So
now we
this
are
is how
hearing from the
we have
news that Delhi
started it with
has
slow learners, ma'am.
totally got a
I
very,
think this addresses the
polluted
expectations of the
environment.
management
The lorries are now
management discipline. Does
are
it address
restricted to have an
equally
entry
good for
because
the science and arts
the
stream of
airspace
students, other
atmosphere
streams?
has gone
Yes,
beyond the
madam, because
planetary
it is
boundary, where
enhancing the
that
communication
pollution
and English speaking
is causing
skills.
so much
So
of
everywhere
trouble.
the medium
So
of
5.0
learning is
will
through
aim
English.
at
So they can very well
creating
beautifully present
a production
through Google
which will
Slides,
respect
and then
the
6.4
boundaries of the
minutes,
planet.
and they have to
And
plan it
the third
accordingly,
is
make
very
it as an
important.
MP4
It's
video
going to
or
be more resilient in
MP4
terms
file,
of
and they have to bring it for
becoming
presenting.
agile
So this is the
and
challenge which
flexible,
has been
so that
in
the
front of the
technologies
students
can
to
be
meet and to overcome.
adopted
So slow learners
for
definitely
improving
needs
the
to be
productivity
catered,
or prosperity.
and they have to be given at least 1
Recognizing the
minute
power of
at the starting
industry to
point,
achieve
and it is their own
societal
topic
goals
of telling.
beyond
That's what I
jobs
was telling.
is the
Telling a
focus
They should
of
be
poem.
trained.
Industry 5.0.
They should be trained.
So now,
Slow and mediocre learners
I'll just
definitely is going to be
complete it
difficult for
within no
mediocre
time.
learners
Recommendation
also.
for
Yes,
So they
adopting
have to
and
be given some
anticipating
training
skills.
earlier.
So
And of course
I'm
it
telling you
consumes some time.
that
So you have
text
well
we can
responded
find
to
everything.
the
But to
queries.
make it
And shall we
practical,
move on to the
the
next
stakeholders
participant?
who are concerned
Or
with all
is
these
she the
things
last?
should gel together to work
Yes,
work
ma'am.
together to improve the situation.
Do we have one
So
more?
the concerned
No, ma'am. That's all.
the stakeholders are rather people are
Shall we conclude then?
government on the one side, skill
Yes,
providers,
ma'am. We can conclude.
none other than the
Thank
educational
you so much.
institutions.
A
The
very good
workers are the
presentation from all
future
the
graduates
presenters.
and the employers.
And as
They do have some
today's
responsibility
the 2 days
in making things to happen.
seminar
For example,
on
from the government side,
OBE
they can
development
establish a
of
commission on
learning
21st
and
century
outcome
skills to
based
prepare a 15-year perspective plan
curriculum
for
framework.
2035
As you
to
know,
understand
outcome-based
what skills are
education
needed and
has
how to
gained
anticipate and
popularity
acquire
due to
and
the
match
changing
the
need of the
skills.
educational system,
Improve the investment
where
climate so
greater
that
emphasis is being
doing business
laid
becomes
on
much
learning
easier.
achieved by
Connect the
the
private and public
students
stakeholders
and
better.
not a mere degree.
Regulate the labor market while
This concept of
simultaneously
OBE
providing social
emphasizes on a
security.
curriculum which
Social
has a
security is very, very
predefined
important,
set
as I
of
said,
learning
that's
outcomes
the only thing which
that
makes
you must
labor
have
mobile from firm to firm, from
experience during the past 2 days.
sector to sector.
How
Focus
to
on
develop
quality
and
and
design
inclusion.
the
Prepare for a
outcome-based
new phase
framework,
of manufacturing.
curriculum framework.
commission
curriculum,
ongoing regular
actually it
skill
should make
related
it
labor
clear
market
as
research.
to what kind
That's
of
very
skill
important. You
set
can't
the
stop at
students
one point.
should possess
You keep on
after
doing
graduating
it,
from
as
an
quality
institution.
has no destination.
Actually,
It is
the
actually
fundamental premise underlying the learning
same way
outcome-based
the
approach to
research has to
curriculum
be
planning
going
and
on and
development
on,
is that
so that we can
higher
understand and
education
anticipate.
qualifications are
From
earned
its
and awarded
providers of
on
a
the
skill
basis
like
of
educational
the
institution,
demonstrated
focus on employability,
achievement
knowledge,
of outcomes,
plus
which is
advanced
expressed
cognitive,
in terms
non-cognitive,
of
and
knowledge,
technical and vocational
understanding,
skills.
skills,
Sharpen the
attitudes,
academic and
values.
industrial mutual
And of
interaction.
course, the
That's why
academic
NAAC wants
standards
every
expected
department
of
to have a
graduates
tie-up
of a
or
program of
MOU
study.
signed with the industry,
The expected
institution,
learning outcomes
signed
are
labs,
used as
scientific
reference
labs,
points
and even
that would help to
our own
formulate
colleges can be
the graduate
put together
attributes,
so that our expertise can be
qualification
shared.
descriptors,
Ensure flexibility
program
in
learning
education and
outcomes,
training.
and
Train
post-learning
students for
outcomes,
knowledge economy
which
with
in turn
social
will help
awareness.
in
From the
curriculum
worker
planning
side,
and
acquire
development
transferable
and in the
skills.
design and
And
delivery
because you
and
should
review
get
of
prepared that my
academic
skills
programs.
are to be transferred,
In
and
this
I should acquire
context,
skills in the
the
way it
best
can be
practices
transferred.
followed by an
And
educational
learning to learn,
institutions
pursue flexible
plays a
employment,
major
not
role
just
in
lifetime
excelling
careers.
every dimension
From
of
the
these
employer
students
side,
so
of
as
course,
to
the industry
foresee
should
the
also
best
respond
outcome
to our
of the education offered by a
changes that
higher
we are
educational
making. A
institution.
shift from necessity
And
to
NAAC,
opportunity
since
entrepreneurs,
its inception,
scale up to
has
reap
been
economies
focusing
of
on
scale. The
the
small
best
entities can
practices
never
of
become
educational
more profitable
institutions.
unless and until their scales of operation
And
improves.
these
Provide
practices
in-service training
definitely
for
will
fresh
help the
trainees
institution
like
to find
Infosys
their
has done.
anchor for
Reskilling
self-improvement.
and upskilling
And
for
this
experienced
workshop
workers should
is
also be there.
definitely
Adopt
in
modern labor
one
and human
such
resource practices. Ensure corporate social
one of
responsibility.
such efforts.
And support employees
Actually,
when
such
employers have
workshops
to retrench
helps us
them.
to resolve
So if all
ambiguities
these four
that
major
exist
players
in the
come and gel
in
together and
designing,
take up this serious
developing and
activity,
implementing
probably
the
what I've
outcome-based
been
education.
telling from
There are
an
n
hour
number
or
of
so,
definitions
that
of various
making India
parameters of outcome-based curriculum.
better rich and
This has
to enjoy
created
the
a slight
demographic
confusion
dividend
regarding which
will take
methodology
place
is to be
definitely by
adopted.
2040.
But anyway,
I think I'll
this
wind up with
two-day
this.
workshop,
Any
after
questions
all the
in this regard is
deliberations,
most welcome.
discussions, and brainstorming conversations, and such platforms would definitely be an eye-opener for the faculty who have attended this two-day workshop.
Good evening,
The
ma'am. I
theories,
don't have a question,
the concepts,
but I must
the
thank you
models,
for this
the
thought-provoking,
methodologies that have been discussed and presented by various
I can
academic
say
experts
enlightening our
will
mind
definitely
for the new
enlighten
domains
the
where we should
participants
go
of this
and what we have to
workshop,
do. Thank you
and
so much, ma'am.
we should
I'm really
indeed
happy.
be very thankful
I attended
to
all the
NAAC
sessions,
for
and it's
supporting
really very
the higher
fruitful for
educational
me, particularly
institutions
this session.
across
It
India
was really
to
thought-provoking.
evolve
Thank you
best
so much.
practices for a quality education. And
Am I
I
audible
wish
to
to
you?
thank NAAC
Yes, ma'am.
and of
Yes,
course
ma'am.
the
Yeah, please go ahead.
organizers of this two-day workshop, Secretary Dr. Vanita, the Principal Dr. Ratnamala, the IQAC coordinators, and the team who have successfully conducted this two-day workshop with so much of deliberations that could
Yes, ma'am.
definitely take
Thank you, ma'am,
improve the
for
quality
making
of
us
all
understand
the activities
that
of
education means
the
inspiring someone's
attendees
mind
and participants
by
of
filling
this
their
workshop.
heart. Thank you
to
once
all,
again, ma'am.
and the
We now
suspense
request
of
Dr.
this
D. Kavita,
session
Head
is
Department
that
of
the
BCA, KG
best
College of Arts and
presenters
Science, to
of
propose
this
the vote of thanks.
session,
Over to you, ma'am.
who could it be?
Happy evening to all and all present
Who could
here.
it be? All the presentations
Respected
were
Secretary,
definitely
Principal,
very
Dean,
excellent.
HODs,
And
faculty,
I
and
would
dear
like
participants.
to
On behalf of KG College of Arts and Science, it's my pleasure to express all gratitude in words. My special thanks to the resource person, Dr. B. Vanita, Secretary,
recollect
KG
on the
College of
Bloom's
Arts and Science, for
taxonomy
being in the
presentation
lead,
by
sharing such a
Dr.
great
Janani.
initiative.
Suppose
Skill India.
it's Dr.
Her presentation has done justification to
Yes,
Skill
ma'am.
India,
Yes, ma'am.
a campaign launched by
Dr. Janani
Government
from
of India,
just
whose main objective is to offer market relevant
Janani
skills training
Priyadarshini.
to almost 40 crore young people in
I
the
suppose
country
she
by
presented
year
the Bloom's taxonomy.
2022.
Yes,
We all
ma'am.
agree
Yes, ma'am.
that skilling India,
Her
Indians
presentation was
will result in a
very
happy, healthy,
clear, in a
prosperous,
very
and
good
a strong
style,
nation.
and it had
Thank you,
covered
ma'am, for
all
enlightening
the
us
aspects of the
on
Bloom's taxonomy.
skill always
And
wins.
definitely, I think
I
one
thank Dr.
other
Ratnamala, Principal,
addition could be
for her
done. That's
constant motivation
Anderson's
and support.
taxonomy,
Thank you,
which
ma'am.
is currently
I
followed,
thank
which
Dr.
is
D. Karthikeyan, Head,
which is
Department of Commerce, for the brisk welcome for
extended
the session.
format of Bloom's
I extend
taxonomy.
my thanks
Yes,
to everyone for being throughout the
2001.
session.
And
I thank the participants for making the session
2001,
interactive.
and it's almost
I
the
thank
same
all
with
the
just
organizers,
the top order
participants
skills being
from various
redefined.
colleges,
Yes,
and my beloved faculty
synthesis.
colleagues, and
But
for
anyway,
making the meet
otherwise
more
the
insightful.
presentation and
Thank
the
you all.
concept
Happy
and
learning.
the clarity of presentation was very good. And I would like to, I would like to
We have
place
come
her
to
on
the
the
end
top
of the
of
day
all the
one of
presentations.
2-day
So
national seminar.
congratulations,
I
Janani,
request
for
all the dignitaries online
good
to
presentation.
join us for the day 2 of the seminar tomorrow at 9:38. Thank you all.
And of course, the last presentation, the
Thank you,
Pecha
everyone, to join today.
Of course, it's a storytelling
And we'll meet
platform.
tomorrow
But
with
these
a lot
days,
of expectation for
I would like
outcome-based
to
learning.
comment on
With
the
learning outcome
interest
is
of
the
the
curriculum framework.
students. They
We'll
are
meet
very fast
tomorrow.
in everything. All the
Thank you
online
once again.
technologies, the various tools, online tools have helped the students to move forward in a fast pace. And definitely, this best practice could pull all these students. It's such an interesting sort of practice, and it could catch the interest of all the students, and definitely it will also motivate both the slow learners and the mediocre learners. Of course, I had a slight doubt whether they could pick up, but anyway, there is a separate methodology of addressing the slow and mediocre learners in this Pecha Kucha method, and it should definitely serve in a greater way for learning for the students and those students who are much glued to the technological method of learning. And so I would like to suggest her as the second best presentation for this session. Congratulations, Dr. Jayanti from Kintika.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for all the patient listening and the opportunity given by the organizers for all the participants to present their thoughts and their studies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
A grateful heart is a magnet of miracles. May I now request Dr. S. Vidya, IQAC Director, KG College of Arts and Science, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening to one and all present here. It is my great privilege to propose the vote of thanks in the August occasion of 2-day national seminar on designing and developing learning outcomes based curriculum framework in arts and science colleges. On behalf of KGCAS, I convey my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am for gracing this today valedictory function. Thank you, ma'am. And I thank our founder.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank our founder and managing director, Dr. Ashok Pattavachalam, for his untiring support in all our activities. We are extremely grateful to our secretary, ma'am, Dr. B. Vanitha, who took initiative for conducting this seminar and continuously delivering the entire process with minute-to-minute support and guidance for making this event a successful one. Thank you, ma'am. I sincerely thank to Mr. Aravind Kumar Rajendran, Chief Executive Officer, KGISL Educational Institution, for his solid support in all our activities. Thank you, sir. I express my sincere thanks to our principal, ma'am, Dr. J. Ratnamala, for awakening the passion and desire to support all our activities. Thank you, ma'am. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the resource persons, Dr. K.R. Vishnu Makesha, Assistant Advisor of NAAC, Seduraman Sir, Professor of Chemistry from Gandhigram Rural Institute, Dr. Syed Wajid, IQAC Director of St. Joseph College, Bangalore, Dr. Anita Rani Duba, Deputy Director of Kurukshetra University, Dr. Lata Nair, Associate Professor, St. Teres College, Kochi, Dr. N.G. Rao, Professor, Computer Science and Automation, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Dr. P. Kuppan, Professor, Higher Academics and Deputy Director of IQAC, Vellore Institute of Technology, for sharing their knowledge and expertise. I thank our Vice Principals, Directors, Deans, Heads, my IQAC team, and the faculty members of KG College of Arts and Science for their support throughout this program. I take this opportunity to extend the most sincere thanks to all our external participants who have come for the different designation and their support to cooperation throughout the program. Thank you all. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the MOC team for their constant support throughout the program and administrative as well as ICT facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, dear participants, for attending two-day national seminar on defining, designing, and developing learning outcomes-based curriculum framework in arts and science colleges. The registered participants will receive your e-certificate within a week. You can expect the e-proceeding within a month's time.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे